EVO 2007.
Another day is like a new beginning, and so today I know that it's a new start. And all the bad times are disappearing, 'cause now I know that we'll never be apart. You're the one that makes me feel so high. Just like the diamonds in the sky. I never want to hear you say goodbye. 'Cause you're my diamond in the sky. You're the one that makes me feel so high. Just like the diamonds in the sky. I never want to hear you say goodbye. 'Cause you're my diamond in the sky. Another road that we must travel. Another night for you to show me the way. And so today I'll give up dreaming, 'cause now I know that I need you every day. You're the one that makes me feel so high. Just like the diamonds in the sky. I never want to hear you say goodbye. 'Cause you're my diamond in the sky. You're the one that makes me feel so high. Just like the diamonds in the sky. I never want to hear you say goodbye. 'Cause you're my diamond in the sky. Where do all the rainbows go? To somewhere I don't know. Wherever it is, I want to go. Wherever it is, I want to go. Feel so high, feel so high. You're the one that makes me feel so high. Just like the diamonds in the sky. I never want to hear you say goodbye. 'Cause you're my diamond in the sky. You're the one that makes me feel so high. Just like the diamonds in the sky. I never want to hear you say goodbye. 'Cause you're my diamond in the sky.
What's up, chat? Woo-wee. Woo-wee. Ah. Goodbye. Alrighty. I already missed one trailer. I just missed the Grand Blue trailer. They just played it. They did not announce a guest character because I forgot that they announced the character from Ragnarok. Whoops. They teased the character from Ragnarok last time they showed Grand Blue. I completely forgot. Yeah, I forgot that they did that. I forgot. So I'm about to look at that now. I literally opened all this and then I saw Grand Blue showing a new character, but it was lagging, so I didn't even get to see what he did. I saw a dragon install though, but other than that, I didn't see none. Anyways, let me pull this up.
Can you see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free.
Okay. So yeah, it's funny enough. I saw one Evo for Grand Blue. Oh, actually, let me not spoil that in case anyone goes back and watches it. It was pretty hype though. It was hype though. I literally just woke up like a few minutes ago, like 30 minutes ago. What's this? Oh, there we go. Anyway, let's see it. It's the new character for Grand Blue. I forgot they teased this, I think, at the Arc World Tour, I think they teased it at the Arc World Tour. I don't remember where they teased this at, but I forgot they did show that he was next. I completely forgot about that. I don't know how I forgot. Well, let's take a look.
Across these boundless, turbulent skies, strife without end, we spiral into chaos. Into its churning depths we fall. Is this our destiny? And even in our moments of doubt, when we lie beaten, bruised, and sore,
Really gonna sell? Let's try, buddy.
looking to the blue skies
Pay that full price.
that will restoke the inferno in our hearts. A new path, hewn with every step, they walk toward a future sky, into a voyage illuminated by limitless
What's up, Zenith?
possibilities. Thus, 40 fates resound as one, heralding Ragnarok's descent from on high.
On high. I like how it flows into his trailer. I mean, not into his trailer, his
By the dragon's might.
theme. This dude's like Siegfried, but on crack, I guess. Both got big ass swords.
You won't. Caught you. What's wrong?
Anti-air. Oh, what is that high ass jump? What is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dragon installed. Holy shit. What the fuck?
Beneath this beautiful world, both azure and phantasmal.
Hey, show more. Y'all only showed like
Forge your
literally
glory
multi-slashing
in the
with it.
flames of battle.
They show the ult. Oh, they're gatekeeping. No, that's ridiculous.
Grand Blue Fantasy Versus.
Why do they do him like this? His trailer's botched. They didn't even show his ult. They barely showed any combos with him in it. Oh, that's messed up, man. Why they do that? 2.6 version, DLC, new stage system mechanic. Oh, there's a new system mechanic. What the hell? I ain't see a system mechanic in this trailer. Character adjustments, costumes, and more. Wait, what? The what? Hey, yo, quit your gooning. Quit your gooning. Quit your gooning. Wait, why they do him like that? What? They didn't even show. Why they do him like that? He used the install, but he didn't even do any combos with it. And we didn't even see his super skybound arts. Yeah, he does this. That's it. They did him so dirty. Yo, show him up. Maybe he does have it. Maybe he, I don't know. Maybe it's part of the new mechanic. Yeah. I don't know what the new mechanic is, but I didn't see a new mechanic in this video.
High.
I did him dirty. This trailer's like, it's like half a trailer. They barely showed combos too. It's like half a trailer. That's crazy. Huh. Interesting. It looks cool though. But they did his trailer dirty. It's like half a trailer shown. Tekken, Guilty Gear Top 8 is about to start.
It was always the end. And then if there's no time,
they're probably gonna
they're gonna
show
shorten it.
I mean, they're gonna show something
So
before
in
top
this
8.
case right here, everybody thought it was over, even though I'm up 1. Everybody.
Yeah, I mean that was because usually you think about like if someone makes a great comeback.
Oh, we're gonna watch this
you get hit
because
by
I mean they're about to
classic,
announce
you
something.
pretty much just are still
I don't know what
thinking
they're
about
gonna
the
announce,
previous game, and your opponent is just
lot of people playing
smoking you in
Telecom.
the third game while you're still thinking about the previous game.
And that's what I thought was gonna happen here, man.
I mean, it
What is it?
should have happened.
It's supposed to start at 5, so we have 15 minutes.
see, let me
Okay,
look
so they're on time.
What you got here?
Just kills you versus Kings Vega.
Just to get the pressure with the crouching medium kick. Let that handle this one. Whole drive rush light kick.
Let's clip them, and we're gonna go straight into level 1.
Oh, I didn't
here.
start the TikTok stream. Oops.
1 round apiece. Kings Vega versus Kills You.
A lot of bar had to be utilized there. Level 2 to level 1 right there. But Kills you got a lot of stocks to use. I mean, could get the stocks up with a level 1, start things off. Overhead, there we go. Just as mentioned, we see immediately.
But we saw this earlier that even if you start off with 0 bar in a round, you can build 2 to get your level 2.
Yeah.
And we can see it here. We're already close
There you
to
go.
building.
Do it say they're announcing
we're
something?
halfway there.
New after the top 8 tomorrow? Yikes. Again?
With a fan. I always love seeing
Why am I signed out of Twitter?
Yeah, he's like, get the fan away from me.
A second.
Put some OD behind that. Charge it up. Oh, no.
That was not the slide you wanted to do there because he's going to go straight into level 3 here. Look at the damage.
Stinging like a bee.
Bam.
Close the fan on him. Ooh.
Okay,
KO.
there's some odd reason I'm signed out of Twitter. Give me a second.
GG right there.
He gambled it all on that slide.
And it makes sense, like, we see a lot of fireballs at that mid.
Why am I just signed out? Like, what's...
Fireball, the walk back.
Oh
And he
my
goes for the
god,
again.
bro.
You know, we're committed.
Yeah, he put a ring on that slide. He said, till death do his part. It might be your death out this bracket, though. I can't lie.
Working out in his favor for this round at least.
Nah, it's not mad. It's Kings Vega.
Jump. Takes the throw here. Just to, I think Koju was going for a back throw there. Good tech.
Lights right after.
Let me open Discord as well.
Go forward.
Bro, I'm not logged into
Wake up.
Discord either? What?
Yep,
I'm
that
getting
punish
trolled.
fire
What is
does
this?
So much damage.
Extended hurt box too as well. It's an easy toss.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
As much as possible, the whip punish. Yeah, I feel like Killsy was like.
Bro, I don't remember my fucking password. What?
Played it now. Days away from the back throw.
Oh, my
Awesome back
goodness,
throw.
bro.
There it is. Finally, the wake up.
Give me a second.
OD ball coming out from Kings Vega here.
Fucking troll,
Another
bro.
slide. He's like, what? It's 5 o'clock? I have to slide. I'm sorry.
I'm not
You know,
signed
you
out on
die
my
by the
phone,
slide,
though.
You
What?
die by the slide because I think it's 2 for 2 right now, or
Yeah.
2 out of 4. 50 chance hit rate right now.
He's like, wait a minute. That's kind of good for the slots out here, though.
Oh, but 50%, that's not that great.
Actually, right. I'm broke.
But kills you, doing such a great job. Oh my gosh,
Get
and
hit.
that is going to be a punish counter. You can recognize that Kings Vega has at least practiced these knockdown setups that Mai likes to do with the fans because he's
Yeah.
gotten the punish every single time.
And that's the normals, like the enhanced ones. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Just like the raw slides on neutral, kind of catching him.
Just for literally no reason, I'm signed out.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
what?
getting whip punish quite a bit too.
Yeah. Kills you looking to finish
For
this right
literally
now.
no reason
Bro.
at all. Like, okay, bro.
Is he going to slide again?
Okay,
is he
buddy.
Gonna get away with the slide? No whip punish.
No slide.
You want to fucking troll me? Okay, buddy.
I thought the dash up was a slide.
Ooh. There it is. Dash up low forward is going to work for kills you. He was just like, I'm tired of this dance.
Yeah.
Stop trying to dance on me.
The song is over. They don't switch off to R&B.
Really
R&B is
stuff
crazy.
from Kills You there. A bit of whip punishes throughout the entire match, and just punishes on the slide. Something that I don't even know if the reward is there. Even though you get a knockdown, I don't know if you necessarily get the best. Like even mentally,
Yeah.
it didn't really deter Kills You from throwing the fans anymore.
He's still going to do it. Even
Yeah.
the fake setups that were known to not work, he was still going to do it regardless.
Whoa,
Yeah.
wait,
It
what?
didn't stop him. I think that mid-range maybe got so annoying, he was like, I got to do something. I need something fast. I need some sort of knockdown so
Yeah,
I can
you can
get
see
in.
he was antsy. So
But
you,
yeah,
you
yeah,
saw
he was
the
just like,
slides come out, and then you
"Please."
saw a whole bunch of heavy punches come out from Blanco. Like he kind of just he didn't want to wait. And Kills You very patient on defense there. Was ready for the whip punish with his own fears.
He went to promenade, man. Got pummeled.
But talking about some Street Fighter 6 action, we do have World Warrior.
World Warrior. What is this? Oh, this versus top 8? Oh, that's pools. What is this? Whacking 8? All right, we got blocked back in. Yeah, where's this dumb tweet at?
Exceptionally well.
Absolutely, and that's what I want to see. I think he's been, especially like with the Echo, he's been logged into Echo for so long that he's really, really good with Echo, and now he's building up the Akali slowly but surely. Obviously less experience, but still, the Akali is looking absolutely beautiful. Beautiful team for Mikoan, and beautiful games here at EVO Las Vegas. We will
There it
take
is.
a quick break, so get a drink, get a snack, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Heads
with
up,
more
tomorrow
games
stick
here
around
in
after
Shueikeo round
Tuxedo's
two.
top
Don't
8
go
for a
anywhere,
first
we'll
look
be
at
back in a few.
something
See you soon.
new. Ooh, again? Again? I hope it isn't Yone. I hope it is Yone. If it isn't Yone, I will find you.
This guy lied to me for 15 years. I didn't know his age. That was like my first like, couple months in the game.
I guess it's weird for you to call me daddy.
That's very weird, Jay. I need to do a little better.
You don't find shit? Sure, buddy. We know all about you.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor.
I'm playing Relink.
Station tournaments.
How the hell would I need to know who you playing Relink to know all about you? What?
Maybe you'll get on stage,
That you saying is like I don't know who you play. You say it all the damn time.
but that's not really what this is about, is it? It's about competition. It's about friendship. It's
Like you're a
about
Guna, we can
our
figure it out
world,
in 2 seconds.
our games. That's what it's about for us, at least.
Fighter. That's that good old Street Fighter right there. Seen that?
All side lock, roll.
Also, Arxis showed this. They put the game on sale. No,
See,
they're
I
not
could've
putting the damn
super,
game on
like,
sale.
why?
I would have still lied.
But they would have had a nice lead though.
Yeah, but I think
They're not
at this
putting the
point,
damn
it's like
game
you
on
just want
sale,
to
bro.
get one more reset, you win.
And just get it out the way. Yeah.
Here it is. Arxis announced that there will be announcements for each of the games before top
Right
8
here?
starts.
This is
For
actually pretty good
Uni,
grand
Guilty Gear
finals.
Strive, and Blaz Blue.
Missed the try jump. But who knows if you block or not.
Oh, that was
It's
for the
crazy that
reset, too,
Arxis
by
is
the
just
way.
not including Grand Blue in their shit
Signs
anymore.
up the whole time. I'm actually surprised.
Some
they
shit,
brought that in.
some shit probably happened there.
See, look, you see how I did the lightning attack again?
That was good. That was
But
good.
Arxis doesn't even mention Grand Blue at all. It's not even part of Arc World Tour anymore.
To the chip, baby.
I don't know what happened when it came to Arxis and side games, but some shit happened for sure.
You know what's so cool about that? Like,
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a season 3.
He lost. I remember that. Like, he literally like
They like,
right away, especially.
it's like they don't. I don't know what some shit must have happened.
And the fact that we ended
Because
up.
even in like,
You know, like there was like beef back in the day, and I was not a fan.
I don't know if I'm even
where
allowed to say this.
People like all the West Coast players were like, yeah, East Coast is just
They just like even in like
right.
programs, they don't.
You know, I always tell them
It's
like,
just
Alex,
removed,
Stanford,
if you know what I mean.
Desmond, Smooth Viper, they're really good players. They're like
Like,
they ain't seen
I don't
much
know
West Coast
what
East Coast
happened.
info.
Some shit
And
must
then
have
when they
happened though.
finally
Like,
East Coast started finally going to more EVO.
It's just-
because East Coast players
if you know what I
like
mean.
a final round.
Even in some programs, they just don't.
Never come to
It's
our
not a thing no more.
East Coast tournaments. They're
It's
too
just
good.
full on removed.
So they only show up for EVO. And then the fact that a lot of East Coast players started going as years.
That's all I can
progressed,
say, I think.
And Yipes won, Stanford won. Like, even though I lost, I was happy that
Cause of what?
what was wrong.
That's so random.
Like, okay, it's not just me. There's other really good players.
I mean, it was the signs were there. Cause like, why the hell is it just randomly not part of the Arc World Tour anymore?
That was a beautiful moment for me because I was happy, of course, because it settled in after the painkillers. But it was more so when I looked behind me and like seeing how
It's just randomly just not part of it. It's like, what?
Smooth Viper, even Triforce at the time.
Biased.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, as you
Is,
know,
Sonic
Sonic and
Fox,
Inzem versus Doza. Doza.
They locked in on Shadowverse. What I miss?
I wouldn't say
You missed the
agent,
Grand Blue
right,
trailer.
but
There's about to be
like
another
a
trailer right now,
seasoned
though.
Blaze Blue player, we shall say.
You'll be familiar with Doza if you've watched enough anime games. Like, that's a name I've seen left, right, and center here and there. So, you know, see him, it's just another game I see him play.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's been grinding this game quite a lot recently, and it's funny. We actually talked at the food court earlier about it. I'm excited
likely
to see
about
what he
to
does
be
because
Robo-Kai.
for all the talking we've done, I've never actually seen him play the game.
Okay.
So I have no idea what he plays like, no info at all. But it looks like he is running the RE Vi, and then Sonic and Inzem.
The fact that it's
99.9%
voiced
chance
by,
that he's on the right with the team of RE.
Of course.
Yep, as they do. As they do.
Of course, we've
Saab
seen
is
them
actually-
running the brackets left, right, and center, and I can't repeat this
They did
enough how
Deadpool
great it is that
Rivals.
Sonic Fox and in them world-class
He's
players
voicing
and
Robo
legends
Guy.
are deciding to run to XKO as a duo. I think
Saw
it's
you?
probably the coolest narrative. Although,
ridiculous.
like to me, in 2XKO there are a lot of narratives.
Yeah.
But the two coolest are obviously the Japanese twins. Like no one beats the
there
Japanese
any and
twins in
everybody?
narrative. But Sonic
Any
and
weird,
Inzen,
obscure
two players who
character,
could
he's
win
voicing that
EVO on
shit.
their own.
Yes.
Deciding to be like, nope, we're not gonna
If it's
do
like
it
some
on our
weird
own.
shit,
We're
Yeah.
he's gonna
do it
voice
as a
that
duo. I
shit.
think it's amazing.
It's beautiful, and you know, it just reminds us that like fighting games are about fun, right? Like fighting games are not about like securing the bag. It's about having a good time and showing that you're the best. And so in their mind, duo
Yeah, I
is
think they
harder than
flushed it,
solo.
yeah.
So for them, they want to show that they're the best twice.
I think Arx
you know
has
what I mean?
flushed
They want
it.
to share that trophy.
I like this. This is
I don't
what
know
real
what.
competitors
How does this
are
keep
about,
happening? Like,
and we will see how
maybe
this
Arx
one
just
goes.
keep
I
demanding
do
like some
believe
crazy
that
ass
the
amount
names are swapped,
to make games for
as,
people now.
Timo should be
I think their
in them and Sonic Fox.
fees went up after
Very likely. Very likely.
their fighters or some shit.
Go for RE5.
Nobody trying to pay that high.
It's in them usually.
All those tweets, bro, look like you need me on Rivals.
Timo
I think their fees are going up and people not fucking with it. They're probably going up
Yeah,
mid-development.
but this matchup for Timo is actually
Because there's no way this happened with fighters and now
if you
this is
get the
happening with
neutral
another
secured,
game.
Both Vi and RE4 team abolishes all
Yeah,
mushrooms.
you missed it the other night.
Doesn't seem to
Like,
matter
you
right
ain't
now.
never tapped when
gets
we was
burst
on 2X.
baited. Setting up S2 Super, you have to hold this mix.
Yep. Mushroom is on.
Good tech.
We played 2X for like 5
Guesses
hours the other
correctly,
night.
And yeah, burst from
Actually, I think it was the stream before the last.
Yeah, that's
But
a
you
dub.
wasn't there.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's it.
You ain't never
Team,
pull
those
up.
are struggling. Those are feels like it's been on the,
No
constantly
DM?
on the receiving end.
You
for
ain't
the
never
entire
pull
match.
up, bro.
Inzam and
It was
Sonic
full
Fox
anyway.
Sitting on the driver's seat.
It was me,
May I say.
me, Curry, Sajam,
I agree.
Wani.
So yeah, using the limit
He was
strike there,
full,
even
bro.
though it didn't kill,
You had me
it
at
even
it.
killed or not, it
You
didn't
was
really matter,
asleep.
right? You had enough cheap setup to win.
You was asleep.
Ending with limit strike gets you burst, so you want to do it, right? It
You
gives
was
you
asleep.
resources for
Cat.
the next round. Makes a good decision.
You
Back
was
in the
asleep.
corner.
There's no point in me
Back to the
DMing.
movie,
You would duck
getting
again.
empty setup.
There we go. The badge is active. Mushrooms are now poisonous. You get some extra, and of course,
I think
the
you
back
were
to
on
corner,
League.
You don't expect it. You don't escape this. And we
Mo
keep
said
on
load up
going
right
and
now like I'm not
going
watching
and
EVO.
piling on damage for Inzen.
I'm pretty sure you were on League, actually.
Sonic Fox here to
That's
finish
exactly
the
what you're doing.
This is looking like an easy ride.
Oh, it's Shine.
From Maxilla landing on Shine here, so Shine's gonna have to find a way to switch up his button timing.
Man, playing that Kim. You.
Pull up.
You. Probably.
Right after, Tatsu. Meaty crouching medium.
I mean, this isn't loser side, so I don't know if he did.
Slide into the Tatsu. Again, the pressure is on. Something that JP doesn't do too well against unless he's willing to commit to the amnesia. And
sure he lost his match?
Shine
This is not
beating
loser
it out
side.
though. Super clean, perfect round for Shine.
What's great is that there was like no cam usage. I feel like whenever I see a kid player up in the corner, like the first interaction, they go straight to some cam pressure, some sort of damage, get that lead up. You have to use it and save it for this round. Nice bait right there against the crouching Pierce.
Yeah, there's the OD amnesia early this time, and he is going to get the punish counter. Back
Pierce.
throw. Putting Shine into the corner.
Now observe.
Portal is out. Level 2 is out. Lavushka.
Crouching, that opens him up, the DI.
Step
And
aside.
here's OD for even more mix. Double the mix.
But look at the bar, and unfortunately for Maxilla,
Ooh, nice.
it doesn't anti-air. Shine is able to jump out, get the punish counter straight into level
Special,
3.
yeah, there's a special
Hold
announcement
that bar
section tomorrow
back,
before
and
Street
Maxilla's
Fighter
gonna
6.8.
out. What an unfortunate anti-air whip there.
That was extra damage too.
They're probably gonna rapid fire a bunch of trailers.
Reversal.
Nice drive reversal. Another drive reversal, willing to burn himself out because Shine is also on the brink of burnout, but now on offense.
Stagger was enough. Opens him up. Shine with the offense just too strong, especially when you don't have any bar with threat with amnesia.
Yeah, wanting to do the drive reversal instead of
highlights.
amnesia in that very last round, willing to burn himself out for the drive reversal, but wasn't able to come back onto the offense and switch sides. He stayed defensive, and Shine just took it that round.
Yeah. So keep this up, keep that pressure up. I like the way that Shine uses his resources. Like using the cans off the first interaction, saving them for the second game, or the third game, I should say.
Sean still jiggle maxing. Hey, yo.
Said departure is out, so we can walk forward, corral him, and time with the forward heavy gonna work out there.
Really good range on that. A little too far for the crouch medium punch, or medium punch to hit from Kimberly. Back throw.
Oh, And Fears.
Myra Chun.
Great shimmy tool for the character. Side.
What the hell?
Again.
Look at the drive gauge. That is your drive gauge. That is gone, sir.
That's why you had the jab right there.
Can't play
I need
Chun.
some more.
He can't play my.
It don't matter the neck.
He played that stinky Kim.
Dumped out here. Level 2.
Yeah, a
All
lot
damage.
of scaling actually. But yeah, level 2 is going to take it and
Damn.
rough situation for Maxilla to be in because it's just like I can't
Damn.
block because I'll get burnt out or I'm going to keep on getting hit until
Was it
I
divine?
don't have any more life to live in this round.
Right? It's like a soap opera. No life to live. No drive gauge to give. Shine on set point. Oh, what an interrupt. I mean, that's the best button to do so in the game. Crouch to be a punch. Maxilla with the awareness. Punish. Don't pick up the departures off the screen.
And Shine intentionally using that slide to evade the portal. But we've seen the slide work out a couple times for Shine already. Quite the life lead on Maxilla's end. Nice check again. Ready with the cane.
Junior punch doing mad work clocked in for the 9 to 5 plus overtime.
Okay, charging.
27.
Could have been a Pierce.
One of the cans early though. Again, there's a slide. Does connect, no counter hit though. Didn't confirm the elbow dropping working, but no, this is gonna be enough anyways. We're gonna find a hit here. Into the Tatsu. Baited the amnesia. We're not gonna go to level 3 yet, no.
Saves it. OD.
Scary situation for Maxilla. The overhead's gonna work.
You're
it's
dead.
gonna connect again, straight into level 3.
Yikes.
Level 3. Shine. 2-0 over Maxilla.
The looping pressure, the slides as you mentioned, the
Zam.
perfect ranges, avoid the departures too as well.
Zam.
Just could not find the right times for defense. We did see like a great
Shine takes it.
jab at the very beginning, but Shine just variance is just way too much in general. And then Kim is just like that too. When you fight high level Kims, they just constantly applying different.
Just walking around, just tossing the poro. It was awesome.
I wanna see that in person. This is part of the fun at EVO. For now, we just witnessed
Ninja Killer versus John Ding.
I feel
Oh
like
shit.
Shinsuke was really
See this.
Toss it to low, and just like that, Ninja Killer with a good guard here. You already know this punish. Gonna lock up the round, yep.
Combo game, like the combo mastery on
Man,
his wall
Cloud
is
to go, bro.
ridiculous.
Look at the characters. Look at the stage.
There are some players that are combo RTs, but man, big call out on John Ding with the low. Gonna break it? Yes, we are.
Take advantage of the floor blast.
Low unscaled as well.
He's setting the just back one. Hanging on this mid-range, looking to try to intercept Ninja Killer approach, but a jab float sequence. Gonna get things started off here.
Go Blazing
Gunshots
Cloud
from the
always.
Tornado.
That's the GOAT.
Just gonna push towards this magic wall.
All blues all the time. He doesn't miss
He
the
kills on
blue.
Tekken. He switched to Tekken, yeah, for a while now.
Nice, bro. He's so ready. What the? Extra high slack jab, too, in that position. He's so optimized.
Slide, but a fat slide punish here from John Ding.
Yeah. Void's at EVO? I didn't know Void was at EVO.
Flip over spike, gets the Oki as well.
What's up, man?
Anti-air.
Wow. On a heat smash on the second part.
Mom and I made it to 16 months of unemployment. What
Running
the
clock.
fuck?
Running clock.
Yo, Goat Nasu.
Yeah,
16
smart
months
choice
of this
from
shit.
Ninja Killer. He
From
learned,
rags
like,
to
3
riches,
seconds
Mom, I
with
made
that
it to
first
16
ball.
months of
Master
unemployment.
space in time, bro. Just to know to even go to this.
What?
The awareness just to go to smash like that, just to eat up that much clock and limit John Ding's ability to make
Hey,
that.
yo.
That was so clean after that
16
first round.
months
like,
of
Ninja Killer
unemployment
just
is
fully
crazy.
locked in, just like hitting everything, just putting on a combo RT
Hey,
show.
yo.
Like, bro, this is crazy.
That ain't gonna start.
Just do it on a play like John
It's taking
Ding,
so long
too.
for the
Burn
announcement.
up.
There were a
Evil
couple moments.
Oh shit, they took the shirt off. I remember this.
알고 있었죠. 뭐 물어보나 마나. 그때 뭐
A high flat, Dragon Cannon into the jab.
100 damage.
Again.
100
That's
damage.
1 damage to the floor. Nice side roll
I want
right.
to get
That's the way
triples.
the
We want to go for
gunshot.
triples.
Dragon hammers these lows from John Ding, trying to interrupt.
If it's not
with
100,
them.
we don't want it.
Ninja Killer is on it. He is
Oh,
on
he's
it.
on him, bro. God
A summer job. That's what's up.
Belt.
That's what's 16.
Bro, he is too ready, bro.
Dang, you ready? Yeah.
He said, stop playing with me. I've done my homework. I've been playing this game.
That's the first time John Ding went to that option too, and he was just ready, automatic.
Dude, he is playing ridiculous right
Nice
now.
defense. Oh my
Dive
god.
And flow converts that, bro.
Oh, he didn't get the wall though.
Challenges from Ninja Killer.
Still gets it
It's
though.
been so difficult for
63
John to get
damage.
anything started.
Oh, missed slide, but doesn't need a big punish.
Sidestep right.
Oh, was stuck in DSS.
That's wall splat. It's kind of off
Waiting out
axis
the
though.
auto parry time. Whoa, handstand throw.
Oh,
And
armor.
insurance with the power
Wall
crush.
splat again.
Oh my
That's a
God.
kill.
Oh my
Oh no, you can't kill here.
good lord.
Just chunks of damage, but here we go. Ninja
Nice
Killer with
throw.
a chance.
Tax.
One throw
Ooh,
intentionally
low.
with a 90-degree throw break position.
Okay, okay,
Even with
okay.
that, wasn't
This is
enough. Good
boxing.
idea, though.
This is a crazy match for pools, by the way.
From that position, he was only one touch away.
This is actually a
Got
ridiculous
Dragon
match to have in
Hammer.
Yeah,
pools.
he got a wall splat off of that. That would have been great. So here we go. Gets the first launch here.
100
Wall,
damage.
Half-Life
We only
already.
do hundreds.
John thinks starts every round, I'll be minus 50%.
But yeah, how did
Literally. Oh, he's dead. He's actually dead.
He's putting on a combo exhibition.
Oh
Does he
my
got another
god.
sidewall combo for this?
Oh
Bro.
my god.
Jesus.
Bro.
The awareness
Jesus.
and just combo recipe.
He's
from
actually
Ninja
You
Killer.
so
have
dead.
to hit the blue dragon cannon there for the sidewall. You can't hit
Blue
the
spark and
non-blue.
all. Bro, his mids.
Oh,
Why does Law's
Lay
mid
low,
screen
yeah.
corner
Rocket
combo
game
do
dance
100
with the
plus
Mixies.
damage?
Oh, but wait, calls out the handstand throw.
That was sick. Good flash stuck there. Able to get the wall here.
Nice
Run up,
attack.
Drake.
Up forward 1-3 this time.
Back one.
Armor.
Armor. Not
Plus
enough.
frames.
Low
Nice
parry.
low parry. Oh my
Dash, low
god.
parry after the burst?
Not out of it yet. 65.
Wall here. Spring kick.
If he gets a wall.
So risky sprint kick
Wait,
and then
if this
blows it
no, this
back
is a wall
out.
splat.
Doesn't splat
It doesn't
anymore.
splat anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't
risky
splat
OP.
anymore.
He
Every
delayed
oh
it.
my god, he actually just lost because of the nerf. So they made a nerf to
was
where
crazy, bro.
Heat smashes that wall
What
splat
an
do not
exchange.
wall splat. That shit is brain dead, bro. Thank goodness they nerfed that
He
shit.
had the 4-3
Because
heat
some
smash
heat
on the
splashes,
back,
I said
too,
splashes.
and
Some
it
heat
was
smashes do
just
like 50
not
plus
enough
damage
defense.
and then will wall splat to you, and then you get a full ass combo. That shit is so brain dead.
Off of time.
No one's heat smashes wall splats anymore. Not even Heihachi's.
Poisonous arrow,
That
the
shit was
pressure
so
at the
brain
wall.
dead. Jin's was brain dead.
Oh, gets the
Heihachi's
link
was
as well
brain
with the
dead.
sidestep three.
I don't remember if Law had one.
And that's enough to do
I mean, not
it.
Law.
Ninja Killer.
Law does have one.
2-0
I
over
don't
John.
remember if Brian had one.
Wow.
So stupid,
This
bro.
is why NA was hyping up this man. We knew about him.
Damn.
This man's been a terror on the
Dude, Ninja
rank.
Killer going
Highest
crazy.
wall rank in NA, maybe
Done.
the world.
Eddie.
But he is ridiculous,
Ew.
and he's shown us why he has earned
That's
that
the
respect.
thing is, man, he puts in the. That dude grinds in
He's
that
a
play.
grind.
Like
Yeah, he puts
crazy.
in the grind for sure. He is a beast.
So Ninja Killer gonna be the one to make it out winner's side of this bracket. John, they're gonna be dropped in the.
Okay, what is this?
Does the combo
Golly.
sideways, and we're gonna put the opponent into the ground, set the smoke.
Fear
with fire,
shadow.
of course, to try and use that movement, swapping sides, swapping them again. And where are we going? I'm not sure, but Dizzy knows because he's the one in the driver's
Boom.
seat. Big Izuna drop energy to keep F
I
Champ
need
in the
to stream
corner.
out.
That Jinx
Yeah, real
needs to
quick.
find a way to escape, and she successfully finds it.
Yeah, immediately tagging our Alawi. I agree. Jinx at low health. You kind of just got to keep her on the back foot for a while with no red light because of the Azuna drop too.
Your rival's Twitter is on fire.
To die so we can get Fury Alawi or
Tournament
keep her
started
alive
too
because
much
it's
drama. Jesus
genuinely a hard call.
Christ.
The same side teleport there was very clean, but
That tournament started way too much drama. What is this?
to get another opening. Got to watch out.
What
tries
is
to
this on my
escape, but F Champ
timeline? Oh my
immediately
god.
chases the Vi gonna put her into the corner, potentially going for a setup with. Can you kill with this?
Oh my god.
You got
This shit is crazy. What is happening? Is this
Oh,
the
this combo's so sick.
drama because of yesterday? That tournament was horribly balanced.
Not gonna
And the
kill,
tournament's
but
not
does a
done
lot.
yet.
Oh, we know too. Probably still.
I mean, it's
yeah, you're
warranted
dead.
because
Oh my god.
You're dead. You're dead.
Gas! Optimal combos. Love to see it. F Champ. Bring it back. It's Akali alone. But the Akali already defeats Jinx, and now it's a 1v1. Both of them have Fury. Both of them have very similar resources as well.
Yeah,
and the
shit's
first opening
bad,
goes
bro.
to Dizzy. Dizzy gets the opening.
that shit's pretty bad, bro.
Free card for F
Timeline's
Champ
on
using
fire.
Fury.
No, because it doesn't make any sense. Because he didn't even do none. No, they're mad because Kingsman gets invited to every fucking tournament, even though he doesn't even need the money. And also, even when he doesn't need the money, he gets a fucking ridiculously stacked team every tournament.
That was such a smart conversion.
Every team he seems to get a ridiculously stacked team. Whoever is like balancing the team always gives him like a really good team. Because right now he has 3 one above all players on his team. He has J3, Kingsman. It's J3, Kingsman, and Flats. How did that even happen? Last tournament he got Panu. How did that even happen? Not his fault. They mad. Hey, it's not his fault. Yes, of course. But like, it is ridiculous that he keeps getting invited because he definitely does not need to get invited to every single tournament. It's the same people getting invited to every tournament. I can see why people are angry. But it's not even just that. The teams are, that's not even the main issue. The teams are unbalanced as fuck. The teams are unbalanced as fuck every tournament. Every tournament. Every fucking tournament. Every single time. And like the way these events are run are poorly. Like actually, let me pull up what's his name short. He summed it up perfectly. He summed it up perfectly.
Now you wait, no button to press. I love that. Just delays the button, waits for the dash. And Champ's mashes are so good this round. And that's a Zedakali. But I love the pause. Mother one.
Where is it?
Test them.
It's a $300,000 tournament. Like what?
Rivals is dropping $300,000 on a World Cup tournament, and nobody even knew about it until today.
I mean, I know about it, but like,
where's the black people? Because it's honestly some weird money laundering shit. Because how are they able to drop $300,000 on a fucking tournament and yet not even try to hype it up? None of these content creators made a single post. Why don't you actually support your fucking content creators who care and post content about this shit every day?
Only a few of them made a post. And it's just a quote retweet.
Streamers to come and play the game for 5 minutes and then go back to the other game. I didn't know who Lulu Lovely was, right? She's right here. I didn't know who she was. I go on her stream and she's on Apex. They don't care about this. You have a $300,000 tournament and you're on Apex. Why do we keep inviting people who don't fucking care? Why?
That's ridiculous, though.
Every cheesecake a day before a $300,000.
It's a slap in the face to us creators that actually play Rivals every fucking day. Like what?
Tournament, inviting people
and we don't get invited
game and having them verse like other pro
it's always the same people that get invited in the community. It's like, what if they're running a tournament? They're gonna invite Boger, they're gonna invite Necros, J3, Kingsman. It's the same time. It's people every fucking time. Like it's actually ridiculous. So I see why people are pissed. Cake is low-key training though. Haven't get eaten. It's the same people every time, so I see why people are angry. Flats gets invited every time. Like
that actually play this game no matter
I
what.
see why
it's
people are mad.
Like showing up to a NBA game and they've only had high school experience. You're gonna get destroyed. Like it needs to be either all people.
Yeah, they gotta stop doing this shit where like they don't mix those same big pros that always get invited with new players. Cause that's that's how you have stuff like this. Hold on, let me show y'all. When they do that, that's how you have tweets like this that go out. The 300K Rivals 20 is gonna be the most unbalanced thing I've ever seen. It's legit looking like my ranked games out there. That's how you get shit like this. 0-7, 0-5, 0-7, 0-5, 0-4, 0-2 versus 14-0, 18-0, 23-0, 19. Like, bro, both their DPS players are one above all DPS players, and they have their one above all tank actually play. They're all playing their main roles. All their one above all players are playing their main roles. Aramori, every single fucking tournament, I shit you not, Aramori always gets like 3 supports. She always gets like 3 support players, and I feel so bad for Aramori because every single tournament she always gets the like a really bad team, or if it's not a bad team, it's a bad team for her role, because every single time they always give her 2 support players or 3 support players every fucking time. So then now she's at a point where, and also if you're playing support does not have that carry potential that DPS have. So like she's just cooked out the gate. That's why, like, she gets invited every tournament, but like she always gets the shittiest team for her role every time. It's so stupid, bro. I don't know why they keep doing her like this. It pisses me off to a different degree. It actually pisses me off so badly. I don't know why they keep doing her like this. But like, so she's at a point where now, instead of playing her main role, which is support, she's playing DPS. You can see right there on Elsa. She's playing DPS just to try and keep up with these other one above all players. It's so messed up. It pisses me off so badly. Like, why do you guys keep doing her like this? Like, y'all know she plays support and she's one ball. Yes, give her DPS players that are actually competent so she can play her main role. Like, what the hell? And what's up, Woofles? That part sucks too. Is like new players and maybe yeah, it's just miserable for her. Like, why do y'all do that? Y'all just embarrass her every time. Like, that shit is so fucked up. It's so fucked up, bro. Like, what? And yeah, the quotes on this tweet, everyone's just like, what the fuck is this, bro? This clip sums it up. I've seen this clip. Look at this, look at this. The score girl is worn.
I have my ult in 5.
Look what he's doing.
Let the map move. Let the map move. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Suki.
Like,
I got you, I got you, I got you.
Kingsman's, I mean, Flats is laughing his ass off because look what he says.
They don't got moving maps in Overwatch.
They don't have moving maps in Overwatch. Yeah. So it's just a free, like, what the fuck? They don't have moving, like, if you just go through the Crowy tweets, it's just bad on this tweet, bro. Like, it's bad, bro. Flash J3 Kingsman versus XQC and Doki. How does that even happen? How do they all get on the same team? How does that even happen? How?
Don't play the game outside of rivals.
It's
or
so
people that only play
stupid.
the game inside of rivals. You cannot.
They're showing Kai now? Fuck. How does that even happen? So stupid, bro. Let's see this. Whew. Oh, this theme kind of fire though. What the hell? Some Baker's errand boy. A well done full body arsenal. Is that a trap card? What is that? Dumb Malia. What the? Prismoron Bro Sapien. What is that spin? See some backbone. What the hell? He has an install. It's like a Steam install. He's self-destruct. Muda. Oh shit, he actually does say it! What? Oh shit! What the fuck? That's a JoJo reference! What? What the fuck? He actually did say it.
So, Robokai is
I didn't even actually say it.
releasing in July 2nd.
Are you ready for the worst gameplay ever?
Today,
I am. It's gonna be slop.
I don't have much more to announce, but just a little bit of another slide.
Some slop.
Let's show it. So, Arc War Tour Finals will be held in New York City, and today's top 8 is the path to New York.
Oh, New York? It's gonna be in New York. That's pretty cool.
Now, thank you again, everyone. Please enjoy Guilty Gear Stripe top 8.
Where's the toe control? Sir?
Right there.
Sir?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sir?
it is about that time. Of course, we only have 8 competitors
Sir?
left, and only
Sir?
one can walk away as the EVO champion.
I guess it's gonna be tomorrow. Are you serious?
With our Guilty
Oh
Gear
my
Strive
god,
top
bro.
8 introduction video.
It's gonna be tomorrow, bro. Fucking god, bro. It's gonna be tomorrow. It's gonna be tomorrow, bro. Oh. Whatever. Back to what I was saying. Yeah, this tournament is buns.
And match both. We've learned what happened with Jinxie. We learned that if you put Jinxie up against LeBron, which is Kingsman, it's not gonna be a good experience. This
Not
man
at all.
was farming him, running full dive.
Because like, apart from like communities, like I guess like REDC, if someone gets in a tournament or something, and they're watching their streamer, their fan base is watching their streamer get pulverized, bodied, they're not gonna want that streamer to keep streaming that game. Apart from, I guess, like RDC's community, because that shit's funny as fuck to them. Like, what?
against Jinxie. He was sitting there struggling the whole time. It's Kingsman, Flats, and J3. Like they already pay money. Like they already make this shit in like 2 streams.
They do. They make this shit in 2 streams, which is weird. Why they always get invited to the same thing, which is why people get angry. Like, why do they don't even need the money? They make this shit in 2 seconds. They make this shit in probably 1 stream. Whatever payout they're about to get from this tournament, they make this shit in like 1 stream. Like it's viewership. Yeah, that's why we always tell you guys come to the Purple app or Twitch. That's what we always tell you guys, because this shit is clearly viewer based. Why do you think everyone promotes their Twitch so much in the rivals scene? Because it's clearly biased. It's just whoever has the most views gets invited usually. Like it's so fucking stupid. At least if it's your main game, it's the same people getting invited over and over. And like Flats, he doesn't even play this game that much as he used to, but he still gets invited because he has a massive viewer base. I mean, that's just how it is.
They already are in every tournament, bro. Can we get some new people at least? Can we get some hungry people? I think Rivals probably has one of the biggest black creator streamer base out of any other game recently.
It does.
And we only got Silky. It's just a spit in the face.
Like, he's not wrong. Like, there's only one black person in 20. It's Silky and I think Zoil. That's about it. I don't even know if Zoil is just black. Like, I don't know what Zoil is, but it's a slap in the face, bro. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, that shit's pretty bad. Yeah, everyone's jeez, bro. Oh yeah, J3 tweeted this earlier today. Opinions on the Rivals World Cup so far. I wish there was more advertising in general. It's good that they got people who are familiar with the game but don't make Rivals. Great reaching out to new audiences. To see, my problem with this that yes, they reach out to new audiences, but those new audiences don't get to see a good experience because they're getting pulverized by J3, Kingsman, and Flats being on the same team. But then again, like, they did lose 0-2 to AMER, but they should not have lost that match. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they lost that because of Silky, because he was on Gambit. They need to put Silky on tank. I'm gonna just say that they lost that because of Silky, because Silky just was dying off quota on Gambit. But there's so many people they could have got. Like, like it's not gonna be a good experience if, like, oh, let's say it's my first time playing. You guys watch me enter like a Rocket League tournament or something like that, and we was getting steamrolled over and over. You guys aren't gonna watch me want to stream. That's not gonna be a good showcase for my viewers coming from another game. If they're just watching me get obliterated, it's not gonna reach a new audience. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna, if anything, it's gonna have the worst impact possible. Unless like my audience just likes watching me suffer. If it was like RDC's audience, because they'll watch them play anything or some shit. Yeah, you guys wouldn't give a fuck, because I mean, I already stream a bunch of random ass games, so you guys would not care. But still, it's like not everyone's fan base is like that though. is my thing. Not everyone's fan base is like, that's my problem with this part. But still, I mean, he's not wrong though. I see what he means. If you're going to get invited to a 300K tournament, you should probably learn more than just Squirrel Girl. A lot of people would give up anything just to be in this tournament, which is facts. Why are you're in a $300,000 tournament and your only character is Squirrel Girl? Because apparently Warren's a one-trick Squirrel Girl. That's the only character he plays. Apparently, I didn't watch the shit, but apparently Warren only plays Squirrel Girl. That's why they said what do you say? What do you say? They said their team got Zazad. And also, Canada's team lost every match yesterday. Canada's team, the one with Warren on it, they lost every match yesterday. Like, they lost every match. They lost every match. There it is. Please run trials next time. They need so much more time to cook. Canada got Zazad. The Discord got leaked. It did. The Discord got leaked when they were in it, when they were in the call, and then some rando joined the call spamming the hard art on their mic. They only got to play Dom maps, which is chaotic and ruthless for new players. I'm so sad Canada had potential. They did have potential because the team's actually really good. It's just that the issue is that for some odd reason they keep putting. Actually, okay, the team is good, but like the player pool is bad. If that makes any sense. Because why do they have two one above all supports? Aramori and Doki Bird are one above all supports. But the issue with that team is that Fan also plays support. So what the fuck? What the fuck? XCC, yes, he plays tank. Tisumi, I don't know what role that person plays. Warren, one trick score girl. So they have what, 3 or 4 support players on the same team? They're high ranking supports like Fan, she's Celestial, Eternity, Celestial, close to Eternity. Doki Bird is one above all. Armoy is one above all. Why do you guys give Armoy 3 supports? I don't get it. Why do you guys keep doing that? It's so dumb. Stop doing that shit. This is like the 3rd tournament. She gets like 3 players on her team. It's so dumb. So yeah, that's why they said Canada got Zazad. It's not a bad team. It's just that it's just not the right players put together. It's so stupid, bro. If this is a test run for the World Cup for rivals, hopefully it goes into something beautiful, because holy shit, this is the worst tournament I've ever seen run. I'm not gonna lie. This shit, This shit, This shit,
We're strong backline.
DPS.
What is this tweet?
We're strong on
backline.
DPS. We're strong on supports, and we have like good tank. Like I think we're okay.
Yeah, good single tank.
Have you played Ultron before?
Nope, never in my life.
Have you played Rocket before?
Nope. No, I'm a Squirrel Girl Demon. Tell him.
No, I believe
this guy can throw a net. Trust me.
Well, I could try the triple support. Do you want me to do the Ultron, or would you rather
the
Rocket?
time to do Ultron was like 2 games ago, dude. Or play whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's just have fun. We're strong.
Vibes with immaculate as shit, but you can't say this after you're already out of the tournament. Of course, I'm tilted to 300k. Brother, oh man. If I got a Squirrel Girl one trick on my team on a 300k 20, oh my fucking god. And the person doing it is like someone that's already well off. Oh my god, bro.
EVO 2026.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Grinding it out here, trying to see
Oh my fucking, I might crash out. I might just crash out. I'm not gonna lie. I might crash out. Like, cause what the fuck? What the fuck?
Not one of my goats. That's right. It's time. I love this guy to death.
Oh, this shit deep, bro. Hold on. There's more. Just to clarify, I had only a few days from the moment I was invited to the actual tournament. I was pitched a creator tournament, so I accepted like always. Every day off stream, I practice my main Squirrel Girl no more. I ain't hear nothing about no more, but all right. And try to pick up Cyclops. He got banned nonstop. Okay, that's expected. Why would you practice a character that's gonna get loop banned? Girl, we suggested Ultron. You picked it. Nah, I gotta mute this. Hold on. Where's this shit at? Nah, I gotta hear this. Girl, we suggested Ultron. You picked it. We played it, and you said, no, this is too easy. I'm going back to Squirrel Girl. No way. No way he said that. Yeah, this drama's deep. What? No way he said that shit. There's no way. Oh, nah, bro. That's T? That's the T? This shit. Nah, this is 300k 20, and you like there's obviously tournament issues, but yeah, some of the blame is on you as well. When I was invited to an Overwatch tournament, I was playing 6 hours a day nonstop 3 days beforehand. My Rival is not a hard game, man, especially for Overwatch experience. Yes, there's other issues with our team. I made some silly mistakes. Yes, having a hero who will score on the more is really bad, but for team workaround, it's on you, dude. Son, remember that Deadlock tournament we did 2 months ago, where I was streaming Deadlock nonstop? Do you want to know the prize pool for that tournament? $0 fucking dollars, bro. It was $0 fucking dollars, bro. Like, it was $0 fucking dollars, and we were practicing nonstop. Like, I don't get this shit, bro. Like, why sign up for these 20s if y'all like, I don't get this shit, bro. Like, even my teammates that got money, we were still practicing nonstop, bro. What the fuck? Like, not even just for exposure money, but for the fun, bro, of the game that you signed up for. What about that? For the competitive integrity or respect of your teammates, bro. You just not practice? That shit drives me mad. It's like when we do the slams, and then, like, there's always, like, 2 people that just don't practice. And then they get steamrolled in them round robins. And then they're like, oh, shit, I got to start practicing. That shit drives me mad, bro. Like, oh my God. Even if it's not for the money, you don't need the money. Like, right, out of respect for your teammates, you should still be practicing. That's ridiculous, bro. Why would you even bother signing up? Especially when it comes to a tournament for $300,000. There's people that would lose it to be in these tournaments, bro. What? Because if you're in the tournament and even if you still get last place, you probably still get like a what? A $5K payout or something like that? Like $5,000 payout minimum? You could buy a new PC with that. That's rent money, bro. You can, oh my fucking God, bro. That shit drives me mad, bro. Yeah, some people just don't want it. I don't know. Some people just don't want it enough.
He's in flow state, Bronxy. Can anyone stop
I
him?
don't fucking know, bro.
Ripping the super and put
You probably get like if it's 300K prize pool, you probably get like 5K minimum or something. For Sinners 20, it was like 3K minimum or 2K. I don't remember what it was. Even if you get last place. If you win the tournament, you probably get like, how much was it for Sinners? Sinners was 150. That was 12K. It's probably, oh my God, it's probably like 25K or something per player. If you get first. 24, 25, somewhere around that. 20K plus per player if you get first. Do you know how fucking crazy that is, bro? Like, that's more money than a lot of people's bank accounts. Like, hella people's bank accounts, bro. Like, what the fuck, bro? I'm just playing a Rivals 20, bro. Shit mad, bro. Shit mad, bro. That's why people get so tilted seeing this shit. Like, any normal Rivals player would be mad. That's like normal thing to be right now. Cause what are we cooking? His name is Kermit. That's funny. That's drone behavior.
We've got tension. I'm tense.
I mean, I'm not surprised they're on his ass. Because, like, after a performance like that, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you should trust your one above all teammate. Like, I don't know why he just didn't listen to her. He just chose to listen to Armory. Like, I don't know. And now he's getting baked. Like, I don't know. Nah, that's troll, bro. But like, apart from that, like, I don't know. It's just ridiculous, bro. Like, I don't know how we do tournaments like that and we just don't practice. That's mad, bro. It's mad.
Doesn't confirm. Okay, Kermit in space. Kabare, RC to keep the pressure up, goes low, being very, very safe. Not trying to take any risk with your Zanshin. And where are you going? Get over here! Meter situation was starting to look.
Kevin said to switch off. Hit scan in Overwatch. Hold on, I gotta find some DMs.
At some point there to be able to really have a chance to get back into it. Good recognition from Kermit. Backdash is the move there every time. So smart. Tommy Mats, dash forward 2K, okay. Good from identifying the guard point and going, well, all these air actions is not going to work. Again, barring, oh my god, footsies. Absolutely. Anime footsies, good block. And you see how Nacho just said, oh yeah, you parried me once, it looked cool for the camera. I'm like, you ain't going to do it again, right? Surely he would. Nice 6P though, is able to convert with the Rekka.
What I missed so far? Robo Kai trailer. And Grand Blue new character. Where is this? Why can't I pull it up?
Oh no, and look how many times we did see Kermit get the IEP slack to punish the fireballs, and like I said, Nitro does not concern himself. The lion is not scared of the frog here.
Oh my god! Forces the burst. One last chance, and air throw! A reaction beyond your wildest dreams. Nitro is able to stifle the instant air dash.
W Nitro, let's go.
One step closer to another trophy in the case.
He gets stronger the more he wins. The further he gets a lead in a set, the more brazen you see his violence becomes, right? Dash up, jump D, no reason to do that. He just wanted to let you know.
Once he starts to build momentum, things get absolutely
Some big balls, what the
devastating.
fuck?
I could not agree more, and we saw it in the early stages of that one, and we could see it here again with our replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments. There is so many ridiculous situations that he ends up putting them in. You can see here, at the start, it was a lot of Nitro just kind of playing it very standard, but it's like you said, as the set goes on, as it starts to get a lead, it starts to create a little more friction as he goes.
It's a insane thing to watch, right? And to be fair, you pointed out as well about Nitro's tendency to backdash, and we saw Kermit identify that and start catching with far S's and then committing the hard with the Kabare, right?
Yes.
It's just that the reward isn't super great on those. That's the unfortunate thing about Nitro.
It is a tough reality to have to deal with here against a character like Leo, who is able to just kind of snowball things out of control with a player who is able to snowball so hard himself. He's just like, honestly and truly, having watched him played other characters for so long and seen him be successful, you know, the Jacko, the Geo, other things, I feel like he's found his soulmate, man. Leo is definitely the one. And it's just a shame that it took him so long to get to this place where he's feeling comfortable enough to be able to get there.
It is insane. It's like, could you imagine if he started with that character from the beginning? But yeah, I mean, you know, the people did vote for him. I can understand why. He is a showman for sure, and a champion indeed, Proxy.
Absolutely. So moving back to the bracket here to see what we've got coming next. Obviously still in the winner's side, Cheerio and Red Ditto waiting to battle it out. Nitro waiting in the path. Keishu and Jiro, Varix and TY still waiting. Potential bracket paths to be able to come up here. It's so interesting too because the characters, the types of matchups for characters will be so volatile. Who wins and who loses here. That loser's bracket.
They announced another UFC after grand finals. They have no other time. They do have another time. They can announce it tomorrow. At
drastically changes your.
They can announce it tomorrow at the showcase portion. Because there's a showcase portion before top 8.
We saw matches obviously in pools and right here on the stage with the lights is a lot harder, but the victory path presented by White Claw Surge may give us a little bit more clarity in what to expect. Cheerio. TNS Classic.
I mean, what can you say, man? This guy is an absolute terror. Definitely, you know.
Yeah, there's special announcements portion tomorrow.
Our predictions, my personal pick. He's
they can announce it there.
Consistently can get to those positions, but a lot of times has had a bit of trouble being able to lock in those final moments. We saw a combo breaker, winners finals, and then unfortunately dropped 2 sets in a row. Is more than capable. He's been to the dance so many times. And he's very capable of being able to take the victory here. As you've already seen, he had a nail biter with Varix. Last hit, last decision. It was crazy.
It was.
Red Ditto.
Especially for me watching that.
Red Ditto made top 8. That's cool.
Talking about Nitro, another champion, our tour champion, Red Ditto, coming in a match. I saw the Ditto versus GC Yoshi. Yes. The crowd was torn, but Ramifal prevails. Kind of like the lone Ramifal, right? That character kind of fell from grace.
Even so, if a tournament is for $0, where still practice? Because winning always feels better than losing. Yeah, just that these guys just see tournaments, they see prize pool, and they will just accept it. Like they don't give a fuck.
When it comes to North America, a lot of
like even if they don't even plan on practicing, or even if they don't even need the money, they'll just fucking do it just for the exposure. Even though they're already like gigantic streamers, and they don't give a single flying fuck about the game.
In favor of Red Ditto right
now. Do it for like the minimum payout.
91%. They're not believing in the big man. They're not believing in Cheerio. Y'all think Gold Lewis can't do it? That's tough. That's tough.
I question if people have seen a Gold Lewis match before.
But with that said, I mean, Red Ditto,
Still
obviously
Red
both these
Ditto.
two players top in the American, in
He
the
misses
North American
Strive.
scene, do incredibly well online, and there are a multitude of terrors with both of these characters on the scene. So a matchup they are both intimately familiar with here. So, you know, it's going to come down to the nitty-gritty. Can Red Ditto rise to the occasion and play the way that
The
we know he
Arslan
can,
Ash?
or can Cherio
Why the
finally
fuck
keep
is
that
he playing
consistency that
Alisa?
brought him to this position?
Nah, that's a button
winner-side
check.
berth, already a big victory. But, you know, it's a job's not done.
That's
type
a
of
button
situation.
check.
It's not. And I think the job for both players is going to be pretty
Cause ain't
simple.
no fucking
Bring
way
you
he's
to
on
the
Alisa,
corner
bro.
And make you block. There's so much.
I don't care how bad my
characters,
situation
right?
is. I'm not playing
BT,
Alisa, bro.
Behemoth Typhoon with Gold Lewis, how it
I don't
works
care
as
how
well,
ass
the
I would be at
insane
attacking. I'm not playing
jumping
Alisa,
buttons
bro.
as well. Pretty scary to Anier. Even with Red Ditto's phenomenal Anier game with Ram, we've seen him do 6Ps into Wreckers. Air-to-air game is really clean from Red Ditto, which I noticed as well. But I don't know if you want to meet Gold Lewis in the air. When he's doing jump D and you've only got like the little cat scratch with jump P.
Why did they not put Donatello on Team Canada?
Of the neutral is going to be
I don't get that.
with Gold Lewis.
They just ignored Donatello. What?
He does have a run, but it's not very fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Because Donatello is in Canada. Why did they not put Donatello on Team Canada?
Another winners bracket matchup coming through.
He's a one above all.
Cherio and Red Ditto, North American Classic here
Like,
again. The air-to-air
why did they not
already
put him
hiding,
in?
like you said,
Like
doing
what?
such a job of kind of
They just
retreating
didn't.
away. Then on
Like
the
what?
opposite side of the
I
coin,
don't get that
Cherio,
shit,
the
bro. They,
Mercedes
like
GT,
what?
beautiful choice.
They should have got Donatello in.
Don't want to mess with that button. Got some earth
He's a
bends
one
here.
above all
There we go.
DPS
And Cherio just backs away.
player. Like they should have got one above like Donatello. Like what? Instead they gave Armory 3 supports. Like what?
IBFD bought a lot of space there. Very nice.
That makes no sense. The team that team could have been really good if they just had Donatello.
Red sure is the double jump. Actually gets sniped.
They need at least one above all DPS. Like it's more doable, but then they lost every single match yesterday.
was like, no, you're not coming anywhere near me. Here's the 5K from. Ooh, yeah.
Nice empty jump low.
Watch this and then goes low. It's so unpredictable, man. But still a bit of life left. And again, as long as Gold Lewis has some life left in him, well, not this time. You know, as long as Gold Lewis has some life left in him, the matchup, you know, it's got even. He can get there.
Block so far. So a little bit of an FD trying to make that space, but he's ramped. She's capable of making it.
I don't know. This Rivals 20 shit is silly, bro. Just silly.
There's a burst. Oh, big JD.
Just silly.
The 5B or the 2B there. And actually doesn't go for the cancel, earns a ton of respect there. RC is definitely
Just silly.
standard play in a spot like that. But we're kind of playing off of that as we go for the BRC mix up one more time.
Open up TikTok real quick.
Finds a home.
With the throw. Get out of the corner. Indeed. Oh, caught the pad dash. That's airborne. This is damage. Oh, yeah, I understand that burst.
Maybe he's going to be burning down instead. It's the air-to-air. Still has some meter. It goes for the hop over. That is a crazy play. No one is expecting you to so aggressively corner yourself in a spot like that.
He's playing Nina? Yep, not watching that.
That is a tough one.
Not watching that.
Gonna pray, Cheerio.
Not happening. It's not happening. Let Boger host these. Yeah, Boger bashes are way more balanced because Boger bashes are usually all consecrators or all pros. Or if there are pros, it's only like 1 or 2 per team. Like, and he actually like balances that shit.
Uh-oh, we in. There's the jump in. Now the party is gonna start. Cheerio, oh, the space.
He talks about it all the time, about like balancing the teams. Like he talks about that shit on stream. I didn't get to watch the Overwatch 1. I missed it sadly.
Oh my god, it's just a pixel of life left.
There's meter. There's the goal burst. Gets blocked. Again though, Red Ditto's got tension. RC go high low, goes mid, and goes to pressure. There's the throw. Not gonna be dead. Goal burst.
Still has BRC if we want to go for it here. You got to be careful though. Oh, what a tech! BRC's forward.
Damn.
It gets the punish. Red Ditto played so much of that offense so well, but that was an incredibly brazen BRC forward. That was so sick.
So many people fall into that pressure, that whole sequence, right? Yeah. And yeah, it was just 2 sequences. Most people even don't get to see the second part of that.
Agreed.
It's the explosion and then you die, right? But the patience, the control of the momentum on Cherry there was phenomenal.
I will say personally though, I think that Cherio able to take the game there. I think Red Ditto is setting the pace. It's a little bit more on his
Dude,
terms for
swinging
sure
a
currently.
fucking coffin. What a character, bro.
Low slash into the attempted
What a
an
fucking
opportunity
character,
as we find
bro.
the touch, forces the
Man,
burst.
swinging a gigantic coffin.
I think that's a really good thing to point out. Even though Cherry's winning, it's kind of a reaction.
Yeah.
It's a reaction to what is being upon them.
We're playing Red Ditto's game right now.
Yeah.
Windshield Wipers, RC fakes the cross up and is going to delay a little bit. Great tech, but is still in a bit of pressure.
Oh, that's oh my gosh, the Muay Thai elbow. That 5P is criminal.
Oh, one of the cryptic CP as well. With the back
Whoa.
dash. Red Ditto even knew, but he dashes not quite far enough. And with this much meter, this many behemoths, full security, doesn't even need to spend it.
100 tension on deck said, I'll say that for later. We don't need that. That's Gold Lewis, Mr. Dickinson.
Liking to work.
Mr. Dickinson.
Right through, clean connections, Windshield Wipers once again. Again, no, Red Ditto still setting the tempo here. Still kind of playing his game. A great whiff punish, and again, a great confirm. Leaves us about 30% life.
Knock, who's there? Rams at the door. Better open up. Oh, what confirmed by Red Ditto. That was so sick of the tiny taps of the toes. No burst for Cheerio. I mean, this is so winnable. Oh, as I say that.
Oh, full security here too. Recognize, yeah, that's a weird thing. You feel like you normally
What was
would
I was
be able to
doing?
get over it, but you can't.
Tweak the hell out. I would, because the way they're balancing those teams, it's too silly. It's too silly. The balancing and like the people they're picking and like the people they're placing on each team, it's like, what in the hell are you all doing? Can we like use our brain cells for 2 seconds? The final day of the World Cup is tomorrow, so it's probably gonna be more drama. So, I mean, it's definitely gonna be drama if Kingsman's team wins. So, I mean, they probably are because their team is stacked as fuck.
Okay, but that one does get blocked. Running in trade with 6 feet, we have to take
No talk on events today. There's footage. I'm surprised there hasn't been an announcement though. I guess it's gonna be tomorrow. Wish it was today, sadly, but whatever. Here, here, look at this.
Red Ditto, you know, the classic Guilty Gear combo, JP, PPP, all the way down. Completely cleans it up and brings it to 1-1.
Yeah, this is extremely hard to call. Extremely hard to call. Red Ditto is just so calculated in every decision.
At me,
Kind of shows
when there's magic footage.
Surprising Red Ditto when you look at the match. Like, even when it fails, it's like, oh, maybe it's timing. It doesn't ever look like he was unexpected this person was.
Definitely agreed. Air dash back, both swords committed here. One more explosion still to go. Finds the low.
Oh, look at that RoboKite trailer again. Give me a second.
Sword in hand is gonna force the burst. Does make some room for himself at least.
Gets both swords back as well. Oh, the 5 beat miss. Can react. There's the dust, the explosion in perfect synchrony to get the confirm. Close S hits, no confirm.
Ooh, my, okay, Marcy ends up working out. Down with the JK, still full control for Red Ditto here. Recognize we had some time before the drone actually makes its mark.
Damn.
A chance now, but a perfect challenge. Perfection to stop the
Who's the Token footage channel? Footage on whose channel today? Oh, it's on Wolfumongo's channel. He's playing who? Magneto. Oh, they were labbing Magneto. Ooh. I didn't notice heat on Robo trailer. That's awesome with no heat. What, he used heat in the last game? Yo, Lee, thanks for the big streaks. Getting tired, thank you, Will. TRN and Zero. Who else get a streak? That's it.
Martial weapons. We still got these hands, dog. That 5K is paying our rent right now. The footsies are incredible from Red Ditto. He's doing such a good job of always beating Cherio to the spot. We're not getting any of these big gold loose committal normals to actually even get.
Dub is amazing. I mean, I'm not surprised.
It's so frustrating because you, like I said, you identify the weakness.
If it's Sab,
I've got like 5 seconds.
which it most likely is. Let me pull up the trailer.
Yep. That's a good 5K from you. Thank you.
rent.
Yeah, it's him.
This one's a winner.
Yeah, it's him, bro. Bro said I picked the right body. What?
I picked the right body to rent. This one's a winner.
$108. Bono.
Sorry, long line at the rent food shop.
Why does he always play the most weirdest, obscure characters? I think the most normal character I've seen him play is like.
I'm not doing this for him.
Never mind, that character's not normal.
Think again, you dumb Malia Primora Bozo Sapiens.
Bozo Sapiens.
A perfect physique like this.
I was gonna say Akihiko, but never mind. Akihiko's kind of.
Try harder.
Allow me to explain. By forcing this Hercules beetle to work nearly as hard as an entire video game dev team, RoboGuy can tap into infinite reserves of energy.
Who wants a loser among losers loser life like that?
Who wants a loser amongst losers loser life like that? What the fuck?
Dummy. Don't forget it. Bring it on.
Power on print. Hello, ladies. What? What the fuck? Okay.
The Cosplay Force of Genius. We call it a necklace.
What a character. Hello, ladies.
Oh, see, when you said burst, you went, you're right.
Not a robot saying hello, ladies.
Grab back into that momentum from the last round to get us to 2-2. There's a big jump in. A back throw. This guy has no fear.
Oh my god, not a care in the world. We do go for the hop forward and opportunities. We send it closer to the wall. Intentionally doesn't extend. To have one more chance.
Thumbs
doesn't
down.
kill.
He's dead.
Absolutely.
Wait, Red Ditto might win EVO. Hold on.
The meter perfectly caps it off. Red Ditto falls behind in the early stage, but answers back and never once takes his foot off the gas pedal once he gets rolling.
I think it's...
He could actually win EVO. Let's go, Red Ditto.
I think Gold Lewis is a pioneer of causing someone to crack, but it just doesn't look like Ditto does.
This is Nissa.
Up here and more Powerplex action. We've been seeing a lot of Powerplex so far here in these round one pulls. Havoc, Raja Lele.
Oh, look at the movement.
Yeah, I feel like Powerplex has some really good things about him.
There's a button check.
I love Super 1. I love how fast it is. Oh, like you just nothing is.
This is not a button check. No way.
Yeah, nothing is safe from Powerplex. It's like snapping right into it.
Boost dash air movement just to get around here and gets caught by the assist. I think they're doing a button check.
Yeah, it is. Fuck.
No. I got excited about.
Fuck.
There's a lot of familiar games as well. You do play DNF Duel.
Oh, yeah, the Go. The
DNF Duel mentions on
DNF
stream.
Duel
This
to go,
is part
hold
of
on.
The contract, you have to mention DNF Duel one day.
Super
there we go.
new.
And these two, so they started the game alone, right, on 2x Hero. They all played, and they had to play as a duo.
Super new versus a
the
duo.
Red Bull event, the Red Bull Knockout.
I remember, yeah.
2v2. And they really like playing together.
Oh, good.
And I was talking to them at Red Bull, and I'm like, I think we're gonna do EVO as a team right now. Like, we actually really like playing together. It's been really fun, so we wanna continue. And it's them kind of being quote-unquote forced to play duos because the Red Bull event was coming. That made them see the light.
Yo,
like,
what is
the
this
fuck?
super gif?
You know,
What
it's
the
always
fuck
crazy.
did he
I
just
feel like
post, bro?
duos, it's not even I feel like. Duos is the most fun way to play this game. Like, it just is.
Oh,
It's a great
sorry,
time.
didn't see you there. This dude's super, bro.
I know a lot of people that play duos,
Fuck
not
is
even
he
necessarily because it's optimal, although sometimes it is. It's just the most
This
fun
dude's
that you can
super,
have.
bro.
When you're having fun, you can't get tilted, right? Like, that is one of the things. Like, two people can't get tilted together. Like, one of you is probably having a
He
good
said,
time.
oh,
like,
sorry, didn't see you there.
Well, players are ready, and we
You didn't
are
see his
in
Mina cosplay?
Super with the Timo Echo.
He did a Mina cosplay yesterday.
With the
Or day before
Timo
yesterday.
Audi, and the first opening goes on the German team.
I think Amiru did the makeup and stuff.
Get up attacks out.
Did a really good job.
Any of that mix. I don't either. Good side switch. And
Bro
yes.
cheeked up.
So, everyone's
Said
favorite
bro
girl match.
cheeked
Oh
up.
yeah, who doesn't love this?
Mushrooms.
Never
I
mind.
will say,
What?
Timo Ari,
What?
though,
See what? Low milk?
Ari is just the lead to all of them immediately.
Yeah.
So at least when it's Timo Ari, you do get an end to the game state eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The good extension for Supermoon is going to be able to delete the Ari. And now it's Timo alone.
Oh, this disgusting ass team, bro.
What are we going for?
These teams are both pretty gross, actually. They got Timo on it.
Yeah.
Timo is so fun. Don't you all love this?
Hell
Are you
nah.
having fun?
Listen, we are.
This is giving me PTSD from the slam.
Riveting, edge of your seat type gameplay.
He presses S2, sometimes he presses S1. Oh, well. Alright, well that was fun. No, wait, let's go back to it. No, go back to full screen.
Walks up full screen, gets a conversion.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh my
Look how
god.
much fun he's having. He's having a great time. So cute.
They're both just farming badges.
Yay.
The one getting them though is actually super
Enjoying
though.
life. We all can take lessons from Spirit Blossom Timo, I think.
I love how the voice lines changed as well. Like it's a.
That's a cool touch. Yeah.
Should be a kill.
Cool
Wait,
touch,
no,
the
it's
voice
not.
line changing with the costume, right? It's a very fun way to make them very unique. But there we go. Continue, boom, boom, boom. Looking to get the chip and get some damage on the Timo that is on the back. We are not
Nice.
giving up just yet. And now it's going to be everyone's
They
favorite
both have
hero
Furious.
for
Someone's gonna
18
pop here.
seconds. Yeah, it is tree, bro. Touch grass. Go touch grass right now, right in front of me, and there we go.
Yeah.
Chip.
Classic Timo timeout. Yeah.
Damn.
Nudu and True David just couldn't make up that time in time. That's how it goes.
None of them
I
spent.
love Timo. I know, like, viewers
You
are
love
like,
Timo
man, this
Timo?
makes matches take forever. I love this stuff. I'm okay with it. I don't care at all. I think it's funny.
I just make it funny. Cute. You know, like it's so whatever.
2v1, yeah. Each player can control a different character.
It's like an intermission. You know what I mean? It's like when you're watching like a movie and they have like a break in the middle or like a play. Yes. You know? It's like a bathroom break. It's amazing.
Alright, then we wait.
Wisdom.
This is tranquility. This is peace.
Look at this.
Look at how much fun they're having.
Only mushrooms. Nothing else.
That's right. Wow, yeah,
Only mushrooms.
Alright, we wait. Still there. We set grass on fire with four mushrooms. Patch up,
This is so like.
and more.
Oh my god, to think it used to be worse than this is crazy, bro.
I love nature. I love old Flash
It used to be
cartoons.
way
I love
worse than
Pop-Pop.
this.
I love all of this stuff, you know? It's all my favorite.
All of them. All of them.
I love Poison, you know?
When
Poison
you
damage,
hit
big fan
Timo,
of
the
taking
projectiles
damage
would
over
still
time.
stay. The mushrooms, they disappear now if you hit Timo, but they used to stay. Remember?
We back.
Alright, yeah, here we go. Alright.
The intermission is back.
Yeah,
And his bugged ass combo damage.
They're leaning up in their chair now.
Let's go. Timo getting back and getting the opening right now. And expands. And extends.
Yep, what's gonna be the option? Yes. Oh wow, goes for the J2M, but doesn't
Low
get
key
the full
falling
conversion.
asleep.
Yeah, off that setup, you have to be able to react to a back roll. It's the only way to cover it effectively. It's tough. It's really tough. And if you try to cover back roll, you don't have the ability to go from the instant overhead.
It's going to timer. This was literally what the slam was like, bro. Almost every match when there was a
Can we
Timo.
have a costume of Timo when he's a Badger? For the sake of early 2000s.
Yeah, this super was unpunishable. Still, I mean, it still was damn near is.
Yes, with a voice line where he says mushroom, like I would be
It's going to timer, bro.
I would be
Like this character is so unhealthy for the fucking game. I fucking hate characters like this.
I have no control over that whatsoever, and they're gonna tell me no, but I'll ask.
How the hell is the timeout? They're still alive. All 4 characters are alive.
It's Timo, man. It's
What is
Timo.
this?
Shit is slop, bro.
Hey chat, I want to know how many of you get the Badger mushroom reference. AK, how many of you are over like? 30?
Dude, the slam was like this every match too, bro. I never forget that shit, bro.
Took the first game.
Yeah, it's an unk check, you know what I mean?
It's a real unk check.
It's a real unk check. Do you know early 20s Flash cartoons?
Yes.
How many Homestar Runner characters can you name?
How many times my life I've had this song stuck in my head forever? You listen to it once and it's an autoplay on the brain for the rest of the day.
The rest of your life. Amsterdam Sands.
It never
Nothing. On
And
Badger Mushroom.
Timo brought that autoplay track back to me, you know, like ever since Timo was with, like I forgot about this one, but it's still very much alive in my brain. I'm 25 and know that. I like that.
And Supernova was my coach too, so like, we did this shit every night.
Dark areas of your brain. It's just how it goes. He digs down in there and he's like, I'm gonna find some disgusting, awful, old Flash cartoons that are just like weaseled in there. They'll never leave.
Shout out to all the Weeble stuff, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Weeble. Weeble. That was the name. Yeah.
So many bangers on Weeble stuff.
Yeah, they had the egg guys too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that website back when you couldn't find stuff.
Bro. Christ.
Oh, there's a shimmy there. Okay, slightly able to open Yo-Yo Zaimon here. Are we able to get some throw loops? No! The wake up Tensho kicks.
Boxed out.
Not letting him get the throw loop there. No stagger. I mean, no shimmy.
I actually yawned watching that.
Could have been it. If he lands in the overhead.
This shit is so boring, bro. Like, characters like that should not be allowed to be good. Like, what is that?
I think he's looking for a one hit
It's so boring to watch, bro. Oh my god.
Interruption on the overhead.
Oh shit.
He'll get
That's not
this
gonna
level
kill
3
though.
off.
It's not even CA.
Very, very scaled. And Yo-Yo Zaimon still 2 bars left. Although in burnout, Chris Wong just has to play it very, very correct here.
This man gonna get you ball on one.
Careful to level 2.
Oh, you're not lying. You're not lying. Where?
Nice
No, the
shimmy.
throw. Grabbing his demons and Chris able to punish.
Y'all just don't respect clean neutral. Oh, hell no.
3 bars.
You
Tries
call
to
that
overhead
clean
kick, gets
neutral?
back throw. Overhead hasn't been working out too well.
What
for
about that
Yo-Yo
is
Zaimon.
clean as slop? Slop on my screen.
Probably like a low or something like that. Nice and medium with the crouching medium punch. Tenderism.
Huge life lead. Huge life lead for Chris Wong right now. He can play it patient.
Interruption. Crouching kick is the stop sign. You are not okay. But Chris is more than okay with that. Perfect. 2-1. Chris moves on.
Beautiful, beautiful. So such a huge life lead. And this is what I was talking about Chris Wong being like a really, really good with his fundamentals and really understanding the game. Because when he had that huge life lead, sometimes players are just like, I need to close this out now before Chun-Li has a chance to walk me down and stuff. But he had a huge life lead. He waited until his opportunity represented itself, and that's when Yo-Yo Zaimon went for the driver. He got a little antsy, and then Chris Wong was ready with a low medium kick to check it.
Man's wanted to get active, but Chris Wong got busy with it. 2-1. Big ups to Chris. I love seeing a player switch to a
playing
character.
well, getting all the way to this spot is genuinely unbelievable.
What's K-Shu? What is K-Shu?
K-Shu, what a challenge!
Seeing those P's in the earlier matches, K-Shu is not hesitant to stop fake pressure.
K-Shu won last year.
Okay, 5K.
For EVO, for Strive, K-Shu won.
It's kind of like damage mitigation, right?
He got second. Wait, Ditto got second place, right? I think. I was there, so I wasn't paying too much attention, but I'm pretty sure Ditto got second place.
Behind you. Little trade at the start. Not the trade you want to see, though. You got to close this distance here and you put some of those long-reaching normals. Right option, wrong spacing. I like the idea with the throw, with the twirl, a touch too far, and now it's time to watch the movie as we do set up a hard knockdown and a full burst restored for Jiro.
That was a costly yes. Losing more than 50% of your health. Are you willing to do it again, K-Shu? Is this the difference? Is this the champ difference? Is this what it takes to be an EVO champion? We'll have to ask him. He knows.
And Singa, oh my god, it's overhead.
But again, that's kind of the on-team way of life, though, is that 50%, that's light work for this guy. He's looking for a dance partner, trying to toss you around, finds the hit again. Okay, a little bit blown on the confirm.
Not sure what was going on there. Might have to ask him later. Ooh, jumps out. And then the BRC,
wow.
don't ever try to anti-air me.
Overhead.
Overhead. That time, the overhead will actually kill you.
Cuts it out quick. Fujin on the way. Love the idea as we get that clean connection. K-Shu wins the 99, which, you know, Johnny.
Ooh, that's a new combo.
99 seconds. Wait.
Haven't seen that one before.
You're gonna hold this Mistfinder.
That was cool.
You're gonna hold this Mistfinder real quick. Ooh, gets to the other side.
Right, Johnny has a bunch of new combos because they changed his shit.
Double 2P, sweep of the leg, sets up the card, and finds the hit again, 100 meter, but Jiro gets to jump out and actually punishes the PRC!
Oh no, and the momentum is clearly in Jiro's side. I love the stagger to try and draw out a button from K-Shu, sitting on so much meter, but the fans are putting in a lot of work. Wow, Skedaddle work back into the neutral, got no full screen and said, no, we're straight back in there.
Damn.
Oh, I thought I was going to kill because he didn't get all the hits of the overthrow.
Dude, but the messed up situation there was we go for that same 2H reset that we saw before, and it looks like Keishu identified it just a split second
The
too late.
reigning EVO champ trying to defend the throne.
Same answer, but just wasn't quite ready, wasn't quite quick enough. It's hard to stay on the ball in a moment like this, but I mean, that's what it takes to be a
finally
champion.
got nervous. Anji broken?
Intimately familiar with the concepts here, is unfortunately familiar with his jump-ins.
100%. Cool, the backdash of the Pirates could be confirmed, but gets straight into the face of Keishu's Johnny. Butterfly actually messing up that. Confirm a little bit. Nice from the overhead, and PRC immediately identifying, oh, now you're going to block that?
Oh
okay.
my God.
Now we can play the game.
Oh my God, the defense though.
Spinning on it. Not been able to
The defense though, no? That shit was hard. Cool. Like, you saw that? That shit was sick.
But does get the low.
Sweeping the legs,
He's
still
blocking
works
everything.
out. Chip damage is enough. Round apiece. Keishu in a bit of a dire spot, but that is a good statement to get yourself some momentum back into this. The deflection is a good idea, but unfortunately it hits a card. She's immediate re-entry.
Show him a card. Jack of these clubs. Gonna need a club to beat this character. He's got a lot in terms of the defense modifiers and guts. The 5P, big confirm. He's gonna get some set play here. Oh, this goes for the close S. Trying to see if there's a bite. And Keishu's not giving it to Jiro. There it was.
Oh my God, Lex throws once again. An opportunity looking for the throw. No punish. Wasn't able to land quite in time. And he lands and parries. What is this guy doing? It's unbelievable. The wall is broken. Now we have a knockdown. An opportunity for Jiro to pull even farther ahead.
Oh no!
Had the burst on deck. I think that's why the decision came out from Keishu. He's not got any me out. There's the YRC potentially. Is Keishu giving it to him? No!
Nice.
We're going to jump in the air. Bam, it's not the combo. He's in there. The card's on the ground. So does the lane. Looking for an escape.
Oh, that was sick.
That
was sick.
From Keishu.
Perfect confirm. Everything going just as planned. A little attempted sweep of the leg though. Jiro with a good spacing back. Snare dash from quite high. You can see the buffer too, waiting for something.
5K confirmed. Okay, Keishu. Yeah, this is
nice.
Evo champ diff. Evo champ diff.
Evo champ diff is crazy.
Oh, I thought that was jump. Yeah.
Miss Fina.
Zan sets up the card again, twirls and waits it out. Perfect spacing, knew you were completely safe from there. And the footsies again.
Where we going, high or low? Goes for the toes. Jiro crouching, doesn't take the throw. Oh,
my God, another throw. Throw loops. Throw loops. Did you send a stream note to your Discord? It should have automatically went out. Did it not go out?
Mad casual walk up.
I'll check.
He knew. Fool me once, shame on me.
Oh my God, absolutely will not get fooled again. Sweet chin music with the 5K, perfectly spaced. He kicked the headband off.
Look at the birdie. Stay firm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, Keishu knows something I don't. I can't identify it, but he's understanding when to dash and press buttons now.
Spacing to the timings is looking much better with the jump back. Beating up throw attempt, tries to chase down a backdash there. Keishu again, perfectly placed 5K. Joker's trying to send it through, still
oh my, he has
enough
1
though.
HP.
Jiro, full resources.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way we come back from that. There's no way we come back from this.
No RC, hold on to me. Look for the YRC potentially. No, I don't think
oh my God. Buff Johnny, buff Johnny, buff Johnny, buff Johnny. Buff Johnny! Oh no!
He drops it! Keishu stays in the moment and takes the victory! Unbelievable presence of mind!
Buff Johnny.
Every other time on Jiro completes that.
Buff Johnny, bro.
Oh no! And
Buff Johnny,
these
bro.
are the moments that make or break people. When something happens to you, can you regain your composure? Let's find out. Oh my day. Yeah, this. Proxy.
Tangible momentum coming from the side right now. Instant air dash is in.
Ooh, instant air dash card throw.
Continues to try to apply the pressure. No punish there.
Here we go. Wall break and Singa.
And you got to praise the defense from Keishu, too, because it's a moment like that. In so many different games, we kind of heard this phrase, and that was the perfect way to show in Guilty Gear Strive. He could take those throws. He had plenty of life. He knew he was going to be able to have an opportunity to fight back.
throw.
You don't have to take an aggressive action until like 1 or 2 post-throw situations after.
Back throw. Nice. Instant. Oh my god. Instant overhead.
Gets out of the corner. Doesn't try to punish the throw attempt. Goal first. Okay. We're going to get pretty aggressive here, I believe. 100 tension on deck. Jiro. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. The little tiny micro walk back into about it.
Jiro looked shook about that round for about 20 seconds. We're back. Like, this is full mentality back in the wayside here.
Oh my god.
Okay, we live it because we're Angie. No bar though, no counter, no YRC, but we have got defense.
The pressure.
Blocking the overhead. There's a card. Jiro's not pressed the button.
The pressure. Oh my god, you cannot block all that. You cannot block all that. You're not blocking all that. You're human. You are not blocking all that.
Leaves it down to what could be the final round. Jiro continuing to try and take the aggressive angles here. Dash macro as often as possible, trying to choke this space away in case you
Nice.
can. But a perfect anti-air to keep him contained.
Oh, where are you going? Firm up the Nagiha. Oh! Yup.
Nah, I can't. Nah, bro. Please, bro.
We need a lot more of that to make this comeback.
Okay, full send beat though. Opportunity is looking good. Not much life to play with left. Tap the FD, was waiting for something here. We've already seen a reversal before from Keishu. Instead, though, plays a little more straight and narrow.
Let's go. Holding the stance, the misfinder threatening. Oh, goes low. Oh,
come on, bro.
You get the burst back
Keishu,
in time. Get burst back in time. Yep. Jiro. Down, but not out.
Like throw the name of the game, and right now, Jiro coming out a bit ahead on it, drops the fish on him, and now he's going to go straight into the butterfly. Pushes it all the way to the corner off that, too.
And that's the first time we've seen Void Fish.
Oh my god. That was the cross up and saying it. That was new. And he blocked it.
The pop up here for the extra extensions. Does get the wall stick. So positive bonus on the way. No meter penalty either. So a lot of resources that we're going to spend right away.
Big damage.
Instantly gets the hit.
Whoa, let's go. Hold on.
What's his name?
This is crazy damage.
It's Jay for Johnny. I think Jiro's still alive because that's Ava and Vito.
Oh! It's Jay for Johnny, but it's me for victory. Keishu, an incredible sequence to end it out. You see the parry, and you know you have the resources to
that was
bait
sick.
it.
That was sick.
Unbelievable
that was sick.
play
That was
to
sick.
stifle the run
That
from
was
Jiro.
sick.
Keishu,
That
man.
was sick, bro. Yeah, nah. You can hate Johnny all you want. That was sick.
I think he has a good
That
idea
was
of
sick.
what needs to be done.
That
Like
was
I said,
sick as shit.
The mental damage mitigation on.
You can hate Johnny all you want, but you cannot deny that was fucking sick.
Keep throwing. I'll take these single overheads. That's fine.
That was sick
and
as shit.
And the nerves are still from both players there. And I think that.
Oh
that
my
match
fucking
didn't
god,
really
bro. Both Johnny,
turn,
bro.
Jiro's mind off. He was still like engaged in the match, not thinking, oh,
Johnny.
I should have had that round.
No, definitely agreed. We have to show the love, though. Jiro with an
that
incredible
was sick.
run to make it into this
That
top
was
8.
sick, bro.
Definitely well-deserved. Honestly, the path to victory for him was unreal.
Holy, bro.
But we got to take a look at this match once again. So we are going to go back to our replay here, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. As you can see early,
Tournaments.
I mean, it was the Jiro show in those early spots, right?
It was 100%, man. And this is the situation. The final fix from Jiro's Angie.
Let me go to my AC. My remote isn't working. Give me a second.
It's the overheads. Dust. And I think it was that.
Oh, and even, but that's the thing too, I think is what happened, is we did bait the burst, we did get the jump, but we put ourselves just a touch too far. I think that how delayed the burst from Keishu was ended up putting us in a spacing we weren't ready for. That's so, now that I've seen it again, that's rough. Oh, Keishu with the composure of a champion. Only a player who has been there before is able to, have mastery of situations like that. It is so hard when you get into the scramble to return back to restore your humanity,
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. It's not easy to do, especially in these obviously high-stakes situations. Yeah, there you can see in the bracket, Jiro going out after the 3-1 defeat to Keishu as he moves forwards, going to be looking at fighting Cheerio a little bit bit later on. But next, we are going to be getting Verex versus TY. I'm interested to see who TY is going to be picking. We saw Slayer pick earlier on, but then when, you know, when it came down to, oh, this is looking a bit too close, went to the Geo.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that we talk about with this game is that, especially with the amount of accessibility, you can go as deep or as shallow as you want when it comes to picking your characters. So a lot of people do have the opportunity and the potential to be able to be multi-character threats, which I think if you're not playing like a top 5, top 7 type of character, it's definitely the optimal choice to have. So I'm glad to see some of those players being able to come through. I'm expecting the Geo, but we'll definitely, you know, we'll see what comes up when it does come through.
Yeah, indeed, and we're going to see something right now. The victory path presented by White Claw Surge. These two players, Verex had an insane match that you alluded to earlier with Cheerio. That was Verex's first loss, and having an crazy back and forth with Caliber using the Unica. That was a mad match. Verex was looking a little bit shaky, but pulled it out when it mattered.
And then TY unfortunately did take that dive against Kazam a bit earlier into the day yesterday, but had 3 straight great runs. Okies and LK, 2 matchups heavily in TY's favor. And then the GC Yoshi set was unreal. They really got into the weeds for sure. And we'll see who, you know, the players, the people at home, excuse me, I don't know the players, but the people at home have actually decided to put themselves on for the EVO Fantasy Pick, the top 8 presented by AT&T. And it looks like we're leaning toward, the people agree with C4. They said this guy's got some pretty good opinions. We are leaning towards Verex right now.
Yeah, he's a pretty safe pick most of the time. He's got such a unique way of playing Nago, and I was saying this in earlier matches. When you see Verex get down to the nail-biter matches where it's like last game, last round, he completely switches up, and it's like he lulls you into a sense of security where I'm a very passive Nago. I don't really take big risks. And then when you get comfortable with that, that's when he gets a little bit unhinged. Yeah. And I think you need to be able to switch between calm and chaotic with a character like Nago to make your opponent fearful of your options.
I actually agree, and I think the key word you said there was switch. I think it needs to be on a switch, not a slider. I think a lot of the times people are like, you know, will start to lean into one direction. Verex goes into a round, goes into a decision, goes into a moment deciding what type of aggression he's going to bring, and it is full send in that direction. No hesitation for the moment is so good, like you said, at being able to dial into those spots, and I really do think that how quickly he's able to flip that switch is one of the deciding factors, and how he's made himself the titan that he is right now in Guilty Gear.
Yeah, it's not a easy trait to have at this level, and again from a location that doesn't have that many top players. From Senegal, shouts to Guilty Gear Strive for the rollback, making him able to play so many good players in the EMEA region. But TY has picked the Geo for the button check. That doesn't mean anything.
Button checks are a lie.
They could be. Could be false information. Like you said, I kind of think the Geo is coming. I don't think TY is going to go for the Slayer. That is a character that got him somewhere in terms of to the dance for the top 8. Verex does play a little bit of Slayer, so I think you should go for the Geo here. Don't give your opponent any advantage if you don't have to.
We're back into the move again, though. The Eagle flies, and it's one more chance here in the loser's side. Our final round 1 match, the top 8, Verex and TY. An opportunity to continue your rise to greatness here at EVO 2026. It's a scary one, too. I mean, Nagoriyuki, 99 seconds. If he's able to find some kind of early victory, convert into like a Beyblade, something very aggressive, I mean, you can blink and the round can just be over. You have to have a short memory when you're playing against Nago, for sure.
You do. You have to be kind of battle hard to be like, yeah, it happened. Go next.
That's going to happen.
Next. Just queue next. Yeah, don't worry about it. He is for sure, like you're saying, one of those players where you've got to remember the mindset, but you have to forget how you lost.
Yes, for sure.
He is super good. Mascot, he's ready to fight. Oh my god, the Nago button. 2D god.
Now we're talking about Nago round start. Ignore everything. TY straight in with the Geo, finds the 2D, finds the far slash. Everything opening up here is a positive bonus. Meter a little bit quick on the tri-jump. We're talking about people with metered aggression. TY, unbelievable pressure and tempo right now. Verex hasn't made a choice yet.
Well, that was I'm not locked in here with you.
Yeah.
You're locked in here with me. I don't know what these commentators are talking about.
Okay, big follow-up there. Saw the Shizu, knew we were going to be able to go for the burst. Smart stuff. Doesn't matter. Momentum straight back to TY side.
Burst to get some space. This passive play does not look like it's going to be working out for Verix. There we go. A little bit more explosive power I think is needed in the neutral, because I don't think TY is going to let you do that whole like Santo Koji game.
Definitely agreed. The back dash. Okay, back dash. Got the big body back dash though, so we're safe on that one. Quick RC and continues the pressure, building a lot of the blood gauge back. Continuing to chip away at the life with a knife edge chop. The 6P is perfect. As the Shizu follows through, a great answer from Verix to stay in this.
Okay. Now we get into level 2 Verix, where he's going to do preemptive 6Ps to stop the approaches from Geo, which makes a lot of sense, right? A lot of those high or mid-ish attacks can lose to 6P, but you can see straight away TY presenting the 2S double hit and easy to confirm it. But because you can't react to Geo's dash, you have to do preemptive buttons.
Footsies with the heavy working well. Walk up and taps the dust, had full control here. Is gonna go for the air super with guaranteed knockdown. That little bit of burst reclaimed, as well as the hard knockdown. A single choice left for Verix.
Backs away, but you cannot escape. Geo will find you, hunt you down. So you have to really like hold your ground. And I think Verix was doing that a little bit earlier, like we saw the preemptive 6Ps, because like I said, most characters can't escape Geo, let alone a big body like Nago.
And it just feels like, I mean, TY's just beating Verix to a lot of the timing there. I think you're right. I think a lot of the normals, a lot of the choices aren't, out of the ordinary here. But it's just TY's dominance on the ground here, and that's part of the game plan of Giovanna, right? That bots are in and out playstyle, that quick movement speed, able to abuse the fact that Nagoriyuki a lot of times is like a stationary missile turret when it comes to trying to stop players from approaching him. He even had the PRC there to reposition. Like, that's not a thing a normal character has to do.
Yeah, 100%. He's a moving Ultras. But when he falls on top of you, he's going to take a lot of damage. Level 2 blood, so we've got the big normals, but the speed to match it as Ty finds the way in regardless.
Because even there, 1 5H lift, TY steps exactly outside the range of the 5H, and then the next interaction, he's just completely on top of you. But Verix with a great callback and a great clutch up. Shizu and the follow-up, the blood getting high, but it's not gonna matter. We get the stick just in time.
That was wall-to-wall as well.
Yes.
That's some screen carry. Like, halfway through the combo, I was like, is he thinking about what route to do? Like, I could hear the cogs in his brain going, I think I can get the wall here.
I think much, all right. Okay, Shizu follow up, doesn't get much for it here. I love the burst for momentum. Keep that spacing, keep that pressure. Empowered spiral arrow, and gets the hit again with the heavy!
Break. The wall with the overdrive, both players sitting on 50 tension, but one of them, T5 with the positive, goes straight in, dash up dust, and that's going to be asbestos when you dive from it.
I do like the call though, save your burst, have the resources for the next one here. Oh my god, again that 2D.
Ooh, the back dash again with the far rest, the low follow-up. Trade? I think you have to accept it. You got to take trades like that.
Oh yeah. A little bit more of the vibe here. What a reposition. It's a decent little mix-up, and it's mostly about getting back to mid-screen. But unfortunately, as we saw in the previous game, it doesn't matter if you make it to the mid-screen. Every touch takes you to the corner. We're cashing in. We have maximum blood. It's a quick flip. Nothing needed to be spent. A little flip of the wrist, and the round goes his way. Verix 1-1.
There's the switch. He said it's not a sliding scale. It's this mode, that mode. And you've got to keep up. But TY showing, it doesn't matter what mode you're on. If I'm so aggressive, you can't do anything about it. Oh my, he's going on here. Okay. Yep.
Party time.
Get the fight, win the fight. That's what I heard back in the day. Oh, but TY's trying to destroy scripture and rewrite history.
Oh, that was a sick just block there. Makes a ton of space. An opportunity as we get the wall stick here. Pop cup.
Put your swing.
Send him home. That was a crazy one from Verix. What a swing out of the park.
My bad. My AC was not working for some reason. Fix it though. Fixed it though. Yeah, Gambler's over today, yeah. You don't need the Johnny buffs. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow that down. Buff Johnny. Buff Johnny.
There, like you said, getting that blood back and being able to be a little bit more aggressive is the key factor that we've seen change up here. So TY recognizing and crafting our defensive plan around that, super smart, and I mean, just a great adjustment.
Oh, big call out with the 2S and a massive reward here. Oh, did he pulse flat? I mean, it's actually bad for Verix. He gets the throw. Now burst on the table for both players.
Ooh, nice.
Straight. Couldn't get it confirmed, but no,
Damn,
where are you going?
normal.
Release yourself.
Hell nah. It's a Looney Tunes ass character, bro.
Turning it around, it was looking peak.
Oh, this is Verix. Oh, he won the Arc World Tour in 2024. Was it 5? I don't remember. He won one of them. What is that red effect on when he attacks? Blood. He has like some blood meter thing.
Loser side action, TY. Are you willing to risk it? If you play Slayer and you win, you are.
I don't know how his blood thing works. I forgot. All I know is that the more he hits you, the more he like gets blood or something like that. And he like goes into like a blood install. He does more damage, but he loses health over time or something. Unica, she's low tier. Pretty sure Unica's low tier. She's too slow. Too slow. All she really has is damage, I'd say.
It was like you said, more for repositioning, not for trying to hat. You wasn't ready for this mix. But like I said, Verix plays a little bit of Slayer. He is a vampire connoisseur. But can he deal with the dashes? That's the question.
So far, the footsies have been immaculate here. It's been perfect spacing around everything here. It's again, it's 5H every single time, even if it's blocked. Such a huge win as we double up on the Shizu. Blood pops, and one more time with feeling. He drops, but it's okay.
Verix, you're going to be winding up and all tomorrow. Come on.
We see the other shit's on. It's aim versus Tate. That Blitzcrank is cranking his shit. Damn. Damn. Motherfucker is cranking his shit.
Here we go. First, knows what a power bump will do to that pull in your body. Oh, with Dandy.
Perfectly weaves out of the way, finds the hit on the same side. It's 2H after confirm. One dash, then waits. Did he wait long enough? He did.
Nice.
Absolutely a great call.
I didn't think I'd see Slayer in top 8.
On point. It is able to even it up.
Slayer in top 8. Let's go.
Not out of it yet.
It's amazing to see the bait with a pull when Slayer so used to dashing through.
With clean connection and things. Starno's a little bit messy here. I love how Verix is, trying to turn up the tempo. The step back is huge.
Yeah, I like that PRC. Don't mess about. You don't want to get too close to Slayer and give him freedom to throw those hunches. There's the slide as a punish. Same side. Once from Verix. Look the yard 5K. Don't approach. There's the burst. And straight into
the
sword you go. Verix.
Yeah, he still got it with Nago. He still got it.
Vampires. Only one can stay alive.
Only one could stay alive, indeed.
Masterclass with a double 5H. Incredible performance from
Punk still got it.
But with that, unfortunately, that is going to be the exit. Please give it up. The losers run. Incredible TY, everybody. A hell of a run, an incredible performance.
What's good?
Such
Club president is crazy.
To see once again, but with that, Verix's story continues. Another chance to put another title in the the trophy case for himself, and we'll see if he can keep that same energy that we see here in the replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments. As again in the early stages, was just kind of thrown off the game a little bit. It seems maybe that passive play just wasn't quite working out, and when he realized he needed to be a little bit more in the driver's seat,
I feel like I'm behind.
everything changed.
So I just put up the other EVO stream minutes ahead. Is the other one ahead? Oh, no, one's behind. Okay, no, this one's ahead. I'm tripping.
Which we saw in the first game, and it just wouldn't work against Vero, right? TY identified as like, oh, you're going to let me do this?
See this real quick.
In tournaments.
Oops, not this one. My bad.
So many layers. It's just not only do you have to guess right on the first layer in order
Our
to
skin
be able
is
to
so
push
cool.
block, you also need to guess when to push block because there's so many layers to that as well, It's just tough.
Yeah, it's a hard character defense. I got to punch Akali up a bit, but
Nice anti-air.
down
Ooh, let's go.
The extension's on point.
Cranky your shit. Yes, sir. Crank that shit.
It is looking a bit better. It's Blitzcrank.
Crank his
versus
blitz.
Akali. He's got a good amount of life, and he's gonna look for a potential scooping situation right now. We're forced to block.
Yo, who up cranking a
Parry on
blitz?
the assist has to hold this mix, and yeah,
Yeah,
whips the
he
parry.
special.
Gonna get Fury though.
Another special.
Just do
Build up
not
his
get
blood
invaded.
gauge. Yikes.
Yeah, that would be certain death.
That's the warrior's powerful knowledge is less to a special. As well, a ton of
decides
health.
not to do with this combo. But now has to watch out for level 3.
And also, I just
Nice,
command guard to
Downage
keep it
goes
low.
for the
I
bait,
see.
but not taken by Zane.
Yeah, and we get the steam. And the steam is fully charged up right now.
Oh,
trying
punish
to
that.
Use the
You have to Fury. Yeah, you have to Fury. He has level 3. You had to.
whiff. That could have been a huge whiff punish on this, but not happening, and gets
That
another
shit is so
sting with
powerful.
the
Her
assist.
double jump.
Yasuas is not doing
She can
much
just keep
right
jumping
now,
in,
trying to
jumping
get
out.
something. Forced to Fury because he does not want to guess.
He does
The
not want to
command
command grab, but the
coming.
down H whiff in the 5M. And Tate is going to eat this level 3. This will be a kill on Blitzcrank as Zane clutches out that match.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Managed to set up a situation where he could make it work with a Blitzcrank, but unfortunately got stopped in his tracks by Zane, looking very solid. I can't lie, I want to see more Zane today because this has been a
Everybody on break.
Optimal punishment
Tekken?
without having to rely on those heat dash punishes.
Speaking of optimal punishment, starting it off with that down 2
Oof.
punish. Nobi not deterred though, still gotta do it.
That's blocked.
Still gotta do it. Even though I eat 37 damage for each time it gets blocked.
Yeah, we'll take that Kazuma style punish.
Oof, still gotta do it.
Down 2 at range.
Nice.
Into down 2, that was interesting.
I remember when Season 1
Step
Dragunov.
activate.
Oh
Step
my god.
Activation. Nobi
Season
now.
1 Dragunov. He was so broken in Season 1.
Oh, we're spending it.
He might be dead.
Trying to get the wall. Trying to get the extension. He
Close.
couldn't get the wall. So trying to get the damage ender, but puts his own back against the wall because of that ender side switch.
Nice.
But doesn't matter. Great mid checks from Nobi.
I'm up here cranking my blitz, cranking my shit. I'm plus as fuck.
Nobi now using those dancer's legs, trying to space him out in the mid-range. Contesting Jin like this.
Some weird poking sequence here that worked out.
Ignition switch with the
Oh,
cocked
no.
hammer.
Whoops.
No pickup, but he wanted rising shoulder. Just to engage like this, plus frames, gonna go with the jab string. Rucking the down 2. That Razor trying to cut those ankles.
Wow.
Nice.
That was such an awkward time in LMR
Oh,
game, but
that was a
Nobi
good
with the
sidestep.
walks right now.
That was a really good
sidewalk
sidestep.
right, avoiding everything that CVN trying to do.
Yeah, right now just playing, just outpacing CBM right now. Playing way faster.
It's a big red.
CVN trying to track the sidestep rights now. He is aware.
Nice.
Ooh, CBM now slowing it down a little bit. Gets that hook fist working.
Can we extend it to the wall? 2 more hits,
Yeah,
not
look,
quite.
push as much as possible
Oh,
here.
but he side switches with this grounded tap. Uh-oh, this could be bad. Oh, power stands to get out of trouble, doesn't take the 10.
The sidewalk again.
Wasn't counter.
Salvo back 2. Trying to seal the
Oh,
step.
high crush. Long running 2 for the tracking. Nice, was aware.
Nice.
Such a big call out too from CBM on defense because Dragunov can do a Wasp.
Everyone's on break.
That is a mid in that position. So he called out the high perfectly. Boom, all the blue.
Fat counter hit launcher here to open things up for Nobi though in round 4.
Ooh, go for pigeon roll Oki.
Pigeon roll mid.
Wow, okay. Dash in, dash out, then slide back in.
Plus.
Slide back in, not even going for the whip punish there, just give me my plus frames. Let me see how you're gonna react.
Oh, nice
Right
whiff
on that
punish.
forward
Oh my
forward
god.
attempt. And just like that,
He can do
parallels
wall.
to the wall now, gets his tornado activation. Likely gonna be a
Nobi.
guess for game scenario.
Oh
okay.
no.
He tried to step right, but the wall was there. There was nowhere to step.
CBM trying to play spoiler here. Salvo with the
Did I miss anything big? You missed the Robo Kai trailer for Guilty Gear, and you missed
little bit HP back, especially
the id, whatever his name is. I think it's id for Grand Blue. So didn't show anything for Tokon yet.
Delay wake up.
What the?
Oh my
heck?
god,
Yo, he just
what?
saw the Avery match. He's like, you know, I gotta throw out some hops every once in a while.
It's crazy.
Nice move. Test some round start down 2. Oh. She could have got
damage.
a combo actually.
No, you should go. No, I forgot they teased him a while ago.
Wasn't ready.
No guest character.
Big step. Dude, Nobi's Steps have been crazy.
Like you said, the sidewalks have opened up so much damage potential for him.
CBM has flipped them a couple times with like the electrics on the steps, but like the payout has been so
The differential
good.
is definitely in Nobi's favor.
Yeah, it's
sure.
like I'm like sure I'll eat an electric once or twice, but all the other times have been great for him. CBM going for the random stage select, and he does get a smaller stage here. That's probably what he was hoping for. Have some walls in play. Nobi, what are we gonna do?
Definitely a big pickup in match intensity as well. You can tell we're hitting. You can tell we're getting deeper and deeper into the bracket.
Yeah,
now
you should go to the mobile game.
Here.
Dude, that was crazy. Round start pigeon roll low. I've never seen a Dragon off do round start pigeon roll.
Nobi now stepping in the background, working the one jab, Russian assault.
All right. Okay, shoes back up.
Straight into the action again, though. Cherio and Keishu, the loser side.
Early wall break, nearly 50% of Gold loses health, but don't worry about that. That's all currency to get in. That's how he loses his HP. And there we go, Cherio with the patented orange. Making the pressure start. Oh, what a big whiff. And now
Nice.
it's gonna meet up. I was about to take you, though, when you be blocking BTs.
Jesus Christ, that move was crazy. Swinging that big ass coffin like that. What is the Tokon stuff? We thought it would be before Top 8 of Strive, but they didn't show it, so we have no clue now. I'm gonna assume it's tomorrow at before Top 8 of Street Fighter 6, I think it goes. Because they're gonna, I guess they're gonna roll a bunch of announcements. Because there's a presentation segment.
Twice in a row. Empty Jump finds the hit, though. It's max resources for Gold Lewis as the absolute defense continues with the offense. Full security spent, but just find the hit in the end.
Oh, this, he's gonna get a wall. Oh, no, he missed the 6-8. Never mind the shoulder. He shoulder checked him. He shoulder checked him.
Puts it down. I mean, the 6-8s can't work there. I think it was just a little bit too, little bit too low, unfortunately, on the juggle.
I think there was a lot of calculating because of the RC slowdown, like when should I be doing this? But yeah. Ooh, get out of my skies, Johnny says. And we're gonna have to say his name. Would it be Proxy?
Listen, Jay in the chat, as Johnny's gonna be able to let you know about it. 50% life still left here on Cherio. Ooh, and tap the FD, helps sell the mix up there. Same side throws, we keep the pressure in the wall.
Dash up 2K. Yeah, I would have burst as well. The cheek of it. You know who I am.
Perfect time to burst too. That was gonna side swap. Things were gonna be dire.
Oh. So the corner went, actually, you know what? I'll wait for that to hit the ground. Oh, and that's what happens when you don't misfind that in the
My bad.
God cross.
Let me pull up the schedule.
Send the full jump forward there, it felt like. Knew that if something delayed came
Where
out,
is it?
try and steal the turn with JD. Definitely a good idea. And finds the 2P. The side swap comes through. Keishu swiping control.
My bad. I just got the stupidest message ever. I can't find this dumb schedule, bro. Okay, I found it. Wait, no, this is not the right thing. Oh, yes, it is the right thing.
Oh my god, hold the back of my hand, Gold Lewis says. He's got more shoes there, bro. That's gonna hurt.
Oh my god, and once
Okay, so tomorrow at, what's that for me? 9 p.m. EST. That's a special announcement segment before Top 8 of Street Fighter 6. So I'm pretty sure they're just gonna rapid fire like a bunch of trailers. If I had to guess.
When the first captain was like,
So yeah, 9 p.m. EST tomorrow.
can be scared. Okay.
They're just gonna rapid fire a bunch of announcements if I had to guess. Like 30 minutes straight.
The back of the horseshoe to the face. Everyone is going to take humongous damage from that. And that's something really important to identify. Is like, what makes you nervous?
So even if their game isn't getting played at the time, they still want to play their shit because all the eyes, I guess. I don't know.
Card set up, jump over, nice punish, but no follow-up too far for the attempted behemoth side.
I was hoping to see it today, but oh well.
Oh my god, any other Gold Lewis pressing JD there. Cherio, I've said it before, the patience of Cherio is actually phenomenal.
Nice stuff, leaving his mark. And the orange now, big choices to be made. Zoom 2P, that's a hell of a choice.
And you know what I think that was from? The empty jump throw from last time. Yeah, Cherry's like, no, okay. We're understanding the pattern, but can you get out of the field? That's more important right now.
Nice. Oh my god, bro.
first round.
And Senga. Or just never, hey, yo. I mean, where else would they show it? The game comes out in a month. If you didn't show it at EVO, what else would you show the final team? Like, what? There's nothing else soon. Like, there's no PlayStation showcase or nothing anytime soon. We just had one. Like, and they already showed something else there. So, like, I just... Like, E3 is technically over. Like, what? They don't need this last team is crazy. Like, where else would you show it? And we need a fucking beta. We need a beta. Like, holy hell. An at-home build so we can play the new build. We haven't played since that trash beta that was the last one. That last beta was buns.
Perfect answer back. I love the swing, and we're back to mid-screen.
Stay in the corner. BRC forward. Jumps. I thought it was going to be a back throw. Oh, stay here.
Oh my god, that throw was amazing.
He's like, look at how fast it doesn't matter.
This is to learn for. At EVO? I don't remember.
Oh, the old man Skanky, like, did you see that, Roxy?
Like, there's no way we don't get news here. We're getting news here. I don't remember if they did, because I didn't watch all the ArcSys presentation. Because I refused to watch after the last one.
Still has first, but the chance is starting to get away from him here. It's the overhead again.
Keep going, keep going. He's going to get Roxy. Oh my gosh, the first save through as well. He was dancing on him, and it doesn't matter about the health bar. We said this, it's Gold Lewis. As long as he's got 1 HP, it's even Steven.
Oh my god, he reacts to the shimmy with a jump forward now. We're starting to play some extra layers here. The JD finds the mark. Just to make space, back to the mid-screen. Good check.
This is a Switch 2 version of Grand Blue. Oh, they did show that in the trailer.
Backdash, shoulder check.
Cool.
And now we're going to see a lot of red on Keishu's life bar. Almost in the corner. Oh my gosh, get mixed by the coffin. It's going to break, but it's not going to kill.
The reposition was genius here. Max securities, we do find the throw. You can take a couple more of those, so don't do anything too risky here. Keishu, the objective, win the screen.
Damn.
Position, 2P. Don't hear what I'm saying.
Love Johnny.
Action from
Love
the big
Johnny,
man.
indeed.
What a save.
Can your boy get some buffs?
In the audience, I approve. Yes.
Can your boy get some buffs, please?
Many players and characters, the 2Ps, the elbows from Gold Lewis, it seems to just out-prioritize things. Like, I'm at least getting a trade here. 2 games up. Keishu.
Oh shit, rushing him down? Okay, let's go.
Did give an opening and got the burst out early from Cheerio, but the spacing.
Oh, he did the wrong one.
On the misfinders now.
Did the air ones to the middle. The Grand Blue game, no clue who to play. Versus anyone. Whoever you think is cool. What do you mean? And I could apply to both games. Just play whoever you think is cool. The coolest characters in that game. I have a lot of characters I like in that game. Like, I love Sandalphon. I like Beatrix. I like Vera. Like, I don't think there's a single fighting game out right now that I have that much characters to play. That's why when you see me play the game, I play so many random characters. Because there's so many cool characters in that game. Meg is cool too. Had fun playing the Meg.
There's a timeline where Keishu plays Eddie. Because these 2Ps are so clean. He does 2P like it's a reverse. It's so clean.
Oh my! Luckily from that spacing, it's just a knockdown here.
Ooh, what a clean back whiff. Oh, he's got a
2B. Remember I played 2B for a while?
I'm just controlling space.
Fun as hell.
Oh, but again, fearless. Man never loses. Gonna keep that same momentum. Gonna keep that moniker in his way. Gets the hit. Gets the break. Misfinder.
I still never tried to also.
The resources are
I
stacked
haven't
for
tried it
Cheerio
out.
right now.
Oh, what a...
Wait, so is Grand Blue just not getting a Season Pass 3, I guess? Just having like some Fallout with ArcSys?
But I'm the EVO champ. Come at me. Oh, he's gonna send the awful lasers.
It's all freaking Lewis. Chops the dust. He's too far.
Wow.
YRC, perfect timing. Keishu with the optimal decision.
Got break. Oh, he's playing it safe. Oh, he's staying outside of forest range. But Keishu. You trying to go back there? Yes, God. I was about to say, Cheerio can bypass this range that you're standing at. He's got the arsenal. Couldn't get it confirmed. Was too far.
Oh my God, let's go.
Keishu with the chip.
Let's go.
And that was something I saw earlier in the match with Cheerio and Berry. The YRC on the laser. Yeah. That timing is pretty tough.
It is. And it varies based on, I believe, the amount of security, too. There's so much that goes in it. It's a lot to have to deal with there. But again, being in a position like this, you don't accidentally make it onto the stage here at EVO. Well calculated in the mix-up there as we get 2S into the follow-up Behemoth. That, of course, is going to be a burst.
Understandable. Whoa! The big JK didn't find this mark. It looked close, but the 2K does. Oh my god, all the frames.
Oh, he did it again. This fucking character. This fucking character, bro. It was on the underground, but I hope so too.
Honestly, it just comes down to optimizing your defense here. What can you do? How can you possibly escape? Behemoth after Behemoth.
Bro, this character is egregious.
Even with the misspaced Behemoth, it doesn't matter. The pressure
This egregious ass character.
The 6P, and it's set point.
The Halloween Annie, spooky stuff. Oh, okay. What's gonna do there? Oh, Cherry actually burst there. Not like it was that much more of the combo, but it's probably just a knockdown in the corner that they didn't want.
Might just be momentum. You come up around like that, you might want to just try and keep the ball rolling.
Yep.
Walking on living the Blitz Thresh life. Ew. Ew. Why are you cranking your Blitz, bro? Get a room.
And then shoulder check. This time getting big damage. Oh no, did he get
Other games, it's all dope. Can I lower the pace? I can just get rid of it.
Sets up the drone, an opportunity for the high-low game.
I've been cranking my shit. Yay, yo. Why you cranking your shit, bro?
Oh my god, 6K. Another one.
Ew.
Makes one more time, nice block. Oh, what a 2P as well. Make some space for yourself and have some meter, lays the card, an opportunity.
Man, just openly cranking this shit, bro. You don't feel ashamed at all?
When the card down. Oh yeah, doesn't want to go any raw cards just because Jiro's okay jumping in and running forwards. There you go, went for a bit of block stun. Oh, trying to get frame trap.
Okay, I mean, there technically is game if you switch to the vertical format.
Oh, and again, just buffers the 2P and finds the mark. Oh my god, because it's so uncomfortable for Keishu. You're trying to stay at a spacing where he can't access the gun, he can't access the drone, but you forgot about these hands, maybe.
Yep.
2P
finds the mark, punish me for it, and so I crank. Hey, yo.
Is going to be eliminated, but Cherio continues a run and moves into the top
They need to stop your ass. You cannot crank in peace.
Unreal performance
here.
No,
you cannot crank in peace.
But please, we have to give it up. A previous champion and one of the best to do it. Keishu, everyone, please.
Damn. The previous champion is eliminated.
A masterclass here. We're going to take a little bit of a review of it here with this replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Phenomenal decision making.
Nice.
Phenomenal when it comes to the trades, keeping the corner, when to press. I'm not saying Keishu's phenomenal at doing P's to check characters. This time, going to the retreat, and it kind of gave Cherry the momentum like, oh, like I said earlier, now you're nervous. Now you're nervous. And yeah, I just don't know how you beat the Muay Thai elbow. Like, Cherry's just so sensationally
Some big balls.
kicking out those moments and
on his
always
neck.
making it equal into big momentum shifts.
Yeah, sometimes that momentum can
Oh,
be
what's
a
this
bit
bracket?
too much.
Nitro and Red Ditto. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Now I gotta repeat for that. That shit gonna be hard.
To those semis and winners finals, Kermit and
Nitro
Varix
versus
coming
Red
up to bat here.
Ditto.
It's
Oh, we gotta do Varix versus Kermit first. Fuck.
who's just been jump scaring everyone time and time again. Gonna be facing off. See if Varix
I think they're about to
can
go on
keep that
break.
same momentum, keep that same energy, and in that first
Briggs
set,
up.
when we watched him against TY, it
Nice
felt
balls,
like
sir.
the first game, I hate to use the age-old adage, but like it was kind of like first round is data type of energy. You know what I'm saying? That first game,
Nice
he
balls,
really dialed
sir.
up his next game plan.
It is. It is that case. I know you don't like to go about it, but if I was going to describe this on
That's some pancakes.
he kind of got mowed down.
The
Didn't look
fridge,
like
I can
he
go heat
interacted
up.
much
Hungry
with
as hell.
TY. But it's like, but after
See, I
that
wanted
game,
some French toast,
it's like
but
he understood everything.
oh, we don't have French toast. Fuck you.
That's how much of an artist
Right
I
have
am.
French toast.
And he got all of that from getting punched in the face multiple times.
Pancakes at 6 p.m. in the afternoon, and I'll do it again. And I'll do it again.
Prep time is about as deadly as you possibly could be, but we'll see if he can
And I'll
utilize that.
do
and
it
be able to keep
again.
That same type of energy coming into the matchup here against Kermit. Again,
Damn right,
a
and
player
I'll
who has
do
had
it
a hell of
again.
a run has been one. I would say for a lot of people, I mean, I don't think a lot of people expect Biken to be able to do it at this level, but with a pilot like Kermit, I mean, what can you say? The guy has just been an absolute killer time and time again, cycling through all of the different mix-up options, utilizing both versions of Kabari incredibly well. And it's one thing you pointed out earlier about his play. He's been using
I'm about to eat breakfast for dinner.
match so effectively into like every matchup.
I know, especially for me, when I was like playing
W breakfast for dinner.
Like box dash, IAD to time him out. You feel like you're controlling a little bit more space, but you need to control the space that's important to you. I don't know if it's going to be super important in this matchup just because of the range that Verix has on the
Y'all actually like eat dinner and stuff?
Both of these players, I think because of
Y'all actually eat food? Fuck is wrong with y'all? Grown ass man. Bird back.
You said, like Biden not seen too much, and Verix being in a location that we don't see too much. We're going to get a banger of a game, something we probably have never seen. I might have to go check it up. We're going to give Verix versus Kermit here in loser's side.
Oh, and what a place to find your first meeting here. Super excited to see how it battled out the Samurais. Honorable warfare here coming up as we're going to find the throw straight.
Wait, no
away.
cheating on this pre-dig. I'm in.
One work strike throw early.
No cheating. Ice cream for dinner would be peak. Bro, real men don't eat food. We just locked in.
Get that range, soon as you get to that two blood type of situation. Tatami into the follow-up.
Critics
Thus we trust as we double up. How much life left to play with Verix here?
The big take the OTD, and that was like 30% of the health from 2 swipes. Verix does have meter. Gets hit by the second hit 2D there. Oh, you're tethered. Now you belong to me. The one-armed samurai. Not enough to kill. Oh, bait. Kermit's not pressing the button.
Yeah, Kermit big chillin'. I do respect that though. It's like we talked about again and again. I hate to be a broken record, but if you're gonna go for reversals like that, do it early. Let them know in advance. I will send it. Every time I have that 50 meter, keep it in your mind.
I couldn't agree more. Doing a reversal like that when there's no numbers on the board, but besides people saying they're different. They're different. Like you said, they're more like data.
Yep. Launching forward though, low slash follows up. I do like the burst timing here. Head, you still got a little bit of momentum to yourself, but that momentum is stifled instantaneously. A little ceremonial stab into the earth to be able to seal the deal.
The sword in the stone. But Verix already dispatched Excalibur earlier. So let's see if we can take those victories, climb further and closer to the finals. But I don't think Kermit's going to make it easy. OTG, oh no, got caught counter hit and airborne. Look at the damage on Blade do damn hard.
Like total, you know, not looking so good here. It's 5H, 5H. At this point, that's the Verix. He has been dominating people all weekend long, getting to 2 blood in that like 25% life range, and starts to look for it, knowing that just about every character in the game will fall to that one footsies win.
S up to the Kabare, so brave. And also Kermit showing their brave too, going for the parry straight after. Turn the momentum, put that 6P away. That's not going to work against Spike and Jump. Heavy slash.
Good here though, slash holds up, gets a bit of chip, gets a bit of blood back. Kabari delayed follow-up. I love the idea of doing the Escalari now. Again, mixing in both versions so effectively. We have a knockdown in the dream.
Tear it up. What way to going? What's up? How did he block that? Oh, he didn't block that. He got counter indeed. And there's Kermit. This is the problem with the tempo, when you're mentally going, okay, but I blocked the mix-up. Is it not my turn? Can I not press the button? Oh, we're congruent to mine. Are we trying to get the win in this fight? It's looking like it right now. Verix on a sliver. There you go, the positive bonus. Tipping it over so the tension's over 50. Caught the clone on the other side.
Oh my god, the full spin, another jump in here. No blood to work with, but does have max resources. The meter is looking tasty. But what can you do with like basically no access to your special moves?
It's rough look. The Temper, not connected. 6B gets blocked. Kermit taking their time. Blocking these. Heavy slashes, like you said earlier. The moneymaker.
I think that was a throw tech, but we would take those.
Yeah.
we take those.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Proxy? I think you're right. Yeah. Oh, 6P again, no Chris Bucks on the way down, and you're fighting them. Why would you not fall down with those fights? They're so good.
And having it dialed in there, close slash, not quite what it once was. But still, a spot like that, you have time to be able to press the jab. It'll be 6P and reposition once again. Verix with his signature move, the double 5H, and it's a perfect.
All right. Got me to them.
Trademark.
Pancakes.
Trademark Verix heavy slash, bro.
What the fuck did I just press?
Who makes mids this annoying?
It's not the start you want to see. Flash. Shizu in the follow-up finds the low. That pressure. A little bit too much to deal with here. It's 50% of your life.
I still can't believe this Rivals drama.
Kermit gets a chance to answer back.
So stupid, bro.
Check the spot. Oh, the follow-up from the Kabare to the corner. No, Verix doesn't want to go there. 1K with 2K. Oh, he's hesitating ever so slightly. Oh, God. So nasty. So nasty. Is it close?
All this drama because we're not picking people that play the game.
Don't wake up overhead from range. It is mixed, right? That's definitely mixed.
I think it did it hit though. It's always a question of as itself here.
Beatrix 1-2 EVO. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Pulled in just in time to 6P.
Slow down, son.
Momentum.
Who is this gooning on my timeline? Yo, Kitsuki. Oh my fucking god.
Wow. In your face.
What is this? I can't even show this on stream.
On the other side,
Kitsuki is so far gone.
Stop with the feed. An opportunity now as we close distance and throw again. 6H and an exclamation point here.
No, Rivals drama is bad.
What a finish. Able to take victory.
And not too much on Beatrix. He bounced. Hold on.
Unfortunately, out of the bracket.
Chill, my girl.
It's close.
It's just a little clumsy.
Getting way close. I believe last time he got 5th. I'll have to double check that later.
I believe that is correct. A big shout out to Verix. A fantastic performance. Everybody, please. Kermit, an unbelievable run.
100%. Seeing biking at this level, at EVO, absolute pressure. Shout out to Kermit. And another person to show, like, just grinding online can get you to this point, man.
Absolutely, you know, has had those offline results as well. But like you said, being in this position, being able to get to the point where you're able to break through and get to these EVO top 8s is an incredible
Paying that
honor,
out.
an incredible, like, you know,
Verix
well-earned
stomped him.
situation for him. As, you know, we'll take another look at how Verix was able to break through on that one with
Best
the
Nago in the business.
by PlayStation tournaments. So, I mean, it's kind of like we said, the use of the Kabaris was working out very, very well, but in the end, Verix just was able to dial up so effectively. Just the end game footsies, the guy just transforms into the final boss. The second phase Verix is something we're not ready to deal with.
It's so.
Has he been using a new move?
A lot of bikers.
The little like blue sword something.
They cover different angles, like the JS, like we're saying, the jump heavy. We saw that just demolish a 6P attempt.
I ain't
Like
get to see it since I went to get my
and
food.
we've been pointing out, it's the spacing on the ground that Verix occupies makes it hard for you to pick what move to do. And he didn't present 1-2 hate, I don't believe, in that whole set. He was just standing at a range like, you sure you want to press that right now? And then when you could see Kermit was trying to go back to space to like play the grounded game, that's when the hate came out, the mid.
Yeah, definitely agreed. But with that,
I love
though,
that people
we are
call it
going
the
to throw
credit
it over
card.
to a quick break. In
Fuck.
this break, though, just a reminder, make sure you keep those.
I just got my food, man. Y'all going on break? Well, Arsenal's on Cooney.
It's going to be important with the stage and having some awareness on where you are with relation to walls. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you pop the semi-escape.
That was fire. How do you do that?
Nice.
That
From
was
that
sick.
range, good option, Pina.
Yo, that was sick. He turned around from back turn, but did.
Oh my.
That was dope.
Nice. And off the low parry here. Going to go back turn, homing attack.
Oh, didn't get
Dropping the combo.
He wanted to close it out.
Radiata after
Hello?
that takes the frames and goes with the buzzsaw. Cut the ankles real quick.
Yeah, the sped up buzzsaw in season 2 made it from a counter, only a counter at Link now. Before it used to be a launcher in 7, but it was really slow. So it sees way more usage now. And the quicksand.
2 ninjas on the screen.
Arsene staying grounded, doesn't want to take the mix.
Yeah, doesn't want to wake up in the quarter circle for 1+2 plus frame pressure.
Oh, but here we go. The Cooney mind games are starting. Full crouch low, the heat up 1+2s, and then she gets the back turn pressure afterward. He's sending it. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see.
I love Kunimitsu mind
Now
games.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more while standing 2. Safe counter hit launcher pressure.
So
now for Pina.
satisfying.
Kunai a little more risky now in this game.
Kunimitsu the GOAT.
I like him working the one jab and then finding that back turn strike with down back 2. Full crouch mix though from Arslan Ash. Trade in his favor. He's going to pick this up, turn this into wall, turn this into activation, turn this into corner potentially.
Wow.
Solid adjustment. And the homing attack to try to seal the step. Make sure he doesn't step off too far.
Oh,
wow,
no.
Nice.
Raw dog meat hook. MYK at the wall. Where we going with it? Activation.
1, 2, 4, flip over. What are we doing?
1, 2, 4.
Back turn. 4, heat dash.
Did he sidestep
He
that?
got the.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
What happened?
What? Yeah, what happened?
Now this is gonna give Arslan Ash the advantage, right?
Was he not able to block in time?
Yeah, still has another chance.
But guess for game scenario. Oh, wake up, low king! Are you crazy?
Oh my god! Put it down, Jeff. Quick save!
Wow,
Oh my
nice.
God. Do or die for both
Like
players
a knife,
there.
bro. Minus 50 on. It's already minus a million.
You do. You gotta put your life on
How
the
minus
line
you want it
every
to be?
2 seconds. But that's the game you play, and that's the character
You
you
have to look your wife and kids in the eye and be like, yes, I put the grocery money on 0-0. And I just found a penny in the sofa, and I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, man. Kids are not gonna call it. They'll figure it out. Otherwise, I'm going for milk and never comes back.
Oh man, flame blast at the wall. We're down for Pina now. It's low on
What a
life.
block.
Arslan with
Okay.
the heat in his favor.
What the?
Oh, denies the burst before the armor even kicked in. What a trade.
Armor check.
Oh my god.
No low parry.
Oh my god. Oh, but stuck back turn. Didn't have the parry ready either. Chance though for Pina.
Why you do that?
Side round.
Why you smack his dead body like
with the low follow up on Arslan Ash like that?
You gotta, man. Sometimes you gotta.
Back turn with the low. 4-1, no check.
Yeah, it's only minus 10. Went for the 12. There's the link on counter hit.
Yeah, he has the mix-up right now. It's working. It's dirty, but it's working. Down back 2, nothing behind it.
Oh, that's
set
launcher.
3 counter hit off axis though. Hold on, the adjustment from Arslan.
That was a good adjustment using the tornado. We got 4-3.
Coming up with that wall standing 1 after that like that.
Step
in the activation.
The wall was too close for him to do a...
Forward 4 on counter
Nice.
hit. No. That's the news, the forward
Threw a
4
long tornado
link
combo.
after the counter hit forward 4 now.
In some of those scramble situations, Pina is... That's the thing about this guy, man.
With
He
the
wears
golden
his heart on his
stick?
sleeve. He wears his emotions on his face.
I don't even blame him after that. It was so close.
Bro, he was
I want
he
enough
was
time to
gambling
taunt
in some of
into
those
launcher.
situations too, man.
That was scary.
Yo, y'all evil,
Scramble
bro.
situation, bet on the wall standing 1.
What Queen Mitsu do to you?
It's unsafe in that situation as well.
Evil.
We'll give it text VDA.
Oh, Chipotle, hold on.
To
Text that code, chat.
222 for a
Free
chance
Chipotle.
to receive
I'm doing
a
it.
free entree. Again, VDA 279 to 888-222. You know, good job. That's good work from you all, being able to fill that up
Hold on.
yourself. Hopefully we can fill
Hold
you
on.
up with a little bit of Chipotle. Big
What is
shout
it called?
outs to Chipotle. being able to
BDA
provide, you know, continue to keep the FGC
279.
fueled and rolling. Big shouts to them. We
Come on, come on.
ton
No!
this time to take a look at this bracket.
It says
See where
Sirewall
Path has
out.
brought us now, C4.
Fuck.
It's been a long journey.
It's too late.
Yesterday, and only 4 remain.
I got it last year, though. It worked for me last year. I think it was too late now, though. It's easier to do in person, bro. This shit is too hard to do if you're on the internet.
You are... Oh, no. And it's a run back. It's a run back. And it's a run back. You couldn't write this any better. You could not write this any better. But that's something we're going to get later. A little treat for you guys. But now we're going to move up to the penthouse where we've got Nitro versus Red Ditto. Who's going to make it into that grand final seat so they can wait for the person to challenge them?
I want Red Ditto to win this. Nitro already won an EVO.
Here, taking a look though,
Vote.
EVO Fantasy picked the top 8 presented by AT&T. We'll check the percentages here, and it looks like it's a close one, but it is actually in Red Ditto's favor. But I would like to ask our crowd here, listen, if you would like to see Nitro move forward in the winner's bracket, let me hear it. Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. But what about the Red Ditto fans? You think he's gonna make it?
And look,
We need
the
Red Ditto to win
close
this.
percentages on screen,
Yeah.
C4. It's pretty close.
There's only 1 or 2% in there. You know what? We can't ask for anything better. Split down the middle. I can't call it personally. These two, like we've been talking, champions in their own right in different avenues, right?
Absolutely. I mean, world class. Both of them have having some of the most prestigious titles possible in their possession. An opportunity to add to an already storied legacy here. It is time to go back to the winner's bracket. It is
Here we go.
winners
Let me get rid of the camera.
finals. Here for Guilty Gear Strive at EVO 2026.
Lock in. Critics out. It's about to end.
The Eagles landed. The
Whoa,
matches
whoa,
are
whoa,
here,
whoa, whoa, I'm about to end
and
it.
we've got amazing dash blocking already from Nitro. He wants to get in and get scrapping. Red Ditto, earth bending, jumping away from the throw. Nitro knows what's up, and there's the burst early. Oh my gosh, don't you try and grab me.
I think I'm so glad that it started
This
like
Ram
this. 'Cause I was
versus
going to
Leo.
highlight my keys to the match. That would have been it. Movement and dash blocking is so important for Leo in this matchup, 100%. Because Red Ditto, a lot of the times at these ranges, He's going to be able to pressure a little bit greater, so Nitro has to use that quick dash speed to be able to close distance, but dash walking
Chipotle
on those
gremlin
movements
over
is
here?
so
What's
important.
wrong with being a Chipotle gremlin? Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Oh, that is round
Chipotle's
red,
good.
sir. Get him out
Not
of
tripping.
here. And Nitro, explosive start. And I think you need to do that against Red Ditto because we've seen Red Ditto get harder and harder to beat the longer the set goes on.
He's also a player who plays with, like, you know, I say in the Blue Lux sense, a little bit of ego, man, in a good way.
Ego.
He gets that momentum. He starts to feel himself. He is able to build on his own momentum. As you can see there,
damn.
sees the guard point and says, I'll see you one better. Mordovato straight through the wall.
Channel point dead is crazy.
For that. Ooh, and Red Ditto claps back in fashion. Wait a minute, though.
Come on, Red.
The king of the jungle is still alive. Dash up 2K. He's on the smidgen. Banks in the corner, takes the explosion.
Nice.
Tries to dash block, but the sword from above. And Red Ditto answers
He got so
back
close
with a
last year.
perfect
Last year he got second against Keishu.
Dash forward into the jump back. Nitro trying to scheme for something.
Nitro won
there.
2024.
Perfect spacing. Unfortunately, straight afterwards, loses out.
Last year Keishu won.
Confirms with the 5K.
I think Ditto can do it this year. I mean, Keishu was already eliminated, so.
I like how Nitro went to the guard point. Went, I remember last time what happened when you hit me in the guard point. How about I just come out of this stance real quick?
Grounded footsies. Such an important piece.
Oh, we're about to
of the
bracket
game.
Dino.
So difficult to navigate. 5K continues to be a menace, but the flash kick.
This
answered that
little
well.
guy sickens me is too good.
He really just whip punish 2S. That has like 0 recovery frames. How did he do that? He is just Red Ditto.
Full slash falls up the sword throw once again. Last time it was flash kick. This time it's dash throw.
Nice block.
Unreal as we abandon our swords to try and reposition, but a great match with the side
Nah,
swap.
that was an amazing match on the sword.
Red
Just
Ditto
as
does
well.
not want to be another statistic to the back turn stuff.
Oh,
he's going to
these
challenge.
blocks.
FD, counter hit. Uh-oh. And this is the problem. I missed the stomp from back turn. That would have been insane damage. He has attention to overdrive at the end.
Nice blocks.
Oh my, did you go overdrive?
Oh no, but he's much too high in the air. We are going to recover in time. Tries the 6P, a little bit of a stacker, and we burst just for momentum.
Oh my god, he just dashed up the corner.
Oh
shit, let's go!
Straight sword, both characters dual wielding, but one
Whew.
can projectile them.
They do win him, but one has a way longer things to do with him.
Red Ditto, I think, reverse the momentum. It's like judo, right? You had Nitro coming at full force with the Leo and Ditto, and somehow he reversed the energy and thrown him back.
5Ks looking good, closes distance, has all these long-range durables, but chooses to continue to utilize these 5Ks. What a stopper, what a wall break, positive bonus again.
Jumps over, landed and went for throw, but Red Ditto already took to the skies. Oh my gosh, confirming the counter hit 2K. Okay, we're gonna survive this. Vice looking, a leak. Oh, White West Nitro.
The sword is barely able to clip. She had her hat off, it would have whipped.
Nice.
Goes for the run pass, gets the hit again. Reversal timing. The jab looks good. Not safe.
Hold on, Ditto is cooking. Ditto is cooking.
Okay, simple. Break a render, then backs away. Fares doesn't chain into the H. This time, goes for the S again. Maybe thinking, oh, the
Oh my god, that range on that is crazy. Damn. The dual sword slam move, that thing does so much damage.
Scratching the king of the jungle out of the sky. Nitro down back in. Getting hit, counter hit. Oh, just
Nice.
explosion. Okay, no swords.
Oh, and you saw that little bit of a shimmy, that dash backward to try and beat out guard point stance. Follow up, 5K hits on the jump away attempt.
Sheesh.
Is
Not dead,
able
not
to
dead,
kill
not
people.
dead.
Both swords a little less damage.
FD has the meter to do it. Look at
Oh my god! Oh my
What
god!
does it matter when you get cornered by Ram?
This dude
The 5K,
Ditto.
once again.
He did shit like 4 times.
There's only so much you can do, right? You do so many dash blocks, you're like, you're going to change it up, right? And then Ditto goes, okay, yeah, you're going to dash block me, now I'm going to go forward and throw all of that pattern that you identified.
Beat fetish is crazy.
On the same side, what a jump out, but 5P is able to stifle the momentum at least, make some room for yourself now, but the far slash, perfect distance, connects, and again, 2K beats him to the spot. The movement from Red Ditto to stifle out Nitro's movement, which normally I think is a highlight of his play. He's so good at being in the right place at the right time. His positioning, a lot of times, the thing we praise the most.
He says he plays with the pad. I think he plays with the side map. Like,
Nice.
his positioning is just always on point. He knows where it needs to be. And then
Yeah, watching this makes me want to play more. Play some Lucy.
Goes for the low
Lucy
and
the
then
goat.
confirms it. And there we go. Overdrive. Nitro. Okay, this is more what I expected from him. Blistering speed.
Let's rock.
And that small step forward into 6P, you can see even around.
Can I hope they buff Lucy, bro. Oh my god. I don't even get so badly.
What a flash kick, recognizing the spacing was a little off.
Have to let him know.
Nice back throw.
It's a back throw. We take that wake up burst from VO. Saw the right on the ball, the potential mix. Which side? I didn't even see.
It's not even that Lucy's like that bad. Just compared to what you could play, it's like, why would you play Lucy?
Those angles are absolutely in
Like, they're so much better and stronger.
What the king of the jungle does.
And that is, I'm glad you pointed that out too, because that's
Did
the
the
sign
camera
of
go?
good Leos in spots
I just
like that,
removed
when
it so it wouldn't get in the
they're
way.
moving that quick, not even seeing him flip out of the stance, being so fluid in it. A lot of the time, when players watch this game, if you're new to Guilty Gear and seen a lot of times when you see
Like when
Leo
they're combo
play,
on the right side of the screen.
almost don't know he's a stance character because it just looks so fluid how they're able to
I
get
put it back
out.
if I wanted though.
Forest did connect, causing the combo into the explosion of the sword on the wall.
DP.
Esbu perfectly spaced. I also called out
I found those cross up 1,000. If you had frozen it right there, my channel points were gone. Oh my god. But we do get the breakthrough still.
Put it in the middle? Yeah, I'm too lazy for that.
He is stalking his prey. I think he sees Red Ditto as like a gazelle right now. Oh, but all the overheads scratching away. We're gonna break the wall. Of course we are. But positive bonus versus nearly 100 tension. What can Nitro cook up? He tried it. I think he tried to try that BRC.
I think you're absolutely right. Still not enough to kill though. Has burst, has max meter. BRC forward at the start. Definitely the right call.
Damn.
Gets nothing off it though. 2K stifles the momentum. And just not a chance to get rolling afterwards again. It's set point.
That 2K was like a checkmate situation. There might have been something he could have done. Maybe like if he was charging flash kick, maybe he could have done it in a slower down, or maybe overdrive because he had the meter. But it was a really tricky situation. You can see that Red Dead just had no fear to put that out there initially. But now the counter hits are flurrying at Red Ditto, forcing the burst out. And Nitro on the defense. There's a throw. Burst doesn't want the glass to break. Doesn't want to give Red Ditto the positive bonus.
Ooh, in the top of the dust. It's such a dangerous game to have to play when you're a charge character, knowing that the overhead can come anytime. The system mechanic to beat you out of it.
Nice.
Gets the throw, chooses not to spend the meter.
Nice dust into the sword. Jeez, let's go. Ditto's cooking.
Trying to access our
Ditto is
offense at
cooking.
some point,
Damn.
But Red Ditto able to expose it with the dust, a flash of orange, and the guy is gone.
Ditto's cooking.
Winner's side for Red Ditto.
And he makes it look so easy. He makes it look so easy. Even in that last exchange, right? Nitro did neutral jump and didn't press the button on the way down.
Yep.
There's so much, I feel like, grandfathered
Disgusting.
information when you watch
2B in this
like,
20.
I can't press the button.
2B's not in this
He
game.
just always does something, whether it be JP, like we were saying,
And Gramblin.
jump up and meet you, or air throw
Need
you,
Lucy?
6P, we're going to Wreckers. It's
Put
so
this food
much
away.
longevity in his
Oops.
play that
What the
helps
fuck
him
did I
win
just
matches
press?
in the future.
It's a ton to have to contend with here, and it's going to be a nightmare for whoever is able to climb to win 2 sets in a row. But let's take a look back and see what our players are going to have to contend with this replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments here. Super excited to see. Again, I feel like 5K and 2K truly were the most decisive like options that we were able to win these spots with again and again.
Wait, he won this? Oh no, draw, 1-1.
Oh, he did. That's the GOAT. Were they RPSing for music?
Maybe. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah, they probably did. That's what we was watching there. Lost the music RPS and lost the in-game RPS.
Oh well, then all this stuff on the that doesn't matter. He just that's where he lost right there.
Before character selects.
No, absolutely. But no, again,
Look, you want a single tournament?
I
don't think so.
That offense a little bit more aggressively. Things
I don't think
starting
so.
to look up for Nitro. It's kind
For
of
the
like
major,
you
no.
mentioned, his ability to just be able to
Not
challenge
that I know
all
of.
the right places, the 2Ks, the 5Ks.
You looking, I'm the guy. I told that ping to the Robocop trailer. Thoughts on review? He looks cool.
I mean,
I looked at it earlier.
He
He looks cool. Yeah, definitely not my style of character, but he looks cool. I'll try him out. Highly doubt I'm going to play him over Lucy.
It just feels like unless you're completely full screen, there's never a comfortable position to potentially even try to get anything started.
Yeah, I think there's like not a misconception, but everyone's so scared of the swords, we forget about the normals. And Red Ditto takes.
Yeah, the reaction will be up on YouTube later. I mean, I could upload it now, but I'm too lazy. I'm just chilling right now.
I think before we get into the bracket here, we got one more thing to be able to talk to you all about. Because as a reminder to you all,
where's the trailer?
Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls is coming out soon, and pre-orders are actually available right now. You know me, I'm a big fan of my Marvel games.
Okay, but where's the trailer?
What a time to have the two versus
son, y'all talking about.
If you all want to get involved with it, make sure you get your pre-order in. It is going to be an incredible time. Cannot wait to see Marvel Tokon actually get panned out, man.
It's going to be a wonderful time. I'm going to be there, hopefully in the bracket. Maybe something like this. Who knows? I might get good. I doubt it. But here we go with the Cheerio versus Beric's run back. This happened earlier today.
Yes.
Dostro and King Jobber, shout out to those two. They commentated that match. It was phenomenal. Spoilers, I guess. Beric's went 2 games down and brought it back to last round.
It was very, very close. A final scramble
Briggs
decision ended up securing it for Cheerio.
Maybe they show it after this. I don't know.
Between these two, because I think that both of these players are extremely capable when it comes to those scramble situations, and they play characters that can go to the mud if they would like. They don't necessarily always play that style, but they're more than capable of getting down and dirty if the time comes.
I think if it's anything like the match they showed earlier, I think we're going to see the progression of that, like the evolution, the stages, where the first game they played, it was super slow. Both camps were walking. There was hardly any running. So I am super excited. Sounds like the crowd are getting a little bit excited too, as we get big bodies on screen right now. Gold Lewis Nago, Beric versus Cheerio.
Like
all right, here we go. Briggs up. I'm about to close it in a minute.
Start a hell of a bet. Cheerio tries to play a little bit more passive while
the fucking Glorp is taking up the camera. Fuck ass Glorp.
In the early stage, but the early stage matters not when the damage is this damn high. Clashes between the two. Berix comes out on top.
Fuck ass Glorp.
Kin down. You can see, and this isn't Cheerio being antsy, trying to get a pattern. He said, how often can I correctly
you buy everyone GTA 6 Ultimate? I don't even have GTA 6 myself.
So important because those JDs
talking about some everyone.
Be blocked. Punish that. Where are the recovery frames, Proxy?
Even with the slowdown, still able to bring that foot back in. He's a big man, but he's an agile man. Now, we still have meter, full security as well. If we get full screen again, we might burn it down. I like
where the jams at?
Could you see the YRC
Boonga Boonga herself?
Oh, but it's too early. It's a knockdown. It's a jump over. No OTG though.
Pressure. That's thinking about getting chipped out.
It doesn't stop.
It's a heavy coffin. It's a heavy coffin. And it must be a heavy weight because, again, like I said, that happened in the last match. He tried to YRC it, but we saw it happen earlier when someone did do it.
Okay. Great jump timing, though, just like you pointed out. Trying to bet on these 5Hs a little bit.
Level 2 block. Oh, that's going up real fast. There you go, block normal. Getting that cholesterol a little bit back down to something a bit more manageable. Wow, the horseshoe on the back of the hand connects, and now Cheerio can smell blood. Oh, and this is a power. He's gonna take yours, overdrive, and I think he's gonna kill him.
It's looking like it's gonna be very, very close. Not close. Oh, it is just enough.
I was about to say, is he alive?
Exactly.
I'd have been so pissed. Like, wait, what?
Straight there at the start, though. Momentum in Beric's favor, gets the hit with the Beyblade, delays things a little bit. It's a great timing on the 5H.
Oh, get down. It was blocked. Burst on both sides, but look how much life Cheerio's lost and didn't have a chance first.
This is crazy, bro.
Shizu definitely had time. Chance now as the security gauge continues to build. 2H, 5H. The coin flips you're having to deal with here are devastating. Cheerio tries to make a read with the Skyfish. It's not gonna work. You about to gun to a sword fight? Settle
getting
down.
Blade in a Source game. Appreciate what you can. Fuck no. I don't appreciate this slop. Give me my damn blade.
Oh my god. But I'm honestly,
that's not the same. Give me my fucking blade.
Kind of matchup interaction that you identified is really panning out hard here. These 5Hs, the jumps versus going into 2H, it's very committal on both sides, but Beric's just so far ahead in terms of the guesses in that matchup like aspect so far.
It's like Beric's the worst person to lose against.
Blade is coming to Tokon. When he comes, everybody in here is catching a fade.
Oh, sweeping legs though, an opportunity now. Behemoth way too high. That's a great punish.
Oh, he gets the bite. Oh my god, can it swipe? And Cherio believes I would
can come get smoked.
Gonna get YRC. I don't think he's gonna go for it again. Yeah, it's not worked out. It's not panned out.
Especially that Sage Jam fella.
There's an overhead block, but then it's
You gotta get smoked first.
Oh, Joe Zenson!
Yeah,
Mr. Yap Supreme.
Taking pieces from the fallen foes here. Quick little spend
Special
and
grade
now
Yapper
plenty of
himself.
blood to work with now. Limits open as we continue to get aggressive. Not much time left to do it here, though.
He talking crazy about you? Yeah, he catching the fade first.
Down for Cherio.
Mr. Special grade Yapper himself.
Oh my gosh! The start step was insane, and I could see very like, oh, you like to see him block? Okay. Okay. He was scared of the mascot. That's what it was. Yeah, he was scared of the mascot.
Oh my god, 6H, nice big normal buddy. Straight away, swings the behemoth, plenty of security, but a backdash very effectively escapes the situation.
We're playing Cuphead today? I don't know.
3 hugs. But Nago said no.
You guys always ask me, but I always tell you guys the same thing. You guys gotta ask a lot. You can't ask me. She's the one with work, so like she works full time, so like it's not as easy as just we can just get on today.
The backdash there with the BT gets hit on the noggin with the overhead and a deflect shield to negate that offense. Okay. Oh,
Because some days after work she doesn't feel like streaming.
Straight afterwards, blood.
She's literally just got back from work.
Delaying a little bit to get some security, and now chooses to close distance. It's a clean hit and a knockdown here as we look for the cross up and finds the low.
Oh,
a big
shit.
chance now for Cherio. I don't think it's Skyfish actually would have killed. A great burst.
Went for the poke at the RC. Clones are in. Stays away. Oh, he's popping.
Game time.
6P on the way up.
Wow.
On the way up.
Just wow.
What a stop. The knife edge chop blows it up. Back to character select.
Wanna blow up for end of the year? Maybe.
Again, Cherio, just a step
It's looking doable since Blade is buffed.
Here in that second game, we saw him. He was so dissuaded from jumping. All those successful full sends. He was
It's actually looking pretty doable since Blade's actually pretty good now.
As soon as Varix was able to tune in and get active with that 2H to stop it, it feels like Cherio has just kind of moved away from that and is now trying to keep it much more grounded, which he can win in, but he just couldn't do it. It's possible, but it's hard, man.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's possible, but it's hard. But what other options are there, right? Yeah. You've seen Varix being so solid, and I remember back in the day seeing sometimes like accidentally pop blood. I just don't see those mistakes happen.
Do the captions on my stream work still? Or is it turned off?
On his glitch, he's flood level. And
Oh, nope, that shit's turned off.
Insane for him because it's again the switch. He starts off super aggressive.
Oh wait, no, it's on. It's just not correct.
Like, how do you expect him to play?
Yeah, I mean, Nagoriyuki already a character who's fantastic.
I gotta fix the
in
captions.
opening gambit, and you put a player like Varix who's been so cerebral.
I'll fix it
with his opening.
one of these days.
I mean, it's just so by the book.
Not today, because I'm streaming now, but
I'm not going to count Cherio out. Like I said, this was reversed from the previous set that they had. Cherio went 2 games up, and then Varix won 2 on the bounce.
What does it mean when his face goes
I believe
blue?
that Cherio can do the same thing now, but he's only got 1 more part to do it.
Varix getting out of that round with full burst still intact is a nightmare for Cherio here, but we do find the 2P enforced. The burst! She's
Pause
for the
blood.
connection. Wall certainly shattered. No, instead, it's a reset on the wall.
Interesting.
Okay, avoids the grab and does a back throw in return. Cheerio's time. Big jumping, big BTs, and big systems. We're going down the glass, breaking in the glasses, on the glass, full smash, positive bonus. Pretty good life lead here as well for Cheerio.
Bro, I want a Tokon trailer, bro. Like, quit playing with me, bro. Let me see that Ghost Rider too, bro.
Spot max security, immediate drones. I like that. Take all the screen space
Let's
back
see that
now.
Ghost Rider team already. Stop fucking playing with me, bro. Put the damn team in the bag, bro. Put the damn blade in the bag, bro. Stop fucking playing.
Block the first 2 HUN.
Stop fucking playing, bro. Put the fucking Ghost Rider in the bag.
I see the gap.
Put the blade in the bag.
The opportunity's there.
One attack. Okay, for the follow-up here, max security again. Goes for the hop over. 6P on the landing. Varix takes advantage. Gets away from the drone gear. Gets pushed back. That fights back to the mid-screen.
That was such a risky swipe because if Cheerio blocked that, Thunderbird would
Moon Knight.
have been a very long day for Varix.
The hell?
We're trying to clock out early. 5H,
Yo, if
hit
Gabe is voice acting Blade in that game too, that'd be so sick. I mean, it's gotta be if he's in that game, because every character in Rivals voice acted in that game, except like a few.
To lose as
Like Cap and
gets the free.
wait, is Cap's voice actor? I don't think Cap's voice actor is the same.
Gets his vindication.
Magneto's is the same. Spider-Man's isn't the same. Magic's is the same.
Nitro, but we have to give our
Ghost Rider is the same. No, I'm joking.
the best to do it. Please, everyone, give it up for Cherio. TNS's very own. I'm so. Dude,
I can't fucking think.
So bad.
I can't think right now.
This guy's ridiculous, man.
Let him know.
Let him know.
I would say Dr. Doom, but I don't think we've heard Dr. Doom talk in Rivals.
Presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
If Ditto was there, yeah, Alex, you gotta be back 100%. He did too good of a job.
On main. Oh yeah, we was demonstrating. We had to do visual representation for people here in the stream.
I can't help it.
I mean, it's needed. You know what? BTs are very hard to explain to someone. You have to show the motion, right?
Yeah. If you give me a standing desk, I'm going to do the animations. I'm sorry.
Hey, right. That's crazy.
Couldn't do it if you were sitting down.
That's what I'm saying. 5H is working out though. It was so good, and even there, being able to get into the position. Sometimes the threat of using that move and opening up the idea of being able to use that extra blood is enough. Varix did nothing with the potential credit that he opened up in that spot. It was just enough to make Cherio feel like he needed to make a move, and you're able to capitalize off of that. Varix has the reaction time and has the game sense to punish you in a spot like that. Just honestly, truly a perfect performance. What a choice and what a set. One of the best to ever do it here at Rivals.
And it's only going to get better. These matches are
Marvel Mystic Mayhem.
Super intense, but I don't know how you're feeling, but
I'll tell you my Rivals.
I need the break, bro.
Has Alex been posting some new shit?
Top to bottom, incredible performance from all these players, and it is going to lead us now. I think you're right. We're going to take a little bit of rest. I'm going to get some water. You guys get water for yourselves as well. Guilty Gear Strive. We will conclude our bracket here in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with even more EVO 2026.
Nitro versus Varix.
Chipotle and 2XKO are back for round 2. Use promo code Tag Team at checkout to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket hat for your avatar. Visit chipotle.com/2XKO for details.
Come on, everyone!
I'm in orbit, Quill. Too easy.
Bam! Bam! Penny's theme is so crazy, bro. I played it for y'all last night, right?
Together, we can achieve.
Magic's theme is fire. I'm playing Magic's theme again. That shit is too heat. Where's Magic's theme at? Magic's theme is heat. Wait, I forgot. I don't know where I linked it. Here it is. This is Magic's theme. What is it called? I think it's Queen. I think the title of the theme is Queen of Limbo. Queen of Limbo. Oh shit, heat. It's like elite. What do we watch? Chris Wong versus Idom? I don't think there's any new Tokon footage that came up there now. Well, there is, but just it's not that good. I can check though. Why is our head so big? Their heads go crazy. Tokon fighting. I want to see some Magic gameplay. Oh, GameSpot uploaded some Magneto and Black Panther gameplay. Bad, but I don't want to see fucking. Oh, did they have any footage of Magic? Nah, this is Black Panther and yeah, I don't want to see this. Oh, you want to hear Penny's theme? I haven't heard Penny's. Here, I'll play Penny's. Brace yourself, though. Oh, you're gonna see it up top. The BlazBlue. Yeah, that's after this actually. It's immediately after this. Brace yourself. This is Penny's theme. It's like Ingrid from Street Fighter 6. I didn't say it was bad, it was just anime as fuck. I see some magic bombos. Come on, bro. Damn, this match is getting shit on. Oh, nah. This Magneto's putting belt to ass. Can they just start dropping, like, character trailers? Like, actual, like, individual character trailers with, like, gameplay? This team is crazy. Imagine must be hard because they trying to see someone. Yeah, they're literally just getting bodied. Yeah. I mean, I tried her at EVO Japan. She didn't seem hard. Just that no one's practicing her. Everyone like instantly went to Magneto. It's the bracket if anyone wants to see it. Character guides? Yeah, they just started with Cap. They gotta keep those going. Alright, they're starting. Riddick is closing. Boom.
From Proxy. Can I get some noise for this losers finals?
Losers finals. Any losers in chats?
Loving the crowd here.
Any losers in chat?
So nice.
You become a winner by using your Prime sub with Twitch Prime. Yep.
And the cross up.
Checking if you have Twitch Prime. Link your Amazon Prime to Twitch, and yeah, you can become a winner by linking your Prime. Yep. Prime subbing up today. Me? Prime subbing up today for free.
And what did Nitro do? Oh, you did the button I wanted you to do. Now I'm gonna whip punish with dash breaker. Do it again. I dare you.
I'm broke. Yeah, nah, if you have Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, it's free.
I love that. Playing it from exactly the right spacings now as the headbutts follow through that little stagger, just barely landing on the knife's edge and is able to find the punish.
So the RB still committed to the flash kick. There's the RC, but hold on a minute. Side swap, and also there's a super here. I think
broken. I don't have Prime down.
Red. It's time, Proxy. Swing, bada.
God damn.
Send him out of there.
Brutal.
Not quite what you need. Nitro,
Shameless
a terrible
plug.
spot to find yourself in, but it's just a round and a back throw.
Overhead.
To secure himself a huge advantage now. It's a wall break, a positive bonus, and a ton of resources to sit on.
Oh, on the FD and identified immediately
Oh,
by
that's a new combo. What the hell?
Disengage.
You know, that's
can combo off his DP like that.
Every single game, but specifically as a versus game player in the previous life, Nitro there, push block, whip punish, that is the stuff. You know he's ready for those.
Always will be. S flash kick, using that invincibility to get.
Man, I wish someone would gift me a sub. Same.
Out there.
Same.
Don't be misled with the life bars.
What will I do? Please gift the sub.
No danger. He's
Someone,
nice as I am.
anyone save us.
Quick little
from this
cancel, lands to
misery.
the ground, is able to convert with a flash kick. Again, it's around a piece now with full burst across
Someone
the board.
save us, please. We're suffering out here.
Gets the throw, which puts Leo into back turn. It's kind of what you
Surely
want.
some kind-hearted soul would
He's taking him for a ride.
not
Finally
force
going
us to
for the
watch
strike.
ads,
They
right?
connect, chasing down his prey once
Surely.
again. Nitro basically looked
They'll
out.
gift us a
First
sub.
opportunity from Verix. He's got so little health now.
Yeah, no blood to work with either. Is going to have to
Me?
get aggressive here
What
at
the?
some point to build up the damage, build up the normals. Now it's contending with a fireball. Trades cannot go. You must play perfect.
Oh my gosh. There's no way, right? How do you use the burst if you can't use defense?
It's been live for 3 hours already.
Yeah, or maybe you don't need it. Maybe you're just built different. He is chopping at Leo. He's got no life lead almost. And I don't know how you do that with 2 HP.
Perfection is asked for. Perfection is demanded. And perfection is delivered. Varix, the double 6H. Straight through with the Shizu. Wow. What a finish. And as Nitro, I mean, where do you go from here? It's in your hands. You've got the win. Varix with one of the most unbelievable rounds we've seen.
Oh wait, I can get rid of my camera, sorry.
My mind would be MIA right now. How? How did he do it? He had first and... Yeah, okay, wait. Something's changed. Something's changed. But Nitro can regain. He can regain the composure. Like you said, versus game player. He's been in really bad situations. Going one game down.
600,000 channel points with a steal.
You can make it happen.
You see, that low-key is a steal. Because if you just see how crazy channel points was getting passed around when we was watching Smash tournaments.
Stop with these, bro. Help me.
Somebody be rich one day and then be the most poor person in this stream the next day. That shit was actually silly. Like, I ain't never seen people go from rags to riches back to rags to riches back to rags.
Not enough. Tries to go for the walk through wires.
This shit had me in tears, bro.
The chance the Beyblade whips.
Hop on Squirrel Girl? Oh, hell no, bro.
From yesterday, knew that guy was coming in and out. I heard that's a good place to eat. I might have to check out while I'm in there.
Do you want to check this out? Yo, look at that back there, bro. Get you one of them glorps.
A beautiful choice once again. Follows through. It doesn't cancel. The far slash follow-up. Goes for the Shizu. Finds the secondary hit and keeps the pressure up.
Blow up nation indeed, bro. Copy one.
Oh, yeah, punish. That wreck was a little bit.
Aren't they like on night or silly? If you can.
Yeah, and Varix said,
isn't limited time or something like that?
And he's been punished. Oh, we went for 6 H. So rare.
You can't buy them no more? Damn.
And again, Varix
W gatekeep.
to press some buttons.
Did you stream today?
BRC forward.
I would ask if you saw the drama, but there's no way you haven't.
You think I care? Full send, follows up normal, around a piece, but Varix, a game and around halfway to victory.
Today was my day off. That's what's up. Good luck tomorrow. You guys are still in, right? I think I'm pretty sure you guys are.
I know what you're talking about. 5K with punish. And burst from Varix. This time get a chance to use it.
Oh, that's what's up. Drama is great. I already spoke about the drama earlier. I'm not doing that shit again. That shit is too silly, bro. It hurts my head, bro. That shit hurts my head. It's just painful to watch. It's so painful.
Big chance here. Still has a meter. You cannot block situations like that, though.
Like, why even enter a tournament if you're just, you know, like,
step back. Able to just barely avoid.
Hurts my head.
Varix overpresses. He backdashes twice.
Like, even holy shit. Like, even the deadlock tournament didn't even, we weren't even getting paid. And you saw how much effort we were all putting in. Like, that shit hurts my head, bro.
He is too chill. He is too chill. Most people panic. We were talking about this earlier, right? Yes. He doesn't really just go mask off.
Shit, it's just painful, bro. It's just truly painful.
And it happened, and he still identified, okay, I know my
Yo, Varix is actually going crazy on Nitro. God damn. He's cooking.
Chuck out the fireballs again and again.
My team is 14 players. I told them to have get the wins where we lose and they locked in. That's what's up. What's the new drama? I already spoke about it earlier. I'll put on the second channel tomorrow. Like, it's so silly, bro. I feel so bad for Aramori, bro. Every tournament, she keeps getting like 4 supports or 3 support players on her team. Not every time, but like most of these tournaments, she keeps getting like 3 supports or 2 supports. It happened in the last one and it happened in this one. Like, she has to somehow carry on support. Well, now she's just playing DPS. Like, why does she have Doki Bird, Fan, and herself on, like, what the what?
Full screen footsies game.
She actually has to learn DPS because if she keeps getting put on tournaments like this.
No cancel there.
Like, whoever keeps balancing these tournaments just embarrasses her every time. It's like they just keep setting her up. That stuff is so fucked up. It's so fucked up, bro.
Chance. Oh, he flash kicks! He flash kicks!
supposed to be Shroud instead of Fan. Oh, that makes more sense. Why didn't they find someone that plays DPS? Bro, just get... Bro, Donatello is right there. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. Donatello's right there.
Chill. Chill on me. Still good. Bar slashes work out.
What?
Oh no! But goes to the well one too many times. Catches out.
Is he dead?
To the full catalog of blood. A quick
Nah, the team would have been fire with Donatello.
point for Varix.
One of the stronger teams for sure. I mean, I already thought this was one of the stronger teams, but the issue is that they have too many supports. Mori, Doki Bird, Fan, Warren, Sure, and like, I don't know, whatever. Team USA, that team is giga stacked. Like, I don't even know how they even made it to live servers. I don't even know how that team even got put together, but like, whatever, I suppose.
Oh, but the 2S is a masterclass. A full follow-up. The blood pop.
Oh, he's dead. Damn. Okay, that's a payout. Yeah, Varix went crazy. Donatello, Warner, Fan, yeah.
Guaranteed.
Whatever, I suppose.
More player stands in his way.
Oh shit. So if Nitro wins this, he becomes the EVO champion again. Because he won in 2024. If Red Ditto wins this, I mean not Nitro. I think Varix won Varix, EVO. Oh no, he won the Arc World Tour. I'm tripping. Varix won the Arc World Tour, not EVO. I don't think Varix ever won. His Naga character kills people. Yeah, he does. He's like Darius. He's like Darius in this game from
Bring ourselves back into the moment. The replay
it's like Darius, but
I
say a little bit stronger at the cost of losing zone health.
Second the gas pedal hits the floor, he just never lets up. Varix doesn't tap the brakes. He just
Darius is bottom 5. Yeah, bottom 5 in a like what 10 character game. Like okay, the game has like 15 characters now, but like that doesn't mean anything in that game. Low key. Okay, you can't just move the goalpost to bottom 2. You can't just move them.
Yeah, it's really easy for us to identify.
Just
but
come
in the
back.
moment, it's such a shock to the system when he does that kind of
We'll
thing.
move the goalpost. Go Team USA. I don't even want Team USA to win tomorrow. Because their team is stacked. It's unfair. How the hell did Kingsman, J3, and Flats end up on the same team and they're all playing their main roles? I mean, to be fair, they somehow lost 0-2 to AMER. But low-key, they lost because of Silky. Like, so they had Silky on support, and he was playing Gambit, and he died off cooldown. And then they got 0-2. They should not have lost that. On paper, they should win, but they lost, which is like...
Yeah,
okay, I mean, I guess.
I don't know what Red Ditto's thinking.
But, I mean, I can't blame Silky. He's off role. He doesn't play support.
If I wanted to get into this, if you're looking to get into the action yourself at home, PlayStation tournaments let you compete right from your console. From your PS5, it's so easy. Look down here. Get involved.
Competition doesn't end after EVO.
Absolutely. It was so cool to get to see the players that were able to, attend EVO because of those PlayStation tournaments. Big shouts to, PlayStation.
Wait, did Twins just play Ikari? Did I miss it?
More of these players to be able
Fuck,
to
I did
bring
miss it.
into the
No.
spot, to be able to, compete at the highest level in these types of moments here.
Poco
It is
versus
so
Leffen?
sick to get to see
2X?
again. I mean, PlayStation, big
I
shouts.
guess.
What can you say, man?
Yeah, much
I didn't even know Leffen was there.
from my neck of the woods in the EU over
Wait,
here.
so did Leffen
But
just stop
right
competing
now,
in Yota gear as a whole now?
Down to 2 more players. One of these players is going to be our champion. Getting the prestigious
Twins won? Yeah, I just saw the tweet. They cooked them.
champion trophy and some Arc World Tour points as well.
Yeah, being
Red
able to put yourself in a spot to
Ditto
go back to the Arc World Tour,
versus
have a chance to head to New York and be able to take the victory.
Critics
Here are
up.
2 players who have already experienced that victory, 2 players who have already won the big one on that side, but here at EVO have a chance to try and do it for themselves now. 2 of the players who have
Critics
the most
up.
prestigious rap sheets in the game, in the business
I want
when it
Red
comes to
Ditto to win
Guilty
this.
Gear. It's brought us to this
He got
moment.
2nd place last year at
Red
EVO.
Ditto and Varix down to the wire. EVO, I need it from you one more time. Are you ready for Grand Finals?
Grand Finals.
That's what I like to hear.
You got the timestamp for the VOD? For the drama? Yeah, 038:54, something like that. I talked about it for like 10
I've
minutes.
seen what you've been doing to other players. I'm not there.
Like, that shit is bad, bro. Like, I open Twitter on my phone, it's literally just on fire.
Bro, you have to think, Dale's been sitting here. He's coming out full force. He's got things to do, people to see.
But I don't know, it's hard to balance tournaments like that. But like some teams are obviously just, if you play the game even a little bit, you just know this isn't fair.
Try jump works out, maybe part of that there, because Varex's 2H has been a key portion of the game plan. They're stopping a lot of these approaches. The BRC to make sure you get there in time is so crucial. And the round
like if this is support, you can't just have a one above all support versus a one above all DPS. Like you need to like give this one above all support a higher level DPS. Or else now they're in a situation where they're forced to play DPS or tank and get off their support role. Because most new people will be playing support usually in tournaments like these. But whatever.
Turns while we can. Some other situations, the reversals there. Do it while you can. In the early stage, let them know I'm willing to get a little crazy.
Oh shit, that floor move was crazy.
Oh, okay. He's angry. 6P. Good blocks.
Oh, really does pause the blood.
But Red Deal take to the skies.
Damn.
Oh, didn't have any RC.
From that far?
Very expected.
Yo, Red Ditto's on fire. Red Ditto's on fire. Holy shit, I think he's actually gonna win this EVO.
Game 1 in Red Ditto's
And the predict? Oh shit.
All of that momentum that Varix was building, that snowball that was continuing to roll, starting to waver a little bit,
Rams can't downplay? I mean, Rams been unable to downplay. This kid has been really strong.
Has had to play a lot of games to get to this point, right? Being in losers before top 8, not easy. You've got the whole, I'm warm, I'm ready. You've still got the fatigue that Miles kicked in.
He put on a show, dude.
Taking advantage of that.
He's on fire this EVO. And he was on fire last EVO as well. Just had an unfortunate match. He was fighting Keishu. And that was Prime Johnny he was fighting. He was fighting Prime Johnny before nerfs. Johnny got nerfed immediately after that EVO though. But so I don't blame him for losing last year. He fought Prime Johnny. Ooh.
There is a tech that the BRC going to chase that. No, decides to get out of the
No.
corner.
Nice burst.
Red King goes for the first. Chases down Slash. Yes, I love that. To get away from the explosion on the wall. I don't know why that's doing so much damage.
Oh my god, that reaches from that far. The second hit connected.
The self-control to not try and go for the air zone spot like that, and take the reposition.
Is Ram best character in the game? I don't know. I know she's strong though.
Unreal. Being behind in loser's bracket and having the presence of mind to say, don't get greedy.
Didn't they say the best character right now was like Gold Lewis? Well, not Gold Lewis, Leo.
He's only human. He's only human. Let's be real.
These dusts, bro. The sword on the wall and the dust and explodes. That shit is crazy. Who we rooting for? I'm rooting for Red Ditto.
Oh, the last hit connects.
Team almost won last year, but
oh no. And we're gonna punish the big swipe. Looking for Ram Tinder. He swiped right.
Hey, it's a big choice there. Equals out the games and no hesitation from either player. We are straight back into the
I'm pretty sure both these characters are top
right
tier.
away. 6B into the follow-up. Shizu taking her head off at the great burst timing.
Nice.
Ooh, we've got a bit of a gray / purple.
Nice dust. Yeah, he does it every time and it works. That shit is so hard.
Just the tip, just barely connected. Hit him in the back.
Because he can go high or low. You have to just guess.
6P through the sword.
Incredible 6P.
God, that is so much damage, bro.
To the high attack.
These are both high damage characters. This grand finals is gonna be really quick.
Step on the toes, confirm, and again, going for the
It's
position.
gonna be a very quick grand finals.
This is so good for him. Back away. What a tech.
Nice air throw.
But on this side, he's on the receiving end, gets the throw. An opportunity now to go closer to the corner here. It's low this time with a secondary sword. Pop! It's a good throw and still has meter.
5K. 2K. Sweep. And that's
Oh, he gets a combo from that? Did I miss Tokan? No, they didn't show Tokan yet. He gets a combo from that?
Listen.
Oh.
I mean, when it comes to that snowball flowing, it is absolutely not. You know, it was just hitting a plateau and getting to the next hill. The next downhill is fully starting now. It's going to be Red Ditto closing distance and getting the throw, a punish to get us back into the corner.
Cross up. Oh, he didn't get a hit. Nice. Okay. Gets his other sword back. Shoots one of them. He gets interrupted though.
serving up that 6P. Whatever
Nice.
normal's thrown that way.
Throws the
that's what you
sword. He
want.
has no swords on
And
him
you
though.
might see Zero adapt. Oh my
Nice
gosh,
first
Pigment adapted.
block.
He knew that burst was en route and said, get it out of my face.
Nice.
Yeah, the timing is absolute
Okay.
Snipping that one out. It's a round of these. This is so important.
Ooh, round start counter it. Good start.
2 in a row.
He's already in the corner. Swords on him. He has to guess high low. Another sword. Guess high low.
Red Ditto doesn't
Low
care,
into
though.
grab.
Keep pressure with 2K.
Dust. Oh, nice.
He is unconditional right now.
He's going crazy.
He's got a game plan, he's sticking to it, and he's like, you're going to have to adapt to me.
That's what's up. It was like 4 overheads.
Great shoot.
Forward to keep the pressure up. Nice block. Twice in a row. A nice block. Chance against the wall, though. One more sword, though. One more potential.
Nice.
Pop! 6P to stop.
What's up,
Attempt to
Chief?
jump forward.
What's the motive? Whoa, what a backdash out of
Woke
range.
up, that's
Trying to
what's
step on the toes one more
Wait, why'd you wake up
time.
so late? What time is it for you?
Red Dio said, these toes,
Oh, nice.
they're my brand moneymaker. You can't step on these.
Let's go. Let's go.
Unbelievable situation that Varix has found himself in. 6
Now
straight
for you
games
to be
to
number one
make
again?
it to this spot. An opportunity to
Yeah, I saw
find
stuff
the
about
reset
Bloodway. That's
and
just
move
crazy as
even
well.
farther forward. It's back
Yeah, people
to
are mad at him for what he
Varix,
said,
like,
but like,
much of a slowdown.
I mean,
Red
I'm not.
Ditto firmly
I mean, he
in the
wants
driver's
views, so
seat.
like, I mean, he answered the guy's question. At least he was honest, I suppose. But like, the issue is that he said it in front of like diehard FGC fans.
What can we do to stop the type
Time
of
and place
pressure
to say it, and
Red Ditto
that is not the
built up?
place
I mean,
to say
so
it.
far, I mean, 6P getting out of
That's
the
why.
sword
That's why there was like
has
boo
been a
afterwards.
very
Like
good
what?
follow-up, a good way to deal with some of this. But otherwise, it feels like Red Ditto has just been one step ahead on every single adaptation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not Varix's coach because I'd be shrugging my shoulders like, I don't know, whatever you did that round that you won, do that again.
How about you try hitting them? Don't give it.
What did he say?
From there, though, 6P in the
Rob asked him after he won the exhibition. What did he ask him? He said, "Why did you hide all your gameplay?" Something like that. I don't remember what it was, but he said, "Why did you fool Tyler by not playing on stream and stuff like that?"
Another good 6P.
I don't remember what the actual question was, but it was something around that. And then Ludwig responded by saying, "I'm sorry, I like Street Fighter, but I like views," or something like that. And I mean, basically saying that like Street Fighter doesn't get views, like for him. It doesn't get views for him. Like it's not. Like, bro, I mean, it's not wrong to say fighting games are niche. He said he likes viewers.
Yep, Dan gets tapped on the dome again. Varix in dire
I mean, yeah, Street Fighter compared to the view count that he gets, yeah, Street Fighter is not gonna help him. His views would drop. Street Fighter with the view count he gets, like. But who knows? Maybe people would like to watch him play it. So he could be wrong, but like, fighting games are niche. Which is like not wrong to say, but like he shouldn't have said it there. That's not like the time and place to talk about that. For the diehard FGC fans. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, fighting games are very niche outside of Japan. The only like non-niche fighting game in Japan is Street Fighter. It's just mainstream over there. So if you're not a Japanese streamer, like not even fighting game pros that play Street Fighter 6, no one gets over 100k views on any of their Street Fighter videos unless it's like a reaction to like a new character or something. No one averages thousands of views playing Street Fighter 6 unless you're like Punk or like a big content creator like Brian F or Diaphone. And it would have to be like update day or something.
Equalize here. He doesn't find the mark. Throw. He'd already committed to the double jump though. Safe for now.
But with the view count he gets, like, what does he average? Like 5k plus viewers on Twitch? Yeah, if he's streaming Street Fighter daily, he's not gonna get that. I mean, I like views too, but like, I prefer to play what I like instead of
dwindling a little bit. Strike
playing what's gonna give me views.
Favor. It's a break, but it's not enough.
Which is why I still stream fighting games and stuff.
Proxy, will he get counter burst? I don't know.
The views ain't everything to me, so I don't care, but some people don't look at it that way.
One more opportunity.
Let's go.
Red Ditto is what seals the deal.
Yeah, Sage M gets the deal, but he's like lose.
Performance and another trophy to raise for Red Ditto. North America's finest continues dominance.
W, let's go. This is the one.
Unbelievable
W Red Ditto.
He says, I'm gone. I'm good. I don't even want the trophy. I'm leaving. I'm out of
W
here.
Red Ditto.
That's the expression of light work. We do this.
An unbelievable performance from Red Ditto, a huge victory. But we have to give the flowers, obviously, an incredible showing from Varix. Red Ditto, though, you know, is celebrating with the crowd, celebrating with the homies. Live in the moment as you should. This is your championship moment.
Fully deserved. And it was kind of fitting to see, like you mentioned, I didn't even realize until you said it, an Art World Tour champion and an Art World Tour champion getting here to the finals of EVO. Champions, like you said, in their own right, in the different field, coming here to Las Vegas to battle it out. Varix, in loser's side of the top 8, having to, you know, rulingly get through other matches and getting a couple of 3-0s. And like you mentioned, it might have been fatigued, he might have been getting tired. While Ditto was just sitting there with his ram saying, can you stop me? I'm a current Humble Tour champ.
Yeah.
You're the past.
Hey, listen, a player who has staked his claim again and again, even through moments like that where he was able to get sliced up, was still able to keep his composure, still able to bounce back and keep the momentum in his favor all day long. It has been Red Ditto asking questions to the footsies and everybody getting confused by the pop quizzes. He continues.
But yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
I mean, just a
W Red Ditto, I'm happy you won.
Playing Ramathal, I feel just
Who
like
won
the
big?
way
Let's
she's
see.
intended. At every single turn, this guy has just
won big?
perfectly shown off the strength of the character here as we got one last
Oh
vote
wait,
there
no
with
one
that
won big.
replay
Everyone voted on Red Ditto.
by
What the fuck?
PlayStation Tournaments.
Amazing. Thank you, PlayStation, for that. We needed to relive it. And the
I
celebration.
would have lost a shitload.
So wholesome.
You didn't win.
Like you said, shouting out the people that got you here.
Mind the
Honestly,
exploding
truly,
plasma.
happy to be in a position to be able to take
This is first
victory
LA
here.
EVO win? Yeah, I think so,
glad
yeah.
to see everybody supporting their
W.
champ. So
Yeah, he got second place last year. I was actually pretty sad with that.
All the congrats in the
But I mean, he was fighting
so
fucking
much more to still
Prime
give to
Johnny.
our champion here, but all of our players throughout the entirety of the
That shit was kind of
bracket here at
cheese,
EVO
no?
2026. EVO and the things that are
He was
able
fighting
to happen
Prime
here,
Johnny.
the stories we're able to write, the situations and the moments that we're able to live only happen because of every single person in this venue, every single player that comes through, and I mean especially these top 8 competitors that we saw top to bottom.
Tokon, hold
Red
on,
Ditto,
slow down.
I mean, consistently
They didn't
through
even do the
this
award
bracket,
ceremony
through
yet.
Side, he only needs one game to be able to get tuned up and ready to go, it seems. Everybody gets one.
He's a very giving champion. He likes to give to the community, like you see, giving to the players. 3-1. You could say, you know, everyone gets an opportunity to take a shot at the champ. He takes one in the chin and goes, okay, now it's my turn to hit you back. And we are going to be hitting the main stage.
There we know Tokon here. Yo, why is everybody leaving? Wait, we got Tokon. Wait, don't leave.
Rob TV as he gives these top 8 finalists what they
Don't
deserve.
leave. Yeah, why is everybody leaving?
Speaking of giving them what they deserve, I need this audience to do exactly that.
Wait, they gotta show a Tokon trailer. Trust, bro. Don't leave.
Fire.
Don't leave, guys.
Let's get to this top 8 awards ceremony, starting with
Guys,
in
no.
7th place, T1.
Bro, fuck off, bro. Show me the fucking shit. Yo, if I don't see that shit tomorrow, I'm gonna
In
crash.
7th place, put your hands together.
I'm gonna
for
fucking crash out if I don't see that shit tomorrow, bro. I'm gonna crash out if I don't see that shit tomorrow,
In 5th
bro.
place, K. Shu with the move. Also in 5th place, put your hands together for Kermit. In 4th place, with the phenomenal 360 wave game, make some noise for Cheerio.
Are we watching BlazBlue top 8? Good.
Nitro in
We could. Here, want.
In 2nd place, amazing run, blow the roof off for Varix.
We should. Guess you got the crash out because it's not coming.
Your champion,
Let's watch it. Sure. Okay, we can watch it.
Red Ditto.
Where the fuck is my Tokon trailer? bro. Stop fucking playing with me, bro.
Now,
They
bro,
can't
this
keep
is
getting away with
very
this.
special for our top 3 competitors.
Give
Put
me
it in
my
the background
fucking
for your stream
Tokan
setup and all
trailer,
of
bro.
that. As you can see, customized sticks with the Guilty Gear on the front. Bronze, silver,
my fucking
and
Tokan
gold.
trailer, Sun
One more
Ring.
time, clap it up for your top 8.
Sunny Ring, please, bro. Don't do this to me.
Red Ditto, I need you, brother. I need somebody to grab
Please,
this stick
bro.
for you real quick.
Grab his stick. Hey,
I
yo.
got to talk to you after that amazing performance. Okay, there we go. We got to make sure we handle that gold with care. Pull up on me, brother. Come on. Okay. Red Ditto,
Bro,
congratulations.
yo. If 9 o'clock p.m. hits tomorrow and I don't see the fucking Tokan trailer, half this chat's getting banned. Half this fucking chat's getting shot.
How does this compare now that you're
I'm gonna just start rapid firing bans.
I think Argwa Tour felt more meaningful.
Go down the damn fucking. I'm gonna literally do this shit. I'm gonna press community right here. I'm gonna just fucking ban every other person. Every other person up here is getting banned. We're just gonna fucking rapid fire that shit. How about that? Give my damn fucking Tokan trailer now.
Tournament like this, a lot of us
Give me my fucking Tokan trailer, bro. We're rapid firing bans tomorrow, bro. We can play roulette, bro. We can play spin the wheel with like 5 numbers.
I always come to a tournament and it's like if I didn't prep well enough.
Give me my fucking Tokan trailer, bro. Yeah, bro. Have his 0 subs done this up.
Oh, I'm gonna make it no matter what. I don't care if I'm wrong.
Ooh. Tell
I
him.
should be scared or like nervous.
Support for
Inspiring me. You inspiring Big Hollywood up here, man. Hold on.
Give me my fucking Tokan trailer, bro.
Of course, I have to
Show me my blade.
Have any message for
Show me the blade.
Any of your fans watching from home?
It's not that deep.
I like to
It's
shout
that
out
deep, bro. Show me the blade.
He helped coach a lot of sets for me. So I like went over
Show
a lot
me
of
the
matchups
blade.
I would run into like Bedman and Leo, which came up today.
You mean Moon Knight,
shout out
bro?
to him.
I don't want to see some guy wearing a triple K. Let me
Boss Box and K-Jam. They invited me to do slam events this past month. It was very fun and like helped relieve my mental like pretty well. I wasn't too like too stressed on like grinding, so I like, give a shout out to them too.
Can we talk? We can talk about this in a healthy, civilized manner.
Can we please bring Red Ditto his hard-fought, well-earned trophy?
I don't want peace. I want problems, bro.
My man's his moment. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your Guilty Gear Strive champion, Red Ditto!
Shout out to Sajam. I think Sajam offered to fly him to EVO last year, right? And he almost won, bro. He got second. But he would have won too, but he was fighting fucking special grade Johnny.
And we're gonna send things over
The special grade threat that was Johnny last year. He would have won that shit too, bro.
And I mean, what can you say? It is just a stellar performance from one of the best to ever do it. Super humble, super well prepared, good mental, honestly and truly. I mean, as far as seeing
He
some
tweeted something already. It's probably some stupid meme, isn't it?
Well, my heart is very full knowing that the FGC is in such good hands with players like him at the helm, especially in games like Guilty Gear. I mean, it's just an incredible feeling to get to see someone like that who has grinded so hard and gotten to this point continue to be successful. Red Ditto,
I'm stealing that code, by the way.
Champion,
I'm gonna use that shit right now. That shit mine now. Talking about somebody won. I'm about to steal that shit.
It sent me through a loop at first when he's like, yeah, I don't get nervous. I was like, oh, a little bit arrogant, because if I didn't prepare, I deserve to lose.
I'm about to steal that shit, bro.
That's a very good point. I think that should give everyone the drive to be like, it is possible to get to his level. You just have to be prepared to be like, I was wrong, and prepare better the next time. Remember, getting better at getting better.
It is a hard thing to keep with you, but it's one of the most important things to keep with you. Fighting games and life in general, I could not agree more.
Oh, we
I
gotta
do wanna
finish
say
that.
Again, big thanks you to
we're gonna do that during
all the
summer, don't
TOs
worry.
that made this work, the entirety of the
Does
production
he get free
staff,
Chipotle because he
everybody
run?
involved here
That'd
in
be cool.
the arena. Thank you so much for helping us write such a beautiful story this weekend for Guilty Gear Strive. It was a pleasure as well, an honor to get to stand with you as always, my man. Seriously incredible.
Bro, you inspired me, bro. You are one of the best commentators, and it's been my pleasure to do it with you. Finally,
He truly is one of the best
we've done so much
commentators,
online,
bro.
But here doing it
Truly.
again from last Evo, you know.
I commentated
Hunter
Evo
stuff
Japan
they
with a
did.
member.
It's been a
For
absolute
2XKO.
country to do this with you on Guilty Gear
Truly
Strive.
one of the
And
best.
again, like you said, those players made
Phenomenal
it even
commentator.
better. The hypest matches with the sickest commentator, man.
Oh, dude, I appreciate that a lot. But let's move it back
Ads
up
on
to the
answer
stage
that,
one
man.
more time to keep this show rolling, because we've got even more EVO action rolling through.
Huh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, that top 8 was absolutely phenomenal.
Bro,
we
show
are
my
here, day 2 of EVO 2026, and the action is going to keep on coming. Next up, we have Rivals of Aether 2, top 8. You do not want to miss it. See you soon.
Yeah. Yeah. But where's Blast Blue? Under Night's on next, not Blast Blue. Oh wait, there's might be an announcement for Under Night. Let me see this announcement real quick. But where's the schedule? You guys said you guys want to watch Blast Blue. When is it at? I don't think it's next. Look the schedule. I can find it, don't worry. What's today, Saturday? Oh, it is at 6. Okay. What channel is it on? It's at EVO 1. It's on EVO 1, EVO 1, EVO 1. Can I get a EVO 1? Can I get a EVO 1? Can I get a EVO 1? It's gonna be on EVO 1. It's gonna be right here at the bottom right. It's just not on yet. It seems Under Night's going behind schedule.
I think, right, because
Can I get a EVO 1? Wait, they said the 2XKO announcements after top 8, right? Yeah, they did. Wait, so that's gonna be at shit, I want to actually watch all of tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to. I think I actually have to go live at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Like actually, after top 8 would be 4. I mean, it would be 5. Or I guess it'd be like 4. Depending on whenever the fuck this ends. I have to actually be live early tomorrow. So I probably shouldn't stream for this long. Or for long this time. Did it drop? Oh, I mean, they said they're gonna have something before. I don't fucking know what they're gonna show. That's crazy. How you a top 500 hit scan Overwatch player, but you pick Score Girl? Demonic work. But you say you claim to be a Score Girl OTP. That dude actually pulled a Zaza and he's gonna get away with it. That's crazy. That's fucked up. He actually put a Zaza on a tournament with a way higher prize pool. Uni? Yeah, Streamer University, yes. Oh, Cloud to go. Hold on. This is the wrong channel. What? Under Night. Wait, which channel is whatever. On the schedule it says EVO 1. This is EVO 1. They move Blast Blue to a different channel. That's on the application? Yeah, I did. Cloud's there in person streaming?
You guys are fantastic. I wonder what they're going to play into that.
He's co-streaming from the 2X booth.
Big, like, rogue entire Evo. And also, versus pretty much the same as well. Get rid of the with that play. But yeah.
Hope you had accepted. After looking at what I was looking at the other day, I think I actually have a pretty good chance. Because holy shit, the amount of people that are trying to apply to that thing that aren't consistent even in a little bit is funny as hell. Like the amount of people that are applying to Stream University that haven't streamed a day in their life is just insane. Or they stream but they don't upload videos at all. It's like people that are very inconsistent applying. The only way I feel like I wouldn't get in is if he doesn't see my application, which could happen. Because there's probably like hundreds of thousands of applications to go through. What's the theme? I don't know whose theme this is, but it's an Under Night song, that's for sure. You know, it doesn't matter if you're IRL or not. They accept anyone. What's cool on Steam? Oh, the guy with the swords. Pretty fire theme. Play some Tokon music. Tokon's music is actually fire. IRL streams would be hilarious. Yeah, Star-Lord's theme or Storm probably have the best themes. Like, their themes are really good. I like Caps a lot as well. I mean, not Caps. I like Iron Man's a lot as well. Star-Lord's theme is just too hype. This is good fighting game music. Danger's way better. I never heard Danger's. I like Magic's a lot too. Okay, well this is on the wrong channel. I have to find the channel streaming BlazBlue. Give me a second. Top 8 for BlazBlue Central Fiction. EVO 1. This is EVO 1 down here, but Uni's on this channel. It might be delayed. You saw this title? Yeah. Mixtape Messiah is crazy. The Mixtape Messiah is demonic work. Okay, well, someone find it, because I literally cannot find it. It's literally just not on any EVO channel right now. Do one after Under Night? Oh, Chad just said it? Oh, whoops. Where? What? How's that? Oh, they're extreme on schedule. Because they're supposed to have been started already. Oh, no, it's at 9. Haha, I'm looking at the thing wrong. Whoops. Yeah, you have to do a cosplay contest and then BlazBlue. Okay, so where we watch them? That was 8. What's Street Fighter? Or 2X? What's 2X?
get the big hit. But man, with a push block right there, tried to get the command throw, but he was way too far after that push block.
Unfortunate right there for the time being.
Fly with the wind.
Extension coming out of this man, Pink.
I gotta change to him. Watch party. Hold on.
Just going for win once again. No, the parry has got blown up.
Evo 4.
And right now, oh, quick tack back in here. You can see immediately Quainty put the brakes on when he saw that. Oh my goodness, kind of faked out that we were going to be see a long distance slash. Instead, gets the cross up. Attention Pink.
She was a deer in headlights at that point.
This is not BlazBlue. It's at 9.
At the tail end, I thought he was going to fall, but
It's at 9. It's not on yet.
Coming down the fray.
Oh my goodness, all the tags right there, clapping it on up, but it's somehow Pink.
It's an hour.
Throwing the scramble and then gets the cross up to get the corner.
I was reading the schedule wrong. I keep forgetting I'm not West Coast.
Great execution by Pink. She'll go for another knockdown. Quainty not going to let the break because he knows the character's not dead quite yet, but...
I keep thinking I'm West Coast because usually I'm there when this shit is happening, so I'm reading it in West Coast time.
Shout out to big bodies.
For real, bro. Yeah, I love the way Blitzcrank combos sound, but right now, I don't think Quainty's liking the way this one's looking.
She'll get another attention. She said, you know what? Go back to my home. This is the corner. I like this side of the screen. Makes me real comfortable. Jumped it.
Engage.
Stuff from Pink right there, being well aware of the shenanigans that Quainty likes.
What other games are on today?
Yo, the Super Sis actually caught, and he missed time to parry his Quainty.
Yeah, the under night stuff already happened. Yeah, I was tripping.
One more round away from taking down Quainty. She's on fire.
Yeah, when stuff like that happens, and your assist getting hit by like a projectile, it's a little
Under
bit tough
night,
sometimes
go to gear.
get the parry off.
What was the last game they said they had of an announcement for?
Angles they could approach from because it's hitting somebody, but now Akali already getting dumped up limit strike. Oh, the wrecking ball! Oh, what?
2-for-1 special right there, gonna come through. Gonna force him being the break early from Pink. Active tag, trying to take this man Yasuo down, but he's just so
You need BlazBlue.
But he does just such a good job of covering the wrecking ball.
Is it before?
On the ground.
Before each. Yeah, it says announcements for each game before top 8. It's just gonna be whatever the new character is. Shit, maybe they'll announce a new game as well, but I doubt it. Highly doubt it, but who knows? Pretty cool if they did. We'll find out in an hour.
Again, the air dash cross up been plaguing Quainty in this round.
The air dash cross up has been the bane of Quainty's existence. That's why Pink is up right now.
Let's
One
dance.
more clean hit. And there it is. Are you gonna break? Yes, you gotta save Yas here.
Oh.
Jab.
I have so many friggin' tabs open. I gotta close this shit. I have a gajillion tabs open because I was talking about the drama earlier.
Oh, big dump right there, but actually falls out. Oh, we're gonna get caught again. A charge heavy in the air. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Oh, big wake up attack yet again here. Oh my goodness, the super assist from Akali. The top rope interrupts anything Blitzcrank's trying to do here. One super.
It just always works. Wait, drops out though.
That special announcement. Say what tomorrow probably isn't for the games.
She wants this one, but no.
It'll probably be both.
Oh my goodness, everybody's
Probably both, but who knows, bro? Who knows?
That time. Oh no.
Wouldn't be the first one that was both.
Oh my God, Pink really wanted that, and I understand you wanted it right there, right
There's
now.
no way they don't show Took on here.
Fucked up. Last time you might be in the bracket.
Oh my, the juggles.
Oh, we got those. We got the hard combos.
Taking that like that last one would. Oh, missed the kind of extension right there. But Wade blows up the wake-up attack.
Indeed, Brian. Then we got the break to put her back into the corner here. Oh, and that's the stuff we seen that from Quainty earlier. The tag out during the startup of the command grab to get the full conversion afterwards.
Right back to the corner you go. Limit
This team is gross. Ew.
There, of course, the parry,
Nice
but
parry.
of course you cannot parry it at all.
Indeed, right. Pink was just filling that gap afterwards. Didn't really look to present something that was going to be exposed by that parry. So immediately filled it.
Throws it up.
Push broad. Good timing on it as well.
This guy's tagging like crazy. He's an expert tagger.
Right side of the screen. You're home.
Ooh,
Just kicks her in the face.
The falling
Nice air throw.
Ear throw. That's why we see Ping wants to hold on to the Ari right there. Ends up breaking, and wow, what an air-to-air conversion that was.
Beautiful, going to get the wall slip up this guy. Plenty of bar to spin. And going to spin it
You
off
won't
to kill
escape.
Yas. Solo blitz for Quainty. Pink, she has both the characters. A little hurt. It's definitely possible. But man, oh man, it's be a little tough for Quainty.
That's a cool super, man.
Man, oh man, it's been
Such a cool super.
character. Oh my goodness, 3 bars on each side, and we got to spin that Fury. Didn't want to see the end of where that combo was going to go. Even if he doesn't die there, it's going to be a tough situation to deal with defensively.
Is there any other games after BlazBlue? I think
Still got 3 bars.
they're done for today after BlazBlue, so after we can play games.
Super assist from Yasuo plus the Fury damage is bonkers.
Situation to be there. You got to watch out. Oh, please watch out.
Yeah, after BlazBlue, yeah, BlazBlue ends at
Fury is gone now as well.
11.
Command
Or
grab is there.
no.
Level 1. Boom, that's it. One last guess. This is how it is.
Just enough damage, and this is with full steam as well. Oh, you can't go into the sky. He was going to be scouting that one. Quainty
Ends
with
at
the
11,
air
yeah.
command
11 or
grab,
12.
finishing it off 2-1 over Pink. Electrifying set.
Oh my God, Pink took the sky.
Top 8 for Rivals and top 8 for BlazBlue. Yeah, I'll watch BlazBlue.
Rule on the robot when he has full steam.
I'll pick the BlazBlue.
Look at him. Look at him. And take this crank boys.
Exactly what they want, right? For you to take to the skies in a situation like that, especially when, like, after a character kill scenario where they're that close to the corner, like it is just like a sweet spot for them to jump up and command grab you. So big ups right there to Quainty.
Yeah, they better show Yone tomorrow. If they don't show Yone tomorrow, we're gonna have some problems as well. Don't think I forgot.
Down there, it's Hakari down there. It's I don't even say the other name. It's Wawa down there. It's
Wawas and losers. Oh shit! What happened?
Bro, but since we are getting closer and closer to that top 24, I know there's some things that we're trying to iron out. We're seeing if we can get any more matches or if it's kind of done till then. But we're gonna take a quick break and be back with more 2XKO. So don't go anywhere here at EVO.
Chipotle and 2XKO are back for round 2. Use promo code TAG
Everybody's on break
to unlock the Chipotle Fresh Fit backpack and bucket hat for your avatar.
Is this the same thing as this, but just behind?
Goes to grand finals.
This shit is just hella behind.
Pierre out of the tournament at 3rd place. Let's give it up for Pierre, everybody.
Yeah, this one's hella behind. Damn, that thing is like a 20-second delay.
I don't think Pierre. I mean, I'm pretty sure Pierre might not have been expecting the best out of himself.
Jeez, everybody's on break.
He showed that he's one of the best in North America with his gameplay. He should be feared across any tournament he shows up to. He's, you know,
Toke on footage looks sick.
Time and time again that he's always strong. People have vouched
Yeah,
for him
it'd look even sicker if it was final team.
I mean, that's the thing. A player that is definitely
Fuck me, bro.
stronger, and with his best performance,
It would look even more sick if it was the final team.
You know, future brackets that he's going to be entering because he's looking like he's going to be quite the bracket demon. But,
yes.
On the other hand, though, we do have Big
Look at
Black.
this guy.
He is ready to rock. I mean, he might have stumbled a little bit, but at the end of the day, we've got a Big Black Grand Finals, and how many of those have we casted?
This Rivals drama is hilarious, though.
This was EVO last year. Last year, he lost to Defi.
All I see is clips on my timeline of people just arguing. It's just arguing, bro.
That Grand Finals almost went down to the wire.
Yeah, the other one right here. What was this? So Warren is confused why he was blamed for the cost of $300,000 when XQC was 2-6 on tank.
XQC is 2-6, 4-4, 3-4, 3-5, 1-4, 2-4.
It was getting belt to
Why
ass.
does why does everybody
Yo was taking
so
belt
dead
to
set on
ass.
me being the problem?
Yo was taking
I costed the
belt
whole
to
fucking
ass.
tournament for them,
God
apparently.
damn.
I was the one taking it too lightly. Dude, we were hot ass.
Yo was taking belt to ass, bro. Every screenshot I look at is just them getting their asses cooked, bro. There's this one. There's another one. Hold on, there's another one. This one. Oh my god, who made these teams, bro? Whoever made these teams is a dickhead, bro. There's this one. There's another one right here. They lost every match yesterday, bro. It's just belt to ass. Oh my god, J3 has 22 finals. He's 33-3. 3-3-3, bro. Man, J3 going crazy.
4-4,
Who the
3-4,
fuck made
3-5,
these teams,
1-4,
bro?
2-4.
Because whoever made these teams don't give a fuck.
Why does she?
Y'all are dickheads, bro. Like whoever at NetEase made those teams is dickheads. Absolute dickheads, bro. Because the strongest sorcerer in history versus the strongest sorcerer of today. Okay. Strongest thrower of today, Warner versus the strongest thrower in history, Zaza stack. Okay, man. This shit is bad, bro.
Tournament.
What's this?
And you don't try your hardest. If you get invited to a tournament and you don't try your hardest, especially when there's money on the line,
$300,000, by the way.
why would you even fucking play? Like, why? No, be honest with me. Why would you play? Because, oh, if you just show up and lose, you get like $2,000 still. Like, bro, that's what a shitty ass mentality, in my opinion.
That shit's fucked up, bruh.
Like, if you show up to a tournament just to collect whatever you get last place on, I think that's a horrible mentality. There are 6 people on the team.
That's what.
5,
sadly, that's what a lot of people do. It's so fucking frustrating. Because they're taking up a spot someone else could take. It's so fucking frustrating, bro.
Right? You are telling me you are willing to be very selfish to load up into a game, a tournament that you don't even want to play. Just
Clearly,
to
they
collect
don't want to fucking play.
Money. Like, you're fucking
Bro, if
over
I'm in any tournament, even a game I don't play, I'm putting my fucking A game on, bro. I'm playing my hardest, bro.
You need the money to pay bills and shit, but you don't really care. Like, that's a problem to me. And that's where my opinion is. I think that's just fucked up. If you don't really care, if you don't want to put the time into the game, if you don't really want to practice, give the fucking spot to...
How come we were in the last slam? I didn't sign up. I didn't sign up for the last slam. I didn't sign up.
This Globo, this could definitely go either way, man. Iguan, obviously, very strong at Japan, but Globo has
bro,
been
that
that
shit is
guy
hilarious,
here in
bro.
You know what's really weird about this match?
Rivals Twitter is on fire, bro.
Globo sent Iran into losers. And everybody's like, what?
Rivals Twitter is on fire, bro.
This is the run back. Globo beat him 2-0 in Frosty, so I'm going to see what's going to happen right here, and this is some history behind this one. So I'm very, very welcome to see what Ikaran is going to do to actually counter what Globo did last time.
Oh, man.
Did you have any new Yasmin gameplay?
Again, round 3, Bulls action. Not even top 24 yet. Iguan versus Globo. Let's get it, man. Globo rocking the Emo.
For,
Emo.
Street Fighter?
Pretty much, actually. Freestyle against the Echo Akali.
Yashio with the team off. Akali Echo. I don't know what to think. Why is this guy red? Yo, hey, yo, you need to clean up Noctis, Darius, bro. Look at this, bro. This place looks like a dump. Golly. This how the general work? This is what happens under your reign?
Surprisingly not taking dot damage, bro.
Yeah. TOTD's become about. Counter charges up. Push the slingshot.
I like that as well, right? Push block into the slingshot and then tag. Make sure you're covered on all bases.
Where the fuck?
These tags. Holy, I mean, these breaks too.
What the hell?
Thirsting for him a little bit.
What the hell?
And retreating guard to get some space back.
Sign up for one, bro, but NetEase.
Timing on the Berserker.
Some of the rivals, you can't sign up for them. These rivals tournaments, you keep saying you can't sign up for them. You get invited, but they just keep picking the same people. Like people just like people the whoever content creator they pick to pick people or host the tournament picks. The last one they picked Senna. Like whoever they always like pick someone like from outside the rivals community, and then they end up picking like the same people over and over. Because those big fan bases, they'll be like, yo, we need this person in the tournament, and they will go to their comment section and just spam it. Or even if it's not that, it's just the same people that always get picked. Like NetEase picks the same people every time. It's like super out of touch. It's a warning. Nah, the drama today is bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's bad. Like the drama, this rivals drama gets worse every day, bro. How is the drama getting worse every day? It's more, yes, it's bad. I already looked at it. I looked at it earlier. I talked about it. This shit is bad. It's because of the World Cup. This dude Warren is a top 500 hit scan player, but he Zaza'd their shit and played only Score Girl, and they lost every single match. They lost every match yesterday. He pulled a Zaza and played only Squirrel. Like, he's a top 500 hit scan player, by the way. And he says he has a mean Squirrel, and he plays Squirrel every match. Like, that was our Mori's team, and like, he basically Zaza their shit. Like, that shit's fucked up, bro. But my issue is that Zaza got way more hate for less. For less. Zaza probably got way more hit for less. That shit's fucked, bro. Rivals is fucked, bro. He won the last Rivals 20. The center one, he was on that team? So you tell me they picked the same guy from the one that already won a tournament?
Not too much damage, but when you combine it with the Azuna drop, it will be just enough.
Interesting.
Down. Now it's all up to the team.
Yeah, the same people really do keep getting picked. I mean, you could argue. I mean, I won the Boger Bash, but like, I didn't even get picked. I was a sub. I just happened to win. I was a sub that just happened to somehow win on support. I don't know how, but I just somehow popped off. I was the last. I don't even say minute. I was the last second sub. For a support play that was sick. Was that a taunt in the air? What was that?
You got it, bro. You got it for the combos.
Like, you can't even say, oh, but you using those. Nah, I was a sub. I didn't even get picked.
Yo, you hit the wrong man. Force use the break.
I was a last choice, last resort. How do you feel about S tier cap? S tier cap? Nah, I talked about him on my tier list. That's a Z tier. That's not even S. Cap Z tier. Yeah, I've never seen that team routing. That shit caught me off guard. Cap is Z tier, bro. You're right, he's not S, he's Z.
Oh, Timo got caught up. That's what we want. Bolting over on Audacity, by the way. I don't know what he's bolting on. It's got to be Audacity. Oh, baits out the wake up attack.
Stop? Nah, I can't stop, bro. Y'all can't gatekeep for me, bro. Y'all can't hide from me. Y'all can't hide from me. Curry done downplayed too much. You can't hide from me. Actually, Curry commented on my short the other day.
Damage on the colony in the background, and definitely a lot of damage on the Echo. Should have enough meter to kill as well.
Sandwiched up, and then the Timo with a big party starter, it looked like. Perhaps crouch medium. Either way, it's going to be a starter that did enough damage. Down to the Akali for Equan.
Oh, the air throw coming through.
Look at that.
Full combo conversion. Not going to be the kill, but
where is it?
Gonna suck a lot.
He's sandwiched up. Oh, into the immediate throw. Back into the Timo.
Look at this. How fast motherfuckers switch to dive. Extermination the second you having too much fun.
To hold on to this game here, but it's still going to be such a long way to go.
Literal anti. You get one kill instantly on the anti-dive. Where is this short at? Where is it? Which one is it?
Globo taking game number 1.
I don't even know which one it is. Oh, it's this one. Wait, why is it in Japanese?
Actually, defeated Equan at the tournament. And still
what the fuck?
The dubs right now.
Wait, why is my shit in Japanese?
Definitely taking some time before readying up for the next match. Right?
Oh, it's a sticker. Why is it in Japanese though?
Back against the wall here. Can't afford another L.
I have to look at it on my phone, I guess. What the fuck?
Making sure he's comfortable and huxable as he's looking like he wants to get ready to make to that top.
Hold on.
Winner side. Ikaran, slight frustration. That looking like this might be one of his personal demons he has to get through in order to advance forward. And this is a tough demon. Like I said, already took him out beforehand. Definitely been living.
I can go check it. Just forget it, bro. I don't know why the fuck it's in Japanese.
Yeah, definitely felt like that, right? Definitely feels like Equan. A little lost against Global.
Can't get rid of him. Timo second coming to Happy Chaos. Second coming to Happy Chaos is crazy.
Oh my god, look, she fell out. But guess what? Nice air throw.
Huge air throw right there for Equan. Oh, an even bigger bait out on the get-up attack. That's going to end up resulting in a break. But a big slice and blocks the break. Oh, how unfortunate.
Dead? Oh, you're dead. Oh my god.
Shooting. Made you look. Globo. One character away from getting another round and putting himself on set point.
He keeps on running into Mushroom. He runs full screen, thinks he swipes it, and he does it, and he dies.
This guy's dead.
It's funny because, like, at the beginning of the set, it looked like he was doing a lot of dash blocks to respect that, and now he's just trying to force the situation, and Globo is not letting him do a damn thing.
Like, he just killed himself twice. I will be so frustrated, bro.
Globo now set point after that. Definitely a tough look for Equan.
The mushrooms are not edible, bro. That's all I let you know. They're not.
Those are poisonous mushrooms, fam.
Uh-oh.
Version again.
Bro just ran into it. Why does he keep doing that?
Yo.
I don't think he knows how to fight.
Oh, guess what? J2H.
Teemo.
Side
But
switch too.
realistically, who does? For being honest.
This is insane right now.
Yo, I'm still stuck on the fact that we ran into that Black Panther that was cheating last night. That guy's a loser. That guy's an absolute loser.
Fist bumped. Y'all couldn't see him, but he fist bumped after that. He was like, my mix hit. Wow.
And then people in the comments of the short are saying that they ran into the same guy. They didn't realize he was cheating though.
Attack baited. I'm surprised he didn't try to hard bait the Fury break, honestly.
That guy's a fucking loser, bro.
Right now.
that Black Panther was cheating. Bro, you didn't see my YouTube short or TikTok or whatever? I posted on TikTok, Instagram, and I put it on Twitter too. That shit was too crazy, bro.
Back right now, right? Global is more than content to wait
That motherfucker was cheating. Same thing with the Phoenix. They was cheating. Like it was me slash Wani and Sage, and we ran into a Black Panther that was cheating. We didn't realize he was cheating until like later when we got compensation. I didn't check the replay because I was like, maybe they're just smurfing. They're just demonic. But no. That dude was cheating. I would have known he was cheating if I checked the replay, but I didn't check the replay until after I got compensation.
Oh, and then rolling through.
That motherfucker was cheating. Here, I can show you.
Very pleased with that dub over Ecolon, repeating his performance from Frosty. And yeah, you can see exclaiming very, very happily. As I imagine that's still
that
winners.
motherfucker was
so
cheating.
Looking at like a real sharp.
Winner's side top 20.
Here it is.
That's looking real.
Hold on.
Infernasu still has a chance that lose side of the bracket, but like
he
said,
was
that
cheating.
Definitely fake time and time again, and it looks like he has not learned a lot yet. Despite the new
shooter,
Teemo is looking real strong on the
Oops,
side.
I didn't mute it.
He's just running Teemo Yas, bro.
Yeah.
Why does that break my thing?
Exactly in the free.
But look at this shit. This guy's a loser, bro.
Yeah, this is a kill.
Oh no, he is cheating. Bro, I instantly knew frame one. Like, did you see the tracking? Oh no, you can. Actually, it's probably best if I pull up the actual like file. You see this?
Yeah, this is a kill.
Like, you can tell frame one. Well, look at the tracking.
Yeah, this is a kill.
Oh no, he is cheating. Oh no, you can tell. Look at the way his camera just. No, he's cheating. He's cheating. Motherfucker is cheating, bro. What? I have a heart. What is that? Look at this. What? He didn't even look at her. What? Anyone he has marked, his dash instantly just tracks to them. It just tracks to them instantly. True. And the fucking Phoenix is cheating too. This is what it looks like from my POV. Okay, the Phoenix is cheating as well.
Wait, this Black Panther's insane, no?
He could be cheating if he's not missing dash.
Actually, I think he is cheating.
There's a lot of BPs that are cheating.
He's cheating.
Magic Bullet on his the tracking only kicks in when he dashes though, if they're marked.
Yeah, 100%.
Did he miss a dash?
No.
His name is Asian Girls Hit Me Up. Was cheating. This dude is. This account I'm on is what, GM2. He's almost Celestial and he has no Lord Black Panther. Like, that guy's cheating.
He hit the most insane 180 flick on.
Okay, I'm gonna report him and see if it like ends the match. The funny thing is that the Phoenix's history wasn't hidden. He's duo queued. His history is hidden, but the Phoenix's wasn't. They're duo queuing and they've lost matches. They're fucking ass. They've lost matches while cheating. Like, what? Fucking trolls, bro. What is this? What's this damage?
Yeah.
I mean, every game, one of them is MVP, but they've lost matches cheating. Their Phoenix is cracked, by the way. Like, giga fucking cracked. Like, she's not missing. Like, she's a Lord. She's not even Lord. She's no skin as well. A single bullet. Like, I'm both of them are no Lord, no skin. Those dudes are cheating. How y'all duo both cheating? Look at this. Yeah. Dude just pours my head off. It might not even be the BP cheat. It might be the Phoenix. That's what I said. It might be the Phoenix cheat, not even him. Destroying me. Well, Superman's about to play versus. Oh my god. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
That's make a match.
Bro, what?
Oops. Look at this. How is that character still this broken? I don't get it. And we fucking lost. Be like a top 100 Phoenix player or something. She MVP'd that match. I tore my head off repeatedly. She went 26-1. The BP went 12-3. While cheating, by the way.
My head off repeatedly.
How you cheating and you get less finals than like what? I mean, they're both cheating, but still.
RC picked up cheating from a player in a recent match of yours. Justice has been served. Through investigation, the account Asian Girls Hit Me Up has been bad.
Wait, oh, he was cheating.
I do.
Like, that shit is bad, bro. He doesn't even try.
Nah.
Look at this.
What?
Look at his slow-mo. He's not turning his camera.
Whoever has Mark.
What the fuck is this?
18v18. Look at the way he flicks here. Like,
It's just insta-track into whoever has Mark.
What? That you can't tell me what that looks normal.
What? What?
Not a single dash missed.
No, he's cheating. He's cheating.
He's not even a lord or champion or nothing, bro. You see this one. Bro saw me behind the wall somehow.
Yo, look at my shoe. This bro.
Know what you're talking about.
How does he even know I'm here?
Yo, look at my shoe. Look at my shoe. No, this one's bad.
Bro,
this one's
he
bad.
hit me with that. I know what you're talking about.
This one's bad, bro. This one's bad, bro. No, this guy's cheating his brains off.
Like he's coming from over here, but he somehow sees me behind this wall.
Bro, you're saying this shit like it wasn't me.
Bro, he's aiming at me before he even gets to the fucking spot, bro. What? Look, he just knows I'm in that corner standing there right there. He just knows. Yo, how shameless like, I don't get it though. Cause like, you do this shit and you get banned. Do they just do it again? Like, y'all don't get bored of doing this over and over and over? Like, I don't understand the mindset of a hacker. Like, you're not aiming at this shit. But do they like get to high rank and then they stop hacking? Like, I don't.
This is really our first Alawi in round 3.
I'm so lost. Like, I don't. What does that even fucking mean? Because once you get that high and you've been hacking, you're gonna get steamrolled and then just baby rage and get back on the max. So I don't fucking get it.
Here correctly, and then Blee was like, "Here's how to play the character, guys. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing wrong."
The tentacles that she can use. Oh, that's a core part of her gameplay.
I don't get it, bro. No, the last part was crazy too. Hold on. Where's the last one? He was in. He got stunned by. He got stunned by
this guy's
thing.
I mean, what? His camera, bro.
Bro, what? Even in thing stun, he's like still getting out of that shit.
Nah, this guy's
and getting dashed off.
Scumbag, bro. Like, look at his camera, bro.
Bro, even no, bro. He still died a thing though. Hey, cheating or not, BP, you still dying a thing. That thing did indeed kill him that much. You could be cheating on BP, you'll still die to that thing though. Best belief. You'll still die to that thing though. You see 020 in business last you see the match history? Oh hell no. 120 is the moment.
What we expect from Super Noon and Wade. The Teemo and the Echo, and then the Echo and the Alawi. Both of these players here are trying to hone their craft as much as they possibly can. So there's going to be two sharpened swords dueling right now.
If you guys do not know, iron can only sharpen iron. This is where the iron's going to get sharpened right here, right now, on the yacht. I actually found out that according to Lord, this is Caitlin's yacht.
Oh, word?
I was like, damn, she got money like that?
So
they said she got that old money. I'm like, oh, that's my June 14 reparation money that I need back. Okay, got you. I understand now. Got you.
Ooh, I don't get it, bro. People are weird, bro. People are fucking weird. Wade versus Super Noon. This is actually a sweaty match.
Going against Wade and gets the capture early.
She makes me so concerned. Like, how do you have fun doing that shit?
That guy looks cool. Right now here. Oh, the overhead is
another Teemo. It's the same Teemo from earlier. It's Noon.
They are very familiar with each other. Know the typical setups, but just I say that Wade's the one that gets opened up.
Wade dropped Warwick? I didn't even know he was on Warwick. Oh wait, no, he was. I remember that. Wait, was that Wade? Yeah, I don't remember.
Teemo's gonna run up for a full combo, and guess what? That's all needed. Just to
straight up. Really good start.
Throws are very scary against that team since he could just run up with Teemo. Instant over. Oh no.
Obviously,
oh no.
Point character, all the attacks hit mid, but nonetheless,
What the fuck was that?
Chill out, man. Golly. Sometimes I'll be looking at this man play like, who is going to stop him? But he gets stopped. I want to get this dub. I actually kind of want him to get this dub for real, man. It'd be really nice to see.
It would definitely be nice to see. I'm a Super New fanboy, as a lot of people know, so I would definitely love to see him get this dub.
Oh, he
right
dead.
now, the darts coming down. Wade tried to interrupt, but it's so tough, man.
Oh, he dropped it.
On the falling dart situation, even with Alawi.
Oh, he did.
Oh.
And the closeout.
Fuck this character, yo. I like knew my coach, but fuck this character, bro.
There was multiple air throws.
Fuck Teemo.
Covering every angle. Ooh, got low, and then again.
All my homies hate Teemo, bro.
In the 2-out hitting, so he was already planning for the overhead back into the Teemo. That connected as well. Noon on his layered stuff.
The little stagger into the throw immediately again. Doesn't exactly do the, oh my god, blows up the parry attempt.
What the hell was that tick throw? That looked nasty, man.
God. Good block on the other side, though. Echo is bleeding in the background. Allow, you got to hold it out as much as possible.
Indeed, and the dart from long distance. Even pairings.
God, that was like 5 overheads, bro.
Still will not let you escape, man. Noon's offense completely smothering right now.
The blue fire is too much. The bat's already been connected, so you know what that means. A healthy servant coming through. Oh my brother.
Oh no, the back roll, and Wade tried some type of gambit, it looked like, to get out of this situation. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and Noon gonna bring in the Echo to finish the job here. Oh man.
I wonder what character they're gonna show tomorrow if they show a new character. Probably a teaser if I had to guess. If they tease a character tomorrow, who are they gonna tease?
But that indeed was a perfect.
Knowing them though, they're pretty crazy. They might show a whole gameplay trailer. Riot's kind of crazy.
Are you going to the thresh?
They just dropped 2 characters last update. They might still show another character.
Kind of beat down. I gotta try to compose myself. It looks like he's sticking with
Morgana, trust.
Going back
Who the hell that?
Who the hell that? But look like he's going right back into it. You know, change the scenery and lead it. Nope, we're going right back to the boat. All right.
They're low-key crazy. They might still show a character tomorrow.
Yeah, that is her last name. I'm pretty sure. Caitlin Kiraman. I think that is the case.
The Kiraman, I gotcha. It's in the last name. It's in her name. Oh, God.
Oh,
This Rivals drama still has me in tears, bro.
After blocking the Tidewinder, wow.
Like, all this could be avoided if we just bounce teams, bro.
He literally gets a quick fuzzy overhead right there mid screen because the muscles got knocked down. That is crazy to think that you get a set up mid screen like that.
Yeah. Oh. Forward scissor from Malawi, attacking him real quick, but a break from Super Noon. He likes the screen position, right? I don't think he wants to let go of this momentum, but he's going to have the corner. He'll be able to set up stuff like this.
Almost here. Gonna take a second. No, he's not going to break.
Yeah, he's dead.
You know, you can have this character. It's fine. I didn't need him anyway.
Damn, from a throw.
Immediately just going with the area. Super Noon so quick on the trigger. His processing speed in the
Nice
service
parry.
is very impressive.
Echo. He's already dead. Active character is Alawi.
Man, but yeah, you had to respect the rock coming in afterwards.
Ooh. Oh, you're gonna be spinning for this man way early.
Cool 5 moves of the true damage band.
Clean hit on Teemo, already 50%.
Oh yeah, you're kind of right.
The thing, right, is that every BNB
I do need that true damage bundle.
TOD in Fury, so yeah,
That should go hard. Oh my god, that's so much damage.
From Echo, like that's literally 100% combo right there.
Got an extra Fury dash in the back pocket. So you find a hit? Nope. He's gonna just stay patient. Didn't want to go overextend.
Ooh.
That's why. Oh. Man, what a placement right there on the air dash. Jump to H. The cross-up button for Echo. 3 bars on deck, of course. That's where we're going to get the install going. Oh, my goodness. It looked like Wade thought the layers were going to get a little bit more complicated than they did. And Noon
winding up.
One more round away from Noon so he can take it and move on to winner side top 24. Wade.
Winner side top 24, nice. I do want Noon to win this EVO.
Oh, what is the motion?
But he's playing this filthy Teemo. That is Teemo.
Get the combo he's going in because the break comes through for Noon.
Oh, yeah, the respect shown from the Helmbreaker here. Wade's starting to feel it a little bit. Yeah, I like the way he's looking right now. They'll be able to dictate the tempo and the pace a little bit more. He's feeling comfortable.
All right, set up shop.
Stays patient. Oh, this is right back into the corner. Yo!
Wow.
Yo, yeah, that was crazy. That was a ping pong left and right there. Like
Noon won enough. Noon hasn't won anything. What do you mean?
Manipulating the other Echo. That was
what does he win? He hasn't won any major. He's a top 5 player, but he has not won shit. So he wants to win so badly.
That's what you were talking about, the overhead with the mushroom.
He keeps getting second place, third place, second place over and over.
Wait, oh, trying to get a little greedy right there. Thought he didn't believe in that first initial hit. Tried to go for something afterwards. Wait, still again? Okay,
No sign player. But he just never wins.
Getting hit by a lot of the layer ones when Noon's expecting him to have to.
Minor after Frosty. What the? What is that gonna do? A minor tournament compared to a major? Are you? You're trolling. Bro said that's enough. You're a troll.
You know what's coming next? Prison.
It's not minor. It's just nothing for him.
The way it looks like he's starting to wake up little by little. Wake up attack coming down at this man Super Noon though.
Yeah, good job.
This launch is okay.
Cutting down the tentacles of the process right there.
Well, it's on my tier list. I see you.
Here and beats the Helmbreaker with an air-to-air. Ah, he got the mushroom badge.
Got the mushroom badge, unfortunately.
Caitlyn Kierman.
Ultimately, that combo right there threw off his routing. But hey, still, no, the W is you do got the mushroom badge. Wade has a chance to live though.
At the very least there, right? But Noon has been so in control. That was definitely, felt like Wade's best round so far, not only because he won, but just the way he played in general.
Unfortunate right there. Wade tried to hit the timeline to back and disappear in that exact moment. He got whipped
Drop a Doom
by the pebble. That is crazy.
With a big jump out from Noon right there. He was definitely just put his full faith in holding North, and it worked out.
Trying to lock this man down once more. Ooh, rewind so he can get a whip punish.
Yeah, he held back on the rewind as well to not get it advanced far forward. He definitely would have got punished by Timo if he didn't do that. That was very smart.
Good block, so you gonna block again. Timo holding the block button, not gonna get help. Yo, beautiful jump.
Oh my god, the pizza cutter.
Super new.
The damn pizza cutter, bro.
Right there. He definitely is a bit frustrated by Super Noon jumping out a lot of these setups, right? They're not tight enough to catch these jumps. I think they're just slightly mistimed and a little bit annoyed by that because Noon has definitely escaped through the air multiple times now.
Good block. And the bait out there, that's why he did the two-way. That was so good.
Nice, man. Yeah, getting the immediate jump cancel off the launcher. Allowing him to jump and block the break. Wow, yeah, that was a huge trade because now it's allowed Wade to get pressure going. Tentacle is no longer swinging, no longer active on its own. Nice jab to take it out of the screen entirely.
Take that second. Oh,
wow, man.
Oh, nice.
You couldn't press. He put the sidewinder right there for a reason. You thought the 2L was short enough, but it wasn't. She's too stalled.
Oh, man.
What?
Yeah, Super, I was going to say, he's going to get hit by the
what
break.
What the fuck?
So. Meter down the drain there. He's going to dash cancel after that one. Nice little chunk of damage that Tentacle did.
This block is there. Yeah, airborne sweet.
Wisdom.
Bottom post too much. 30 seconds left from the clock. Still possible for Wade. He's got to make his way in. Jesus.
Oh, no full combo though. Oh, and he gets two. That's going to be a dead Timo off rip. Echoing a little bit of damage from that level 1 as well.
Still Fury in the back pocket for this man Super Noon though.
Yeah, and there it is immediately. He tried to bait it out. Oh, he even wanted an air throw right there. So unfortunate. Noon with the offensive Fury. Make sure to use the pop to get a full combo and take the set 2-0.
Noon takes it.
My God, clutch factor coming out of Super Noon right there.
Let's go, Noon.
I always tell people.
Top 24.
The big read for the break, but it could also end up.
He has to win like one more and he's in top 8. One or two more. Knee versus Matsuba.
And stage hazard. So.
Let me change my team right now.
Okay.
I just want Yone. I think if Yone is not here, I'm probably just gonna stick with Kali until someone cooler drops, I guess.
Not giving him anything at all here.
Wow, nice launch. Okay, Matsuba putting in a little bit of work, going to the ball.
Nice.
Ooh, 77 damage in stance. Did he mean to do that?
Okay. Oh, here we go. Engage. Get a lot of that health back and
low.
Feel it with the low.
Blade makes him talk. I feel like I'm supposed to be the number 1 Blade player. I am.
Bad position there for Matsuba.
I am.
He was playing so well. Hit him with the low there.
Oh, wow. That's a big launch.
Yeah,
Are we going downstairs?
It's all about his timing, though. It's really impeccable at the moment. He's finding Matsuba's timing and playing around with it a lot. So he's dashing forward, doing nothing at times.
Bullseye.
My go knee. That is knee.
You were calling it.
Yo, he tried it there. Tried to sidestep that down forward one and then tried to jet upper. Did he sidestep that?
Oh, yes, he did. Big launch punish right there from Knee.
Wonder if this is going to be enough to kill there.
Oh, just about. Yep. Oh, my God.
Yeah, very dominant performance from Knee right now, looking to move forward in this losers bracket. Matsuba needs to wake up at the moment.
Oh, tried it again, but jet upper is out of reach.
Yeah, so unlucky there, just the hitbox. But like Matsuba's trying to increase the pace of the game, and that's really important. At times, you should be challenging with those moves. You should be trying to do the hop kick there to stop some pressure from Knee, and now he's got momentum going forward.
Nice. That was my first time seeing the extended P-Smash from Fang. Okay.
Got empty jump forward. God, he's locking him down.
He's not completing it.
He's locking him down so well. This is a masterclass in Brian, honestly. So good. And he gets when he starts to overextend, this is what happens when you do this against Knee and these Brian. And this is going to be huge damage. Could even be the round. If he gets the wall here, Iron Vic.
That's it. That stage hazard will do it. And it ends it with a heat smash and Knee taking it over Matsuba.
Channer is someone like a broad. I'm happy.
Yeah,
like,
really dominant
Brand.
performance from Knee there
What?
in the losers
Someone
bracket.
like Brand?
Really well. It's just
Brand is elite
his
character.
timing, which was the key there, and many occasions as well. It was just small poke into small poke.
Oh,
and then Matsuba
fire
would
guy.
overextend, and then he would get him with a counter hit Knee or something, and then GG's.
GG's, absolutely. Now, coming up next, we have Akil. All right, Akil 9 versus John D.
That was funny. Production just deleted that. As soon as you were about to say it, I was like, production's deleting the next game.
It was all, it's like a ball that bounced between people. Pyroclasm.
Oh, we love you. We love you, production.
This guy is
We
old.
love you.
Been on for a while.
Yeah, big love to them. They've been working hard this whole weekend.
Their
The whole
skins
team
look kind of buns.
here at EVO as well. So big shouts to them. Long shifts, but a lot of fun, a lot of tech and action for everyone at home.
Yes, yes, and we love y'all too for joining in, making this experience as
This one's pretty cool.
enjoyable as we're enjoying it. And we've been seeing a bunch of crazy matches, seeing a bunch of different pro players going at it with their hearts, and we always love watching good tech in action.
Nar.
All right, this next game
Poppy.
then. So we've got Falcons Akil against John Ding. Another really strong match with some of the heavy hitters of the Tekken world. Honestly, they're both exceptional players. No introduction needed to both of them. We've seen them travel a lot this year as well, and it's going to be really interesting to see how Akil deals with John Ding's style of play. Because John Ding is sometimes very disrespectful in his play. He likes to press buttons when he's at a disadvantage, and it's really interesting to see how people react to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So they're just doing a button check right now. Make sure everything is good, synced, ready to go.
All right, they're going to the game in a second here. John Ding's just trying to find the headphones.
They got a picture of Blade.
And you know, John Ding also with the button cover up setup here. And like you're saying, we've been seeing him a lot, so.
He is in the game.
Oh, trying to key charge to make it go
And just
faster. I
standing there
respect it.
menacingly.
Yeah, what a great experience it's been at EVO, honestly. It's a huge celebration of all of these fights.
On the night's over?
There's everyone else who's watching at home. Any other things you want to say to them?
Shout out to the Under Night community. Shout out to Supto, shout out to the boys back home. And thankful to be here.
All right, thank you so much, Big Black. Can we give him one more round of applause, please? I'm stumbling on my words because I'm so excited. All right, 1 second. We've got a trophy for you. All right, please hold it up. Here's your chance. Take some photos, post it on the gram. Give it up for Big Black.
It was Big Black. Interesting.
All right.
What a name.
And with that, that was Under Night in Birth 2 at EVO 2026. Please stick around. We still have
You
a
finished, you
lot
said,
of
"I'm
really
not
cool
calling you that."
programming coming up next. I think actually we have the cosplay top 8 coming up right after this. So please stick around and thank you very much.
I'm not calling him that.
All right.
Chipotle honey chicken is back. Step into summer with fresh grilled chicken, spicy chipotle peppers, and the perfect touch of pure honey. Open the summer with Chipotle honey chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Chipotle honey chicken, yes sir.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Sign up today on PL.
What was that for?
There you go, man. That swagger step.
John Takeuchi.
Tough round though from John Takeuchi. That could have gone either way. 100%. He hung in there, bro. Showing resilience. Bust now, bro.
Are we ever gonna get a new BlazBlue?
Saw
It's a chance.
Back the turn. For the crumple on the heavy kick.
Okay, 2 drinks there. No. This is gonna hurt so bad.
Yeah. Yo.
Oh, what? Okay. Crossover? Not getting what he wanted there.
His health was supposed to get deleted. That is Sagat with 3 bars and healthy drive.
Bro, you can't be missing punishes like that at this stage. You know, that's you're giving your opponent a huge advantage there. Okay. It's over here. Oh, come on, grab, bringing it out. Are we gonna do it? Level 3, of course.
Take big man back to the
Time to
left.
train.
Even if this doesn't kill, the follow-up should do it. Let's see.
Sam Fierce, DP.
So stay tuned.
I think he thought that too.
Yeah. Takeuchi here just needs one single hit, and there it is. Okay.
BB tag.
Tying things up.
BB tag. I like BB tag. Tag is fun. What if we get 2 new games?
Really turn the tides right there, but John Takeuchi just too ready against any sort of forward advancement movement. Game to game right now.
Feeling like these games are so. Like crossover seems to be able to just get that massive damage cash out really quickly. John Takeuchi feels like it's more of an uphill battle every round that he gets.
Yeah. Has been able to find those moments like not have to use health as a resource to like take a risk to get the drinks.
Yes.
Comparatively, what we've seen him for like even today. Easier for him to do so. Nice interrupt though, no jab, moving too shy and short.
He is very cool. Series that doesn't need to die. Natural fiction is better though.
Oh, we're level 4 right
Why
now.
not both? Why not both though?
Moveset unlocked essentially. Oh, and we drink it with a level 2. Yo, crossover.
So rough.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Parry, the walk up, the whip punch just yet. For a punt with the dive kick. Don't jump, the double jump.
You have the hit.
Hate again?
Punish.
Oh my
Why
gosh.
did it get hate again?
Anyone's game. The overhead was blocked that time. Crossover tried it.
Jab no convert, maybe too far out.
Gosh, so tense right here. He's so afraid to DP.
Walk up medium again. Throwing bows. This man's throwing bows. The interrupt off the jab. John Takeuchi has been playing fair jabs right now to interrupt.
Their timer yet?
Stop and stuff. Up around, bro.
The patience.
It's gonna be right here.
Man, Takeuchi showing.
Oh wait, no. If I had the cosplay contest, has to go first. Fuck. Never mind. Well, I mean, it is still gonna be here, but like, they have to wait for this to finish, I think. Who's gonna be commentating this? I guess like what, Majin, Obama, and like, I don't know if Jayuna's there. Why they slander my goal on my timeline? Fuck you guys, bro. Stop slandering my goat. Fuck you. When are you streaming Deadlock again? I don't know. Man, you gonna watch me stream Deadlock again? I should be asking you. Dog, who you been playing? Don't worry, more deluxe streams will come. There's bound to be an ass rival season or two. I mean, that's what happened in season 6. There's bound to be an ass season or two.
Let us.
What is this?
At Juness, every day is Customer Appreciation Day with fabulous products at low prices. Let us make your day great.
Every day's great at your Juness. Every day's great at your Juness.
Hey, Juness. What else they got up here? Any more videos? Oh, we saw this one already. Now then. Persona! That's a big tongue. That's a big tongue. Bro, I don't want to fight that fucking toy boss. Oh god. If I'm gonna play hardest difficulty, that toy boss is gonna farm me. Fucking toy boss is gonna farm me. What is this? It's Rivals.
Like it's Christmas Day. Together. Over on this side. You get that t-shirt? Hold on. Do not open that t-shirt yet. Rob, you got 2 more.
What the hell?
Slow down now, don't blow your whole load too fast. Oh, you got the vertical. You cleared the whole crowd, Rob. You cleared the whole crowd. Is this the last one? Wait. The last one? All right. Where are we aiming for? Who wants the last one?
What incarnation?
Nah, who wanted the most, bro?
Over here, want it? You want it over here? No, that's not enough noise. No.
Pause,
in the middle,
bro.
do you want it here? Wait. All right, how about over on this side? No, you guys are repping.
Crazy.
Front row, you did it, Ro. You got the front row and no one died.
Finally, brother. That was phenomenal, and I need one of these at home.
Oh, good, right. If you were one of the 4 people that caught one of Rob's launched prizes, I want you to stand up. If you caught one launched by Rob, stand up.
This one said don't open it yet.
Because we're going to open these all together. Because I've got some good news.
He literally
Not
said
only
don't
did you get
open
that
it yet.
awesome t-shirt, you might notice there's a card in there, right? You all just won a free tablet given to us by our friends at AT&T.
Tablet.
Lovely. All you gotta do is take those winner cards. Yeah, if you want to go off, Rob, that's fine. I mean, I thought you might want to hang out with me and chill for a bit. If you got one of those cards, one of those 4 winners, if you take that to the AT&T booth, you can go and claim your tablet, provided to us by our good friends at AT&T. You don't have to go now, because we got some action to watch, but make sure you go before they close tomorrow. Thank you very much. And of course, if you're watching at home, we're not leaving you out. If you're watching live right now on Twitch, you could win one
Where's my
of
tablet?
50 codes
50.
for Invincible Versus. All you gotta do is type in that stream chat, !prize.
Exclamation mark
You could
prize.
be one of 50 winners of a standard
Go type
edition
it, chat.
Steam
The EVO
code
channel.
for Invincible Versus. Thank you very much to our friends over there at Invincible Versus. Experience brutal, bone-shattering 3v3
Bone-shattering,
tag
oh,
team
wow.
combat in Invincible Versus, where fan
Is
favorite
Rivals Ludwig's
characters
game?
from the
Something
Invincible
like that.
universe collide in bloody combat. Look out for Season 1. It's launching June 30th, where they'll be adding the
He
formidable
like co-publishes
characters
it or something like
of
that.
Universa and the Immortal. If you win one of those prizes, you will get a DM in Twitch with that Steam code, so keep your eyes open.
Shit, I'm about to
All
do
right,
an
then.
exclamation point prize. I'm about to cop one real quick. Where my
That's the
prize
prizes
at?
out the way.
They gonna be
Who's
like, why am I
ready
claiming one?
for some Rivals of Ether 2?
They gonna be like, why am I claiming one? Why not?
All right, it's nearly time for the
not?
historic top 8. But before we get into that, I would like to welcome onto the stage studio lead and creator of Rivals of Ether, Dan Fornesi.
I haven't seen this game in a while. They finally got characters? They finally got characters in the game now? I was playing as her. And she has fucking tip airs. I don't like tip airs. I like reverse tip airs. I don't like the tip. I like the reverse tip. Oh, who's that guy? We all tapping in. This kills you. This is Pugera.
Oh my gosh. Raw drive rush overhead. The absolute
Raw drive rush overhead is crazy.
Closing it out. 1-1 now.
Tyrant, stop, befriend you. It kills you. That's what he's looking to do. Murdering these streets.
There
My
you
man
go.
really did that drive.
Now, before we get started, I want to make one thing very, very clear. That platform fighters are fighting games.
That is true. That is true.
And EVO has always been the biggest stage that a fighting game can reach. And I learned about making fighting games by working on another game that graced this stage called Killer Instinct 2013. And then 1 year later, I worked on a little game called Rivals of Ether with just a 2-person team. But now, over 10 years later, Rivals of Ether 2 has made the main stage, and I couldn't be more grateful to all our fans that made this possible.
Unk's seething right now.
Now, Rivals 2 has always been an ambitious game, right? All of our character updates are free updates. There's no paid DLC. There's no grinding. Our 20-person team, we are punching well above our weight class.
20? Damn.
Trying to expand a game that now has
Impressive.
items, casual stages, tons of skins, and even workshop support.
That's pretty cool. No one actually plays this game? No,
Now,
they
this
do.
last year, it has been challenging for our
Has a
studio,
lot of players.
but all the people watching tonight, you're what makes it possible. See, the fighting game community
I don't
is
play
not
it,
just
but
our
like,
core audience.
as
It
players.
is the lifeblood of our company, and we wouldn't be here without you. So, as a special thank you to all our fans, I'd like to show you the next original character coming to Rivals of Ether 2.
You hear some diehard fans in the audience. What is this fucking beat? What the fuck? Is that a duck? Plant wall. What the fuck? With whitefish, loony plastic. What the fuck? Ew, ew, ew. What is that? Why is it green? Fucking platypus? What?
We made it!
fucking platypus. Oh shit. That shit got some goop to it. Oh, what the fuck was that? Ew. That shit gooing everywhere. Oh, damn. That shit goopy. We're near lore? Wait, but why does it not look like the photos? Did it like get in some waste and then it fucking died but not died? The fucking platypus fall into some toxic waste? I think that's what it said on the thingy. What the fuck? It was a factor incident or something, yeah.
That was fun.
Can we play again?
Cool. They are hyping that crowd, bro. They are hype. You see how hype they are, bro? You can't tell me no one plays this game. Y'all are tripping.
Right?
Y'all are tripping.
It's about time that we had an
Are they gonna show
annoying
another
slime
one?
ball jumping around the stage in Rivals. That's what I'd say.
They about to show two or what? Oh shit, they're showing two.
Because this is EVO.
They're showing two.
Because I've always wanted to do this. Here's one more thing.
They're showing two. I'm not surprised, bro. The Harada special. We got one more for you. What the fuck? Mina, oh, what the hell? It's a collab? It's guest character. That's cool. Damn it, she said let's fucking go.
Thank you so much, Dan. Incredible news.
The crowd is losing it.
How do you feel about those two
Yo, man,
announcements?
said no one cares about this game. Y'all are fucking tripping, bro. This game actually has a shitload of players. They are hype as fuck in this
With all
crowd.
that being said, it's time now
hype as
for your
fuck.
Rivals of Ether 2 Top 8. Let's run.
They're
the
hype as
intro
fuck.
video
Y'all are
presented
tripping, bro.
by Visa.
Time us if no one cares about this fucking thing, bro. Y'all are fucking tripping, dog. Oh shit, that's loud. No, we got Zay doing more lyrics. He did the Street Fighter ones from 2024 and 5. He did a really good job with those. It's like 8-bit. They're so happy about this. That's good for them, bro. Oh, I missed the Grand Blue one. I didn't see the Grand Blue intro one. I need to watch the Grand Blue one. I'm sure the Grand Blue one was probably fire. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco. He has the best battle pass system. They're all free. That's cool. Free battle pass is sick. Oh yeah, I forgot they do have a kid with a bow. I got to 8-bit, that's sick. Yeah, we were looking for the RoboCop trailer. Now when Smash 2 comes out, yo, that shit snatching the chain back. Rivals can hold that shit for a little bit, but Smash 2 comes back, it's over, bro. It's fucking over, bro. It's fucking over. We are so back, bro. You're so back. What the fuck? Why are people running on stage?
Biggest year yet. A huge number of entrants, and of course,
That base is so goofy. Very quirky player base.
Or the Fury, I should say, used for Wade. So Wade,
These are all really good matches. Nobi and Edge, Wade versus Ken.
Definitely keep you alive. Oh my
now
lord,
it's
little
block.
bit cheeky
Damn.
there. Yeah,
I don't know which one to watch.
Keep this a block string. Wow, that basically used the entire Fury for a few cancels for a good reason. Then just the assist on its own connected. Oh, wow, and that was like the moment before Ken built the Fury. So now
you capping, but if I screenshot that you don't do it, you get banned. I hope you know that.
To pop it. One throw, perhaps. Or
careful what you wish for.
Chunk. That's not a combo, right? Those little hits.
Careful what you wish for.
Bypass the potential for Fury. There is. Okay, Ken does manage to
Careful what you wish for.
I really think Wade was trying to like hold that as long as possible, but the hit stun was just too active. There's no way.
A couple of lights, maybe. I think maybe Wade didn't want to overcommit to it to potentially cover for the Fury, but
that'll be before 2028.
Look at those chips. Yeah, crisp damage coming through from those
gunshots.
Oh my god! Look! Oh no! He got hit by one. Oh wow, the parry into immediate down S2. Wade is looking for this last little hit. Tries to parry a little bit too early. The held gunshot. I love the way that Ken approached that. You know you're threatening the chip damage. You know that is your way to win this round. But Wade is the kind of player with the reactions to get those parries. So mix up that timing, charge the gunshot, take the round 3.
It wasn't even the same projectile over and over either. It was just go for totally different timings to throw off your flow of the parries. However, Wade able to score this aggressive sequence now. Tag once again. Pick this one up. Big damage. Seen these combos before. Extension, team launch, and that is going to be all she wrote for Ari. Down and out. Caitlyn left on her own, but it's going to be a while until that Fury comes back. So not a lot of resources to play around with here, Mustard.
No, you're definitely not going to be able to rely on it at the very least. I mean, you know, Ken's neutral with Caitlyn has been quite strong. Right. I mean, right there, fantastic air throw, full conversion as well. This is definitely not impossible, but as we've seen before, will be quite difficult. Nice limit strike, though. Important to get a limit strike because it is going to guarantee you will build the Fury. So Caitlyn is going to have that little bit extra
DMC 6, 2030,
maybe get punished for something, and it's not going to challenge. Okay, fantastic, Ken.
2030
from Ken there. I'm going to say suddenly this is looking like advantage Ken. You might be down in
I can't wait to see Tifa's gameplay trailer in 10 years.
And you got the 3 bars.
Not to mention 3 bars on both ends, so that's a lot of super.
Oh my god!
The release dates are pretty weird for
just getting opened up on Wake Up, and just like that,
the DLC
Echo,
this is your first
one with
the
the fishes.
Just they're trying to drop Tifa when
Wade did have the lead though, Ketchup.
FF7 Rebirth.
Just lost it.
Rebirth.
Being so animated on defense.
Revelation drops. They're trying to drop it when the game drops.
In these instances, but again, Ken playing that range
game.
To be fair, there's a lot of backwards jumping here, right? A range that can be so hard to chase down, hard to catch, especially when you've got the Ari assist to create that space, to push forward and stop you trying to get in.
That chip.
Glory Expansion
Arenas. Very scary very quickly. And
I forgot about that.
Have just been
I completely forgot about that.
Because of traps on the ground, but it's because he's just...
Yeah, they do need to do no more. That Heihachi story was fun.
Okay, there's an overhead.
I remember I played that shit because it was during the summertime. I played that at like 4 a.m.
Wait for it to be completely and utterly safe, though.
Because I was asleep like the whole day and I woke up at like 4 a.m. I was doing. I don't know what we did the day before.
Not going to matter. Ken with a well-placed gunshot. We're still in 2 out of 3 territory.
I think it was because we were playing East Side and I beat the whole game in one night.
Looking to eliminate Wade and move on.
I remember I woke up at 4 a.m. Heihachi was finally out, and I did his story. That shit was hilarious.
Duality between the two teams, right? Wade really just known for being an aggressive player, presses a lot of buttons, really wants to get in there and finishes matches quickly, but Ken just not.
2030 would be a different era.
And Wade has done. I feel like Wade spent near enough every round with a great start, but Ken was immediately able to find some footing. Now this time looks like perhaps a bit of a rerun, but hey, as long as you've got plenty of resources to work with. Unfortunately, that break was already gone. Oh no! Oh, the happiest of birthdays for the Frenchman. Oh, 1, 2. No, Caitlyn managed to fall out. The second hit wasn't quite connecting on that super. But at least Caitlyn, and that's plenty of Grey Life. If Ken can slow things down the way he has been able to do, that is going to be able to get that Grey Life back. But not if Wade does anything to do about it. Nice retreating guard.
Very forced on defense. Not just that, but so much pushback in these sequences with these two characters together. I mean, if you're anywhere near the corner, you're going to be in there by the end of it. Lovely break there, forced out.
And we've seen what this team does with the corner.
Yes, we have.
They wanted to avoid it.
I forgot Tekken cartoon was going to be a thing. Is there a trailer for that? I don't know if I can even look at that on stream.
That assist has just locked Wade down every single time.
I do love this sequence, though, from Caitlyn.
Oh, Caitlyn combos are some of the coolest in the game, honestly. There's a trap, yeah. Patience from Wade this time. I feel like last time Wade was in that situation. He just stripped.
Oh my god! And the tag to be safe for the punish! Reactions!
So even though allowing Sponge the hit of it, definitely not worth it for Ken. If you're just losing the character straight up, kind of anticlimactic. It's looking at the level 3, not even going to its cinematic, even though it connects. But with there being so much damage dealt by that super as well, if there was any situation to maybe pop Fury, the second that super comes out, it's just not going to be worth it. Oh, doing the right thing, holding on to the break. We do have more rounds to play around with here, but Wade, a good start in game 2, much needed. Therein lies the difficulty though. When
they really have to wait for this to finish. Damn, because they're going to use this stage. I think she won the cosplay contest in Japan. So when I was at EVO Japan, I think she won. This girl won the cosplay contest.
Oh, I was actually told that maybe you should change your character. Like if you change your character, maybe you can win. But
she was wearing the same fit
as Asina Samia. Oh, wow, that's something. Congratulations again. And so those contestants out there, あの辺に皆さんもうこのコスプレイヤーさんたち結果を待ってるんですが、まだ結果を知らないんですよ。トップ
They asked me, who's this?
Oh. Still getting a few exchanges. Calls out the armor.
Yup, out of the armor. Again, the lows, relentless, no fear.
I told you, bro. He starts playing this character, and he's like, I don't care anymore.
Dude, he's the original Dragunov down 2. You think he's scared to go low?
Mm-hmm. I like that big tracking option. The back 4 hits this time.
Big chunky mid.
Running
one by this part where you stepping.
Oh shit.
Nice throw break.
It missed somewhere though.
Out of there?
No.
Yeah,
my
I told
God.
you, bro. It be jumping over hella stuff.
That shit jumps over everything.
I
Damn.
always made the joke when they introduced Lars. They're like, yo,
Who's
what
a
is this?
jumper?
What is this fighting style? I'm like, oh, it's anime.
Jumper.
Power of God in anime on his
bro.
side.
It's anime, dude. Okay, heat burst on the side of edge. Quick sidestep. Sneaks in a couple of lows there.
2-1 interrupt again into limited 1. Gets a burst. Wall pressure sends it with the dash. Armor out.
I like that armor works this time. Nobody's been calling out with the low, but the back 4, that's going to be the round. Nobody
just grabs you by the neck and electrocutes
edge
you.
with the Lars switch, and you can see the look on both of their faces. Edge out.
You ever just grab somebody by the neck and electrocute them? No, just me. My bad.
Do you, I mean, can you even? Yeah. I mean, is there a timing that you can actually do that Fury at any point? Yeah, I feel like that was just so stacked against Ken to find the Fury. I mean, you had to try. You had to give it a go. But yeah, you just said it's done for sure. Wade time things up. But again, this is the Wade that we know. Calm, cool as a cucumber. You know what I'm saying? Like this player just does not.
That video is so stupid, bro. Where's that video at?
See it. Very cool.
My
That was a
fault,
huge shift in how Wade was going to handle that defense in that second game. In that first game, there were so many little instances where Wade was challenging. He was challenging maybe more times than people would be comfortable. Even in instances where you can tell it's very unlikely that challenging will work, right? If you're getting off the ground and there's a trap there, like it's pretty safe to say it's going to be meaty, but still, you know, Wade, the kind of player who will be confident in those decisions, but did have to adjust. Wow! Say, oh, that's a huge happy birthday to kick off this next game. The breaks come out, sure, but half-life down. Yeah, there's recoverable life, and it's going to be handy the bait! Lovely turnaround. Get that grey life back, slowly but surely. Get the punish, get the knockdown. Even finds the limit strike, that dash in. Ooh, I like that setup. Yeah, I like that setup, kind of adding that Caitlyn projectile on top to just take an already scary setup and make it even scarier. I love that. Lovely little cross up there. That's going to be a dead character, Alawi.
I'm gonna find a fucking video, bro.
Now there will be super assist available. There's regular assist. I mean, Neko, you kind of sport for choice on what kind of good projectile you want as your assist when he's not in the field anymore.
Let me holler at
you. I found it.
Real quick, yeah. Why niggas keep talking about you?
Is this dumbass video?
Let me holler at you real quick, yeah. Why niggas keep talking about you going around talking about you fuck my father and shit?
You Lil Rodney's son?
Yes, I'm Lil Rodney's son.
You talking about Rodney with the fat ass butt?
Yo, why is you playing at me, yo?
My fault, OG.
No, ain't no my fault,
OG.
Let me holler at you real quick, yeah. Why niggas keep talking about you going around?
OG. The fucking dumbass British version.
Allow me to communicate with you momentarily. Greetings, bruv. Allow me to communicate with you momentarily. Why are fellows conversing that you're going around conversing that you've had sexual relations with my father and the likes? Are you by any chance the son of Roddington Jr., casually known as Little Rodney? Indubitably, I'm Little Rodney's son. Therefore, are you referring to Roddington, whose buttocks is fascinatingly enormous? Oi, why are you disrespecting me, bruv? My mistake, original gangster. No, this cannot be forgiven. Now empty the compartments of your pantaloons. For what
Empty the compartments of your pantaloons. For what purpose?
And discard of your footwear
For
as
what
well.
purpose?
In fact, I am equipped to summon the one casually known as Little Travis on your buffoon self. His slugs are sure to deal a heavy load of damage.
For what purpose? For what purpose?
And discard. No, this cannot be forgiven. Now empty the compartments of your pantaloons. For what purpose? And discard of your footwear as well.
For what purpose?
In fact, I am equipped to summon the one casually known as Little Travis on your buffoon
Little
self.
Travis on your buffoon self. What? What the fuck? Wait. What? For what purpose? My fault, G.
Away stuff in the corner.
You little Ronnie's son with the fat
That
ass.
is the way
What?
the top 24 is going to go. That is a big name in the world of competitive 2x
For
KO.
what
Eliminated
purpose?
immediately.
Ancient
Ketchup.
memes, literally.
You know, one of the very
For
powerful
what
French
purpose?
players who made the trip all the way out here. And, I mean, they all made it out of
My
balls and
fault,
winners. They were
OG.
plowing through the bracket, and then as soon as we got near these end stages, things got very shaky and unpredictable. But Ken,
Little Rodney
you know it's
with
got to
the
be
fat
thinking about
ass.
that. Oh, yeah. The downsides to being in round 1 of top 24
When he
losers,
go
though,
around
is you do
saying
have
you
to
fuck
win
my
3
father.
matches,
What?
to make it into the top 8.
Bro,
from that
what?
point. So that is a win for Ken, who will be facing.
For what purpose?
Almost throw a command throw at SPD. You're too close to me, says Junior. Spinebuster try rushing with the SPD.
Combo double show something there. Combo
Junior
doubles.
with a huge life already, man. That's such an uphill battle.
We're at the bottom left.
With a lead against Heat, bro. Oh.
You mean bottom right? Do you not know you left some rights?
He wants anything right now.
Come on, these twins?
Look at this, man. Oil King knows he can't make a single mistake.
No, I
bro.
don't.
Or his Evo dreams could shatter in an instant. This is loser's side, guys.
Reversal.
One blames FanFun or Mori and Dokibert for losing the recent tournament.
Not in the health department. He is not doing well there.
Wait, no fucking shot. Wait, what? He blames the girls?
Saying I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces in this tournament as and the last tournament is the current one, including Doki Bird, Mori. Wait a second. Fan? Wait. Mori, Doki Bird, Fan.
Bro, this guy is
All in
hilarious,
this
bro.
tournament too?
This drama.
And none of them were on my team? And XQC and I won?
Oh my god, this drama's dumb.
That's weird. That's fucking weird.
Yo, you
But
can't
just
be serious.
Goes to show, I don't actually know if the problem was
He
us.
played Squirrel Girl.
Oh snap,
He
guys!
played
no, I think we
Squirrel
just
Girl while being a
discovered
top on 8
something new,
skin.
but let's not get into it, okay?
And he
Let's just-
chose to play
I'll let the
Squirrel Girl and
audience
refused to
decide what
switch.
they want to decide. I'm just.
Oh my god, what is this damn game, bro?
You only get that power up when you've landed a hit. If you get hit, it goes
Nah,
away.
he's
So
clip
really is this
farming.
option that rewards aggression and
He really is a DPS player. Alright, blame everybody but himself.
if you're on the defensive, you're not going to be able to use those extra, like the stronger attacks. Even that platform that we've seen him been able to make with his up special, that only works if he's the one who got the hit.
That's fine. Yeah, and it's interesting that these two are the first two we're seeing because we tried to make Albert a little
The
more
fucking
similar.
clip, the clip is so funny, bro. Him just trying to run away.
Please.
At the door.
Him trying to run away is Squirrel Girl is so funny.
It's fine. I have my ult in 5.
Look at him.
4. Let the map move. Back up.
Let's just laughing his ass off.
I got you. I have my own. I'm gonna look for
They don't got moving maps in Overwatch.
Let them walk up. Guys,
They don't have moving maps.
I'm gonna
in
drop
Overwatch.
behind them in ult in 3.
So he's sitting there shooting it, trying to walk into Oh my god, bro. Oh my lordy, bro.
Yeah, so Light Wisp we've seen quite a lot of today.
Game is
Plenty
doomed,
losers by the
bro.
duo of Sonic and Inzem, but otherwise had a fantastic. Gave it one hell of a fight though. Yeah, no, it was a really good set. I just really enjoy watching Light Wisp play. You know, there's just something about
That was a
like,
new
Kev's
Rivals
kind of,
drama
like, team
every day,
loyalty
bro.
with the 2x assist as well. 2x assist on both sides, I think, actually seeing that.
Oh, they
because,
revealed the
I was
other
able to
character
watch
for
Lord
Edge Runners?
Model, some of the off-stream games earlier did take it 2-1 over Chris G. Defeated players such
fuck?
as Urban Nork, Kevin Marty, Burt. Lost
They haven't
2-0
revealed this
to
character
Jake
yet.
Snaky, but
Apparently this
2-1
dude's the
over
main
Shiny
character.
Espeon. No, 2-1 over Andy, and then 2-0.
Oh, still two characters in the back over here. Maybe that part of it, I don't know. This guy's name is King or something like that. This guy's apparently badass.
It's just a wow, yeah, this is definitely quite the anomaly. It's not only for like the double brawn, but both the
They
two
all gonna
assists
get
and
cooked.
the sea of freestyle. I'm excited. I just feel
We're all
like
gonna
in
ball
the
our damn
early
tears
days,
out
like Braum was
once
one of
this
the
whole
real
squad gets
2x
cooked.
assist like pioneers. Well, I think especially on Team Darius Braum, because there are definitely assists
That shit
you
look
would
hard.
like to have. Oh, access to twice on a lovely parry coming out from Lord Waddle.
Yeah, look at this.
Ooh, tries it again. You know, I
Look,
love
I just
the
had it.
boldness of that. Both the
Here it
assists
is.
just got blown up. This is a straight up mirror
December
match.
30th. Once known as King, a veteran edge runner at the top of his game. Weak and now lives in the shadow of his former glory.
That was so good. Just daring Lord.
Oh yeah, you know he's gonna fuck shit up.
That instant headless.
Nah, this shot is crazy. Look at this shot.
That fine mustache. Decapitated.
Veteran edge runner at the top of his game.
Okay, but Lightwith now in control. This
Yeah, Weak now. I think his name is Weak, but he was known as King before.
I think it's safe to say you know what's going to be. Oh my god, the combinations! Oh, and here we go. It's not over yet. Limit strike into what do you do? Limit strike into pray for the end.
No clue what this guy can do, but we're gonna figure it out eventually.
Darius was like, what? A fraction of a meter away from getting bar. That absolutely could have resulted in even more. That's dangerous. That's one of the first things I remember seeing. Like when I first saw Lightwith play like months ago in like those early TNSs, was just those really extended, massive.
Who's about to get the most horrible ending?
The first TNS that,
What is this guy's name? The Sasuke guy.
Eye opener for just how much damage this team was able
Name is
to
D or something?
Oh my god! Was that low from the
a lot of
overhead
Lightwith
from
in
Darius?
the say chat, the crowd. There are screams every time something significant happens.
Dude's just a kid with a camera. We don't know what the fuck he does though.
Setups, you got mix-ups, you got all these fiddly characters. If you're just a fan of seeing big number go up, there's something for you too, and you're looking at it.
He's a gifted Snake Nation netrunner. D is driven by revenge after his clan was wiped out. Okay, this is Sasuke. Like, what? Using his elite hacking skills to survive the dangers of Night City. Okay, so he's a netrunner. Driven by revenge. And his name is D. So this is just Sasuke. Got it. And he has a custom This is just Sasuke. Like, what? What am I reading? This is just Sasuke. What is this?
That for sure would have got the damage, but turns it into a bit of a reset. Not only taking out the
whatever, bro.
Taking some damage as well. That actually worked out better for Lord Waddle, I think. Oh dear. Oh, hello. Right. Oh, a little bit less pushback, just characters in the way. I also like the choice of going for the grab there, seeing that Waddle had the Unbreakable, so you know armor is a threat, and you just
What is wrong with that guy's neck?
Hang on, there's 3 meters.
Wait, snip his neck like that.
So that's got to be enough, right? That has to be enough. It's Darius level 3, so I'm inclined to say yes, but it is Braum.
That's literally just fucking whatever, bro.
So if one character in the game could survive that, it was Braum, but I don't know.
Yo, your back posture. Yo. That shit making me hurt. Oh, okay, he fixed it. Well, why was he like hunchbacked?
But the delay, Lord Waddle again, calling it out with the grab. Lovely air to air, or I would say challenges it with this echo. The breaker, get off me. Oh, yeah, couldn't quite pick up from that. A bit of a funky conversion.
I think that's all the info we have for Cyber.
You have to be so careful approaching this. You know that Light Wisp has used the break already, so in theory those hits are going to be purely guaranteed. But man, one bad catch
I think that's all we have.
will lead to situations like that. You know, I really like that choice because I feel like the decision was made to cut the combo shorter just to do as much damage to the character in the back as possible. You're dead, right? Yeah. Yep, that has to be a part of the kill. But go in, absolutely, yeah. That'll do it. Don't even care about the break bonus. I'd rather just see you dead. Light Wisps going into match point. I like the amount of patience that is being displayed though whenever Braum is in the back, because I feel like especially if you play Braum, you want the opponent to press so you can just go to the shield assist at the worst possible time. Immediately get a situation started.
What the fuck is this character, bro?
Yeah, but a call out. Yeah, trying to make the 2H safe on block, but Light Wisp immediately calling out with the parry.
They're so
play
goofy.
That character yourself, you're going to know where those gaps are. When and when to interrupt.
Holy shit, Blasby still hasn't started yet.
Push back, but against these two characters, Echo, he's going to be made. Ooh, glass. Low-key, I feel like quite...
The costume design so much, she wanted to make it absolutely perfect, and it
Is that a
really
collie?
is.
And the makeup is
jam?
perfect, the hair, everything. I love it so much. So congratulations.
It won. It won. Finally, a real character and guilty this guy.
Okay, first place get to bring back 2,000 USD.
$2,000.
Nice. And of course, press that. Flight and hotel to a future international EVO event.
Oh,
so now you
cool.
get to choose. There are a lot. I mean, my personal favorite is
Way
probably
too much.
Japan, and I guess 2,000 USD is going to be a lot of money in the end. But
I mean, EVO Japan, I don't think I can say EVO Japan is my favorite. I got sick. I didn't even go. I get to go into the venue on the last day. I was literally in bed. I slept for like 15 hours on the last day of EVO Japan.
I asked, why does he have it for a lot of
I had a fucking fever, bro. A really bad one.
Amazing. Like he's an incredible character before
Like,
we get to the Blanca challenge.
my body was beyond 100 degrees, bro.
Ridiculous.
Right. Oh, we go for healing here. Dogora. Get back some drive.
I was in my hotel room the entire day, bro.
Bust.
I had a fever.
Kumasaki gotta get going with that level 2.
This
Gotta get
fever's,
busy,
but
bro.
then there's what I had.
Good stuff there for Dogora. Alright, Lena here.
I was fucking dying.
Nice check there on the drive.
Yeah, why every time I go to Japan I get sick?
Either like light kick or stand medium kick. Either way, Dogora, pin ready, born ready.
That's it, man. Put some respect on this guy. It's an OG.
If I go to Japan again, I get sick. Okay, there's something wrong. There's no way. I'd be good for like the first day or two, and then the third day or something, or fourth day, it's just some crazy shit.
Rhino Horn sends it all the way across.
Slide right there. Doesn't matter if
Is anything important or cool?
L2 popped off. Doing with this.
Grand Blue showed a new character.
Yeah, there it is. Sends it. Oh my gosh.
Nice catch.
Guilty Gear showed Orbital Kai, and the finals for the
He won't let him see his
as well.
son.
You know, used to the clean air, all that American smog.
Cup season.
That's crazy. I don't even go outside. It's crazy to say, but I don't even go outside, so that doesn't apply to me.
You didn't even see his face. You just see the
See
blue
it.
hair.
Yeah. This silly costume, man.
Love Blue started yet? No, they're waiting for a cosplay contest to finish.
Wait on the map.
Because they're going to use this
Right,
stage.
but he's the one that
So they have to finish the
stopped
cosplay
doing that
contest
play
first.
second. He definitely plays first a lot.
In the same round.
Is that a mud kit?
Consulting the bracket. But it's still very much top 24 territory, of course.
You think
So
the
loser,
house
okay,
don't
the
got smart?
first
That's
round
crazy.
seems to actually be finished. So it was to kill Sage. Hang on. No, this is the wrong. I'm in the wrong bit. Hang on. Ignore me for a minute.
That mean Hikari versus K7 has concluded?
No. I was looking at the wrong page. Ignore
You had me worried there for a second, Jake. You had me worried.
So Kane 2-1 over Yasha.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is still losers round 1. Hikari 2-0 over K7 show off.
All right.
So I can only assume these matches would have been happening on the other stream, which again, if you want to make sure you're not missing a thing, Aerosmith, EVO 3 and 4, we both have 2xKO all for the rest of the day, my friends.
You're not going to miss any matches. Get both those streams up and pay attention.
Yeah, Mudkip is straight staring though.
I just feel
hasn't blinked once.
It was cute, and now I just feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, bit nervous.
Your soul is mine.
What is it planning?
Pondering.
So Zane had a fantastic showing at Combo Breaker recently. Also won the most
Vitamin
recent
D
Sage
overdose.
Jam
Zero
Slam.
tolerance. What the?
Fantastic Creator Cup. Always
What
good
the?
times there. But a very recently successful player into XKO. I mean, a very successful player in versus games overall. And we know that Zane is good at this game, but has really been on quite a hot streak. You know, from Combo Breaker to now. Is in the losers
Have a twitch
bracket.
scale drop? What is
Bring
this?
up the parts and see what was going on.
So many of
Caitlyn
our
Sun hat.
2xKO players in the
What
scene.
the
I mean,
hell?
they're wonderful both in the online and offline space. Gameplay-wise, there's no difference. Obviously, the
21.
netcode's really, really
So
good.
Zane lost 2 games to Bleed, but took over players such as BRZ and Tate. He's now against Quainty.
I do actually need to give you folks an update before we jump into this match. You know, we mentioned every match will be streamed. Leffen versus Run has been requested to be an off-stream match. So due to the player choice there, that will be respected. That will not be on stream.
but
Laughing
hopefully everything
versus
else will.
Wade?
All right, but we are going in. Zane.
Someone chose to be
Word
off
goes
stream.
super fast here. Has
Yeah.
Quainty in the corner. But Quainty, one of our lone Blitzcrank still left in. Yo, I feel like we're actually, talking about the Blitzcrank, there's actually been quite a lot of Yasuo still in this tournament, I feel like we saw a lot of Yasuo players kind of move on from the character after the overall adjustments, but there have actually been a decent amount of loyal Yasuo players really making it work here. But the side switch from Zane, keeping it nice and optimal. We'll see how much this Yasuo Blitzcrank gets to pop off. Ooh, I like that wake up attack. You can see that Zane is going for some left-right shenanigans.
You better
Really
show off some crazy
demonstrating the
tech.
size of that wake up burst, to be honest with you. Never feels that big when I wake up. Oh, lovely.
Who did that, bro?
He's tagged in now, and that will be a clean confirm.
Was it laughing, bro?
Oh, wow, we see level 3, yeah, no messing around, just get rid of the character. I mean, it is Blitz.
I don't know if it is, but that sounds like some level would do.
Some characters may have died, but Blitz, it's just safer. Spend it if you got it, right? Play no games. Hey, I feel like low-key Blitz is a scary character to ever be left alive, because you're going to talk about solo comeback characters. I feel like I see Blitz do it quite a lot.
Especially when he has Fury, because his damage is
You gotta
crazy,
show
his
some
mix-ups
crazy
become
tech.
better, his ability to just kill
You
you
trying
off
to
the
hide it?
ground
Why you
becomes
trying to hide it?
guaranteed. And then if he's got Fury, he's almost
Why you
impossible
trying
to
to hide
kill.
it?
Speaking of getting that kill, though, that will be a level 3. Nice and cinematic. And the KO
Why you
is
trying to
assured.
hide it,
Round
bro?
1 goes to Zane. Will it be more to come?
I say, man, Zane has been on one hell of a momentum streak as of late. I mean, this is a very successful team overall, right? It is that combination of good player versus... Oh, okay, I like the tick grab.
Tricky stuff. Especially off a weird kind of scramble. Not afraid. Saves it. Keeps the steam, however.
Oh, hard read, possibly. That one didn't work out, but it's so fantastic that Quainty is going in with that confidence, right? Just grab after grab after grab, because that is data, especially in game number 1 of the set. You want your opponent to know, do not get too comfortable. I will just grab you at every opportunity. Because then, do you read too many grabs? Do you never grab again, right? That's how the mix-up goes.
It was not an orthodox situation. The steam was already built up, so there was no need to go for the parry.
Quainty, the comfort on
low. The comfort may be there, but when those mix-ups happen where it's last-minute overhead or empty low, you're still going to have to guess like the rest of us.
All right, we're going to set the Shroud. Limit Strike, Shroud, it. Classic. Ooh, where is he? Teleports behind you.
I saw a switch.
Personnel, kid. Or forward as well. I mean, where was that hitting? I feel like that's the benefit of the Shroud knives.
This shit is
It's
so
like,
funny,
it's
bro.
a constant cross-up by itself.
Uh-oh.
Come here! Let's go.
Engage.
Quainty. One of the most
Engage.
guttural level 3s in the game, this. You just got no choice but to accept the body splash from the rotund Blitzcrank.
Still alive.
Unit dismantled.
Rather tender, but we are moments away from having a break should you want to spend it. No meter to parry. I like that choice, actually. You know, you've just been hit by a level 3, so there's no way they can parry that in the neutral. You ain't got no meter left.
At the same time, though, it does mean that Zane doesn't have access to the level 3, so that reversal game definitely a lot weaker. But the question is, does Zane look to get this Fury? If the opportunity arises, but maybe won't need to anyway, as an air grab is going to finish off the Blitzcrank, who just seemed to never want to go down, but now here comes the
Blitz up there.
Yasuo.
Unethicalness.
Challenge on that 2L, but...
Unethicalness is crazy.
Parry. Now, do you Fury? You do! Okay, Zane wants this round, wants to win this first game right now.
Only 3 seconds to wait for your assist to come back. You have the ability to dash cancel, right? Get a little bit more aggressive. The movement speed, baits out the parry, the Fury, counter activation. Watch out for the meter.
But that was such a clutch dash cancel from Zane, and that was just so smart. Okay, same side. Oh, no, empty.
No, I feel like that was another parry bait. I'm not going to lie to you. There's been so many. Empty low hits its mark. And again, that level 3. I don't need a big combo. I've got meter to spend. And that will be game 1.
Oh, devious side-eye.
That's not
I'll say, though,
crazy.
I love the instant adaptation we saw, though, from Zane. As you said before, right, we've seen the RE air dashes, got parried, gave Quainty away in, and the next time Zane went for a dash in the exact same situation, completely empty. Even though we didn't see a parry, you know that's what Zane was looking to bait.
Not going to lie to you, Mustard. I don't know who I'd rather get that side-eye from, Zane or the Mudkip.
One or both.
What makes me feel worse? I can see into your soul.
All right. Ooh, okay, maybe reading a horizontal grab from the Blitz.
There's gotta be someone there streaming the Laughing match, no?
Either way, corner time, and that's where we like to party.
There's gotta be someone there in person streaming that shit.
Nice little path there. Another limit strike end.
Wow! Clipped! Honestly, from the distance that Zane went for that dash, I'm actually kind of surprised it landed behind. It definitely looked kind of ambiguous, but that is going to be Yasuo gone already, Zane. That's definitely how you want to start the round, and here comes the Blitz. The Blitz that Quainty has looked very comfortable on.
No one is there showing
This
it.
is difficult. Oh my goodness, especially when Zane is
I'm
still in
watching
the process of
Granblue.
just mixing you all
I do
over.
share since it came out. Personally, I'm so excited. Oh hell yeah, I'm
It's going to be
excited
very
too.
difficult
But
for Blitz to make
they
this
did him
comeback,
dirty.
though. Not having access to the
They
freestyle
did him
tags,
dirty. They didn't even
no
show
way
any
near a break.
combos.
You're not
Well,
going to have
it's like a few, but like
now anyway, because it's only round 1. But
barely.
either way, Zane,
On.
that will now be
That's about to be
a match point.
It's about to be on.
Very, very dominant. Still has the break. Can be a little bit more on the wild side. Should you
Someone's watching this match, so we can watch it.
Blitz, that roll escapes.
Damn,
Getting
smack.
caught by that charged airborne heavy, however. Break before the limit strike.
They showed
Shut
nothing.
down the
Like
knockdown,
he
eliminate the
used the fucking
Also, if you
install
don't
thingy
limit
or whatever,
strike,
the dragon
resources
install,
gained
and then
as
after
well, I
that,
suppose. But no, okay, this is
what
a
the
much
fuck
better
was
situation.
that?
Oh no!
What
Shake
the
of the
fuck
head.
was
Quakey
that?
Debbie wanted to get something there.
Okay, I don't know why he did that.
Oh,
After that, he
dear,
did
mustard.
some slashing and the
Yeah,
trailer
happy
ended.
birthday. Not huge
I'm
damage
like,
yet,
what?
but they are going to be stuck in this for quite a
Well,
while.
I thought he was about to go
Quick to
stupid.
Save that health as much as
They
possible.
cut it. It didn't even show a
Although
super
commits that
skybound
2H
art.
there.
They showed a
but
skybound
that
arts,
one's gonna
but they
be
didn't even show
lovely.
super skybound arts. I was like,
Alright.
what?
Boom, limit strike.
All they
set
showed
it
was the
up.
install one. That's
Quakey
it.
has been quite willing to just swing those big charged H's. Wow,
He must do
Akali
some
just
crazy
took
shit.
all
I don't know.
that face. Didn't commit too hard though. We'll just use that to get some steam.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
As a way of turning block advantage into being punished when that projectile's ready to go. And that
But
is
was
gonna
in
be a
his dragon form for 2
fantastic
seconds.
situation for Zane that was working on
There's so
a
many
single
things from
match
dragon
point.
form.
Quakey
Screen
has
what
made
beam
some sort
attack.
of magic happen.
His
Nowhere near
supers
break
might
right
change
next
in the
to
dragon form as well.
me.
But they didn't show
Goodness
that.
gracious.
I mean,
All that meat
there's
to
no point
spend
of
as well.
hiding
Catch
it.
up.
I
Where
mean,
is
they're
this
gonna
go?
show
I mean,
it
there
once
has to be
the character guy comes out. So
Yeah,
like, I
here
don't.
comes Akali. There's the
Whatever.
usual corner extension. Yep, off the wall bounce. Keeping it simple. Mizuna
Whatever.
drop. And it just doesn't
Ooh,
scale,
night.
I swear to God. That does not scale, Mustard. Doesn't matter what time.
Still not on yet.
Gonna stamp his ticket to top 24, taking that.
God damn it.
Very quickly. My gosh, Junior.
Oh, it's on
Yeah,
break.
look in there.
You guys are sick.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Right in front of the end. Somebody's time.
There's no way
to
he wouldn't
go
have a
home,
super
'cause
skybound
this
arts. That'd be
losing
crazy.
side,
Yeah, when I was looking at the gameplay, it just reminds me of Siegfried.
How is this losers? This is
This is
crazy.
cool.
I know how it's losers because I saw Shadow 20Z beat K-Skate, which looked crazy. You know, he was walking like most of his hell sweeps, which is wild because it's K-Skate, right? But Japan.
Here, we can look at it again.
Japan,
When to the blue sky, a new
They monologue at the start,
heralding
and you don't even see him till halfway through the fucking video. Look at this shit. You don't even see him through halfway through the fucking video.
Descent from on high.
Meet your end by the dragon's might.
Punch
Brace
your shit.
yourself.
Oh my god, leaves him standing.
Face me. You won't. Caught you. What's wrong? You're mine.
Oh, dragon form, god mode. Woozy. I am Blair reeling, so. He does this. Some slashes. Trailer's over. That's the Skybound Arts. Wait, y'all didn't show the, like, what the fuck? That's the part that pisses me off.
Stand down.
Anti combo is pretty crazy damage. He can combo into the super. He does a jump in. What the fuck? Okay, this is a Skybound Arts right here. Crazy amount of. I'm assuming his Skybound is probably changed when he's in install as well. This is like a teaser, yeah. It's not even a gameplay trailer. That's why it's called teaser, probably. It looks like they're trying to do a gameplay trailer, but it's not. It's weird.
Beneath this beautiful world,
it's like
both
it's
Azure
like
and
half of a gameplay
Phantasmal.
trailer. Because it looked like it was getting into it.
Forge your glory in the flames of battle.
Was there a release date?
Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising.
I think there was, no. Oh wait, I think it's on September 27th. I think it's like 17, I said 27. That's so far, holy shit. So they're, I don't know. I don't know if they're getting another DLC after this. Cause I think Arxis and them have like a falling out or some shit. Not a season pass. Like it's just awkward. Something's not right. Something is definitely not right. Because Arxis isn't promoting their shit anymore, and also like they're not in the Arc World Tour anymore. They have their own shit now. It's like, oh, really Goblin mission? Yeah, just a teaser. It's not like an actual gameplay trailer, but like when they revealed them, it looked like it was gonna be a gameplay trailer. Yeah, these are actual gameplay trailers. Even the thumbnail looks like a gameplay trailer. Because it's marketed as, but it just isn't. Every time they've used this exact thumbnail, every time they've done a gameplay trailer and the intro and everything, it looks like a gameplay trailer, but it's not. So I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's weird. It's very weird. That's why when I first reacted to it, I was like,
I built a whole
what?
new set of drills to bust your ass.
No, this is a trailer right here.
Get ready.
On
for
your feet,
worst
maggots.
Nightmare. Bring it. No holds barred. At
Someone tried
attention,
her out.
maggots. You're gonna learn today. Think our vest makes you invincible? What? Big scythe ain't cutting it?
Damn.
More where that came from. I want to see some grit. I won't tolerate punches. So come for the jugular. I'm ready.
Come for the
This is
jugular is
it.
crazy.
Good. You're finally shaping up to be a real soldier. Who said you could rest? On your feet, you big baby. Been itching to
Jesus.
show a lowlife like you some hospitality. Get
Who we
ready
playing?
to
Who's-
kiss
I haven't
the
tried her
ground.
yet.
Who's
I've done a
next?
video on every DLC character except her and Wilnos.
Careful now. I'll melt
I'll wait
your
for Susie as
candy.
well.
That all? Pathetic.
I was supposed to
On
do
your
Susie,
feet.
but I was too busy.
Where's your backbone? Oh, nice spirit. I'll take it. My drills
The
aren't for
Meg.
little piss babies. You smell that? It's a whole shitstorm. Back to the cesspit with you.
Spin is sick.
Leave it! I've got your arbitration right here! Ramjet Obliterator! You maggots
Christ.
were disgraceful out there! Once again, from the top!
Once again, it's crazy. Once again is crazy. Oh, what is this match?
No easy feat by any stretch, let alone the fact that this duo does
Oh, this is
like
gonna
to
be a
play
sweaty match.
multiple teams. They play around matchups and they play around player
Go
experience.
for broke.
So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. If something doesn't work, they will simply try something else with a different combination of characters. And that's a lot to take in a best-of-3 situation.
Don't be scared. It's only magic.
This is what it's all about, though. Right here, one game away, EVO top 8, hanging in the balance.
Magneto has his idle
You can sit
stance from
pretty knowing
Rivals.
You are there, winner's side tomorrow. You've got that safety net.
What?
And all the
He
pressure
has
that comes
both
with
his
it.
idle stances from Rivals and the Capcom series
Sonic Fox and Inzem, no strangers to that. I mean, not
versus
to mention a
series.
higher chance of securing the higher end of that prize money.
You see this? Oh my god, he does.
So considering the distribution
He does.
of prize money, that's a decent chunk. Aladala. Right, with a fantastic start now though for the team. As Timo. Yeah, this is what you want to see. Get him in the corner. Get up
He actually has both of them. Wow.
Just getting struck.
That's a neat reference.
And it's going to be another one. This one ain't going to be set up though. This one's
Neat.
to kill you to death. Freestyle combos bring Ari back. Spend the meter. Yeah, we've already
Fellow
got the
Streets.
poison.
305 versus update.
Quite find the ending of that though, so it will be both
3
characters
months away.
living to fight another day for now, but my lord, the amount of work they have to do.
Time to
break,
hit the
make
streets.
equal life either side. Gets immediately shut down with the Timo. You have the grass is on fire, put it out. I
Got
mean,
some
it's crazy
Sherry
how the
combos.
mushroom badge has already been earned. You know, this is like round 1. A character only just got KO'd.
Oh,
but
fuck
you
no,
got
what
a
is
badge
this?
Before a character even.
She fast as hell.
Anytime.
He says catch. What is that? Stat bag low.
Too obvious.
What the fuck is this combo?
ineffective.
Who the fuck is playing this? This is Dev. Why do you know this?
My mistake.
Panther's Wrath.
Please, brother, lend me your strength.
She got an install?
I've got this.
What?
Got this.
I didn't know she had an install.
Pathetic. My guard was down.
They beat the shit out of Mag.
My fury. The wisdom of Wakanda.
When the hell she get lasers? Oh, doesn't she have a bunch of tech? I forgot. What the fuck she got lasers? What the hell? I forgot she got a bunch of tech and gadgets and shit, huh?
Pressed a little bit too early, so it just looks like he didn't. Oh, doesn't matter. Game 1, down. Yeah, but that's a part of being a duo, though, is, again, like, in this kind of environment, you see they're wearing headsets, there's no microphones or anything. A lot of it has to kind of be unspoken teamwork. And that just comes from playing so much together that you kind of just get a sixth sense for what your partner wants them to do.
Especially if you're not playing in a head-to-head scenario. If you're playing directly next to your opponent, you have to be so careful with your comms, because the opponent can hear what you're saying.
Well, again, only if they're listening. If they're wearing the headsets, then I think you're quite safe. But it means you're not wearing yours. But either way, that's kind of besides the point, as Blazy has some momentum going. There we go! Fantastic defense coming out from Fox, but until the moment of getting opened up. In fact, that's kind of just the story of 2x.
That Magneto's theme? Listen to this. Magneto. It sounds like a Pokemon theme. All for my brethren. This is Magneto's theme? Maybe menacing. This looks like an Undertale boss. Kind of sounds like an Undertale boss. Not that it's a bad thing. Undertale music is good. Sounds like Doom actually. Hulk's theme? I don't think they got it up here because Hulk isn't in the build. Magneto shopping at Home Depot is crazy. I want to hear Carnage's theme. Sounds pretty good though. Definitely don't sound bad. We've heard better though. Oh shit, the second part of this song crazy though. I mean, anything is better than the Spider-Man thing. It has lyrics? What the fuck? All for my brethren? Well, I mean, that's what the theme is titled. I gotta rate all the Tokon themes. Looks like something out of DMC, kinda, yeah. Like DMC or like Doom. What a funny theme. This is Sherry's theme. Yeah, it's a slow start. Give me a second. Yeah, her theme sounds exactly as you'd expect it. Sounds pretty good. Team Mag, Magic, Sherry, Carnage on launch. Mine's probably gonna be like Magic, Star-Lord, Doctor Doom. I don't know who I'm putting last. It might just be Ghost Rider though. Oops. Oh, the beat switches? What is the second part of the song? I mean, I guess. Space Invader ass theme. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. It just like, cause we've heard bad. I can put on that Spider-Man theme right now. That should be stuck in your head for the next week. That fucking theme is so bad. Do It Coward is crazy. Okay, this is Ghost Rider's theme. It's called Embrace the Flame. Oh, Blast Blue is in 1 minute. Just watch on this channel, I guess. Yeah, it sounds like a Ghost Rider theme. Will Blast Blue Central Fiction be Arc World Tour now? I think they did announce that already, yeah. They announced that already. When they when it randomly got DLC at the thingy, they announced that already, no? This shit has lyrics? Cloaked in Chaos is Dr. Doom's theme. Have we heard Dooms? Yeah, we've heard Dooms. Webstep. They named his theme Webstep. That theme is ass.
See, we are all here for one reason, and that is what? I like that. Now listen, I heard you guys heard there was there was another like an announcement for another character.
Yeah, I think something might have been said not too long ago that's gotten everybody excited, but if I've heard correctly, there might be someone backstage with a little bit more information for you guys.
So wait. Do you guys want some more information about the potential No. Do you guys want more information for Blood? Yeah!
Okay.
Can we please give a warm welcome to Riku Ozawa and his translator, Mikey?
Blast Blue ain't dead? Oh, it's Mikey. He was at Battle Hour for Dragon Ball. I'm still mad at him for not announcing Fighters 2.
2026!
Oh, his English is pretty good.
I'm Riku Ozawa from Arc System Works.
You don't need a translator. What the fuck are you need a translator for?
I'm so excited to be here with you today.
What does he need a translator for? Wait, what the? His English is actually really good.
I want to say thank you to all of you.
Bro's pretty fluent, no? We're gamers, we can understand him.
Blue Central Fiction is almost 10 years old. We really appreciate you loving and playing this game for so long. Your passion is our energy.
One guy is so loud.
We are announcing a new character.
That's it?
Please enjoy this video. Are you ready?
That's Yuya's part?
Are you ready?
Is that Yuya's part? You in the crowd?
We don't fade this journey. Check this out.
Wait, this is not the character. This is the wrong fucking thing.
No.
Yo.
No, what?
You got
Take two.
That's the wrong one.
That was a phenomenal intervention.
That was the fucking top 8 introduction trailer. That's not the right one. Obama, what are you doing? It'd be funny. Whatever. Bro, can we end? What is happening? Oh, that's so awkward, bro. What is happening?
All right, make some noise.
It wouldn't be the FGC without technical difficulties. Yeah, that's true.
Yay!
Am I still live? I'm not still live.
Oh, shit. Sounds cooking. That's fine now. Oh shit! You guys might actually get a new version. Wait, what is this? Why are they counting the dates? Oh nah. This game is so old. It's like a remaster, or what y'all about to do? You show me it. How are you here? Aren't you in the crowd? Aren't you in the crowd? Yes, bro. How are you here? Yeah, I heard Penny's theme. Who is it? Yo. We're going back. We're going back. Trinity? Who's Trinity? Trinity? What does she do? It's a wand.
はい、というわけで、プレイステーション4、Steam 版のブレイブルーセントラルフィクションにトリニティ・グラスフィールの参戦が決定しました。
And so there you have it, Trinity Glassfield coming to PS4 and Steam version of BBCF.
Is there a PS5 version? Yet.
そして今回の発表用のイラストを森俊道さん、シリーズ生みの親の森俊道さんに描いていただきました。
That's a nice suit.
And this illustration you see right here is done by none other than Toshimichi Mori, the producer of Blaze Blue.
はい、森さんありがとうございました。この場を借りてお礼申し上げます。
All right, thank you guys very much.
You got one more,
はい、
what?
そしてこの後、トップ8もあるわけなんですけども、まずこの配信をご覧の皆様、現在このブレイブルーセントラルフィクション絶賛セールを Steam 版のセールを行っておりますので、ぜひご購入いただけますと幸いです。皆さんで盛り上げていきましょう。
All right, so we're about to go into our top 8, but just so you guys know, BBCF is going to be on sale. So if you have not played it yet, you don't know what it is, this is your moment. Go get it and check it out.
Damn, that is an old ass game.
それではこの後のトップ8の戦い、皆さん最後までお付き合いください。皆さん盛り上がっていきましょう。
All right, let's get excited for the top 8. Make sure you get hyped up till the very end.
From 10 years
以上、
ago.
小沢でした。ありがとうございました。
And that is it from Ozawa. Over and out. Thank you guys.
Give it up one more time, guys, for Ozawa-san. Incredible news. I'm really loving it. I'm really loving the energy from the crowd. So we've got a little music video for you guys presented by Visa. So let's take it away.
You got one movie, something else, bro. Son, you better wait till tomorrow like the rest of us. You better wait till tomorrow like the rest of us. I remember that guy. Didn't you guys say the Ice Girl's top tier? So we're gonna see a shitload of that girl. Or am I thinking about oh wait, no, that's Tag. That's Tag. That would be Tag. How do I feel about Little Carrier? I have no clue what that girl does. Yeah, that shit, not me. I play Tag. I'm playing more of my girl Ruby. More of my girl Ruby Rose. This is the top. Oh, character diversity. That's pretty cool. There's only one dupe. Only one dupe. Who even is top tier in this game?
Let's give it up. All right, make some noise. Let's announce these plays. I got Fuku out here first.
I've got Rascal.
Make some noise for Fenrich.
All right, I want to hear the crowd get hyped for Excalibur Blades.
All right, all right, all right. Let's keep that energy high for Masa.
All right, I want to hear the crowd reaction for none other than Monarch.
We also got Maki down there. Make some noise.
And coming in, I've got Cheery.
And now, before we get into the top 8, let's get the Blaze Blue Central Fiction Top 8 video playing right now, presented by Visa.
Wait, you guys just did play it. You guys have another one? Huh? Didn't they already play it? That guy is a lot of shit. They didn't tell us that shit. I'm joking.
My apology, guys. We are going to just thank Visa for this Blaze Blue Central Fiction Top 8 right here. Let's just get right into games. What do you say? Let's just right into games.
Let's go.
Let's start it off.
I'm about to say, like, didn't you guys already play it?
All right, thank you so much to our gracious host. Who's
fuck.
ready for some Blaze Blue?
Hashtag net it up.
I know I'm ready for some Blaze Blue.
Hashtag net it up.
This is, like the panel said, the 4th year of Blaze Blue is here at EVO at a main game. Honestly, I know you're very excited for Trinity, being a Platinum player yourself. What are your thoughts on the future of Blaze Blue for these new players?
Honestly, the future is bright because honestly, it's kind of an end of an era also too.
Yes.
Right? We've been playing Blaze Blue the whole time Central Fiction's been out, but now it's the end of like the last EVO before suddenly a new character, right? So I'm so excited for this top 8. I couldn't be happier to be here.
Exactly, and of course, I know that the crowd is happy to be here. EVO is always such a great vibe just for the tournament experience, right? And Blaze Blue always brings that hype.
It's gonna be hilarious.
Absolutely, and like. there's just so many storylines going into this top 8, right? We're so excited to see how it plays out. And, like,
Yes.
we're not even sure who can win. Anyone can do it in this top 8.
I know there were a lot of upsets coming into from that top 24. You know, Jonah is out of the tournament, unfortunately.
Ultimate said Grand Slam 2 coming soon. Shit.
Actually being Monarch and XCAP.
Give me in that.
Yeah, what a difference just 1 year makes.
Ultimate's
right?
gonna
I
run
think
another
that
slam for Grand Blue. Shall
everyone's
join
got a
it.
target on their back now, right? You know, if a group of Avengers comes out, you know, things can change a lot based on that, right?
I know that the biggest target is, of course, on XCal being the last year's winner. So hopefully he can adapt against the
Might be the
JP
last
Avengers
one. We'll
very
see.
well.
Absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to see how that goes. I think that they looked very sharp. They did not even wave when they were introduced. They had no reaction absolutely at all. So they're locked in to win this.
But, of course, we're going to get our top 8 predictions presented by PlayStation Tournaments. Why doesn't everybody in chat go ahead
CCG, thanks for the follow.
chat to vote for your favorite player? My favorite player, of
You
course,
can
is
vote.
going to be Monarch, being my hometown hero.
I'm going for Fenrich, bro.
I'm also feeling that. I
Fenrich.
think for me,
Fenrich.
to become the champion, you've got to knock the champion out. And I don't think
The GOAT
anyone's
is
quite
back.
ready
What's
to
up?
knock the
Yeah, how
champion
you
out
doing?
this year. So I'm going with Excalibur Blades.
XCal for you?
GOAT
Okay,
is
well,
back.
honestly,
Oh yeah, I need to look at your
want
reaction to
the
yesterday's
GOAT,
shit.
Right? The GOAT is
That
always
shit is
there.
unfair. The fucking Avatar
Fenrich
DLC.
is-
I need to look at your reaction.
When you
to
think
that.
Blaze Blue, Fenrich is like the face
That
of
shit
Blaze
is
Blue, right?
unfair
You
as
know,
fuck,
we
bro. Those
grew up
votes
watching
are
him
fucked, bro.
Yeah, you can't tell the story of competitive Blaze Blue without his name coming up as right? Whether it's his trials and tribulations or like, you know, really going through a lot to overcome all of his demons, right? So, you know, you can't count him out at home. So those of you at home, do chat to
I
vote.
want to
Let
play
us
some
know
Missoula, bro. They
who
ain't
your
stop
prediction
playing me.
is.
Yes, exactly. But we
Like,
can't
I need
forget
an
about
at-home
Rascal. He's been
build
tearing
ASAP.
through this tournament.
I mean, we
with
are
a
getting one, but I need a sooner. Yo, SQ, what
Yeah,
the?
I mean, I can't tell.
Thanks for the
honestly.
raid.
The thing about Central Fiction is that
Thanks for the
everybody
raid.
who plays this game and gets really far is a specialist.
How'd you end so early? What happened?
They're so strong with the character, and they've explored it in depths that like an opponent.
How
may
you
not even be
doing?
able to imagine. We're gonna see Rascal kind of.
Did you enjoy watching the top 8 for Strive?
Get punished by Rascal.
What is that emote?
so much
That
damage
emote is
coming out from
crazy.
all the players. And of course,
That emote is crazy.
All right, looks like I think they're kind
Also,
of
did you
going
see
along with
Persona 4 Rewind?
of Blaze
That shit's
Blue, right?
peak.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the
Shoot for like
Daigo
8?
effect,
Oh,
man. When
damn.
You're the Daigo of Blaze Blue.
Wait, I could have sworn you
bound
just
to
went
happen.
live.
True.
Unless your stream
So,
crashed.
yeah, again, he's coming off.
So I think I got a
of
phone
a
notification that you went
not
live
so
earlier,
strong
but I could be
by
wrong.
his standards, you know, result at Combo Breaker. So very sharp today. So I'm
Yeah, hope you have a
looking forward to see how he
good
does
night
and,
and get some good
you know,
rest.
say that as
Appreciate
well.
the raid.
You may see that he's gonna.
Oh,
get
it
revenge
crashed.
for
Okay,
what
that
he
makes
lost
sense.
last Evo.
Because I got a notification you went live. I was like, wait,
Fenrich
what?
was the one that knocked Jonah into
Oh, wait, what?
That was a nail biter for sure. It was a very,
definitely
very
a
close
nail
game. I definitely felt the please let
Yeah,
me
appreciate
win
it.
moment where
Thanks for
Jonah
the
had gone
raid.
for a
If any of you guys got
risky
a
but powerful mix-up
run,
and
well, feel free to. We're about to watch this top 8 of
the shades of old
Blaze
where it's
Blue.
like,
I'm more of a BB tag player, but
absolutely
or enjoyer, but
play style too, which we'll
I'll
definitely
watch
be
some
able to get
Central
into
Fiction.
as we go on in the tournament as well.
I need to see the GOAT Fenrich cook. I need to see the GOAT
Of
Fenrich.
course, here's the victory path presented by White Claw Surge. We have Fuku coming off. He was actually one of
Tag
the
over
first
Central
victims
Fiction,
from,
bro. I like tag fighters, bro. You know me.
If you look, he's just straight 2-0 all
BBC top 8.
Yeah, he's been very, very strong. I've seen him
Why?
play a lot of his games.
No,
were
you
a little
know, you know
closer
what
than
you're
he
doing,
has
bro.
been playing, but he's been
You know
very,
exactly what you're
Yeah,
doing
very
saying that.
I know that he was also playing
Who
a lot
said
of
BBC top 8, bro? Come on, bro.
I did see that occasionally. Maybe there's a specific counter pick that he'll go to here, but his
Son.
bang looked very sharp. His movement was
Son,
really
lock
good.
in.
He ended every game like never out of resources.
Exactly. And, you know, he's definitely just one of...
Yeah, no
the
BB tag slander. I like BB tag.
honestly.
Yeah, this
Tag
one
got out the
was
mud.
easy, right? He's
I like
just
BB tag,
shown
man. Come
an
on.
incredible show so far.
And, of course, we can't forget about Rascal.
Big slander is not.
Also, just 8.
Blaze Blue is just cross tag battle.
Look at that.
I like tag over Central Fiction, bro. As someone that has played both, even though I have not played Central Fiction for that long,
Not quite ready to fight.
I've had more fun on tag.
And I think that's
personally.
kind of a testament to just playing the character for so long.
Maybe I'm kind of biased because it has like.
They've shown that they're extremely.
I mean,
optimal with
I like
everything
tag
they
fighters,
do.
bro.
Give Rascal an opening
I
where
might
he
be a
can
little
set up
biased
Rascal.
since it has
He
like
can take your life
Ruby
away.
and shit
I
in
mean,
it,
he
but
is
hey, man.
just going for probably the hardest hitting combo he can ever do
Amen.
at any given moment. I saw him, what was it, 6B.
Has Persona in it as well, so like,
and just
are you surprised I'm biased? Like, what has literally Persona in it?
Character, you know, again,
Like,
at some
I'm biased as
point, like,
fuck.
he wasn't very common, right? But now that we've seen
I do
Rascal
not
play,
care,
I think
bro.
a lot of people might be inspired to play Bullet.
Yeah, the Bullet army is definitely.
There's Ruby and as BB tag in it. I mean, as a
Let's
Persona.
see if Bullet
So I am a
can,
BB tag
take
enjoyer.
it over, maybe Susanoo, maybe Bang.
Central Fiction not bad either though.
Looks like it's gonna be a Bang pick.
But we appreciate both. Why not both?
You don't want to engage with Bullet, right?
Well, there's twofold here, right? One is that.
Oh my god, I haven't seen
nails
this
are very
this
strong. You can
character
prevent
select
Bullet
screen in
from,
ages.
you know, charging
Bullet.
for
Who the
heat.
hell is
That's a really
she?
good option, to kind of just go in.
I only got on the
Johnson is
left,
very
but like,
strong, and once he starts getting going, so quite safe against a lot of bullets.
her name is Bullet.
So
His name is Bang. Was that really his name?
Oh wow.
Oh, the audio is creaking. Oh. Ooh. Production, please. Oh, nah. Hold on.
And here's a big.
Why does that sound like that?
It's a really good option.
I watch it on the Arxis channel.
Bang's offense is very strong.
The audio is creaking. Like, look at this.
A little bit out of range to get that confirmed.
I really like.
Maybe you can't hear it if you have headphones, but.
Again, immediately backing off.
Oh, it's doing it on
wow,
both. Oh, come on, bro.
Baiting a DP looks like.
Nice block on that overhead. Yep.
Oh, that's annoying in my ears. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Doesn't block that. Anti-jump low.
The threat of the Bang taco kick.
We got a low tier versus Bang. Yeah, production need to fix that ASAP. I can hear it. Oh shit.
Allowing Rascal to fall. Rascal did not let that.
Well, there's not much we can really do.
That falling land recovery allows Fuka to get this
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
That's annoying.
That poison just adds so much.
Oh shit! I should have ran ads real quick before this started. I'm gonna run a quick 30-second ad. Real quick, just a quick 30-second ad.
Unscaled damage as long as you have that poison on you.
Here's another quick confirm. Again, Bullet's hitbox. A little bit
I might
off,
have
but
sold.
That's the thing about Bang. These combos are very challenging.
I didn't run ads before doing this. My bad. My fault, OG.
Block string, allowing them to get out.
My fault, OG.
Guard point.
What the hell?
But resets into overhead.
He uses a bunch of jump pads and he's a bullet grappler.
Pace right here.
You know, if you're playing in a tournament like the top 8, right? You're
Oh, on Twitter, see motherfucker throwing at 300k just because he wanted to play scorecard. That is correct. I talked about it earlier. That is exactly what happened.
Defense is on another level right now, but Rascal finally
Oh shit! Wait, this kid looks sick.
Look at that.
Oh, great damage here. Let's see if Rascal can get back to another.
Yo, kind of reminds me of a grappler from DNF Duel. Yo, Creed, thanks for the sub. No, it's a 30-second ad. Relax, relax.
Bring it back to the corner.
I ran it quickly.
One more opening for Rascal to close it. Just super.
I want out.
Yeah, it gets out. Mainly gets out of the drive there.
Got to be careful. Level 2 feed. It is huge.
Yeah, every rival there's always some drama. Yeah.
Wasn't nailed, but the landing recovery to burst.
All right, burst out.
Throws the final nails.
Nice.
Get TP'd.
That should be it.
Plenty of meter to spare, even if needed.
Bro, this character is crazy. She just literally just keeps tossing you in the sky and down. It's literally like grappler from DNF.
Don't count.
That's my type of grappler. Hold on.
He was down to.
I don't even like grapplers. I like combo grapplers though. I don't like the grapplers where like you just press one button and then do buku damage like Geef. I'm not playing that shit.
Content to escape.
Where the bombos at?
Only level 1 hit, so not too much there.
Where the bombos at?
We have level 2.
Just dash throw.
Yo, this creaking in my ear is actually so annoying. It's actually so bad. It's actually so bad, bro.
Very simple.
But we can't do nothing about it.
Okay, here we go.
You don't hear it? If you have headphones on, you can hear it. I don't recommend you use headphones.
Guard points out.
Okay, we're out.
Ooh, okay.
Let me get out of here.
Yeah.
You have to be careful though, because level 2 heat. That lock on is absolutely.
Oh!
For the
Woo!
nail capture.
An overhead reset.
Yeah, the Pinocchio capture.
It's in the right ear, not left ear?
The entire duration.
Yeah, and if you just happen to be
Well, the match is over, so I can't hear it anymore.
you're kind of stuck in the animation.
Oh my god, I think it is in the right ear.
And,
What
you
the
know,
hell?
It was a good idea from Fuka just to like. I'm gonna
Yo,
press
it's
my
actually,
nails
it's
just
giving
kinda,
me a
like,
headache.
see what's going on on screen, but that read
Hold on.
is impeccable.
That's the thing. Bang's hurt box is really big during his air dash.
Yep.
Even though he is a very mobile character.
Oh no, it's in both for me. Oh fuck.
That drive.
Dashed into the drive.
Yo, it's actually so bad. I'm about to just watch with no audio. I'm not.
Nice bait.
Y'all can listen to him. I'm about to just take my headphones off. That shit's actually giving me a
Just having
headache.
an air stall option in Blaze.
Wait, is that a needle on his back? What is that on his back?
too far away. Yeah, good usage of barrier.
Okay, maybe I haven't seen this guy before.
Nice, baits the anti-air.
But I could have sworn I have because I remember the cross on his scar on his face.
Okay, gonna get all 4 seals here.
Gigantic nail. Oh my lordy.
And gives him a special move, a new super as well.
Yep.
What the hell?
Nice.
Standing confirm.
Yep.
What the hell?
I think Bullet's just really, really skinny.
Yeah.
Honestly, look at her. She's all legs, man.
Another confirm for Rascal here.
She looks sick as hell.
Throw.
Yo, she's looping him. God damn.
And during any of the lock-on combos, you cannot burst as well.
Ooh. That may have been a miss. Throw nails, maybe?
Our anti-air's not that good in this game.
Get me out of here.
Yeah. Commander
I don't see nobody anti-airing. What I miss?
Okay.
But when did you leave? Did you see the strive stuff? 3 minute? Oh shit. Unlucky, I'm not gonna lie.
They should be able to close it with a simple combo here.
Yep.
Unlucky, I'm not gonna lie. That's dummy unlucky.
Basically on the same burst as well.
But can I snooze it? Oh no, I can't. It's already running. That's crazy unlucky. I can't lie. I think the Robo Kai. With the Robo Kai.
You
didn't miss anything then.
Using that adaptation to kind of get closer, right?
Yep.
You didn't miss anything then. Damn, I don't see anything. Just been matches. That's it.
Block on the overhead.
I still don't recall you missing anything.
It's really scary.
5B.
But the drive held it long enough so it's big enough.
Oh my gosh, she's sick.
Oh wow, 2A.
Yeah, burst it. Because not blocked on wake up a whole lot.
Yeah, honestly, I think all the announcements are gonna be tomorrow. I don't think they're gonna be today, sadly.
Is that intentional? Went for a decent
Sadly.
there, but Rascal burst
I think
back
it's all
right
tomorrow.
away.
Damn.
Go to the corner.
If someone gets hit with a creaking, just a little louder. Oh my god, I don't hear it. My headphones off. Thank goodness I don't hear it. Cause what the hell?
Yeah, baited out the guard.
So when the creaking gets louder, oh
Big
fuck.
combo for Rascal.
He could be dead.
I think he's
fuck
dead.
no,
Or
I'm good.
That happens.
Nah, that's not me though. I should have ran ads before it started. My fault.
That's
My
all
fault,
meter.
OG.
All of his meter.
Jumps out of the throw.
Oh, baits it.
Uses the bumper.
Nice awareness from Fuku.
Uses that for pressure. Gets a low. Uses the bumper yet again. Break out of the bumper now. And
That
it's
a
got plenty of
web?
meter here. Crush trigger. 16. Ah!
Nice
Ooh,
overhead. Yeah.
was that an overhead? That was sick.
That was, I mean,
When
get
you're
all the
scrambling,
damage you
man.
can,
When you're scrambling, your mind's moving at
1?
1,000 miles an hour.
It's 1-1.
And we're seeing
Oh
Rascal
wait,
go to a
is
lot
it
of
1-1? No,
PvP,
it's not
right?
1-1. Oh, she took the first match. Whoops.
Like strict hard reads there, right?
Yeah. No, I mean,
Nah, it's gotta be 1-1, no?
Skill level, right? It's just like I'm playing.
Yeah, it's
against
1-1.
Flex.
Exactly. And like, you don't even think Bullet's DP has that much range, but it's hit a lot of times, honestly. But I guess the reward is so huge, especially if heat, right?
Yes. A good side switch as well if you want to spend it.
When they go on break, remind me to run ads
They caught.
so it doesn't
I mean,
interrupt the
thanks.
thingy. I mean, my ads are set to like every half hour
Lots
though,
on the
so
top, but yeah, once again,
I
Bullet
shouldn't run ads until like 30 minutes from now.
All right, level 2 heat.
Okay, overdrive.
I usually set them below. Oh shit, what is this super?
Yeah, is he going to do the bang Furin Kazan stuff, or is he just going to let that rip?
Okay.
Burst out, a momentum burst.
Ooh, block on the drive.
Nice patience.
Yeah, just waiting here. Good
That is
block
plus.
again.
Oh
Yeah,
shit, is that like an
guard
install?
point
That
now.
shit looks
Yeah,
sick.
guard point is actually susceptible to overheads. Back to the corner.
But no, this character is saucy, bro.
Cutting shear.
It's gonna be one of the
Guard
sauciest.
point
guys. Yo, this crinkling, nope.
That's the way you have to do it.
I'm not wearing headphones for
Guard point on the
this.
first frame, but the movement itself comes out
Nah.
later.
Nope. Nope.
Oh
Not
my
at all,
goodness,
bro.
Mars sees it for a quick low.
If you're watching, I recommend y'all like
the 360,
put this on your TV or something because this is unwatchable.
Yeah, it is.
with
Like I was
headphones.
saying.
Yeah, Bullet has a very strong command throw.
The audio is
He
so
gives
bad.
much damage.
Like even the chat is saying the audio is so fucking awful, bro.
So good right
Someone
now,
needs to twist the cord. The audio is making me. The audio is so bad, bro. I cannot wear headphones for this. It's giving me a headache, bro.
But yeah, tries to back
I
down.
recommend if you're watching, like put the stream on your TV or something. Always on TV, damn. Yeah, do what that guy's doing, cause ain't no way.
Okay, nice.
Good
On
confirm.
phone? Oh, brother.
Yep.
Chilling?
Overhead.
As long as you don't have headphones in, I
Yeah,
guess.
so, definitely a little bit better for Rascal, even though
This
he
shit,
got
I don't have
doesn't
speakers or
have a
nothing.
combo.
One incredible delay low. But
I
once
should get
again, Bullet's
speakers, actually.
box. Guard point. Basically
Nice.
unbeatable in that
Actually, I don't think I can
situation.
use that here.
I
I'm
like
gonna wake
the
somebody up.
spacing adjustment for that combo right there.
Bomb nail.
Well, when I
Web
move on,
nail,
the speakers maybe, I
super.
don't know.
Yeah, keep it simple.
What the hell is
Very
this
nice
super?
from Fuku. Once again, showing that he's no such about to get his burst back as well, right?
I mean, my monitor has
For this winner's
like
semis.
audio speakers in it, but like
Definitely been the,
I don't even know if they're that good. I never tried them. I think I have, but they're like they're okay.
Went for that. Gets tagged low and then high. On the backside.
I don't think I could even use it anyway because my mic will start to pick it up. I think.
Ooh, good DP. Risky, but.
Yeah.
I think that I think last time I tried doing that, I had a really bad mic, so like my mic was picking up my
so quick.
Thankfully, the nails do scale the
my
combo
speakers
a lot, so not too much damage, but stuck in the corner against Bang is kind of
another nail. So using that could get a full conversion. Sorry, I can't even say it.
A kunai of poison.
Sure works out once again. All right, he's using the RC to get that level.
PC and TV so far.
Could be crazy here.
Surely, like they fix this shit. No, they have to.
If you use the jump in, that guard will beat it clean. Counter hit trade.
Nah, like I don't even know if it's because it's an old game or nothing. That's just production, bro.
Drops it.
There's been tons of old games. They don't do stuff like this.
Gets caught by the drive. This is huge.
Nah, no Tokon stuff yet.
This is scary.
Yeah, there's a burst on Fuku's
Oh, we've
side,
like
nice
been
jump.
looking at just hearing themes and stuff.
Up against tag. He's overdriving. I see it.
Yeah.
The DP.
Snap. Damn, you are finished.
And with that, Fuku clutches it out.
Not put my headphones on. Yeah, it's just production, bro. There's nothing we can do about that.
Really good stuff from both those players, but Fuku was the winner this time around.
Yeah, clutch it out with that OD, right? Just able to hold on to that resource pretty much up until a really critical moment and have it available.
Left one got eliminated out of 2 scale. He lost 1 to 2 to Akari.
Right? Because you're able to keep most of that round clean, burst or overdrive were available at the very end, right?
Yes,
So
exactly.
Really great play.
I mean, at that point with that life deficit, right? Rascal needed to do something, and it was just going to be the dash.
Oh my God, tomorrow's the anniversary of
absolutely,
Peak.
Rascal had the situation where I guess one more time.
Tomorrow is the anniversary of DNF Duel.
Exactly. So like it was still pretty scary. It felt kind of even, but you know that really critical resource, overdrive or burst, right? It's
Peak, bro. No.
Mechanics in the game.
Yes, I mean, a lot of players use it differently. But
That's Peak,
the
no?
way that Fuku uses it and the way that Bang uses it.
So tomorrow we're about to get DNF Duel too.
If you allow him to get it off.
Yeah, so much utility, right?
I mean, it's already a hypermobile character. Right?
We hopping on
and
what?
Then you just make it so I can dash anywhere. It's
Oh,
like,
DNF?
I have an 8-way dash now. All right, cool.
Shit. I would, but we're watching this tomorrow.
He had used it to just dash out of the corner.
Tomorrow's the anniversary of
Later
Peak. Hold on.
Just let the EA rip, right, to kind of see if and got the reward from it both times that he chose.
Yeah. I mean, the RPS is definitely there. It's like, hey, are you
That avatar vote is crazy, bro, because everyone's literally just gonna vote for Amon.
Exactly. Yeah, and props to Fuku for playing that really well. But of course, Rascal, as you've seen, you can't count Rascal out, right? Though they are
I'm voting
making
Amon.
some crazy reads, man.
He was
you have to do that as Bullet.
MMO's pretty cool right now. I mean, MMO's always been pretty popular. Isn't it like popular in Korea, I think?
DP against the overdrive.
I forgot where it's popular.
It's
popular
gutsy,
somewhere.
But you know how that works. We'd be saying like, "Wow, Rascal's so good," right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I
the
mean,
difference
there was
between-
definitely a different timeline where that happened.
Yes, it's the difference between winning and losing. That's kind of like how crazy BlazBlue can really be, honestly.
Yes, exactly.
And that being said, I do think that, again, once again, you can't count Rascal, though there are living.
I play and watch 2X a lot. Trust when it says Leffen is not top 10 2X.
They have been
Top
playing
10 in
so well.
2X.
This is his first loss, so it's like
Hikari,
it's
Wade,
2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We saw it on the
Wawa, Yasha,
it was
Twins,
just 2-0
Inzem,
all the way through.
Moon, Sonic Fox.
It was that nail biter 2-1.
Yes, and sometimes adversity helps a lot, right? Like
Yeah.
finally getting challenged in a
I'm
critical
missing.
moment can help you,
Oh,
like, really,
missing a bunch of.
get to
Wait.
an even higher plane of existence.
You need the adrenaline.
Yeah,
He's
you know?
close.
You need that adrenaline to.
I wouldn't say
really
he's better than any of the people I just
put
listed.
You into the spot. You need to become
Me,
Rascal.
me. Like what?
I do think I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of Rascal's run. But of course, I do believe we're
Bleed, yeah, bleed. Yeah, he's not top 10. He's not.
The next winners are going to be,
He's not. I wouldn't say he's top 10 either. He's close, but I don't think he's close enough. Oh, Noka, Poka.
So I do think that this is a rematch, right?
Yes.
Dude, like I like, if you just give me a list of players, like I can list like so many players ahead of
I don't
him.
know what you're talking about. That was not a close game by any chance. My GOAT, Excalibur Blades.
It felt close to me. It felt spiritually close.
Yes, but you
Oh,
see,
Diaphone.
Like, the magic experience.
I can just keep going.
Right. He's played against this character in how many
Like,
other versions.
no disrespect to him, of course, just that these are players that get top 8 consistently.
He knows how to deal with
Very
Carl. It's just,
consistently.
you know, you have to get into the pacing of it.
He hasn't been getting top 8s very consistently. And well,
I'm always going to keep saying
he
this, like,
did when he dueled with wait, didn't he duel with Noon at?
It doesn't work for me, and it's like, well, I'm playing against the guy. What do you
CEO? I don't. Was it Frost? I don't remember where it was.
Expression this far in the tournament, especially, right? We just saw.
Oh, Zane too. Wow. Zane's really good.
What a quick
yeah.
trigger finger on a lot of decision making.
This is just all DBFZ players. Yeah. It's literally just all DBFZ players. Every person I just listed, just play DBFZ to a very high capacity.
Convert that into a huge combo to close something out, or eventually does kind of cough it up to get out of like a losing situation.
An elephant?
Yeah. I mean, we see it every
with a
single
suit
tournament,
on.
right? It's like Fenrich pops overdrive.
Why is that elephant so fast?
But,
what?
Excalibur Blades,
Damn.
They've shown really
Elephant low key moving.
Defense throughout the tournament, right? And of course, like I said, they're so locked in. They're just stone.
Oh, that got dead. Damn.
Absolutely. Yeah, so absolutely.
Elephant moving.
No thoughts on his mind except for how to win.
And of course, here's Fenrich's victory path presented by White Claw Surge. And of course, we see the 2-0s, the 2-1s, 2-1s, 2-1, 2-1. The 2-1 against Jonah was so heartbreaking to watch for Jonah.
It was very, very close. It was final hit, again.
Yep.
So once again, I do think that like iron sharpens iron, right? So having to go through like a difficult path to kind of get up here kind of prepares you for the challenges ahead, right? So I do think Fenrich is probably feeling quite good about overcoming all of his challenges as well.
And of course, the path for Excalibur Blaze right here, 2-0s all the way through. There is a reason he.
Think guy's making a name for himself? Yeah. Ken's been cooking this tournament.
Ken, in particular, both times we've seen him on stream, has gone back to character select just for the purpose of slowing down that time. Giving yourself a little bit of time.
Oh shit, he's about to lose to Noka though.
And then you refresh and go back in. As is your right as a player. If you need a moment, you're just trying like, have a breather, give yourself some time to think. By all means, go for it. Yeah, Noka was on the receiving end of a bit of a happy birthday there.
Shit, my go Fenrich. Hold on, my go Fenrich better cook.
To the very last minute or last second, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so close.
What does that say? Wish you were here while
Plagueeye had
Brandy.
like a
Is that Robo Kai?
Checkmate kind
and
of
who is
situation,
that?
but just didn't happen to execute.
I thought that was a Stolful for a second. I don't know who that is though.
Excalibur Blades. And of course, up next is Fantasy, brought to you by.
I don't know who that is.
Presented by AT&T.
It looks like a Stolfo.
There's that. Oh man, people love Excal, right?
I do think when you think about, you look at the previous stats, like who had won it previously, right? Excal had a great showing, right? So I think most people think that given the situation, Excalibur Blades has a great win chance, but 31% is not zero, honestly,
Yes.
right? So 1 out of 3 times Fenrich could win. You never know.
Yeah,
so.
Huge thanks to AT&T for helping us bring EVO Fantasy. I love seeing random stats as a math nerd.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we're in the era where, well, even fighting games as a whole has always been kind of like a risk-reward game, right? Like, where is this option a good option? Is this option a strong option? And oftentimes, getting some insight into that can be really helpful.
Yeah, and this is why those guys are up there, not me, because my risk reward is so broken.
Please tell me the creaking is fixed. Please.
Here we go. Letting the intro rock.
Please.
Wheel of Fate is turning.
Fenrich versus Excalibur Blades, a rematch.
Action.
Where will this go?
And my boy Fenrich is playing
Okay,
Jin.
we're taking a measured approach here.
We need him to win this whole
You see
thing.
this a lot, right? In
it's
every one of
fixed.
Excal's matches,
The audio's fixed.
the opponent is usually just like, I'm walking away. I'm walking away. Bring Ada to me. I'll take care of Ada.
As you're seeing, wow.
Wait, what the
Kinda
fuck is
like,
this character? Do you hit her or the
do
puppet?
as much damage as possible, but
Don't tell me it's both.
Starts going off damage, but now Excalibur Blades
Oh, it's Carl.
Fenrich block out. Gets hit by
Is
the
that a boy? That's Carl.
And it
Low,
restarts.
yeah, low on Ada.
Fuck you,
meter,
Carl.
so not going for the
Fuck you,
right
Carl.
Yeah, uses the crush trigger to get that Ada.
Like the Walking Dead, Carl?
PRC, get out of the pressure.
Fuck
Change
you,
his size
Carl.
from the corner. Checking Ada there as well. See if
just
anyone's-
having
One
a
of those
meter
characters.
in
Oh,
that
nah.
situation is
You gotta
really
hit
strong
both
for
of them?
Fenrich
Oh,
here, but once again,
fuck.
you're spending a lot of
One of those
resources to make
characters.
sure that
Oh,
you get
hell
out.
nah.
Yeah,
fucking
uses
hate
the
puppet
fireball to erase
characters.
the other fireball. Nice option
I
there.
fucking hate puppets.
Checking on Ada
Last
here.
puppet I had to
Picks
deal
one
with
on Eva,
was what?
jumps away from it. Give me a
Nier
hug.
and Grand Blue. Oh my god, when she was
Backside.
broken,
Come
bro.
on. Back on the cross
on.
again. Restand. What's the mix up here?
Oh, the
Gonna go low.
loops. Oh, you gave her my camera.
No lows this time. Oh,
The
there's-
loops.
Overhead. That RC. That pick up from is so difficult, but Fenrich shows why he's so good at this character.
Ada, get over there.
Okay. Copper Rays is giving up their burst.
Yeah, really, really slow. From,
Nice.
Fenrich right here because he has a life lead.
He's got the life lead, and there's only 10 seconds left.
He has to play so patient because of this stupid puppet.
Yep. Carl's not known for amazing movement.
Oh, nice.
Pretty
much a block.
Yeah.
But Nier was broken for
use
so long, bro.
He didn't need
He's
it,
far worse
man.
than Nier, really?
Sometimes he doesn't. Okay.
After I match you, one of them block? Oh, hell no.
Succeed. Honestly, the amount of Carls that just like rely on that move, right? It's like, it's a really, really good overhead. But Xcal, like, there's a art.
This character is so lame.
Okay. Wow,
oh, nah, bro.
Right before the Ada punch hits.
I hate puppet characters, bro. If Yone's a puppet in 2X, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna have to learn a puppet character, and I don't want to learn a puppet character.
Okay, pressure.
Yeah, get Ada in there.
Yeah, just backs off, right?
Shit
About
is
a third
not
of the
hype.
match time has elapsed now. Currently, Cowboys with the lead.
Even though he's still stuck in this,
I don't think it would be puppet, though.
His defense is so strong.
He could be if they make his clone out for a long ass time, but like I don't know, it depends.
What are you gonna do? Overhead me?
Yone's gonna be in 2X for sure, 100%.
Made the burst. Overdrive.
Oh, you are dead.
The GOAT is back, baby.
The GOAT is back.
He's back.
The GOAT is back.
Clean there.
Yeah, it would make sense for him to be a puppet, though. It doesn't guarantee it,
That's
but
still unfazed.
it's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be.
Is that P? No, I'm joking. It looks like T. It looks probably like
At the time, and the,
barley tea or something.
characters like to cool off, think about what happened.
Yeah, I do think that they kept good positioning overall, right?
I had when I was in Japan, I had
totally fine as long as Ada's between you and
what
the
tea
opponent's
was it?
character. But you know,
It was this really bitter one. I forgot what it was called.
Where, you know, I don't know if
It was
Excalibur
oolong
did
tea.
read the timing of that, but wasn't able.
I didn't like it. It was extremely bitter.
All right.
I don't think I like
a
anything
little
bitter.
bit more aggressive start.
So I don't like dark chocolate like that.
Tried to use a dash. Allegretto got beaten out by Fenrir.
As long as, well, actually, I don't mind dark chocolate as long as it's not too bitter.
Yeah, it's very nice. You can probably to punish that.
Like, it would, like the dark chocolate is not even
Mix
sweet.
up it's low. Good block from Fenrir. Tries to
I got
the
dark
jump.
chocolate. It was just straight
Jump
bitter. It wasn't even
in the
sweet.
sandwich. Uses the press
Sweet
trigger.
bitter.
Yeah,
Hit a
he's
little
low
more
on Ada resource, so nice.
Ooh, late cross up. Kind of measured there. DPRC.
Yep, Ada's dead. This is where Carl's weakest.
Can Xcal get out of this one? Good block on the cross up there. Very, very patient. He's on trying to bait the anti-air.
Nice with punish. Ada is back though.
Yeah, but will he be able to do anything?
Oh shit, he's kind of cooking him.
Block on the overhead. Does not confirm it though. Nice counter assault. Yeah,
cheap stuff. The cheap stuff. Comboing off counter assault.
Not a lot of damage, but good positioning.
Nice counter
Jump away.
hit.
Ooh, good double
Counter.
jump. Counter hit. Will this be enough? Not
yet,
quite.
Not yet. Pushing Ada into Jin.
It never worked to
Ooh,
me.
still alive.
Just get someone else into it.
But that's the DB that should be it. Great punish.
I mean, it would be easier in that game since that game is command inputs, but I mean, I don't really mind command inputs in though.
Difficult to punish that. Caliber looking good.
I play Sean at least no.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
Do I play that still? No.
Active hitbox because of Ada.
Okay, jumps out. Volante's on its way, but counter hit, jump C. Not sure where Xcal puts that, but no more.
Man, that
Volante.
normal
Great
was
pickup.
huge.
Double second Jin.
Ah, but no
Coco.
meter. Text the throw. Volante on its way, but doesn't block the anti-air. Chase down again from Fenrir, but gets caught by the jump A.
Come on, Fenrich, please, bro. Don't do this to me.
Carl, man.
Don't do this to me,
Here we go,
Fenrich.
towards the corner. Gonna make it to the corner. Bait on DP.
Cook him, Fenrich. Don't do this to me, bro,
Big
please.
trigger. Using every option available is Excalibur right now. Very much varied offense.
Got like a little ball thingy. He
Pressure.
puts
Right,
in
and
a-
overhead. Reset.
Oh my god, what is that?
Fenrir, DP gets blocked again. RC's it burst in the corner. Momentum burst from Excalibur Blade. Trying to close this.
Nice block of
The
that overhead.
anti-fun
Nice block of the
character.
overhead.
Oh my, his defense is
What?
fucking
But he
crazy.
still anti-aired him.
His defense is crazy though.
She's
But it's
there,
Fenrich, I'm not
Rasa.
surprised.
Can you get him to cough up the burst? Fenrir is stone cold. Finally coughs it up.
He wants it. He wants it.
Bro, get this guy out of here.
Yes,
Got the flinching. Can they finish it?
Yes,
He's on set.
Yes,
Yep. Just keeping it real simple. Now Fenrir on the point.
He looking like Goichi up there.
Really great
No
offense.
burst
The
on his
defense
side,
looking
though.
like Goichi.
Could be big.
I mean, Fenrich is a seasoned player, bro.
Excalibur
His
looking to
defense
take
is
advantage
close
of
to
his
as
blocks
close
the
as good as
projectile.
Goichi. I don't think he got it like
Nice
Goichi
Katabule,
though.
gets punished.
It's close.
Overhead, but no meter. Can't confirm that.
Like
Yeah, a
Goichi,
little
that
bit of
motherfucker
damage
got
always works
defense. I don't think I've ever seen someone
Fenrir's going
block for as long as
TRM.
Goichi.
Caught Excalibur trying to tech the throw early.
What's up,
With
Nick?
that throw becomes untechable.
Knocked down into the corner. Oh, nice jump.
Gutsy jump, but able to get out.
A little bit too far for Ada, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Active full, about to come in for Fenridi. Fireball doesn't RC it.
Nice 6A.
Goes low. Cal here, again with the fuzzy.
Man.
Tough to see that. Here comes the next mix-up. It's Anima. Try to bait a DP maybe.
Okay.
Versus X-Cal. That's the last one. Jump A, hits cleanly.
I mean, Jen is a tall-ass character, man.
Here we go. What's the mix-up here? Goes low,
Ooh,
baits
nice.
the DP. Maybe made a mistake there. And will it hit? It hit!
And it traded. What
Nice.
a trade combo.
Amazing situation awareness from X-Cal calling out the 60.
Nice.
Even though it was able to RC, I do think the
Hooray.
hits not do anything.
That was so good.
Fuck
I've
that
never
character.
seen anybody
Fuck you,
really
Carl.
use that super as a reversal like that.
Fuck
Yeah,
you,
because
Carl.
the overhead is slow, right? So able to punch it out there. What an
Fuck
amazing
you, Carl.
option there. X-Cal still in it.
Volante? Yep.
Yeah, using that Ada to block the projectile.
Fuck you, Carl.
Maybe overcommitting there a little bit, as Fenridi has gotten in now. Okay, looking for that TRM yet again, but gets caught.
There's a lot of puppet characters in this game. Oh,
Resetting, though.
hell no.
Short combo here.
Why?
It's the corner position.
Who's playing these?
Oh, what a call out.
Puppet characters aren't even
Unfortunately, no
popular.
micro dash.
Volante. Allegretto.
Dash
Same
Allegretto.
side, yeah. Backside though, this time gets the sandwich gun. Good block by Fenridi. Oh my goodness!
How is he blocking this? How is he blocking this?
Incredible defense from Fenridi. Gets out of that. And wastes a lot of that
She
just
said-
doing so.
he said, how is
Excalibur
he
not phased at all.
blocking
He's
this?
Still playing neutral. Doesn't mind it whatsoever. Unfazed.
Oh, yep. That is one of the few moves that will just straight beat out
Oh,
any
same
of
side. Here we go towards the corner. Fenridi kept the burst. Will he regret this? No, he didn't. He DP'd. Momentum versus Rexel. DP
Oh,
again.
DP again. Screw it. How dare you?
Here we go. Overhead blocked. Good confirm. Blocked to confirm.
Nice.
And then RCOD.
No, you are dead.
God, what a cool character.
With that close.
Damn.
What a
Cook
combo.
'em.
Confirm from Fenridi.
Cook 'em.
Once again, that hit confirm is so difficult. You got to see it hit RC and confirm that. Just to make sure you don't waste meter if it's blocked.
Nice.
Allegretto here.
Pink Jin?
He's on sand. Back to spacing, right? Oh no, I don't know if that was intentional.
I think that was like a footsie's overhead because he was going to have that landing recovery.
Teleports in. Able to block the offense here. But
Nice.
sand here. What a
Oh, converts? The conversions, though. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
A little too high, maybe.
Yeah, right next to Ada, too.
So the Persona puppet game?
Cancel the anti-air. RC's it.
You mean like before AU?
Gonna get the freeze. Oh!
Again, like, because if you delay too much
Yeah,
early in
kinda.
the combo, it does make it difficult to pretty much res the combo. Because
Oh, you mean like Personas in general? Oh, no, you said before AU. Okay.
delay air dash. And this is tough because
Yeah, kinda.
he doesn't have any meter.
Isn't like the only like actual puppet like
He gets the meter at the last second. Overdrive yet again.
Elizabeth?
And I do think that Fenridi is going to close it
You're
and
dead.
move on in winners.
Fenridi?
Good stuff from
Fenridi.
Fenrich.
Fenridi.
Knocking the previous EVO champion into the loser's bracket.
Fenridi.
What a amazing situation awareness, right?
The GOAT is back.
Boy, too
He's
rich.
back, baby.
Boy,
I
too
mean,
rich.
honestly, he didn't have the meter when that combo started, but he just knew that it would be in time, and the DPR
My boy too rich.
That, right? Amazing.
Exactly.
So
Oh,
clutch
man.
from Fenrich.
It's always a pleasure to watch, like the top level Jin, right?
Yeah,
My
that
boy
was
too
amazing.
rich.
Really, really strong stuff. But XCal also really, really good showing as well, right?
Yes, I mean, like both of those players' defenses were just like impeccable. I mean, like XCal was getting cracked by
Except
that
the
overhead.
attach.
Yes.
I think some characters in
at
that
the
game
very-
can do
he
attach.
was able to block it a number of times, but the way that Fenrich is varying his offense so much just makes it really hard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that, like, you know, at the very, very end there, it's... I personally also think that, like, I also saw him, no meter, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna
He actually played my team in DBFZ. Cell, Lab Coat, and Gogeta or Gohan? I think it was Gogeta. Zane versus
All
Kane.
this time, but Zane has been quite good at that previously. Clean anti-air in that Warwick. No jumping allowed. Reactionary. Not
Pretty sure it's
necessarily
Cell,
for
Labco, and
damage, but
Gogeta.
to just kind of shut things down, neutralize.
Skybones.
Oh, wow, that's like max range on that low. Ready with the tag into Warwick. But again, Zane. I feel like Zane's breaks have pretty much always resulted in an instant denial of something pretty significant. Really good break timing overall. Keeps a good lead. Ooh, level 3. Yeah. Oh, nice combo.
Escape.
Ouch. Finishing off the Wolf. The lone Warwick is gone. Come through the clouds with the smoke. I mean, Jinx is a good comeback character though, right? She does have the tools to get it done. But no Fury to be seen though. It's not necessarily all about the Fury, it just definitely helps.
You're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Then again, even if you did have it, would you pop it here? You know, like would you risk it? I know there have definitely been players out there who would, despite it looking like maybe a risk to do so, but
nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
went for the
wow.
wake up. Didn't quite work out, but that's going to be match point now to Zayn. But will Kane be able to bring it back, tie things up 1 game apiece?
Ah, we're starting off by swapping out for Jinx this time.
Whiffs!
Oh,
no.
no.
The happy birthday.
Oh, no. You got to burst those.
Had to break. No choice in the matter.
Okay, BlazBlu's on break. I'm going to run ads real quick
Normal right near the ground though.
before it runs.
Oh, wow.
And you
Max
guys get
range
fucked
in that
over,
5M.
so be right back.
That reach, to be honest with you. Either way, I don't think Kane was even looking for it to connect on hit, just occupy the space. Oh, there's the anti-air.
Wait, why is that not running?
Nice catch. All right, knocked down. Oh, another. What a clean option. Oh, hang on, no, this path. You go for the switch. Yeah, switch, then go for bloody high claw off the back
I'm
of it.
playing
Look
Persona
at
3 Wise,
that.
and that's how music's so good.
What,
I'm saying.
Was that an overhead, I think? Whatever
I'm saying.
it was, it's
Color
over
your
now.
night.
God, that is the path that just seems to do unlimited damage, I swear. Ooh, my goodness! Oh! Yeah, Kane's consistency in this round at catching that Warwick anti-air assist has been crazy, man. Oh no. Uh-oh, Fury. Double down with Fury activated. Fury and no break to be had. We have
Whoa, fucking does this already.
Oh, no! Look at the
Oh, what is happening over there?
Gets the break just in time, denies level 3, but look at the damage done, Ketchup. That's straight up like 140% combo if you add it together.
I would forgive you for blinking and missing it, to be honest, and that's going to be Warwick dead.
That was maybe the most punishing happy birthday I've seen of the whole tournament so far. That was catastrophic for Kane, who's now stuck with the Jinx, who is bleeding bad. Zayn now, fantastic situation, has him blocking the super assist, tries to anti-air, but chases down with the grab, and Zayn takes it. The grab at the best possible time, the calm, calculated timing, and that is
just so badly.
1 game away now from top 8. And that does mean, though, unfortunately, Kane, we are saying goodbye here.
Poor Kane.
But man, a decent path all in all.
Kane.
Whoa.
Meta versus Mikey.
The bull versus the young lion.
Yeah, this is a good match right here. Hold on. We gotta see this.
What a perfect way to line this up in terms of generational talent.
It's crazy, the generational talent between these two.
You know about the Generation of Miracles?
Generation of
Miracles.
I might.
It's a
Oh my god.
Oh,
nah, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Okay.
That we gatekeeping.
I'm catching up on Slam Dunk. All right, you catch up on Slam Dunk.
Classic though, my boy.
I'm catching up.
That's a classic.
Come on,
though,
man.
But, every time I see a group of young individuals, that's what I think of. The Generation of Miracles. Everybody brings something to the table in terms of attributes. Crime, I would say he has sharp vision and heart. Like, I'm talking about his heart is out there. Like, you could touch his heart in the fight. Oh, this is gonna be yo, make some noise, y'all. This is gonna be a banger.
Nah, this is
Somebody's going to the top.
Oh, his mic is loud as fuck.
Will it be Menardi or Crime?
Wait, I actually kind of want to see this.
Dominican Republic. Let's get it. Opening gambit.
I said Mikey, my man. This is a kind of, yeah.
Oh, you see that?
Ryu?
Locked in.
Jesus Christ, I want Meta to whoop him.
Oh, goes for the Ryu. Okay.
I don't know why every
big damage
like youngin that plays Street Fighter, they all play Ryu. They see the whole cast and y'all pick Ryu. Can we like have some sauce? I mean, I played Ryu in season 1, but like the moment Akuma dropped, I never looked back.
Going for the Denjin charge, not bad. And already a substantial lead for
He's
Crime,
extremely basic, yeah.
Oh my god, taking a
Like, what, can we have some like sauce?
Oh my god.
You did the same. There's like no characters in the game back
on
then.
the OS. What an option.
And Cammy was nowhere near as good as she is now.
That is a meta.
She didn't have her target combo or nothing like that.
Top just knows if he knows that the person knows about.
And she was extremely drive hungry.
Nice drive reversal.
Checking the jab here.
That mean the Shifu?
Not a good spot to be.
I would have just played Ken. If I were to go back, I'd probably just play Ken instead of playing Ryu.
I actually thought Crime had it, but that one bait on the DP on the OS was all it took for Menardi to get the party started. And it was big buttons just to build the meter for this scenario right here. Lightning Beast, Funko Pop. I'm not alone. That's my imaginary friend. You got a friend. No, let me not
All
get
over
DMCA.
France, even. All over France.
Not getting that DMCA over here. I want to keep my job.
I want to
Okay,
keep my
trying to get the
job.
perfect parry.
Another one.
Oh,
Nice
sweet.
sweep. Let's get out of the corner.
No, can get out of the corner. You got to beat it,
Fake
though.
out. Okay, I thought we were going for that side swap.
He straight up got hit. Cross up and him holding up. He was definitely trying to hit him with the fadeaway Blanca ball. Okay.
He's trying to reach that donkey kick. Not going to connect.
During the last episode when you did at the Masters, yeah, that was fun.
Oof. I like how everything is quiet in here because they know what's at stake.
This is so intense.
Gotta love it. Oh, what a takedown. Yes. Nice parry. Oh, my God. Here we go. We're going to go for the crouch fish and we're going to go for that space. I like that. He's
Dude,
not
I want to
trying
play
press
Tifa. I
buttons
can't wait for
first.
Tifa.
He's
That's going to be
establish
fun.
it normal. He's going to make sure it connects.
I mean, I'm 100% getting Grandmaster.
Looking for that stand face. That's all he needs.
There's no way I don't like Tifa.
Yeah. So we get that drop rush. We have level 3 available. The light kick.
Now we're never.
What a way to answer back, young man. Climb it. No, this is not going to be a free ride to the top 8. You're going to have to earn this. Climb it. Looking amazing here. That's all he needed. What was that? A stand short, I believe?
It was a stand short that opened it up here right to the drive rush. Didn't matter how much that damage would get mitigated.
Oh, the plasma match is starting.
Very
Grand
sweet now, right? You're playing against a multi-character specialist, multi-champion.
I'm sure Mena got that.
And Maya is not, not an uncommon
He
character.
just
A lot of
installed it.
experience
Mena got that.
A lot of players have this line. Very respectful Monarch was, though, not, making a move against that pressure from Masa.
The stage is
Running
sick.
fireball, setting up the fort.
Ooh, that was
from downtown. But that
No mind, no buy.
Masa getting a corner confirm here.
Not remember that shit, bro. That shit was hilarious. No mind, no buy.
Nice block.
Check with the 2A as well.
Okay, use the fireball, keeping it pretty measured. Here is Monarch. His tag.
Yeah, the dive from Mai is so annoying.
No mind,
Especially
no
in those, like, air
buy.
scenarios because she basically just nothing.
Wait, what? That was EVO structured? What do you mean?
Like, positioning
It's
on
pretty
that
simple.
guy.
It's structured. Just a bunch of pulls and then leads in the top 90 and then top 30 and then top 16 and then top 8.
That low?
It's pretty simple now. Oh, there's a loser bracket too, of course.
Yeah, yet again, like, she can move so quickly, right, on the ground.
And of course, that tipper is
Dead by daylight disease.
Nice, yeah, instant block it in the air. That is the way you punish the dive.
Confirm from Monarch. Let's see if they get some offense going here. Let's Masa roll though. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, projectile.
But is it Dead by Daylight too?
Those fireballs.
There was only one DBD. Wait, what? Just two?
Almost a really good
It was two just not successful?
Letting Monarch get
Wait,
the
what?
projectile. Gets
I
it
never knew there was
confirmed.
a second
Nice. Okay, knockdown in the corner.
one. Oh.
Okay, block.
You're saying we should have gotten one. I was about to say, like, wait,
Yeah,
what?
not willing to go in anymore.
Where did I just
But
miss?
Masa does have the lead, right?
Yes. And definitely a lot more of a meter advantage.
Yeah, using that normal to make a wall in the air, get that counter pick up. One of my most hated normals, for sure. Good jump.
Just the simple 5A pressure.
Okay, crosses over.
Yeah, get the side switch.
Yeah, counter assault. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, this big whip punish right there.
Ooh, okay, Masa burst.
Oh, that move is broken. AC.
But not able to get punished though, Mark. Still alive here. It was a burst bait. Big frame trap, but
another one, another one.
The double
I gotta
frame
finish
trap.
writing all these
dare
set
you,
goals
good sir.
for the next
And
couple
still my
times.
turn.
I already have a bunch, but I don't want to put too much.
Wow, challenges.
Because my goal with this subathon is just to break my
Marcy,
sub goal.
hard baits on these bursts.
My
Mark's still alive. Can he
previous
get through
sub
it?
record.
No, not quite at the punish.
2017.
Switch sides, yeah.
I'm just trying to break
Has no
2017.
reversal. And there is the crush trigger.
If we can break 2017 this subathon, this is a W subathon.
That's why that crush trigger worked, baby.
Yeah.
Monarch
Damn
keeping
it.
that USA dream alive.
Great
DVD
round
is
from Monarch,
ass.
clutching it out from a pixel.
I don't know about ass. I have a lot of people that play it. Friends that play it. Apparently they like it a lot.
Monarch aggressive.
But I ain't never play
Nice
it.
check.
Yeah.
I don't even about that big game.
Monarch went for there, but Masa checked it with a 5A.
That was a really good fuzzy knife right there.
Ooh. Are you pressing a button?
Yeah, you try.
DP off a quick. This fatal counter. I don't think their burst is going to come back in time.
This is so much.
Those
damage.
a spear?
If I was
Oh,
Masa, I'd
shit,
spend
that shit is
everything
sick.
right now just to make sure that the next hit is going to kill.
Cool combo.
Ooh, okay. Burst is available from Monarch. He's made one pixel comeback and they make another one. Force the burst. Catches the backdash. It's a Monarch's turn now. Masa about to get their burst back as well. That's the option here for Monarch. Gets fours set up. This pretty much makes any special move plus. With Bandit.
Yeah, delay air dash.
Blocks it. Good barrier.
Oh, what a bait! What a read from Monarch!
Baits out that counter assault. One more mix up, but drops it.
All right, get me out. Get
Jump
me
out
out.
the corner.
Oh no, that was really scary.
Yeah, the projectile wars.
That shit kind of slow.
Fireball, 6 speed from Monarch.
Oh, the guard crush
Wow.
from max range from Masa.
You just guard people from guard crush people from max range like that in this game?
Close game there, right? I think
Damn.
Monarch had just been
Why is this character flying across the screen, James?
Yeah, she dead ass flew across the screen. Nah, that's just something Mike can do. Oh, yeah, she literally guard crushed him. I got a full combo.
You already caused, Masa cough up the burst, right? So, you already have great, advantage there, but yeah, just a heartbreaker.
We're gonna have to see if we're gonna see a character switch because Monarch does have multiple characters under his belt.
Yeah, and if you switch here though, you're committed, right?
Yes.
You've already lost once, and if you lose again, you're out. So whatever character you pick, you're gonna ride or die with them.
I'm excited to see. Are they going?
Okay.
Oh no, we'll see. Oh, it looks like it's locked in.
Yeah,
He's saying
locked
it.
in, yeah.
Screw it.
Let's
this
go.
is my character.
So we'll see what the
Oh, we
changes
switched
here,
characters?
right? I do think that Masa's been pretty good with those projectiles, right? So if Monarch can read out when they're gonna throw them, they could get a lot of good damage here, right? So maybe I think they're just afraid. Like I think in a lot of the offensive situations that Monarch had, Masa was able to take advantage and roll out of them.
Yes.
So maybe you're going to land it. Make sure your offense is going to be rock solid no matter what.
Now there was, if you saw in the victory path, he did go 2-1 against Yoshiki.
Absolutely. So maybe
That a
there's some
robot?
thought process there, right?
What is she cooking? Oh, this is the zoner girl? Oh, hell no.
Okay,
It's
good
time.
block,
Yeah, it's time for me to close this. What? Wait, they were meant to win.
Ooh, okay. Monarch does not crack. Good block yet again.
To the Almighty.
Yep, we won.
Men are RD back at it once again. Oh.
Yeah, that's expected.
Monarch respects that. Does not try to anti-air.
We've been upset if you lost.
Waiting here, just
Playing
staying.
so patient.
I didn't try to dash under. It's great.
I think he tried to bait a burst right there. Masa has been kind of letting it rip.
Yeah, now Masa's actually pretty low on barrier here. Okay, on the backside. Ooh, wow. No barrier anymore though. Burst.
Yep.
What's the option here? Tries for overhead, but is tagged by the low from Masa. Nice throw tech. Ooh, right
Damn,
back at
slam
ya.
him.
And this is
Shoot the sword up. Oh, snap.
Bait a burst again.
Yeah, really
Match is
committal
going to
there.
timer. Gotta love zoners.
Burst is so real right now.
I get it though. I want that burst.
Notice
Nice.
how Monarch is just like basically so non-committal on like any button. He does not want
That
to
a
like, win
trap
at
on the
all.
floor?
Storm switches sides. Only 10 seconds left, more or less.
Oh!
Yeah, that's what you get.
Air dash.
All that running.
Switch live totals here.
Put all that running.
Maybe the pixel left.
Oh,
Crush
the card.
trigger.
Yeah.
That was the perfect amount of damage from
Wow.
Masa to close it out.
He almost lost that round.
Masa now
He
on
almost lost that round.
point.
That was actually really close.
Okay, dodge under that. Catches Masa there.
Nice.
Goes overhead. Cross back under. Spike chaser. Gets the hit, but oh no. I don't know if that was intentional. Okay.
Nice.
Once again, does not get it. Ooh, wow.
Check
Fuzzy
with the
man.
DC.
Okay. Good reversal there. RC's to keep the
Hey,
pressure
the game I
going.
need to play more. I need to play some more Melty.
Goes high.
Play some
Keeping the
Saber.
pressure pretty respectable. Masa doesn't crack, but finally counter assaults.
Yeah, but no, not counter hit, thankfully.
No tech here from Monarch. Gets Masa some free damage. Nice
That
tech on the
feeling got
throw.
that?
Good
Who not
block,
about
but
that? Who not about
still
that?
Masa's turn.
Yeah, nice
First.
check.
He's there. Okay. More pressure. Gets hit
What
with
the
overhead.
fuck is that move?
Uh-oh. Ooh, nice confirm. Yeah, charge confirm. Ah, second hit.
You
might be enough
dead?
with meter and overdrive.
You're dead.
AAC.
Yeah,
As
Oh,
long as he
that's
does not
cool.
drop this, it should be it.
Damn.
with that, Masa once again taking it over Monarch, but a great showing from Monarch nonetheless.
Yes, exactly. And making top 8 at
Bam.
Blaze Blue, especially when you were also
Loki
in
got
top
baked.
8 for Grand Blue earlier this morning as well, is not an easy feat.
Yeah, great showing from Monarch, showing why he is one of the strongest players out there.
And of course, you know, he is no slouch to having some big upsets, unfortunately.
Let's see this. Ninja Killer. I'm seeing a Ninja Killer. Oh, we are not out. First 6 top 24.
And now already looks like Noka has swung things around a little bit. Limit strike, okay.
You pull up the bracket.
Ooh, okay, I like the fact that Blazy was just up backing there.
Brackets are getting
Look
smaller.
like what Noka was going for was
When the team getting smaller, it's time to pull up brackets.
And the confidence to see that situation and think, even if you tag, I'm pretty sure I'm going to hit you first. Just get out of there. Challenge. Caught by a clean opening because of it. Tag and actually
top 24.
Land a clean opening. All right, Echo. We've got a meter to spend. One of which activation. Oh, that was such a dirty last-minute side switch. The break it into the immediate aggression, though. Cannot overcommit to the 2H, but a 2H of your
I'm still in. Gira?
It looked like Noka was deliberately keeping that jump quite safe.
Based
there,
on who's in?
I'm quite surprised that 2H connected. I wonder if Noka just pressed at the last possible minute. Oh, but
Okay, this isn't updated yet, but Mena is supposed to be in top 8 already.
Looking in a good position.
This is not updated yet.
What, this has been a long... Ooh, hello, one.
Looking like Mena's gonna win this.
Oh, no, a miss! Turned into a reset.
That'd be
yeah. That was a huge drop for
pretty
Noka.
it looks like Mena's gonna win this Evo.
Take
Based on the stats I'm looking at.
Yeah, shake of the head from Blake. Basically knew that
Let me see the projected.
The clash of the super assists. Oh dear. The level
Show
3
projected.
Oh, punish! Far away to
Even the
find
projected says, oh no. Oh no, the projected says Mena wins as well.
This round could have been over.
Yeah, it's looking like Mena's gonna win this.
No! Walks right into the whip. Well, I say no whiff on the 5L. Straight away, Noka getting punished for it. If you're Noka, you're begging to get Fury. Do you have it? Can you get it in time? The bait, Blazy is able to stabilize. That was a scramble and a half. Oh my lord. Yeah,
oh, top 8 for Shifa.
You're seeing the remnants of it now, but that was the ultimate reeling back sigh of relief. That was, let's be real, that was turning into a bit of a mess. Yeah, it really was. But in a game like this,
Wawa versus Global. Oh, that's gonna be a good one to watch. Wawa is actually in losers. Damn.
It definitely looks like Noka just fell
Sonic
apart.
Fox, Enzim, and the Twins are in top 24, and I think my page just crashed. Fire! My Chrome just crashed. Yippee! Oh, brother. Hello? Bruh. I haven't got that much shit open, for real.
Been down to that final bait on the Fury. You know, Noka built the Fury in time, was given that last lifeline, but it just wasn't enough.
Carries and
one
losers.
step ahead, and now one match
Lead,
ahead.
super new.
I mean, why do you think Noka didn't immediately
Oh my god, Sonic Fox Enzim versus the Twins tomorrow, the first match. What? Again?
We have seen how
the Twins? Oh my god,
bro. And you are potentially one game away from elimination.
Sonic Fox Enzim versus the Twins
so
tomorrow.
Close to top 8. But so is Blazy.
We love Chrome, stay humble. Wait, what the?
Oh, this is going to do so much damage. I think say goodnight right there, and it will be bye. Left to deal with this situation. Echo doesn't even have super assist available, so it is going to be standard jobs. Okay, we have seen Noka do some fairly miraculous.
No matter what, if she throws the ability out, no matter if it gets blocked by Ada or gets hit or anything, it's always going to be a lightning rod on the ground.
Oh my fucking god, another Carl.
Because that lightning rod, it's fast.
Fuck you, Carl.
Vertical to the top of the screen projectile.
Fuck
or
you, Carl.
Turn it into bats and influence it by wind.
So let's see what it goes here. That also being said, Carl is isn't really able to get out of some of Rachel's pressure.
Fuck you, Carl.
So that is really tough.
I mean, you're talking about a character with instant overheads, crazy projectiles, and probably some of the best damage.
It's a button check or what?
Yeah, taking one of the domes.
Are these two zoners?
Just getting set up here, right? Setting up the bats.
Say you swear to God.
And one thing about the bats that we didn't get to mention yet.
Say you swear to God.
Like
what is she doing? Oh, hell no. Yo, she's flying across the screen just throwing shit. No, bro.
Look at that. Ada just tanking.
Oh, hell nah, bro.
But at a certain point, it doesn't really matter, you know.
Which skill top 8 looks like a powerful character just an anime where you can see silhouette.
Yeah, down to one win, but still setting up.
Looking at these brackets, Twitch scale top 8 look crazy.
Wow, they turtled so much they lost their barrier. You rarely see that in a
Rachel
tournament.
was don't got her shit from a Tokon. Yeah, I can see it with the wind and shit. Did she use that shit while, yeah,
if I never have to block.
while using specials, they remove her? Yep.
That was 2 bursts in 1 round, man.
Oh, fuck no.
Dahlia to get some more meter back. And off-screen Lobelia.
Yeah, using the wind to influence it, so it comes down way later.
Ooh, okay. With 6A from Maki.
Onion ring. What am I watching, bro?
For Rachel to get out of Carl's pressure.
Oh my god, clap the goat.
Or vice versa, but yeah, now they're locked down as well.
Dash, but it's caught by that crush trigger.
Yeah, great auto.
Honestly, I would take the crush trigger.
So much noise in my ears because animals and puppets and shit.
Has burst, and yeah, I guess he's at the point where they're about to lose a life.
What the hell?
Simple combo will do it.
Good face down.
Yeah,
This girl's evil.
got back half their burst again.
Hold on, Clive. Well, we can look at that one.
Crazy thing. I don't think I've ever seen a double burst in 1 round.
I mean, if you make the round take long enough, right? Good backdash there.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I think for sure. Blast Blue is a loud ass game. Yeah, it is for sure. 'Cause I can't hear shit.
Oki. Front side. Staying front side. Okay, wow. Whiff the Brio. Okay. He uses the backside to get the hit from Monkey. Meaty throw. And I think this is getting pretty close. Getting late early here from Maki for this round. Counter assault finally gets out.
Nice 6A, yeah.
But yeah, he might have messed up the punish.
Yeah, you have to be pretty preemptive with that 6A. You have to kind of call out that Rachel is going to
that win.
dash down.
Well, what a backdash from Chidi. Able to punish that approach from Maki. Now both players with fully stocked burst. It's going
such momentum based there.
Absolutely, yeah. So whoever's offense gets started first. It seems like even though there's so much lockdown here.
Who won the last matchup? The last matchup for which game?
Can no longer barrier.
For this?
And some of the Ada's moves are unblockable in the air unless you bury them. That's because neutral works here. Nice overdrive. You can do so much damage here. But unless you miss it,
it's okay. It's still 3,000 damage because Maki's in danger.
First.
You're willing to take that life lead, right? Oh, gets tagged by
First what?
So much damage by itself.
Oh, the first match? With Fuku versus Rascal? Fuku won. After that, Fenrich won.
Yeah. Both of these players know that.
And at Masa. Now we're at Maki. I can show you record.
Here's the pressure, the meaty. Probably beat out Vivace if I had to guess.
We're here.
Another meaty. Tried to backdash. Lockdown from Maki.
The Gospel of Net Impact. What the hell is the Gospel of Net Impact?
Good jump here from Maki. Just getting away. That's Dahlia.
Dahlia got win back.
So hard to keep up. Please come.
Noka. Just trying to make sure I'm not missing any crazy matches. Crescent is still playing live.
Oh, too slow. Yo, the parry at the wall to get the splat.
Jeez.
Maki, George is there. George goes off. Cat chariot again, no counter hit, but gets the confirm regardless. 20 seconds left. Lock them down for 20 seconds, or just kill them.
Damn.
The very
Dead.
overhead to block there because it was not the.
I wanted to play Rachel when I was new. I just play her now. We can go
The
ahead.
thing is like you don't want to block, right? It's really tough.
You had a suit on?
In both these
A dress shirt?
Once you block a meaty, you're kind of guaranteed to get airtight overhead, right?
I don't blame him. I don't want to block either.
More zoning from Maki.
Is the big red guy? Wait, is the big red guy band? Does anyone know in the? Wait, what? What the fuck did you just type?
Oh, tag, yeah. Low wind here for Maki. They're locked down here.
You know if he's in the plasma? Big red headband guy.
Not a lot of Sushumi left for
Yeah, I don't think he's here.
That double overhead.
You typed it like I had like a stroke reading. You like typed it with like 0 grammar.
Bats are in play.
And you even like finished the first sentence and you just like merged it into the second
there
sentence.
between the 2 lightning rods, but Maki's still out of there.
Oh, J2C finds a smart.
I do that sometimes, but when I'm like extremely tired.
That's enough.
I had to be extremely tired to type whatever the hell you just throw.
One more mix.
Cat Terror again.
Works out this time.
Very high reward guard point. from Rachel. Locked down in the corner. She
Yeah,
does
I'm
have burst.
extremely tired to type what you
Reset.
just typed.
Trying to bait the guard cancel.
Baits the guard cancel. Has burst available.
He's saving it for a rainy day.
And that was it. Still has the life lead. Tempest Dahlia.
Damn, so I have to wake up at, what, 1 o'clock or something like that?
Great button
Or 2 or something. And I gotta wake up early because I want to watch 2XKO top 8.
I'm going over here.
2XKO is the first game tomorrow, if I'm correct.
Maki play as lame as possible so far.
2XKO is the first game tomorrow, and after that is
He knows if he gets knocked down, man.
I mean, I can literally just show you guys.
It's playtime.
Good pressure here. Finding a block. Goes low. Oh, not hit.
A little bit too far.
Now it's Cheaty trying to get started. Moko. What a cheeky cross under. Back on the same side overhead.
Nice.
Take a picture of this if you need it.
To bait that anti-air. Nice back dash.
10 a.m., which is what, 1 p.m. for me. And at the end of it, they're gonna do an announcement for 2X,
But no wind. But doesn't need
which
it.
will be at like 4 for me. So I just gotta be there before the announcement. But I want to watch top 8 though, so I'll probably be live at like 1 or 2 p.m. So I probably shouldn't stream this long today like I did yesterday. Were you competing in the top 8? Hey yo. Yeah, I'm gonna just boot my way into the top 8. Yeah.
It says
I'm just breaking.
damage, but it's probably closer to 5,000.
Yeah, every time she uses the stock and the bats around.
Fine for hate on their grammar.
Added damage.
For them really be typing they bestest, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that I can fucking read that is stupid.
Yeah, slap the frog out.
What a jump in from Maki. Getting more offense here started.
You had a 3-round buy? 3-round buy is crazy.
Lockdown again. That jump see's so huge.
Bro said a 3-round buy.
Could be your chance.
Top 8's gonna show Bob tomorrow. And then special announcements.
Burst, momentum burst.
And
Gonna
Chief for the top 8.
Keep Maki in the corner. Counter assault from Maki. Wins out of there ASAP. And now back to this really, really tough neutral. Suffocating neutral from Maki. Can Cheaty ever get back in? What a challenge!
He's trying. Maki knows that Chitty wants.
We're not missing anything watching 2 zoners. Missing anything? Oh. This match is still going on? It's 1-1. As he was no
One hit
1-1
left!
as well.
The dash punch into level 3 and it is good!
You are dead. What's that skin? That skin's kind of ugly. It's like a dragon Vi skin.
It does! And Noka wins the Vi mirror and the pop-off is great! Oh my word, the level 3 of the
I'm at
dash
hype.
punch. Noka is feeling that in his bones!
Dude is hype.
Oh
Net Impact 2.
Oh.
Ain't nobody making spreading rumors about. Nobody's spreading rumors about no Net Impact 2. Oh hell no.
I mean, that's the thing. Carl's firepower.
Oh hell no.
Every possible offensive way.
Nobody better start that bullshit.
And the wall pressure now.
Oh hell, that's some shit die phone would do just to spread conspiracy.
Fighting off the wall with the bird.
No fucking way. There's no way Net Impact is a second game.
Forward 2-1.
Hey, who's funding that?
Yeah, the keep
Unless like
Moyle punches his ticket.
I don't even fucking know, bro. Bondi spending their own money out of pocket or be eating.
You love to see him, man. Moyle did his thing.
Oh, no way.
Crescent, great.
That is a net negative of doom.
A bit shy. Just
It's a passion project
of making
or some shit. Because that is a net negative beyond negative.
Emotions hitting up right now, bro. He's just super happy to make it into top 8. You love.
Oh shit, made it in the top 8.
He earned that.
Oh man, well played.
Congratulations, bro.
Well played.
That is a net negative beyond negative. Net negative for a negative, bro. Is that Pugera? Who's he fighting?
Takayuchi right here.
Takayuchi.
You know, he's been playing a lot of the Jamie.
Yeah, that's kind of his main right now.
Last match. No, actually, this is the last match to see who top 8 is. So
Who else has made it? Give us the
Last
name.
match?
So on this stream,
Is this
as we
Wawa
just saw,
with
Noka 2-1 over Blazy. Hikari 2-1 over Jakey the Snakey. So Hikari is in top 8.
Ooh, let's go Hikari.
2-1 over Wawa. So Globo is in top 8. Wawa is eliminated. Which basically means that, yeah, Noka was the sole French player to make top 8.
Only one French player. Holy shit. What? There's only one French player in top 8 for 2X.
Like, it could not be closer. That was crazy. But that does mean The French audience have absolutely one focus point for their noise. All that power being funneled into one entity.
The French boys got cooked. Goddamn. Nah, there's no way.
Match, my friends. It is Poker from Japan. Zane.
There's no way.
Recent Sejam Slam success. Recent combo breaker. Top 8. Prowess. Just
wow. We were BuzzBoo's on break.
One match left. One final spot in that top 8. And one final 2 out of 3 to do it. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend, my friends. I really appreciate it, whether you've been here, whether you've been on the other streams, just in general. Again, I know I've been saying it, but I really cannot believe that we're almost at the end of day 2. You know, top 8 round the corner, first thing tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. I hope these players are going to be nice and rested. Get yourself a breakfast, or maybe
they didn't stream that match?
No, some players don't.
It was off stream. The Wawa match. It was just off stream.
You will
The
definitely
button
do one
check.
of those 2 things.
The match was just off stream for some odd reason.
Do you ever catch yourself just saying something really stupid? You have a real unique way of just taking the seriousness out of the situation. You know what I mean?
All French players are too busy watching the World Cup is crazy.
Chipotle on screen. Have some dinner instead. You could have Chipotle.
French ain't none outside of DBFZ.
The only problem is,
damn, bruh, the French boys got washed.
I've got
That's crazy, bro.
Yum yum.
The fact they didn't stream that match is ridiculous, bruh. It's ridiculous.
I'm right.
It's ridiculous.
All right, one final match. It is time to lock in. Yeah, it is. It is serious face. Sorry, you really caught me off guard with that one. Okay. And Poker only down in losers because of losing to the twins, Haru and Toshi, who are I cannot wait to see again in top 8. I'm so excited to see them play. But Poker, one of those players who just grinds in the Japanese community. You know, shout outs to the overall global support of Riot. You know, even this tournament has a ton of.
I don't know what they're gonna announce tomorrow. I'm actually so curious.
The regional support that's been going
Surely
around,
it's not a character trailer and just a teaser, no? Because if it's a character trailer, that's fucking crazy.
Now, will we see Poker?
That would mean they've shown 3 characters in the past month.
I mean, Zane and Poker have a very
that's fucking crazy. Because they showed Senna and then Thresh, and now whoever the hell they're about to show tomorrow, or whatever the hell. I don't think it's just gonna be like a skin trailer. They're not stupid. They wouldn't do that. They ain't trolls. I don't think they do something like that. They wouldn't just tweet that. Stick around tomorrow after top 8 for something special or something.
I feel like that is such a Zane thing to do with Ari. I don't think I've seen any.
Nah, it wouldn't be a skin trailer. It wouldn't be. They wouldn't do a whole tweet saying look forward to tomorrow after top 8. They wouldn't just say that. They wouldn't. That's hyping people up, bro. These people that are running the, I know who runs the Twitter account and shit. Like, they are fighting game players like us. They wouldn't do that. I promise you. They wouldn't do that. Like, I know who runs the fucking 2XKO account and shit. Like, I've been to Riot several times. Like, I know them. They are fighting game players just like us.
A lot easier to deal with than Poker.
They aren't stupid, bro.
Close that distance. Oh, what a pick! Fury dash cancel to turn that into a full KO. All right. That was clean, man. Carly's movement is cracked on the best of days, let alone when Fury's active. Yeah, when Fury's up, I'm pretty sure Akali's movement speed is like teleportation.
Jeez, how long have I been live? 6 hours? 6 hours. Oh, he's 7. Shit, I might not get to play no games today, low key. Or if I do, it's part of me for a little bit. I'm not doing no 12 hours like I did yesterday. That was not supposed to happen. That was not supposed to happen.
The double jumps from Akali, and that's probably going to be a nice easy confirm into a character gone. Yep. It's going to drop.
Don't call me a coward. Yeah, give 10 million subs and you get 12 hours.
Not one of those times. Now, we know better than to ever.
Talking about some coward. Is this Carl again? Fuck you, Carl.
Backside, stops the blades moving here, but flips and dives away. Nice option.
Is it a button check or what is this?
This gets canceled out by
fuck you, Carl.
AC is so good at the poke against Ada as well.
Absolutely normal. Yeah, not willing to engage here.
Your name is Carl. Fuck you.
Able to block, but
there's no way I have anyone named Carl in here, right? Your name Carl. Fuck you.
Yeah, just normal jab pressure.
Fuck you, Carl.
Really call Ada. Nice Shaq with that 2A.
Calls Ada's during the combo, so able to continue with Ada's assistance here. Goes low, so kind of cheeky fake unblockable. Hard counter assault from Masa.
Yeah, Masa.
If someone pops out noise saying their name is Carl, you're fucking lying.
Volante.
You're lying.
Oh, 5B.
Not even Carl's even a common name anymore. Unless you're like in the deep south or something.
Poco. Recalls on this.
Well, see you, dude.
Kind of building the block for here. Down to 30 seconds already.
Fuck you, Carl.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Burst. Instant burst. OD. Interesting choice.
We're gonna name me Carl. You're fucking capping.
They are stopping his block, though.
You're fucking capping.
Side. Overhead.
Look at that name my child, Carl. You're not gonna remember this conversation. You're not naming your damn child Carl.
Out of range, though. Just finish that up.
Your significant other will not let you name your fucking kid
I
Carl.
don't think they're going to take the life lead here, but it's going to be pretty close.
Whoa, nice 2B to get underneath the jump seat.
That was scary, though. Counter assault out, 14 seconds left. Counter assault right back at you, 10 seconds left. But gets the counter hit. I do think they're going to be able to... Oh, no. But I think this time is so short.
No.
Maybe, to get the
Drop the combo, Carl.
That was so close.
Fuck you, Carl. I'm leaving.
Jump to your seat and do that tiny bit of chugga
Fuck you, Carl.
I mean, Poker has definitely favored kind of like the up back whenever the opportunity has been there,
Fuck
but you straight up
you.
just can't do stuff like that against
I remember.
Sorry,
Forced me to name my kid Carl.
You go with the Ari setups, which are kind
Forced you to name
right?
your kid
really
Carl
forces
is
the opponent to
crazy.
sit in place. But that's going to be a turnaround. Zane looking good.
Fuck you,
Practically
Carl.
perfect.
Wait, did I run ads
Not
before
quite.
the... Oh, it ran by itself.
Just
Well,
an attempt to straight up
yeah, I'm not gonna lie,
air
everyone
dash
to hold
and
that.
special out of the corner, but
because I did not mean to run ads.
You know, I said at the beginning of this game, right? That was such a dominant first match there for Poker. If you can get the turnaround in just as convincing fashion, by the time you hit that third game, you're even again. Mentally and obviously in the set itself.
Collided.
Poker bringing in the Akali at the last minute as well, wanting to make it a kind of mirror point matchup. Okay, good situation for Zane though again. Now this is where Zane has had a lot of control previously. Now Shroud again. And again, just counter hit on Wake Up. Poker just seemingly just not wanting to block a Wake Up under any circumstances. Oh, massive action.
He just like me, hold on. He's not scared of death.
Never doubt the range
We don't block.
of that 2H. I feel like
We
Poker has
mash.
just made it his mission to just not
We
be
mash.
contained. But the thing is, Zane has
We
contained
mash.
him numerous times. And there's dive bomb covered by Akali. I like that choice, and that's probably going to be Akali gone. No, not quite actually. Thought maybe could pick up something else, but not going to quite happen. Oh wow, that Akali gets hurt anyway. Oh wow, back-to-back dashes, but Poker finds the hit. That's a great opportunity there for Poker. Is now.
Okay.
Yeah, break bonus is up, but at this point, who cares? If we can take a dead character, that's going to be best case scenario. I mean, you say who cares, but that did give a good, like, what, 30-40% of that break meter, which otherwise maybe the Sari wouldn't have had. But, I mean, you need to get rid of the character, right? Like, even though it's giving him break, you can't just not hit them. Objective here. Ooh, hello. Was that 2 grabs in a row? It was, but because the super assist was used beforehand, there wasn't any way that Ari could extend off it, unfortunately. Right, there's the unbeatable.
That assist is so good,
combo
man.
breaker.
That assist
Unofficial.
is so
yeah,
damn
just
good.
before the Fury is built. Okay,
Yeah,
so
just before the
match
Fury.
point Poker, or does Zane tie things up?
I say Poker
A lot of
takes
people
this.
in this crowd that see
Actually, I
Zane
gotta
go
see
all
this.
the way here. Oh, no doubt about it. More Americans in this top 8, the happier this crowd will be, I'm sure of it. At the same time, Poker just does not want that to happen. Oh no. Okay, Ari set up. And again, just up backed again.
Oh,
hello.
my God, are you serious? That hit?
Right, tag.
Hello.
Hit that, Carly. How did you get behind there? I don't know. Sheesh. Where are these angles coming from? As that did come from a throw, there's not going to be as much gravity. That really does just catapult you along the screen as well. It has the corner. Oh, what a wake up. I think to cover that, that was just a good old-fashioned read.
Whoa, he didn't even do that.
And okay, now it's Zane with a wake up. Oh, it whiffed. I like. Okay, it was good for Zane to recognize that it whiffed completely. And
Okay, Zane's coming back. Hold on.
And now Zane, fantastic position to be in, and has breaks. So kind of
Oh,
to go
come
for it if
on.
he wants, which he will.
He spins burst.
Air dash though. Oh, get caught by the super
no, he
assist,
tried to
no!
side switch.
Poker wasn't able to pick up from it. At the very least, able to salvage a throw out of it. Oh, 3-second cooldown and one more to work with. Level 3. The counter! Oh! What the hell was that?
They just completely whiffed, but no punish on deck either. Oh no! We have to make it a scramble, but Poker able to stabilize, and now we're going down to potentially the last
Are you
character.
fucking kidding me,
Unless
bro?
Zane can do something about it right now. Poker is going to top 8. The time is running out, and time might already be 0 as Poker gets the hit. If you don't drop this combo, you are going to top 8, and yes, you are indeed. Poker, that was a weird round. That was definitely getting highly stressful, but Poker was able to get the better.
That was yikes. What happened here?
Of course, XCal is keeping the American dream
Damn,
alive.
this shit's over already?
Great showing for Masa this year. Hopefully they will come back for the next time.
Yeah, I mean,
Masa
they've
lost.
shown just how strong they are, right?
Damn. That match was so fast. What happened?
I like that he confidently came to EVO and said, I'm going to rock double the Sagat and the Bison.
That was quick as fuck.
I actually love the utility that
that was quick. I didn't even get to look at it.
Against,
no, 100%.
Against mine, man, for sure, for sure.
Especially when Blaz kind of showed off like the standing light punch into the forward heavy kick punish counter. It's kind of insane, but Zen is definitely one of those players that he'll play whoever. Right, remember he had an amazing DJ as well.
Zen versus Mikey.
You already see that already representing the normals on the fans. He's standing light kick the fan, reacting just in time.
Can't do that against light kick Tiger Knee. If it was any other Tiger Knee, like medium kick or heavy kick, and he's the longer in the air, it would have been able to work.
For him to punish that, he had to do that drive impact like literally.
Josie announcement prediction. Yone, give me Yone. Nah, it's probably gonna be like.
Okay, go for the Tiger shots. Okay. You
want me to write a list?
Usually when you're fighting against Mai, you always want to try to get the perfect parry on the first fan.
Absolutely. Then you have some wiggle.
I'll give 3 possible characters tomorrow.
That forward light kick is coming on the counter. No, not even.
Yone.
Even better.
I'm biased.
The
Riven.
that doesn't really do anything unless you're close.
Yes. The last one, B.
Okay, how is Mickey going to answer back right here? Because Zen is doing a great job of being oppressive, going for the throws.
Mad aggressive. He said stand fierce, wait low forward, then just raw drive rush route. That mental stack is crazy.
Katarina.
Oh, spend the level 3 early.
Katarina.
Quick life lead on 50%.
Yone, Riven, Katarina.
Giving Mickey a lot of things to look at. So it gives Zen a proper opportunity to open this man up. He's going to get for the counter hit. Delay stand.
Nara.
Let me see it.
Or maybe it'll be like
even
Lex
better.
or Zed.
See, that's the tough part. Like,
that's the 4-5. But I'm gonna stick with my top 3.
Drive rush Oki. That's sometimes you could think about that's even
Lex
worse.
or Zed. So Lex, Zed,
and it's just a
Riven,
slither of drive
Katarina, Yone. That's the 5 I'll
so
guess.
Like about throw loose with
One of those 5 is what I'm gonna guess is tomorrow.
He can hit the brakes with the crouch jab. Or he
I don't even know if we're gonna get a teaser or a trailer, but knowing these devs, how crazy they are, it'll be a fucking whole trailer.
He got those, man. He got those.
That's the king for a reason.
Oh man,
he's hungry. You see his rib cage. He's malnourished.
His rib cage.
No, he's
malnourished.
Let's go.
Those say he's malnourished. I'm crying.
Standing medium kick target combo. Love the throw. Oh, that's dangerous. Here we go. Space Trap City. We're gonna see it.
Good challenge right there. Yeah, I wonder if he was trying to maybe bait out the DP possibly. That's why he didn't press a button.
Exactly. Yep. I believe so.
Oh.
Do it for what?
Ooh, I like that. Get the burnout.
Don't stop trolling him.
I actually thought he was going to get
2XKO.
something off of that dash.
Yeah,
They're going to show something after top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah. Back to mid-screen. Yeah, there's the DP. There's the anti.
Stop trolling him.
And Fierce. No, a little bit too far.
Nobody want that shit, bro. Relax.
He didn't want to be in those recovery
Unless Arxis is making it, we do not want that
I think
shit.
it's fireball, though. Nice block. Good block again.
Oh, my God. Don't trade with that crouch strong.
Like, if it's not Arxis, I do not want that shit.
Yeah. He could have killed earlier, but because he
don't got the art touch.
Nice. Didn't get the first.
You're ridiculous. You're actually ridiculous. He DI'd twice.
Gotta know when to parry that.
He DI'd once and DI'd again. You're actually ridiculous. Let me see this.
Counter hit second. He can pick him off the ground. Pressure here. Whips the 5e. They scrap. And yeah.
That's the wind girl again.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Projectile, but Maki.
She can zap you like that?
That as well. Lockdown from Maki. 3C. Crush trigger gets blocked. And just back out of there.
Got no wind right now from Rachel's side, so he's going to turn a little bit. Or just immediately use it.
Yeah, negative warning yet again. Scary. George goes out.
Bro, what is this gameplay, bro?
Memphis Dolly able to get that meter, secure extra win.
Who made this character, bro?
This much Sony. It's going to be so hard.
Motherfucker hate life.
Yeah, just keeping Bullet at bay. I do not want to interact with you. Get away from me. evil woman. And the heat is gone already.
Bro!
Because heat runs out after a while, right? So even if you're not necessarily going
Chris Sword is in center stage, really?
Overdrive from Rascal, but yeah,
I know Scare. I know Scare.
Okay, yeah, whoever made this character hates life. They hate life, I'm not gonna lie. Because what the fuck?
Just continue blocking.
And honestly, even if you let that EA rip
They hate life, bro.
Sure, you get the knockdown, but it just basically resets neutral. And this is where Rachel is just the powerhouse of a character.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Using that air assault to bait out the anti-air. This could be Rascal's turn. And they get something started here in the corner. Powers up. Throw gets tech. Yeah, but Rachel's win is just so powerful, even dodging the drive.
Yeah, not a lot of characters can really move fast enough to like get away from lock-on.
Getting tagged by a random lightning. Locking down with jump C. Maki just jumps away.
Yeah, let George take care of it.
Okay. Yeah, and the heat has now run out. Maki was still
littering
to work with. Yeah.
Littering the screen with.
Oh! Good RC.
Yeah, get me out of here.
Yeah, forcing Maki to burst.
I know what you do.
Okay, block on that. Yep, DP. It's the pressure here.
It's the first time that Maki has really gotten to block against Rascal.
Okay, once again the air stall, baiting out the anti-air, but Maki's able to block in time. Heat level up.
Yeah, this Lobelia is stuck on Rascal right now. Ooh, J2C.
I'm not sure if that was intentional, but able to get out of it scot-free. One hit there. That being said, I do believe Rascal's got the lively Tempest Dahlia. Taking that chip damage there from Tempest Dahlia. He goes the lockdown, instant over.
I tweeted it.
Choosing to hold their burst.
I tweeted my the predictions.
17 seconds left. You know, Overdrive does free.
I don't think we're gonna get Katarina this soon though. We just got a Kali.
Ah, but gets sucked in by a throw.
Two assassins in a row?
Only 6 seconds left. It's gonna be so hard.
Oh! What
a call out!
Well, not in a row, but
amazing.
two assassins so soon.
Sucked Rachel in all the way from the bottom of the screen.
I know you want to run away. Get back here.
Amazing call out. Steals that round away. Kind of what we need, but now we're back to lockdown in this kind of neutral game yet again. Rachel's got so much wind to work with.
Feel free to put your predictions.
And negative penalty now, no more barrier.
It's probably gonna be Riven though.
Definitely Rascal's.
Got a good chance here. Just lock her down, but that jump wind is so hard to deal with. The barrier is slowly coming back.
Now level 2 heat is gone as well. And Maki is slowly bringing back that barrier.
Yeah, it's finally back, but air to air from Rascal. Knock down, into the corner. Level up again. That frame trap. Burst from Maki.
George does not.
Who do you guys say that's missing from true damage again?
He almost jumped right into it, yeah.
Down to 45 seconds, about half the round time left. Tempest Dahlia. Lockdown for free. Gets that counter hit low.
What does she do again? Let me look this up.
No win available. Now there we go.
Keeping lockdown with George. Sets out the absorption bats.
Who the fuck is this?
Overdrive.
Who the fuck is this? That's a big spinny thingy. What is that?
Into the corner.
Oh, this is her. Prestige true damage. Damn. Oh, that's drip.
Lock on, baby.
What does she do? That I can check it.
With that, Rascal overcomes their zone from Maki.
Oh, this skin is cool. I like this one.
Honestly, you can see how
this skin is sick. I like the art.
To play this matchup.
Doubt it looks like that in game, but I like the art.
Doing whatever she wants, and Bull's over here like, man.
World privilege. Base attacks.
I'm just like locking on, and you're just flying.
Oh, ability against an enemy does bonus damage.
But I understand though.
She does ring thingy.
Dealing with the zoning is really difficult, and then you still need to be locked in enough to actually finish your combo all the time. You see this a lot with
Dash through them.
You finally do get in, but you can't actually confirm your combos because you're so tired.
Deadening whatever element she hits it with. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Dashing
nice. Lock on. Working out.
Interesting.
And the timing from Maki bursts.
That's cool.
Already so much damage. Now you're out of burst.
She always talks about herself being the queen of something.
Oh!
Something is crazy.
Oh no, but reset. We'll take it. And that'll be enough.
Yeah, so much meter to work with as well, and inactive flow.
Yeah, I didn't even need it. Still plenty in the tank.
And Rascal, one game away from advancing in that loser's quarters.
Feels like it's download complete, honestly.
Rascal's definitely playing a lot more
confident. Yeah, I do feel that for sure. Killing George, sending out the fireball.
Yeah, Maki is like just trying to play as lame.
I wonder why Twitch starts stuttering when I full screen stream.
Honestly, if you get camera hit here, you could be dead. That being said, George.
YouTube has like a weird low FPS issue for me until I switch browsers. I don't know why it does that.
Going as long as possible.
Overdrive.
EA
getting at the corner. Look at the damage. 5,000 from EA. Gets caught rolling too. Even more damage. It's caught in the air. No confirm. The
molecular capture, and you can't burst that. You cannot burst that.
And with that, a dominating showing from Rascal, overcoming that zoning in short order to close out Maki.
Yes, exactly. And Rascal moving on in that losers quarterfinal.
Bro,
I believe
just see today's video I uploaded.
Settle something for,
that video's so stupid, bro. Oh my god, I almost forgot I uploaded that. That video was so dumb.
Go ahead and go to replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
One of the dumbest videos I've uploaded in a while.
Here, right?
Oh shit, 2 scales over.
Honestly, up around here.
What time is it over there?
Out very confidently, right?
It looks like 8. Yeah, the venue's about to close soon.
I'm so pissed playing against this man. You don't understand.
Yeah, and once again.
3. I don't know if it's unscaled. Will it kill? Survey says Climate, welcome.
What's the starter?
No, but he has to block this OD fireball unless you do wake up level 3. No, okay.
Oh my god.
Kept the safe. He didn't cancel. He didn't want it. I'm surprised he didn't cancel. Give himself some time for breather room and also get back to green.
What a clutch tech. Oh my god.
Unless he's going to try to react to level 3 against a fireball.
No.
Nice. Level 2 with the forward heavy kick.
Oh my goodness.
No, not like this.
Nice
tech.
I think he was scared of the wake up ODTP.
If he does that spin.
Oh, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Cryme climbing all the way to the mountaintop, getting closer and closer. But of course, making it to the top 8. Wow, give it up for Cryme, ladies and gentlemen. The young lion makes it. Look at that, all smiles on his face. Yes, look at yourself. Look at yourself at your glory, young man.
Only 4 matches left.
Really, really hard.
Chile in the building.
Really
Look at that. Talking to his OGs. Look at my man King Blue River there showing love to the Young Bucks, man. Congratulations to Cryme making it to the top 8 on the loser side. Excellent, excellent.
Okay, what you always play, Jamie?
Oh,
I don't even remember. I'm not going to lie.
That was really, really fun. Oh, that was really, really fun.
Let me see the top 8 for Street Fighter.
Right here. Right, the EVO Fantasy top 8 picks presented by AT&T.
And you know how I know this is a potent pick.
You're not is in winner's side.
Oh,
Oof.
hey, listen, I wouldn't be on here. But look, you have the top 10. But look, if you guys are wanting to be interested in the
just
EVO Fantasy top
in.
8 brackets presented by AT&T,
yeah, that bracket tomorrow is going to be wild.
upsets.gg/EVO 2026, and the brackets should be available within the next 5 to 10 minutes to complete your top 8 brackets.
And of course, reminder, each top 8 bracket has its own leaderboard where you can earn prizes courtesy of AT&T like a Nacon fight stick and headsets, or our grand prize for a trip to EVO 2027.
Look at that.
Fire. So you're just kicking back and just say, yo, man, I feel like this third is going to make it to top 8. Next year, you just blank you in EVO.
I got eliminated.
Crazy. That's a nice little,
we can check.
Not even a little, but that's a great grand prize.
That's a great grand prize. Because if you think about it, right, like, if you are a person that watches so many tournaments, you know the players, you know who's going to make it, you have a good grasp.
Yes.
You could be coming next year
did he
in
lose
2027.
to?
So shout outs to AT&T for
He lost 2
making
to
this happen
Zen.
for the EVO Fantasy top 8 picks.
He lost 2 to Zen. And he got sent to losers by.
Damn, okay. I actually want to see what y'all pick.
He got sent to losers by.
Whoever's at that 130, them being at the 130 range, I feel like they kept the safe picks like, man, right.
Oh, I remember he did say he got sent to losers really early.
You get a lot of points for completing all the top 8 stuff.
Oh,
so, yeah.
This is not just for Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he fought Doggerel really early. What the hell?
To just
do it all around.
Do it all.
Okay.
He fought Doggerel really early.
That EVO 2026. So why not have fun with it?
The EVO Fantasy top 8 picks presented by AT&T. Look
Damn.
at that.
But so how do you feel about kind of like what's happening, kind of like the people that qualified? Because we have a lot of interesting characters, right? I think there's no...
It shines out too, I think.
There's one Mai so far, right? But we got a Jamie, which is high open, right? 2 Blancas, right? We have a Ryu.
Bandman.
And also Sagat/Bison so
1-2 to
Pretty
Bandman.
diverse top
Who
8,
knows
I would say.
Bandman?
Hell yeah. I mean, look, so we got what? So, damn, 2 Blancas.
I have no clue who
We got
Bandman
one
is.
Mai,
Yes.
right? Yo, I cannot wait to see that mirror match, bro.
Yeah, and he got eliminated by
Shigemitsu.
Just the Kid.
You trying to see the chest bumps?
Tried Jack.
I just want to see them both go lightning. I just want to see how they deal with those.
Then Jack lost to
That's
Tokido.
true. That's one of my favorite parts about seeing mirrors, especially.
And Tokido to
I actually want
Orudos.
to see what's their counterplay.
But then Tokido lost to John.
Yeah, that makes sense,
Takeuchi.
actually.
But let's see, man. So Zen, of course, we got a Bison.
Yeah, now we're here.
Kraime with the Ryu Bison. So we got 2 Bisons up there. So crossover right now is awaiting the winner of Haite and Gachi-kun.
Oh, that's going to be crazy.
That's what the bracket looks like.
That's going to be a good one. Imagine, I mean, we had Modern Aki, Hope, representing Taiwan at EVO Japan Winners Top 8. So we might have another
the venue
Modern.
looks different. What the fuck?
No, that was Noble. I was about to
There was
say,
usually chairs going down here. These computers were all over there. Oh, the venue actually looks a little different than last year. What's up, Vox?
This is high. I'm saying Hope had like a Modern Aki player was.
Oh, I got you.
Venue actually looks a lot different.
So it'll be cool to see Modern Zangief as
They
well.
laid out the
Keep,
chairs
like,
differently.
The tradition of like one Modern top player will make it to top 8.
He straight up said, "There's no hope." Oh man.
No, I mean, it's pretty cool. I think in general, like seeing all the different characters and how you can play Street Fighter 6, it's very interesting in that regards.
I mean, it's definitely a refreshing topic. I will say that for sure. So that's love.
I mean, I know who you're rooting for. I know who you're rooting for right here, right? This is the man.
He ain't even say nothing.
Look. Let's not talk about biasness because that's part of the job.
I guess this makes me biased, right?
Yeah, you got a whole Meta shirt on. That is giga biased.
Dominicano. Yes.
Que lo que?
There you go. Little Mio, I see
Que
you,
lo
boy.
que?
Okay, so you said send us off. So all of the topics, we're done?
I think it's going to go to the other stream, I think, right?
Okay, well, we're going to go and sit back, relax, and chill with y'all, the spectators. We're going to see the rest of the top 8 clear out. But that's it for me and Justin.
Oh. They killed the stream early on mistake. Oh, shit. That shit's dead.
I need to do a little better. I gotta avenge my.
Okay, that's odd. Is my computer just lagging?
A really crazy Susanoo.
Wow! Block the overhead, and then they're like, oh, you're
What the hell? Oh, Susanoo. Is this Gospel's character?
Immediately gets the ground viper unlocked and the DP unlocked. 2 of the most important unlocks for Susanoo.
Okay. Here comes pressure. A lot of this is very difficult to deal with.
It's your character?
Yeah, spends it. Overhead block again.
God.
Yeah, taking the turn back.
Yeah, Fugu is just on point with these overhead blocks right now.
Okay.
Yep, catching him low.
Yeah, it's going to get more unlocks here. Gets a sword. Wow.
Oh, got frozen.
Oh, misses the dash.
Yeah,
But Obi wins.
there. Another DP.
Screw it.
Fires it off again.
Oh,
Anti-air. Ooh. Good backdash out of the overhead yet again.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
It's all Fugu right there.
Yeah, great pick. Right. I think he's confident that he can block Jin's overhead and use that to kind of just start his offense.
I want the normals, Forget the movement. I want the normals.
Oh, I think ads are about to run. Oh, shit.
Ooh, I think he might have missed the 2K
I should have ran ads during the Street Fighter thing. Okay, ads are running.
Sword.
Nothing I can do about it.
Good punish. Okay, reset, standing. Overhead block.
Another overhead block. That is 3 for 3, baby.
Ooh, wow. You rarely see that move like that.
Yep.
And really has perfect mobility.
Ooh, the cheeky oh, and he missed the dash.
Yeah,
He's just like me for real.
He just like me for real.
So that's Jin air dash out. Air dash in. Oh, Fuku here.
Nice freeze.
Confirm. EP right back at you. Overhead block. Goes low. This time baits it, but too far away to punish. Once again, air to air though for Fuku. Close this out if he gets a good hit here.
No fear, just jumping out.
Yeah.
Ooh!
I think he might have crossed up the ants here, but another hit for Fuku. Overdrive to lock out the burst.
Shame.
With that.
Yeah, I know
Poor Fenrich, no.
Is this enough?
Fenrich, no.
That's a lot of unlocks.
Oh, you're fucking
that
dead.
Is a lot of damage.
Never mind, you're
that
fucking
damage
dead.
is like 10 times more if you have the
Bro, no. Fenrich, no,
That last
man.
pixel will hang on for dear life.
Well, sometimes,
Oh,
if you got a
fuck.
multi-hit super, it's just like, is it getting worse?
Sheesh.
Looks like we're gonna take a quick look at that.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
that's right.
Yes.
That's
So
the-
Fuku has the 7-minute timeout on his stick.
Yeah.
So he needs to make sure that he's unplugging and replugging in. Even though that was a really fast match, you do not want to risk that.
What the hell's a 7-minute time on his stick?
Right back into it. And now this is winner.
What is that?
So, yeah, a little bit more time.
Wait, what? What does that
Wow,
mean?
Two way. Check your toes.
Does his stick disconnect after 7 minutes or something?
Right away.
You can see active flow.
What happened? It disconnects? Oh my god, that's a thing right now with those controllers? Yeah, hey, bro.
Oh, tried another
On
one.
consoles? Oh, hell no. I wouldn't. Nah, I'm not dealing with that. I just get a new controller.
On the ground is so good.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Huge advantage of Fuku right here. Lightly level 2. Yeah.
You don't need an adapter for that? Oh, hell no. I'm good. I'm sticking with my Big Tricks Pro KO. I plug in a Kitsune.
Right? It's like, are you OSing? Let me check if you're OSing. Because that will TRM.
7 minutes. But that's basically every round then at that point. Like, you might as well disconnect after every round or two. You tell me he's been doing this shit all time. Oh, nah.
Yeah, there it is. Finally, it hit. I feel like he went for 11. It's the first time it really hit.
Good thing he's not in losers. He would have had to play a lot of matches doing that.
Ooh, that DP is so strong here.
Yeah, I know scare. I have DP.
Nice, goes the low. Okay.
Nice, yeah, delay on that wheel.
Should be enough.
Fuku up 2 games.
Oh, man. What am I watching, bro?
Very, very strong.
This is a blowout, bro.
Like so many of the advantages taken right here, right? Huge ability because Fuku's defense has been so strong.
This is a blowout.
He's able to use his offense against them to kind of get started, right?
Yeah.
Seeing that, like,
He's disconnecting his stick again.
Have, like, the best mobility. Just by defending himself, he's been able to do a lot of work just to kind of get those free opportunities.
Yeah, no, BlazBlue is
Nah, that's hilarious, bro.
Hey, if your defense is good enough, like, you will be rewarded for it. You will be rewarded for it. Oh,
I'm the Phantom.
Huh?
Oh, we're switching?
Huh? I would love to see a Fender Shizunami, honestly.
I've heard rumblings that he's been practicing and maybe would go for it in a certain pick. Now, I could understand why, because Jin's game plan is kind of make you flinch and make you make the wrong decision.
What do you want to do?
That's kind of how he does a lot of damage. Fuku's been playing it straight the whole time, just forcing Fenrich to kind of overcommit to do anything.
Yeah, he's thinking.
Just punishing a lot of the offense. So we're seeing him hesitate here.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this
do I bring out this random pocket thing?
Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
All right, we're just gonna converse with each other.
I think it's like
don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
I think it's like when you finally pick your character, I need to plug my stick back in.
Literally, he is. That's exactly what he's gonna have to do. Funny enough.
Man, we've come so far. Also, shouts out to SKD and Guyman in the back right there.
Oh my god.
Bunch of old ass men.
Why do you know so many new top snake dress?
Play the game,
Bro,
support the game.
why do you always bring up a Roblox reference? A Roblox of some sort every time you come in here.
Cosplay group over there in the back, of course. Look at that Kagura, Naoto, Terumi, Hazama, Azrael, and of course the kanji from Persona 4 Arena.
I'm not interested.
No, those
not
are all
always.
Yes, all
Do it like
BB
every time.
characters.
Last time, I don't remember what you did. You did something last time. I think my mod shot you.
As we kind of figure out the situation here.
BlazBlue is always a treat to watch, guys. It's just, it's been
See, you're about to get shot again. Like, why do you do this?
From watching these matches has not died down a single bit.
I don't get why you do this.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna
Solve
switch
my
hardware,
riddle.
and I do understand it. Maybe they're having
What
some
ultimate?
difficulty
What?
with the lever they were using. Yes. Now Fenrity is a lever player.
Seasoned.
What did Ultimate just send me? What is this?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not moving the way I thought I would, right? So
Solve my riddle.
You just don't move the way you think. Right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I do think that
What?
it's important to kind of make sure that everything's in order, right? You don't want to lose.
He just sent me a message saying, "Solve my riddle." What riddle?
Okay, why did
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play my best. So, okay. You got it, man. You got it.
What? I don't know what
I
he's
have no
talking
excuses,
about.
But of course, you know, I'm still coming down from that high where the character reveal, man. Trinity?
Yeah, I mean, highly suspected by a good number of people, but finally great to see it really play out.
Yeah, no, honestly, I was thinking like Torikaka. You know, a lot of people were saying like, well, White Justice or like K-Jun was a big one in the popularity poll.
Yeah, I mean, it's now that it's finally revealed, we can kind of
I have no clue what he's talking about. Bro's the Riddler.
10 more years.
10 more years. Let's go.
Honestly, with a new character, it's like it opens up so many more possibilities. Right?
Yeah,
it's like, hey man, these guys are making a new character. You know, like the possibilities.
Everybody else is done for today.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's not another character, it could be like.
Yeah, everybody's done for today.
That's gonna be 10 more years.
Yeah, exactly. You never know, and that's
The
part
Riddler.
of what's like. I do love it that like the BlazBlue community is getting rewarded with something like that for like sticking with it for so long, keeping the game alive, such that even a reveal could have like an impact like this.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, you know, it's a testament of
Check out
how
the top
strong,
right. How are they in losers semifinals? Damn, how long are the matches on this game? What?
Yep. And that was, we got the Edge Guardian on.
Oh my God.
Cake. That was
Wait,
the
what?
reason, the win condition we were looking for, but even
I forgot how long some of these tournaments can be.
down at the end of the last game.
How are they only at losers semifinals? They started like ages ago.
Yep, every time if
They
you
started
get
like
hit,
2 hours ago, even
you're
before
about to get
Central
popped.
Fiction.
The timer doesn't change either, so no reset there.
They started at like
Not gonna
8.
do it. Surprisingly close for only being at 100%. Tries to take the space. You saw that. It's like, hey, I'm not sure if I can clean it up here, but I can threaten. I can make you have to jump. I can make you have to get out of disadvantage.
Yeah, Cake with a slight penalty, but these percents, it doesn't matter too much because a lot of different hits can be up. And now there's no more damage.
Special get up. Unpunished, unfazed.
Forward tilt's
The
gonna do
forward
it,
tilt
yeah.
will do it though. And Cake, we were saying we weren't sure about the pick from the Forsberg to the fleet, but Cake is up there.
Yeah, already 28% on the next stock too. You guys want to close this out as quick as you can.
Who's there on the mic? Why does he sound so depressed?
Problem is,
Why does he sound depressed? Who's that on commentary? Yeah, Rival started at 7.
Combo starters come online. And right now we haven't passed there. Oh my God, we are still popped with the wind chime. Cake trying to put on the pressure. We are both there and out of shield.
BlazBlue started at like no. Yeah, Rival started at like 8. BlazBlue started at 9. I don't know how they're this far behind. This game must be slow as hell. Ninja Gaiden? I didn't do a Ninja Gaiden playthrough.
Back and forth the entire time, but that is
How does Shine do? I don't know. Hold on, let me check.
Huge combo into the reverse back air. What a last stock there by VBats.
I mentioned that one of the big things that happened with VBats last year was that
Got 49th.
really brutal 6-0. Like beat Cake once.
Got 49.
Demolished in combo breaker grands.
10 wins, 2 losses. Damn, 2 losses is all it takes. That's EVO is brutal.
And that is why he went to combo breaker, even though Cake wasn't there, to win just to prove that that
I got 49 as well, actually.
for him. And now to beat
6 wins, 2 losses.
on the EVO stage would be a dominant force. That would be such a strong showing to not only
Guess Punk
can I
had some
win
buys
here,
or something?
but
I
I
don't know.
can win anywhere. But Cake fires straight through.
Ow.
Is still in the running.
Feisty got 385.
Cake opting to stay on the fleet. I've seen him to the force sometimes if the fleet not working.
Yeah, it's the top 8 bracket for tomorrow. Hold on.
No Forsberg though. We're sticking with the fleet.
So why do we not have this yet? Okay, someone didn't update the bracket yet.
Shield up.
Just a little too long.
Or unless these matches are just gonna be off stream.
Exact same.
Well, I'm pretty sure Menace probably gonna win this.
That's it. That is it. We clean it back up. 2 apiece.
All right. Oh, Fenrich is back on.
Here we go. Very measured start here.
Winners finals.
Just keeping it very passive.
Tried to anti-air that. I saw it come out, but
Yeah, Jin Santer kind of.
Yeah, he lost to Just a Kid. We doing a new other in chapter soon, yes.
Yeah, rolls out.
I'm like 2 chapters behind though. I gotta do chapter 3 and 4.
not blocked.
He iced them out. He iced them out.
I'm probably gonna do them like consecutively during the subathon.
Catches that. Nice 6B there. Wow! Taking it to the next layer. Now that I blocked this, I'm sword back to the front side. Wheel does not connect, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, and again, easy with that sword too.
Yeah, burst safe.
Damn, I've really been sitting here watch partying for 7 hours.
This is tough right here. Fenrir just got a lot of ground to make
Do
up.
super bosses? No. Time for that.
That 2B end here.
Yeah, he's just swiping the ground, man. Respect for, lots of respect for Fuku.
Yeah, Fuku's defense is so good. It's a very important part of the story of this set so far, is that he's not really cracked under pressure so far very much.
Yeah, I was going to say he's blocked 90% of the open
Uh-oh.
from Fenrir.
Catches Fenrir here in the
I don't know if Fenrir knows how to fight Susanoo that well. Or maybe Fuku's just really fucking good at fighting Jin.
Maybe looking for a burst.
Fenrir's just barely even getting any combos out.
Not willing to engage. Powers up.
He wanted the CO unlock. Oh, wow. Split C2C.
And he's got to find a place to burst, I think. Or he's going to be put out of pixel.
Like, Fuku's probably just playing extremely well.
Yeah, he just used the burst there. Yeah, I think Overdrive might have been able to build a
Oh my god.
That'll do it.
The jump scare. 2D.
Wow.
Great showing there.
Yeah, Fuku winning.
Nah, he's crazy.
3-0 against Fenrir.
Nah, that was a blowout. Oh, you being a Stellar Blade during a subathon? Sure, dude. Just remind me. I'll write it down, actually, okay?
If you're coming to this tournament, you're expecting to face
I read it down just for you, dude.
Strong gym player, so great pick from Fuku. We'll be waiting in grand final.
Oh, I already wrote it down. I literally already wrote it down, actually. You're not the first person to ask me this. I wrote it down last month on the 13th.
Against DeMarcus Cousins, and he was like, yeah, my Susanoo kind of nice. And he's like, show me. And he showed him. He showed him.
Definitely
He showed him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that very critical decision there at the end, right? Because, you know, we mentioned, like, hey,
I wonder who asked me. It might have been you again. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Someone asked me last
I think
month.
at the last second, Fenrir's like, "Oh wait, maybe Overdrive will kill me here." It's burst at the very end of the combo, right? So had that not been the decision,
Quick scale top 8 tomorrow is gonna be crazy.
But honestly,
Noka Poka. Noka versus Poka again?
honestly,
Well,
like,
run back from you, Japan.
It was down to the just.
I think
the
Poka won though.
decisions at that point. It was just like
Globo versus Ikari, Spoon versus Bleed.
I'm gonna do it.
Ooh, this is a disgusting top 8. I want Noon to win this whole thing, but this is what does the projected say? The projected says Hikari comes back from losers and wins against Super Noon.
I was like, yo, Shades of Street Fighter? What's going on over here?
Interesting.
That, you know, they were so
Hikari has the most major wins. He's been winning the
that does change the
shitload, bruh.
offense, right?
Yep.
And defense as
The
well.
bleeding
because
top 8, yeah, he's right there.
Being able to block that on command.
He's about to
let
face
him
Super
like
Noon.
just start us off. Remember he did like a
You
cheeky
saying
walk
Hikari to
up overhead
losers?
in that like the sudden
question.
pause, right? That's not something you expect. In
Yeah,
a
just get jump scared by a random 4C is just like, you got it, man.
Yeah,
you got it.
A great showing from Fuku. Again, once again, we'll be waiting in grand finals for whoever can crawl out of this shark-infested waters here.
Tigo's right here.
Well, I do think that losers semifinals is
The
gonna
twins.
Be, if I'm mistaken,
Yeah, this did happen earlier.
Yep.
The twins.
Now this is the scary one, right? It's like,
The
hey, do you want the
twins.
great evil to win, or do you want to see the low tier hero bring it home? Or, different narrative, the hometown hero versus Japan.
Yeah, like which narrative are you going for right here? What story are you going to tell?
What do they know? Is that a blow jar?
Wins, because I'm a
I
fair
think somebody's
weather player.
vacuuming. Is it a
So
vacuum or a
so
blow
far,
jar?
has bounced back very nicely, but so has Rascal as well, right?
Yeah, Rascal has just been showing everybody like the power of bullet and the power of one touch, right?
One
Very
touch.
clutch, extremely clutch so far in this.
Yeah, he rides momentum like a wave. It's crazy.
I think it's really because once he gets that like one read on how things are going,
I still have no clue what the hell ultimate meant.
all the way through, right?
Yeah, I feel like
My
his
tweet.
opponents get so flustered. Like you could see when he was playing against
I put my
Monster, he was
predictions for
getting
tomorrow,
scared.
and then he said,
Yeah,
solve my riddle. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
That second game was quick.
What riddle is he
Big
talking
said
about?
This is losers in semifinals. It is still 1st to 2, so they have a
What
limited
riddle?
amount of time
He didn't
to
post
really
any riddles.
Figure out the opponent here. Now on paper,
The hell is he talking
as we've
about?
Said many times.
Bullet loses.
Yes, Bullet has
It's
a
the
hard
riddle?
time
Like,
on paper.
what?
On paper, but we've seen time and time again. Rascal is able to.
The
make
hell
the
is he
most of
talking
these tiny
about?
opportunities
What was
with
he
his
cooking?
tenacity.
Oh, nah, fuck you, Carl.
Rascal is like gathering all the dark matter in the world right now.
I ain't forget. Fuck you, Carl.
Scientific method.
So here we go.
That's Jigsaw? What the?
Semifinals. Oh, let's see, but Excalibur Blade's challenges able to get the sandwich going at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, really risky round start from Bullet right there. And, that is not the burst point you want to see.
Maybe they were trying to overdrive, but either way, Excalibur Blade's huge lively here. Picks up the no-tech.
How dare you no-tech? I'm Carl.
3 damage here for Excalibur Blade. Lockdown again.
This character look cheap, bro. Nah, this is loser semis.
I don't want to deal with this.
We're close to grand.
Plus again.
Yeah. Very patient. Yeah, counter assault out finally.
This character look cheap as hell, bro.
Good DP, but that knockdown's not so good.
It's a no for me, dog.
Full system meter work here.
Gets a little bit of heat for his trouble.
That's another one.
I need me some Azula gameplay, bro. I'm trying to play some Azula, man.
Yeah, I need just putting Ada in between him and Bullet right now.
Knockdown. Coco. Oh, but they blocked it. That drive was scary here. 3C all the way in.
Look at
that Carl terrorizing.
Yeah, Ada just being in the way makes it harder to space in general, right?
Even though it like extends her active hitbox when she interacts with Ada, it's like.
I hate characters like this. I actually do so much.
Heat up right away.
I hate characters like this.
Brio gets hit.
You guys are mad, bro.
Allegretto lockdown.
How dare you swing on me, sir?
Yeah, this fireball will be backing me up here. Coco. Block on the mix-up. What's the next mix-up? No delay. Overhead block.
No, low on Ada meter now. Ooh. But we've seen Excal do a lot of the, I'm low on Ada meter, I'm going to drop both.
Wow! What a gutsy DP there. Overdrive.
Ooh, same side.
Same side drive.
Ow.
I still can't believe all the rivals drama today. Absolute war on the timeline, bro. That's just crazy. That's just crazy, bro. I'm on the way with tomorrow to more drama because the tournament is tomorrow. We're gonna watch the tournament tomorrow as well. The rivals tournament, the World Cup, it ends tomorrow. We're gonna be watching that while we watch EVO.
Yeah, no, not this time.
That was good burst point right there.
Yeah, now versus backwards Excalibur Blaze. It's gonna be tough for Rascal, but he's made crazy comebacks before.
Whew, this shit is going to be wicked tomorrow. It's going to get wicked. What happened? The video will be on the second channel after the stream is over. I don't feel like going over that shit again. It was too much, bro.
Kind of had no choice there because they were pretty committed.
It's too much, bro. I talked about it for like 15 minutes earlier. That shit's too much, bro. They're going to watch Street Fighter 6 Top 8 tomorrow? Yes, we're watching everything tomorrow. We're watching everything tomorrow. Everything. We're watching everything tomorrow. It's gonna be at 9:30 for me. We're watching all of this tomorrow. I might be late to the start of 2X depending on when I wake up, but we're watching everything.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with this, especially since he was standing as well.
Take on everything, any and everything.
Ooh. Volante along his way. Jumps out of it. Wow.
Nice. Yeah, falling jump beat a ketchup too.
Here we go.
Coco.
Yeah, backside. Active flow available. Then no tech works effectively. Oh, long range overhead.
Dude, I'm hungry as hell. I want to make some pasta.
Rascal's got a pixel left.
Put himself in the corner. Nice block.
I have stuff to make pasta.
Get me out. Get me out. Ada, help me. Ada.
It's time to make some pasta at 2 a.m. Hold on.
Waits out that Volante. 40 seconds left to do 100% damage to Carl. Yeah,
jump back day.
Closes it out there. Excalibur looking strong here. Match point for Excalibur Blades.
One more round.
Level 2.
He's looking for that rematch against Fairmatch, but not if Rascal has something to do with it. Gets the corner confirmed here.
2 a.m. meals? Yes, sir. 2 a.m. meal prep? I didn't work out too. I didn't work out yesterday, nor did I get to work out today.
So many more matches. That's crazy.
All I've been getting to do is like literally just take a shower. That's fucking it. Just stream, sleep, take a shower, stream.
Wow,
I've been watch partying this.
Yeah, such a great low.
Because after I end stream, like, what time did I end stream last night? Like 5 a.m. I didn't sleep till like 10. Because I was editing and then. Because I had to edit a video for the second channel. I had to edit a video for the main channel, and then I had to edit some shorts. So wake up early. Wake up early. Yeah, that's not a thing. Yeah, that's not a thing.
I love the use of specials.
I think I uploaded like 3 videos to the second channel yesterday because I had to edit up all the stuff. And I had to chop up this VOD.
Punish that Allegretto. Corner confirmed.
Like all the reactions from yesterday, from all the news.
Vote again, Jones. Good job.
Dude, I had to throw all that stuff on the second channel, and I forgot one of them. One of the videos I didn't even get to upload.
Excalibur Blaze picks it up with a crush trigger.
What did I not get to upload?
More lockdown here. Low gets blocked. Delay low yet again.
Oh, the exhibition. The Avatar exhibition. The Toph versus Korra one. That shit was fire. I need to upload that.
Not much system to cut and shear.
Yeah, just get a little bit of the heat back.
I didn't even get to like
It's worth it.
upload the Tokon reaction to the Tokon footage.
Block on this
Magneto was
here.
sick.
Holding it all. Gets out with a jump.
Oh wait, no, I uploaded the Cloud versus
turn on the Xbox.
Now Rascal low barrier.
Wait, did I?
This could be scary. Cutting shear.
I don't even know if I even uploaded that.
Burst from Excalibur Blades.
No, I didn't. I didn't even get to upload that. But that's all gonna go on the second channel today.
All right, level up.
I uploaded the Ludwig one. That one's up on the channel already. The Ludwig and the Avatar one. But and the fucking cheating Black Panther. That dude's a dickhead.
Switch, 15 seconds left, but
The other
overdrive
shit I
is
didn't get to
available.
upload. No, they didn't show Ghost Team yet.
Gear Super. RC's it. Overdrive to slow down time, and it's a guaranteed unblockable because they couldn't counter assault that.
That was so smart from Excalibur Blaze, just using that 100 meter to lock out.
Comic-Con. When is Comic-Con?
Often used option on.
Yeah. I totally forgot that option was the thing.
Yeah.
When is that?
The timing on that is pretty hard as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That time that manually more or less. Okay, very aggressive from
Just a
Rascal.
lot. Fuck no. They ain't waiting that long.
5C immediate burst.
Oh hell no, they're not. Nah, they can't. No way. The game is no way. No way. They need to show all the characters so people have be incentivized to pre-order the damn game. Oh hell no. No way you revealing a character a week or two before the game drop.
So ambiguous.
Oh hell no.
Backdash from Rascal, try to get out of this.
I even pre-ordered the game yet.
Kept the turn to Excalibur Blades.
No. We're not doing that. Nah, bro. I'm not doing that shit, bro.
Nice. Fade on the counter assault, yep.
Nah.
Here we go, unblockable. Yep, there it is.
A whole week before the game drop, you gonna finally show the last 3 characters. No, bro. Son, you're right.
Yep. I love the
Yo, if them 3 slots is question marks tomorrow, this half this chat's getting banned. Half this chat's getting banned, bro. No fucking way, bro. Do not do this.
Whacking Ada.
Yeah, Ada messing up
Bro.
the spacing, so Rascal couldn't really
Ain't no way they don't show these damn characters tomorrow. Stop trolling, bro. And we need a beta. We need to play the game. We have to try the stuff at home. Zero correlation. It doesn't have to have correlation. Someone's getting banned tomorrow. If this shit don't get shown, someone's getting banned tomorrow. Someone's getting banned tomorrow, bro.
Sucked in there with a huge air throw.
If this shit don't get shown.
Blaze Blue grab your hands is so real, man.
Whoa, backside.
I haven't even said anything. That's perfect. You will never have to say anything again.
I like that.
That's perfect then, nope. Would you be satisfied with a beta announcement tomorrow?
Rascal can kind of confirm this.
Depends when the beta is. That would depend when the beta is. Because if it's during the Avatar beta like last time, we're going to have problems.
And Excalibur Blades will take it 3-0 versus Rascal. Great
Last time
showing
chatter.
from Rascal this tournament, though. Definitely one of my favorite players to watch this weekend.
Yeah, showing the power of Bullet, right? Really just showing what the character can do.
There's a video where Thanos snapping in the chat.
Like 100,000 more.
I don't want more Bullet players, man.
They're
that character's kind of spooky.
Yeah, scary to play against, but Excalibur played so solid the whole time, right?
Yes, exactly. But fortunately for Excalibur Blades, it's going to be the run back from last EVO. It's going to be Excalibur Blades versus Fenridi.
Yeah, I mean, they earned the right for a rematch right now, right? And this time it's going to be 3 out of 5 instead of 2 out of 3.
Yes, and you know, Fenrich has been playing a lot better compared to last EVO, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, was able to knock Excalibur Blades into losers in a nail biter, no less, right? So that 3 out of 5 could make a huge difference in the outcome of the match.
Exactly. I think Excalibur Blades is probably one of the best long, set players as well. He's really, really good at adapting against.
Well, and the cards go 9.5 to 0.5. Damn.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being
Pretty
said,
bad.
we're going to go ahead and go to another short break.
Break? Okay, I'm just going to run ads. Fuck that.
Right after
Be right back,
do
chat.
not miss it. Stay tuned for more BlazBlue Central Fiction.
Chipotle honey chicken is back. Step into summer with fresh grilled chicken. Spicy
Chipotle honey chicken.
Perfect touch
Ooh,
of pure
Chipotle honey chicken.
Open the summer with Chipotle honey chicken. It's taking heat and sweet to a whole
Why nobody want to buy me some Chipotle honey chicken?
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big.
Why y'all not trying to buy me some honey chicken, bro?
Some make time to rise.
Motherfuckers want to call me honey, but don't want to buy me no honey. I see how it is.
Some
I'll get some
walk in with
myself.
confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
で、ストリートファイター4っていう形で格闘ゲーム久しぶりにやった時に、その時になんていうか、自分で特別なものがあったんだなっていうのを思い出したっていうことがあったんですけど。
I don't see myself quitting for at least maybe 20 more years.
気持ちは調子良かったですね。
It's much more than just playing. It's being a part of this community.
And welcome back. We are on our final stretch for this Blaze Blue top 8, and we have our top 3 solidified. In losers finals, we have Fenrich versus Excalibur Blades.
Yeah, waiting for both of them. The winner of the two will be Fuku, waiting in grand finals. And now this is going to be a big rematch, right, between Fenrich and Excalibur Blades again.
Yes, I mean, last year, you know, Excalibur had a dominating performance against Fenrich. This year, you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, things change, right? So Fenrich, you know, a great showing so far. Had a tough game against Fuku, but you know he's dying to get a rematch, right?
I do not blame him. You know, Fuku is definitely the person to beat, but both of these players are no stranger to being in the loser side of the bracket and resetting grand finals just to take home the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be 3 out of 5, which makes a big difference in sometimes, right, as you've seen. We have seen a couple of 3-0s so far, but you know sometimes when they get really close, it really comes down to the wire.
Yes, exactly. And both of these players, especially for Fenrich, you know, he is just the master of the 10% life overdrive cancel. I'm winning this.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, Excalibur Blades has been playing so solid. You know, he has been able to clutch out a lot of these games that have been really, really close, showing some like things that we see very rarely, right? Like they've gone to like super RC for an unblockable. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, the manual timed unblockable.
Yeah, I mean that's something that like people like theorize. Like, yeah, if you have a 100 meter, just go for the unblockable. You can't do anything about it. But rarely see it because you know Carl's not really spending meter like that. But you know Excalibur Blades reaching deep into the bag to kind of climb.
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls came out. He pulled out and read the gospel.
No, it was in the Azure Grimoire.
Yeah, the Azure Grimoire.
So here we go. It's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be tough. I think either way because so far, I've seen that like Excalibur, the more he plays, the more locked in it seems that he gets. So I think Fenrich will have their work cut out for them either way.
I mean, honestly, it comes down to how many 6As can he block, right? Because he was getting can opener by that, like so hard.
Saw one get blocked, especially around the mid era, but a lot of those overdrive confirms for Fenrich too were really, really huge, and that's that's his calling card, right?
Yeah. Not a lot of Jins in America nowadays. You know, he used to be a very, very popular character. You know, everybody was taken after the hero, trying to do the overdrive confirms, et cetera, doing the big dammy, doing the refreeze combos, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Fenrich is your role model at that point. They're your hero, right? So
he's my hero.
Yeah.
But also Excalibur Blaze is my hero as well. So we'll see what happens. I'll change the narratives as I see fit.
I'm excited to see how this goes. So a bit of a, I think button check. I do think Fenrich still coming off of like some hardware stuff, right? But you know, making sure everything is in proper working order.
Yeah, you have to make sure your tournament life is on the chopping board.
Yeah, absolutely. So either player, let's see, it's gonna just confirming it's gonna be 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5.
Yep.
But it is gonna be 3 out of 5, yeah, which is interesting, right? It's not. I haven't been to a tournament where loser semis was also 3 out of 5, so it did catch me off guard, but. Happy for it, obviously, because the more Blaze Blue we get, the better, yeah.
I love me some Blaze Blue, and I know that everybody in the crowd loves it some too. Let's make some noise for Fenrich versus Excalibur Blaze and losers finals.
Who's going to get the right to face Fuku in Grands in this big rematch.
The wheel of fate is turning.
So here we go. How are they going to open?
Action.
Yeah, okay. It's a very classic strat of just kind of like play passive, let him waste some ADA meter, but he's instant blocking.
Oh my god. What did all that meter get from instant blocking? Double cross up, this time front side.
Who's calling bro what?
Jumps out to Fenrich.
Negative edge, y'all.
I really like the movement decisions from Fenrich.
What are y'all talking about?
Get out of the corner.
Counter poke there. Sending a sword. Catches it.
Wow, falling jump A.
Yeah, probably didn't expect that just raw hit.
Okay. You need to choose a better song, guys. Come on.
No, we're getting hyped for this.
Yo, X. Thanks for
Not quite a hit. RC, yeah.
Shit you don't play? You don't play games. You don't play shit. What do you do?
About to hit. Volante on its way, but it gets stopped.
Yo, Juicy J, thanks for the race. Dude.
Now you're in the corner after counter hit.
What are you guys up to?
If you jump mid, blocks the DP, but RC's it.
The delay RC on the CDP is.
Ooh, what a bait!
Don't forget, I'm back.
Yeah.
Just a disgusting Sin player.
He ate it out that counter so very masterfully.
The hell are you?
Great option.
This song is not fitting, guys. Come on, we got it. We have to do better.
I mean, it's one of their jams, so you know, I'm rocking with it.
Need 2 EVO games? Oh.
Blocks the Volante.
I didn't get to see all of it because I'm watching so many different games. Like, look at us. I mean, the rest of these are over now, but I mean, tomorrow. We're watching only one.
Keep that locked down.
Everything's in order tomorrow.
Once again, jumping away.
Rio,
I guess I can get rid of these.
Counter hit.
It's gonna be EVO and EVO Japan tomorrow.
Okay.
It's gonna be EVO 1 tomorrow.
But not much damage, so they're still hanging in there.
Yeah, I love the way that Fenrich is.
I mean, it will still be on the 2XKO channel, but like, it'll be better to watch on the EVO channel probably.
Active flow.
Jade is still right there. He's got the corner.
Block, overhead block, overdrive.
EVO 3.
These instant blocks are crazy. But now he's at a barrier. Oh yeah, he has to counter.
These are the only 2 we're gonna have tomorrow.
He did not. He was going to get crush triggered.
It was amazing. Amazing. Oh shit.
Cannot block here because if he blocks, he's just going to lock down in the crush.
I'm expecting top A to be fire then.
Unfortunately, he waited out the time.
There is back now. 30 seconds remaining in this round.
Excalibur has a life lead, but just one.
Yeah, this is EVO Vegas. Oops.
This kid is made out of paper.
Okay, didn't counter assault was very.
Oh, the fuzzy. Yeah, Jin is a tall character.
Tall enough, rather. To the corner, 15 seconds left. Can you lock down? Yukikaze, but he hit it.
Jumps into it.
Yeah, on any Yukikaze, if it's a physical movement, auto triggers on frame 0.
Follow the cloud to go.
I think Excalibur's
That's facts.
still got a life lead, though.
Hold on, that's facts.
Counter hit.
Definitely now.
Yeah.
You know ball.
Probably not gonna will it versus
You are a ball knower.
RC. No!
Fellow ball knowers.
You're so smart.
Yeah, if you get the frame one, it still comes out so quickly that you can
the
punish.
just frame Yukikaze.
That was amazing. What an option. I do think Excalibur did probably overplay their hand a little bit there, but what can you expect, right?
Yeah, he was looking at that timer. And
Come on, Fenrich, clutch up.
the overdrive cancel at that point.
What an option.
Wait, so it's about to be a Carl Miller match in Grand Finals? Are you dead ass?
Counter hit, jump C from
If Fenrich loses this, it's a Carl Miller match.
on the ground now.
Yo, fuck you, Carl.
Set.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
help me.
The other Carl is gone.
Yeah, if you're able to stop Carl, like
Never mind.
Nice.
Ah, but a little too far, maybe.
Yeah, the Ada pushing Jin out.
Here we go, still in the corner.
Yeah, just throwing out these rolls to check.
Nah, it's gonna be a Carl Miller match.
Oh wow!
He's playing Susan, remember?
Maroko instead of Volante. I think they caught him with that change up there. Now they're
Fuku's on fire too.
Here comes the offense, blocks the DP, Volante punishes it.
Yeah, a little bit too far.
That's gonna be a hard one to win.
Okay, RC's this. Get a little assist.
That dude Fuku's feeling himself.
Block stream. Overhead block, overdrive, yeah. Keep the pressure going. Blocks the DP, RC, counter assault. Still firing back though. Is Fenrich.
Nice, yeah, 2A anti-air, the classic.
Your friend and everyone to bed?
A little bit too far.
Coward.
Yep.
Your friend's a coward.
Oh, the active frames gets extended by Ada.
Yeah, really good option there. Okay, here we go again.
Volante coming out.
Just don't lock in.
Backing off yet again.
Yeah, just sending Ada right back to him. It's like, hey, I don't want you to take too much damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
These C normals are just honking her. Ooh.
Probably knows I'm playing Bunville Rivals. Just for you. I'm playing Rivals after this.
Jump A.
Okay, nice freeze.
Just for you.
Yeah, a little bit too far for the TTC right there. Nice adjustment for the 5B pickup knockdown.
Okay, chase through the
Just for you.
Overhead did
First
not get
overhead,
blocked this time, yeah. Wasn't quite as predictable this time.
In the corner.
Yeah,
low. Oh, and he's standing. You know what this means.
Customs that we party customs.
Unblockable. Nope, he baited it! What a bait!
He knew. He's like, how dare you try to do that again.
Amazing.
Fake Hakumen.
Ah, with that, what a clutch! Clutches it out against that Yukikaze. Amazing option. That was so good.
Yeah, that's the top player awareness, right? It's like you can
Can we ever look like cooks of them?
Yeah.
That's what's up. I appreciate the raid.
At a certain point, you play the player.
Hope we have a good
With
stream.
that,
I mean,
Volante
we'll
hit.
have a good stream. Put that shut up. There we go. My bad.
There we go. It's the pressure. The no tech gets punished. What a confirm!
That was off a 2A pickup, man.
Yeah, picked up that roll of that no tech.
Nice.
Catches the mid.
It's a standing hit, too.
Here we go again.
Yeah, unblockable, yep.
Force the burst.
No Ada this time.
Yeah, went for that long distance 6C. Go pressure. Keeping it careful, but the slower it is, the more Ada meter goes that tech throw.
Yeah, if you're a Chal right here, it's like, I'm just going to focus on the blocks. I'm focusing on everything just to make sure Ada comes back.
Yo, Zag.
Ooh,
Zagma? Well,
Chasing
it's
down.
not A, but
On the backside, baits the burst.
This one fall.
Does not let it go. Still holding a counter assault from Excalibur Blades. Volante on its way.
this is second last game of the day.
Too scared to counter assault again. Ah!
Oh, yeah,
Gets
okay,
the burst out. Gets the burst, yeah.
Oh my god, he's on set.
What a Hizansen and clutches
Let's
it
go,
out
Fenrich.
yet again, does Fenrich.
Let's go, Fenrich.
What a crazy air option right there, right?
Let's go, Fenrich.
Absolutely. That was so clutch yet again.
My boy, stay rich.
And if you're Excalibur, I think you're playing really well
My boy,
here.
stay rich.
But like a critical miss, like in the mid-match where like you ran out of
Never
system meter,
broke.
went for that weird 6C.
Yeah.
You never going broke.
Honestly, like he had that in the bag right there, right? It was just like one crucial mistake, and he started getting flustered on defense a lot.
It's hard because Jin makes it so awkward, right, with that jump B. Like maybe you go for a 2C.
My
or
boy
6C
never
hit,
going
but
broke.
It's just so difficult to kind of fire it off when if you're gonna get killed if you literally get.
Yeah, he was literally getting mids dispensed.
There we go.
A lot of watch play again.
In trouble here, but can definitely make it still happen. Their offense is strong enough to make it happen. These instant blocks are crazy.
Yeah, he sees the instant blocks. He's like, I'm gonna adjust now.
Very nice. And that backside Foco, but he misses the confirm there.
Nice.
B Fubuki, not quite in the corner to confirm.
Ooh, 6A whip.
Tried to anti-air, but too far away to confirm as well. Same side.
Nice block on the Anima. Yeah, get away, Anima.
I like the change of Focal, but nice anti-air from Femrity burst from Excalibur Blades.
Nice.
Whoa, the tip of that. Oh, no. No.
Big drop.
It's tough.
My stream is lagging back because I'm downloading something. The hell you downloading?
In between the projectiles so that his
Spider-Man mods? What'd I tell you about that?
Cancel, but another drop.
What'd I tell you about that?
Yeah, not too much damage, but being in the corner against Carl is very scary.
Oh!
Out.
Did a 6B off that RC clutch counter assault. Maybe not intentional, but either way, getting clutched out here by Excalibur Blades.
Now Excal is down a burst, and Fenris is still holding on to that.
Ooh, stops Nissan yet again, but Excalibur, cheeky reset here. Push towards the corner. We've seen this many times. How will Fenris get out of this one? That backside yet again.
The instant air dash J2C is so tricky to block.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know when it's coming either. It can come off of any jump cancel. Overhead into low.
Landing head as well.
Here we go. Fubuki, or sorry, yeah. RC to keep himself safe.
Nice check on the Ada. Oh, the cross of JB.
Yeah, backside JB here. Refreeze for the restamp, but too far away, yeah. Again, the refreeze hitting kind of awkwardly, so that's really hard to get that confirmed there. Ducks under the projectile.
Yeah, a little bit.
I still
from
can't believe that rival shit.
You don't want to have the swipey hands coming out. From
The rival drama. I still can't believe that.
Volante stops it again. Does Fenrir. Uh-oh. Ooh, I don't know if that was intentional, but they're going to get caught by it.
You're in the gate tournament, by the way.
At all. Yep. Escal on the board here.
Oh, we're going square roll. Let's get it.
He played that neutral so much better that time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get it.
A couple of lucky breaks too, right? But you got to take every advantage you can get, right? By
Insane.
being in an awkward spot, that's half the battle, making it hard to confirm. That's Cal on the board. Can they make the full 3-0 comeback? We'll see.
He's done it before.
He's absolutely done it before. You can never count him out. Okay. Okay. Getting caught. Once again, Fenrir with that immaculate neutral to prevent any moves from Nansan, but doesn't matter if Excalibur fires out with a low profile 2B. His offense start here. Meaty goes low, gets blocked.
Yeah.
Does that block the crouching though, at least?
I really like the delay pressure from Excal.
Changing it up so much, I think it's hard to deal with RC's that DP to get out of the pressure. Switches sides.
Nice counter hit finds his mark, but no combo.
Yeah, a little bit too far away again, right? Making it so awkward Excalibur is with his movement.
Ooh, extended hit punch.
Ooh, yeah.
What's up, Monkey B? Why are you surprised it happens every time? We need you in those.
Reset. Counter assault. Yeah, that bridge.
Makes it hard for people to want to be in them if that shit like that happens constantly.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the few armor moves that Ada can
I don't know.
kind of like bait out those.
Very scary.
What's the mix-up? It's delayed. Complete delay into 2A. Fenrir respected it so much they didn't even move until it was too late.
Excalibur Blades up one round once again.
Just get put on a very unbalanced team, and then teams are unbalanced.
Very well.
I mean, just to get put on a very unbalanced team, and you just get made fun of or embarrassed.
Nice. Using that 2C so well, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot. I think the majority of this opening damage has come from that. Nice hit confirmed. Burst from Excalibur yet again.
Well, you want me to be on one of those teams against like Kingsman's stacked teams, and they get put in a screenshot like this on Twitter for 1 million plus people to see?
Resets. Jump A yet again.
Hey, it's fun though.
Reset there. Overdrive on wake up. Air throw.
Teams are ridiculous, bro.
Reset
goes for the reset. Yep, that classic. We haven't seen that since 2017, baby.
Like just to get put in a screenshot like that.
Maybe he wasn't sure if it was going to kill from the situation, so it just goes for a reset there. Very nice.
Yeah, the 5E does pull you out of the corner.
Yeah, match point for Fenrir here. Excalibur Blades has played very well so far, though. Keeping it slow here, allowing Fenrir to get a little Nissan damage there in, but not willing to commit against that 2C.
Yeah, just activating Ada for the.
Come on, Fenridge.
Yep.
Blocked by Fenrir though. Ooh, more jump speeds.
Yeah, Fenridge does play everything. He plays any and everything. I don't know a game he doesn't play. He's like me. I play everything.
Movement is good. Never in a bad situation. Nice anti with a rising jump normal. Okay. Ooh, and again, perfect movement there. Just getting out of range of everything.
Just harassing Excal right now.
Okay, great positioning still. Anima gets blocked, but a cheeky low from Excalibur Blades switches sides here.
This is what Excal needs.
DP gets blocked, charges up, RCs it on the second hit. Volante on its way.
Low on Ada meter.
Yeah, and time's starting to become a factor again with only 30 seconds left.
That MC is just putting in so much work.
When he wins, he's gonna fight
Burst back as well. 25 seconds remaining. Ooh,
this guy, Fuku. Fuku 3-0'd him.
Jump away
And just sent them losers. This Fuku guy's been going crazy.
It gets a little more sister meter.
It's gonna be hard for Fenrich to win.
Forced to burst, not that much time left. Can he make a miracle comeback again? Allegretto, Volante, overhead block. Here we go.
Yeah, I think this is over. Oh
Get a
no.
reset here to kill. No, then backdash. Can he get it? Burst
Nope,
from
burst.
Fenrich, that might be it.
Not block.
Needs to find the hit, and he doesn't find it. Fenrich will advance to the grand finals, knocking the previous EVO champ out of the tournament.
It came down to the wire the very last second. Excalibur Blades not able to find it to reverse that life total. And with that, Fenrich has earned the right for a rematch against Fuku.
Now, Fuku was just a dominant force in that winners finals. I wonder what adjustments Fenrich is going to make.
All right, grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? Like, we didn't really see like what they'd able to do, but maybe they're just more locked in now. Maybe they just can play better off of that mix-up that they've kind of forced on themselves with that.
Yep. And here's the replay brought to you by PlayStation.
PlayStation tournaments. Here's that after that post.
Pretty up.
Right?
Yes. I mean, he showed the Yukikaze the
Grand finals.
Right?
Vote,
Yeah,
vote,
and
vote.
He was just like, I'm going to get a little cheeky.
Yeah, here we go. Gear Super. There it is. He does the one frame Yukikaze to close it out. That was a really, really clutch play.
I love the one frame Yukikaze, man. It's so sick. It's like, forget the freeze frame. I'm going in.
Yeah, normally what happens if you block a projectile, you get a really slow version of it, right? But instead, if you do get it on the first frame, you're able to get like the powered up version regardless that does come out really, really quickly. And with that, that was a momentum changer for sure. I think that had that gone the other way, you know, Excal, you know, it might have been 2-1 the other way, right?
Yep.
The grand finals today.
Taken down. And honestly, what a crazy way to go is the timeout
Yeah.
for that.
I mean, this tournament's about to end after this.
Yeah, I mean,
it's right now.
Are using every
The last match of this tournament is now. Well, for this game.
By having your
Tomorrow's finals games are
the opponent, just buying more
this.
and more time for like the round to kind of
This is all that's left for tomorrow.
The timer pressure is real.
Yeah, it's real because like,
so
okay,
real.
well, you're not going to be able to get in against this jump C, right? So I'm going to wait and wait and wait until I'm trying to get the other turn. And, you know, it paid out really well right there.
Yes, exactly. But of course, grand finals is
You
going
can take a picture if you want.
Sitting nice.
If you need your time zones right there. Like for me,
in the losers side of the
it starts at 1 p.m.
Needs to win 6 games.
And yeah, it's, you know, this could be your first.
It's 1 p.m. for
How
me.
it works is basically they play a set to 3. If Fenrich happens to win that one, they play another set to 3. So it is a way for Fuku to have a bit of advantage because they earn the right to be on the winner's side by never losing.
Reading's about to end. Vote.
So they got like one
in
extra
3
life,
minutes.
think of it that way.
Exactly. But Fuku, like we were talking about, was very dominant in that winners finals. We need to see what adjustments that Fenrich makes because that was. It was kind of like coughing baby versus nuclear bomb right there.
Yeah,
Coughing
not
baby
very
versus
close,
nuclear
not
bomb.
very different, but I do think the hardware change might be a big difference too, right? Just that might be the small thing that you need to kind of change the situation. But I do expect, you know, and like I think that.
Oh yeah, whoever wins that Invincible tournament gets the little trophy.
I block your overhead.
The hand.
That's not going to play right.
The
So maybe he won't
Conquest
go
arm.
Maybe he'll disrespect the minusers. He's only
Or gauntlet.
-6 on normal block, something like that. Somebody can.
That's pretty
correct me
sick.
on, the dust loop frame data or whatever.
Yeah, and depending on like the situation, right? The distancing could be different. Delay RC, maybe only goes it specifically on delay RC, knowing that Fuku is going to try to start the offense there, right? So that could also be a potent option depending on how this game goes.
Looks like it's gonna.
Everybody saying breath for tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't expect a different pitch.
Shit, I
here
would too.
from
I can't lie.
I expect him to ride or die with.
Money's about to get thrown around tomorrow.
And, you know, that's sometimes how it goes, right? Play the best thing you got.
Now we still haven't seen the Fuku pick bang, so that is still on the table as well.
Yeah, I kind of don't expect it just given how
dominant.
Yeah, and I do think that Jin has a bit of an advantage against Bang, again, that neutral a lot of the time, so I'm not sure if he'll go to that, if this is working out well. But hey, you never know. Here we go, grand finals of
Wait, is a guy wearing armor?
EVO 2026. Everyone in the crowd,
That's how
please
Susanoo
make
is?
some noise.
Is it the guy wearing armor?
You guys can do better. This is the grand finals, baby.
End of an era here, start of a new one, BlazBlue finals. Let's go. So very respectful to start this.
An instant unlock for the Grand Viper.
I see.
Punish the did Fenrir, so Fuku early burst. And that's what I was going to say. Maybe instead of jumping in at all, we're going to use his Zansen to bait out the anti-air or this awkward air movement, right? Just change things up completely. But Fuku does challenge the 6D from Jin.
Oh man, this is going how it went earlier. I think Fuku's gonna win this.
As well. That's very important. Oh wow, nice 2C.
Yeah, does not try to pressure there, knowing that the 2C from Susanoo could come at any time.
Bot Central Fiction is not on sale.
Nice air show. Yeah. Hasn't really represented that much yet.
And these specials unlocked here, but not the DP. Still don't have a DP yet. Gets the meaty.
Yeah, you got most of the unseals.
Married the wrong way? Oh yeah.
Oh my god, he's doing so much damage.
Depending on which character.
Oh, he's dead. GG's.
Still neat. That being said, because they have so many specials unlocked, they do them all during this super, so it is going to kill.
Yeah, it does way more damage.
Oh my god, what is this character? What?
But the more seals you have, it just adds.
The fuck is this character?
More damage per seal.
It adds up over time too. A lot of
What the fuck is this character?
Once again, Fuku showing very strong.
Oh shit, I forgot to run ads.
Overdrive on
Okay, ads are about to run right now. Oh fuck! I forgot to run ads.
But didn't believe in it maybe. Big speed, throws the fireball.
I'm gonna run it right now.
Again, air dash from Fuku. What do they go for here?
Yeah, just unlocking the Grand Viper.
In the corner they go. Immediate throw. This is all Fuku right now, as it is going to be a little hard for Jin to get their burst back if they just take another meaty hit. Okay, Ground Viper didn't even RC it.
Yeah, he didn't have the meter for it. Fenrir was not ready. It was backshot combo.
I think in the previous game they played, he RC'd it late into like a 5B for the non-mix-up, but Fenrir baits out the anti-air. Very nice. To make a comeback here.
Yeah, no burst available. Oh my goodness.
That was sick.
Maybe try to do Sekajin when just a little bit out of range.
He's calm.
You know, I do think Fuku
He's crazy calm.
DB had all those resources available. Yeah, right back to it. Fuku's looking very strong right now.
I believe he needs to do a quick disconnect. Oh, no. Okay, we're just going to go into it.
Maybe they already did it. I'm not 100% sure. Okay.
If I'm Fenrir, I'm dragging as long as possible so I can disconnect.
It is pretty hard. That one ended up pretty soon, but here we go again. Nice air dash from Fuku.
Nice.
Dagger.
Yep.
Yeah,
charge push trigger.
Pick up that combo there. Burst from Fenrir. Tag him downtown.
Holy.
You don't really see that normal use like that, but
yeah, he didn't want him to unlock the DP, so he bursted it at that point, and then he ended up getting it anyway.
Yeah, air throw.
They do certain routes to lock in seals. Ah, I see.
Sword back to the front. Unlock it again, but DP RC. Fenrir's trying to make something happen here. Defense yet again. Yeah, just throwing the fireball to keep himself somewhat safe, but once again, Fuku takes their turn. Ground Viper, the last hit.
I think he tried to DP in between that, and he missed it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really hard to do. Another hit.
Oh, wow.
The jump in unlocked. Just the DP.
Yeah, looking like Thanos.
Sword unlocked.
There we go. Jump yeah.
Oh, yeah, good block.
Yeah,
This character looking busted. I can't lie, bro.
Try to get Fuku to do something.
This shit looking busted. What?
Rock solid. Getting a staggered low.
This is the last burst for this round.
He's got to win this one.
Nice
anti-air.
Back again.
Pitch to the corner. Can we make another comeback happen?
There's a very clear damage difference, too.
Nice. Really good at
That's a 52.
Air dash.
Oh, we dropped it.
Stops it.
Maybe we'll went straight to super. Giving Fenrir one more chance here. They both jump and air throw each other, but then Fenrir lands with a ground throw. One more chance for Fuku, but
oh, nice fuzzy match right there. Try to go for the empty low.
Yeah, great option there. Almost gave Fenrir another
What
chance.
time is the venue right now?
Gotta clean it up.
Oh, it's hella late over there.
2 matches.
Yeah, really
Well, not hella late, but it's getting late. They all about to get kicked out of the venue after this.
Deep breath from Fuku right now.
Yeah, he's got such an advantage here. Fenrich has got to win 3 straight. This is going to be really hard, especially with this
It's
way
9:42 over there.
out. Okay, tag the extended hurt box. Super epic music for what could be the final game for Fenrich, but Fenrich is not willing to let that happen.
Yeah, he's just putting on this pressure against Fuku right now.
Yeah, nice air to air, but not able to pick it up quite. Catches Fuku jumping. Fenrich is locked in this round. Lockdown in the corner, 4,000 for that. Fireball, lockdown yet again, preventing Fuku from jumping. Fuku has no special unlock, gets hit by the staggered 5B. Comes Fenrich yet again.
Second gen. Yep. You're gonna spend it just to make sure that you're dead. Oh,
No way.
bad.
No way.
Giving Fuku a chance here. Needed 3. Good block
No
over, but a
way.
second staggered hit. This is trouble here.
No way.
Not yet a 50-meter. Gets tagged yet again.
No
Overdrive.
way.
Fuku is going to be able to steal
There's
this one as long as they finish
way.
this combo. And now it is a tournament point for Fuku off that critical miss from Fenrich. Hate to see it happen. Fenrich was starting to make it happen, but Fuku clutched it up yet again. Another hit. Nice.
That's going to be the last burst.
Oh,
yeah, he's
fuck.
gotta
That's
win this
not
to get
good.
even a chance for another one.
That's
Nice.
not good.
That's the 2A.
Again, that's like the second time.
Nah,
Fenrich
this is
has gone to
over, bro.
60 and Fuku punished it again. Lockdown in the corner, meaty throw.
This is looking all Fuku right now.
Fuku, overwhelming pressure here. One more chance for Fenrich. Another combo is going to kill. Burst is nowhere in sight.
Oh, this
Blocks
is a
so
blowout.
far, blocks the sword, but hesitating is Fenrich. Gets the out of the corner position.
Oh, he's dead.
This should be it. And ending it with the super, and your EVO Grand Champion is gonna be Fuku.
What a showing from Fuku.
Let it all out, buddy. You
Wow.
made it.
Absolutely dominating show.
That is crazy.
Showing that 10 years after a game comes out,
Wow.
you can still counterpick your opponent in grand finals.
Let it all. Look at the emotions on this man. He's trying to hold back. He's
Wow.
trying to hold back. He's like, no, I gotta keep it in.
That's crazy.
Oh, what that must feel amazing. Knowing that
He
like
3-0'd
the
him
hard
twice.
work of learning an entire new character for
That
your
shit was like
nemesis
being in the
to
BP.
use that in grand finals.
3-0,
That's gotta
3-0
feel amazing.
twice.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
3-0 and
Fuku.
3-0.
Congratulations
Damn.
once again to our champion Fuku. Blaze Blue Central Fiction at EVO 2026. Fuku is feeling it right now. What a champion.
Yeah, it is definitely the era of Fuku.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the end cap of Blaze Blue, right?
Yeah.
Between the end of this particular era, between
That's crazy.
that last character that had come out almost 10 years ago, capping it off with a championship.
Damn.
Congratulations to Fuku.
Nah, 3-0 twice
Now
is
he
demonic.
has the target on his back for the next Blaze Blue, featuring Trinity Glassfield.
Yeah, and you know,
Next
I'm
Blaze
so
Blue.
happy that something like this could happen, that we can cap off such an amazing era with Blaze Blue with, who could say, 10 more years?
10 more years, baby!
A new character coming to inject even more into
So
life.
another 10 years for another
And of course,
character?
we're
Oh,
going
okay.
to quick cut to a replay by PlayStation tournaments. Look at this. Just dominating.
Yeah,
The
again,
block on the overhead is just, it's really hard to react to. And look at that. Instant air dash against that fireball. He was showing that so
Damn.
much. And then there was a crucial drop at the end there.
It was like an uphill
But,
battle.
I do think overall
Like
Fuku
Susanoo.
kept composed like the entire time. I do think they did give occasionally Fenrich an extra chance, but oftentimes, even though Fenrich had only shown an option a single
Yikes,
time,
bro.
I think Fuku was just insanely prepared for. For example, like those 6Ds, I think Fenrich was like, well, I'm going to try repressuring since overheads are not working.
Oh, I guess we're
Fuku
done.
punished it every single time, which
Yeah,
just shows
exactly.
how prepared he was.
Sheesh.
And honestly, good
That
stuff to
was,
all the players in the top game. I'm getting a little
low-key
emotional, James. I'm sorry.
crazy.
Oh, it's been 10 years, guys. 10 years of Blaze
Crazy.
Blue. It's an
He
honor to
got
be commentating.
fucking bodied. Like, damn, bro. That was not. I expected the grand finals to go. Oh my god. That was, yeah, I don't know how the hell Rivals is still going. That thing is crazy.
I'm so sorry, guys. It's a very emotional time for me. It's
Jeez. Wow, that is wow. I ain't expected to go like that, bro. That's ridiculous, but here we go, I suppose. Anyways, yeah. I will see you guys tomorrow, I suppose, those that are leaving now. That was so awkward. That was so, yeah, that was one-sided as fuck. That fight was one-sided. That fight was extremely one-sided. No, I'm not ending yet. We're gonna play some rivals for a little bit, but that was extremely one-sided. Wow. Just wow. Wow. Okay, let me sit in my chair. Oh my god. Stop the co-stream. Ooh, that was probably the most awkward grand finals I've ever watched. That drop was so heartbreaking. That drop was so heartbreaking. Like, oh, that shit hurt inside. Bro, no, not like this, bro. What is this message you sent me? What is this message you sent me, Lomo? That was so awkward, bro. I can't believe that.
You'll need
Hey,
a
what the fuck I do?
team to win this one.
For what?
Victory is a fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
My older
Venom booty. What is an emote sticker, bruh? I just pressed a random one, bro. Those stats Venom booty. He's saying that out of context. He's not giving you the full context, of course.
I'm just a sword for hire.
Classic Lomo.
This is all so much bigger than me. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I think I'm good.
Wakanda's spiritual traditions alive. You should tell my sister.
Oh, what's up, Slick?
Somehow I don't think she's interested in what I think.
That's an emote? What's an emote?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What a difference. Anyone willing to help?
Penny Parker.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
My guy's dead.
Someone clip this!
I got netted. Oh my goodness. It's ranked now. It's casuals. I wouldn't play ranked yet. I ain't warm up yet.
Sayonara. Get that vehicle moving again!
I think I'm playing ranked today. Anyway, I'm kind of tired. Did I just dash through that? What? Oh my fucking god. Penny players are so annoying. Actually playing Penny in quick play.
Get that vehicle moving again.
That should make a difference.
I have to actually quit counterplay and quick play, or else we're just gonna get spawn camp the whole game.
Born again!
Button. Cyclops is so broken. Necessary evil. If I'm playing, it's a necessary evil. What? Gambit?
Armed and dangerous! That should make a difference. Eat up, Dick Black.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
If I'm playing, it's a necessary evil.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Thanks for the boost.
Move out the way. I can't aim, bro. Please. Goddamn, Mag. I can't aim with this guy in my face. He's one. Oh, this fucking cornball. Yo, no one's getting a payload this whole time?
We shall carve you apart, your sacred web. I'm hurt.
Tiny metal creatures
Hmm.
about.
What the fuck? Oh, that sucks.
Keep going.
Thanks for the boost. Never
How does he have ult again? How does he have ult again? What? I'm not tripping, right? He just used it.
Still got some fight left in me.
Oh my god, that guy has 4 kills. I mean, then again, he's trying to brute force BP into the Penny.
That should make a difference.
I mean, I'm shooting the nest every time, though, so, like, I don't know. He low-key should be still getting value.
Born again! No
I didn't get healed.
If the battle's not done, neither am I. Force boost!
Keep an eye on this one.
Spider box exterminated. Right on target.
That's so low. Oh lordy. It's like the worst feeling. Why are they counter picking a 7 and 3 BP? The guy had like no kills. Oh great. Wow, this is
The professor didn't train quitters.
Down to 30 seconds.
Why is there so many penny players in quick play? I don't understand this. It's like dive is unplayable in quick play or unpracticable.
Thanks for the boost.
It's unpracticable in quick play. Banned most of the time? No, she isn't. She's not. Not in my elo. She's not. Not at all. Oh my goodness, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
She's like never banned ever. Even when I play on Ultelo elos, I don't ever see her banned. I see. Yeah, tried it in quick play. They got tried it in quick play. Oh man. Oops, strong thing. Can I claim it yet? Oh no, I claimed all of it. Oh, well, there's nothing else for me to claim then. I saw this already. Oh, we're done. I had dailies to claim. Come on. They're playing because I got tired of Mag and Strange. Yeah, I want to play like Dino or something or Emma or something. Yeah, I went to the. Ugh. Okay, I'll play like 1 or 2 ranked matches. I'm out of here. Actually, if I lose this match, I'm getting off. Basically, I'll keep going until I lose. Blah. I'm live for 8 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna just play till I lose. That I'm out of here. Grand uncle, how are you? That's crazy. That's a grand uncle. That guy's name is DPS Rocket. Oh my fucking god. Say you swear to 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 God. Is this a W stream already? And it's the first match?
Might as well be me.
I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Must have been Rocket. We do need a ban Rocket. I'm sick of fighting that stupid character. I'm very, very sick of fighting Rocket. And then looking for his damn res beacon.
Pick me, please.
I have to like dig around looking for his res beacon. That shit is cancer. Last ban like DD or something. DPS CND. Yo, if I ever get that guy on my team again, I'm going to flip. I will flip. I'm gonna flip. Like, I don't care if he's past top 500 or whatever. I do not care. DPS Cloak and Dagger, get off my team. Get off my team. Oh, hell no. Oh shit, they're doing a salty sweet. Ooh, they are doing salty sweets again at EVO. Fuck, I wish I was there. Oh, they're streaming it this time. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys about salty sweets?
Round one.
I found a family out here in space, and I'll do whatever it
They'll be
takes to
coming
keep
in
It's
30
like,
seconds.
it's literally just a hotel room where we all just game and we bet money. I wouldn't lose all my fucking money. I'd cook. I'd fucking cook, bro. You tripping, bro. I'd cook. I'd fucking cook. I didn't get to go last year. So we went to, I went to go play in a different room with SK and them.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Gaming, dude. What the fuck? Y'all are sick.
Anyone willing to help?
That was one clip, that girl.
Oh, you best play that.
What I'm gonna do after this? I gotta edit and take a shower. I'm gonna take a shower today. Edit, workout, take a shower, and I'm going to fucking bed. I'm going to fucking bed.
Oh, there what?
You guys are dying off cooldown.
Or Microsoft times.
Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
What's that guy's name? Frank. What a name.
Did you see that?
Something doesn't feel right here. They made it halfway.
What are you aiming at?
You ever met Fat Frank? Fat Frank? Okay, that girl just fucking told my head off.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
You ever met Fant Frank?
No stopping the Star Lord.
Is any support altogether?
Why would we?
No, I said the day.
I'm just saying, like, why didn't we have W with the box though?
Did Luna use her ult yet? Okay. I'm about to say, why is this team not calming? What?
There's no way. Is this the first time you're playing Cloak?
Man, I can ult now, but like, guess they're all dead.
We're all dead, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. They did.
I'm sorry, Luna ult. My bad.
They did not know.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Fucking our Wolf died instantly. So weird.
No, they used Luna ult, no? Did not? Yeah, they did. They did.
They used both. They used both.
I can go earlier than
He was perma dying. I can't even like play with the team. They're just perma dying.
You wanna just press 2 like at some point?
Oh, so
yeah, I got it.
Okay, well, she just instantly, or was instantly one shot now.
I thought I was gonna go.
Okay, I just got literally one shot the more I ulted.
Weapons are tools.
I think go Iron Fist if it helps deal with the Angela. That's the problem. But I don't know. We need to like stall card to a degree. There's just been like no time on card.
It's because we all keep staggering. Like someone keeps dying like one at a time. We gotta like play together.
Look at that. What the fuck is that?
Like, bro, like you gotta like wait. Like, oh my god, I'm dead. Like we're all just dying one at a time. What the hell? What's up, Mark? Use turret there. He was fucking dead. What's up, Mark? This game is fried. This game is fried, I fear. Appreciate the raid, Mark.
I don't know.
Oh lordy. Hope you had a good stream. I was about to end soon though. I just finished watching EVO. But since you rated, I'll keep going, I suppose.
Fucking dead every 2 seconds.
Yeah, like we can't even play together. Like everyone needs to stop dying.
Name more.
Alright, we can run no more, but we need
healing for you guys on L, so I don't like. I can play name more, sure, but
we keep dying. Like we keep being down one support. You guys have to stop running in. Yeah, we can run no more, but like you guys have to stop dying, please. Like we're staggering so hard. We grind them, but this game is terrible. This is my first match of the day. I was watching EVO all day. I get on and now I'm in a match where people are just dying over and over. But yeah, I hope you're streaming well. What was I gonna say? I don't know. I'm so out of it. Sonato hopped on this damn game. I appreciate all the follows, guys.
I shall crush our foes.
No, we're not surrendering. What the hell? This is one of them. They only have 2 minutes to lock in.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
But you're just gonna give up like that? Like what? What rank is this? Like what? Have you really never came back from 2-minute leads? Lock in? Like what? Bro said it's not winnable. Like what are you talking about? You never came back from 2-minute leads? Like, what?
Is that a Psylocke Magic Angela thankful?
W3. Oh fuck. I switched my ads. Oh my god. I have to switch it back.
Or strange.
3, 2.
I know what he's getting.
Let me switch my ads back. There we go. I had my thing set to 3 minutes because of I was watch partying EVO.
I'm pretty sure DPS Rocket doesn't play heals.
I made it so that you get all the ads once every half hour instead of like every like 15.
Hang on, chill. Support swapping. Yeah. Are we swapping?
Yeah, I forgot to switch the ads back after we finished watching EVO.
I'm pretty sure you haven't played CND in your life.
Magic dead. Rock now. Go out. We're good. We're still down Magic. I got.
What are you aiming at?
You can kill him.
Nice work,
I'm
Nate.
gonna do him.
I need heals, man. What the hell?
He can die.
Oh lordy. Yeah, it's because I was watch partying. Yeah, I was watch partying EVO, so I made the ads like you get them only like once an hour instead of every like 15 minutes. But I forgot to set it back since we're not watching EVO right now.
Fuck, he's going for a hook over here. And we're down invis.
How are we almost down someone?
Thankful one. Thankful dead. They're still down to stop. Just care for that. Nice. Fuck, he dies there.
That sucks.
Turn possible if we can. I'll help with it. Luna dead. All fuck's dead.
What rank did Mark stop at, chat?
No, you're always safe with me, Herbie.
What rank did he stop at?
He's gonna ult through portal, perfect.
I am ready to put on a show.
And he's just coming through. Oh my god. I fucked one.
Oh wow, C2? That's what's up.
Fucking.
I think this is my promo game, this C2, funny enough. Because we won like almost every match yesterday.
I will not be stopped so
Reset.
Probably shouldn't have hopped on.
Oh, why Fox can maybe die here?
By the eye of Agamotto!
Sorry.
All that thunder for
This team's mental is terrible.
Honestly, I'm gonna get on both here. Just the hotel damage.
Woke up, hold on.
Alright, we have nothing. Careful. He said, Iron Fist, when you play... I don't know. It's definitely a thing, but...
Oh my god, why does she have 12 deaths?
Dude, you're 8 and 9, can you play
Yo.
tank? Can you play something else?
Yo, what? Why does she have 12 deaths? Oh my god, she has 12 deaths. 12 is insane.
Alright, I can pull someone in here.
So we can't walk up, like someone's just dead every time. We're just perma staggering.
Got the strange up here. Never mind, I'm dead.
Someone's dead again. Shit is crazy.
They all want for something. We almost have full ult if we can just full ult there. I'll straight exchange quickly going there with full ult. Try to touch point. Touch point. Oh, I'll do it.
Oh lordy. Like it's not even like we're not doing good on DPS or our tanks are bad. Our supports just died 24/7.
Oh, GG's.
Holy shit. 14 is demonic.
Final score 0-2-3.
14 deaths is demonic, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Very interesting. How they die that much? Huh. I was literally only gonna play one match. I said that if we lost, I was gonna get off. But since Mark rated me, I'll play more. 20k healing. I mean, the heals wasn't even bad. Just dying over and over. This one was not get avoided though, but just dying and dying and dying. You gotta do your daily running it down. Donate my elo away after the good matches we had yesterday. Minus the fucking cheater. But fuck me, bro. Fine, I'll keep going. I'm playing Blade this match though. I don't risk losing. Don't want to risk losing.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
I need to practice that blade thing. The tech. Donate more. Donate what? Hold on. Blade test.
5, 4.
BP just had a good. No, that BP was cheating his brains out. Hell no. I gotta tell quit-ons. Did it. Bro, that shit is so hard to do. Oh, I just did it. I'm actually getting the timing down. I'm starting to learn the timing.
Next time, put up a fight.
Which was an easier way to test this? Fuck, it's hard to do.
Next time, put up a fight.
This tech is annoying, bro. It's good because it gets you more damage, but like it's so hard to do that it's like not practical.
Slice and dice. Somebody's always trying to ice skate uphill. Slice and dice.
Okay. Let's not be too quick to judge. Too quick to judge what? I donate more than billionaires. What the hell? That's fucked up, man. Lucy Bedrock. So Sean, what's up, dude? Thanks for follow. Yeah, I switched the ads back to normal. You should only get like 3 ads max. Ooh, not 3 minutes, 3 ads.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I still can't believe all that drama. Hope you're running 3 more cheating BPs tonight. That's fucked up, bro. That shit had me in tears, bro. Like, what the fuck? That dude is so shameless with it. She tried to release the article. Devs have no current plans to make any major adjustments to system mechanics. Interesting. So there's not gonna be like a Super Street Fighter 6 or nothing. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Hey, yeah, they are extremely scared to change that game. That's actually crazy. They don't plan on changing that game at all. They're too scared, I feel. Barely any balance patches. Now they don't want to change any system mechanics or nothing. Yeah, I think they're too scared. The game is doing so well in Japan that like they don't want to risk like losing that momentum. Oh well. Japan will still eat that shit up. I don't know how, but oh well.
Play him, bro. Play him. Play him.
Wait, what's this guy? Wait, what happened? What happened? You're only playing Mantis?
Yes.
Round 1.
Oh, okay, that's fine. One more triple, that's fine.
Oh wait, never mind. He's open.
Who's open?
I'll fight to end.
Oh hell no! Why is Thanos open?
Get ready.
I'll fight to end.
Oh hell nah.
It's good to see you.
We didn't ban Cyclops. Oh.
Amy Han. If it's good to
Trying to
see
lose
you,
again. What's my Street Fighter 6?
smile. I am
They're too scared to change the game. They just put out a statement saying that they have no plans on changing anything for the game. But Arjun's gonna drop with like a dancing element or something.
2, 1.
That's interesting.
Angela.
As good as new.
Right here.
What?
So good.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Griffin dies. Oh my god.
You're not in this alone.
I'm peeling. Don't worry. I'm here.
Wait, the cloak. How'd the cloak get there?
W peel.
W peel indeed.
Why is Cloak in the back?
Yeah, that's what my question is. How did cloak get there?
Right, Cloak was there. Right. Weird.
Bro, they have a Cyclops. I forgot.
Body's back, GG.
I'm not peeking that guy, bro. They was gonna tear my head off.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Drew can die again. What are they doing?
No staggering like crazy. That's their only tank, really. Just keep pushing payload.
Keep pushing ahead. Venture forth. The web awaits.
Come here, Angela. Oh no.
God damn it, Angela.
This Angela's fucking annoying.
He's gonna kill me. He's gonna.
Oh.
A nice deep
You're
freeze.
behind a wall from here.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
That's annoying. 6-second charm. Let's get it. AK-47 Cyclops hackers. AK-47 is crazy.
I'm gonna pop my own once I get it. And we're gonna walk. Alright, we're walking out.
The web of life and destiny is
Against the world.
3, 2,
Back up.
1,000 gods!
Oh, festival! Oh, festival!
It's over.
Angela,
Leave me alone. Help me, Angela. Leave me.
Shit. Oh shit, is that Spider-Man? You want the one?
Really?
Oh, festival!
How is this one killing me?
My blade lost to a box.
Hello.
Vehicle reached
Huh.
the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Blade don't beat Fox? That's crazy.
Prepare yourself.
Who, me?
That's fucking crazy, bro.
A nice deep
Nah, you can win that. She has to already be anti-healed though.
Put a combo.
Her buff, yeah, it's just a buff, yeah. I've beaten her before. It's just she has to already. Oh my fucking god, this Cyclops is shredding me. She has to already be
No,
anti-healed
this guy's throwing stuff and there's no way.
before she goes to her thingy. You have to anti-heal if you want to win that 1v1. With portal wall. We're talking about. Best Spider-Man's 0-7. What the fuck is that doing? They got nightmares on their team. They actually have nightmares on their team or some shit.
What a good old.
It's gotta be reportable. What? That guy's actually trolling. What? That's gotta be reportable, no?
Almost there.
I'm gonna ult her out of her ult. We can kill her.
Somewhere.
I'm burning this. Invis behind him.
That guy's a coward.
Not in this. Got my eyes on the welcome guests. Venture forth. The web awaits.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
But she still heals in it. Yeah, when she does damage, yeah. I mean, it was already really hard to beat her when we won, and now they added that. It's like, I mean, I guess. Hitting her is like impossible.
Does he know how to attack?
No.
I can't shoot shit through those.
Oh. He's gonna ult.
You gotta be shitting me. Unlucky timing.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Why isn't my stun cancel?
You're cooking my shit.
Oh, look at this Invis.
But it's hard to kill White Fox, bro. Holy shit. They actually added an anti-dive support.
Magus one, you got it,
They better not buff her ult, bro. Like, no more, bro. Her ult needs to stay like that. Her base kit's already giga cracked, so her ult needs to be ass. It has to be.
Oh. He's not even in ult.
That's good as new.
You can get an ult? Yeah, I don't want to try.
Mag alone.
You're kidding me.
Filter.
You're shooting me. Why the fuck are they down there? What are they doing? Why is there an invis at our spawn damn near, and then there's a Angela at the...
I'm done, bro. Never mind.
Yeah, I hit one button, get you final hits.
Yeah. So much skill.
Angela, come
There
pick
goes
me up.
High key overtuned.
Angela, I'm waiting. Ready.
Angela, I'm doing nothing. Just wanted to let you know.
Angela, I'm throwing.
Whoa, why are we throwing?
Okay, I just can't kill this White Fox. Oh, rubber band. My favorite.
You guys kill fast.
You kill these guys fast, guys.
I got everything, huh?
Oh, it makes a lot more sense. They're playing with Fred Bill.
That was too easy.
Okay.
The current score is
Good work, good work. And they have like a triple trifecta throw.
That guy has three.
time to switch things up. Into which
Duffs.
side
They're
you're
Invis, Mag,
Yo,
and Spider-Man.
Mari,
all
thanks for the
throwing
follow.
games.
Appreciate it.
The right
Or
heroes
Mar?
can make
I don't know about the
all
Spider-Man, but the other two
Mayor?
do.
I don't know how you want to pronounce it. I appreciate it.
Spawn me.
Oh man, so we got a lot of stuff to watch tomorrow. So we're gonna be watch partying the Rivals World Cup tomorrow, and we're gonna be watching the final day of EVO. Damn, tomorrow's gonna be a long stream. Long stream tomorrow. Long one. Very long one.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
This
We'll be
music.
coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The way you siphon all people's powers, you're almost like a vamp.
I ain't nothing like those nasty old
Like a vamp. Like a vamp.
Cause I'd hate to have to drive a stake through your heart.
I like them long anyways. Wait, what? Wait, what?
The battle starts in 5.
Wait, wow.
3, 2,
Bro. What is he doing in my ear?
Spider-Man's better than you. I don't know what else to say, man.
I hate you.
Do we want to bet on his deaths?
Yeah.
What was he doing in my ear, bro?
I say 25.
I bet your guys' account.
I wonder if the ad thing took effect. I think it takes effect midstream, I think. It should.
Yeah,
Doesn't it?
She's here. She's here.
Where?
Here.
Attack her.
Admit it. You need me.
Coming out. Well, you got something you want to tell us?
Oh my final.
Yeah, like you need to like clear the mind. So.
I did all the damage.
What damage?
Excuse me.
Not
You
projecting.
Broken ability that does 140 damage for no reason.
Are you saying Cyclops is broken?
Nah.
Not projecting. What are you talking about, man?
Never the hero.
Straight as man. Straight as man.
Oh, right now.
Yeah, Blade is broken.
I mean, we can be straight. You gotta be curved, no?
He's one micro buff from being the best person in the game.
This is Yappadoom, by the way, but alright. You guys are yapping in my ear about Blade. Being like he's one buff away from being
Blade. He's one micro buff from being.
That's cap.
Buffing.
That's cap. That's so cap. You guys said this like 3 patches ago. That's so cap.
Blade was nothing last season. Nothing.
Bro got a 10 damage boost.
It was basically a throw.
Yo,
Not for me. I was still playing him.
Oh, not for you?
Yeah, you're just different, bro. You're 1 in 1 billion. Man.
Different player, huh?
Nah, I don't know. I played him every match.
Here they are now.
Yeah, he's broken.
He is a yapping. Yeah, like his shift doesn't even do the old damage. It went to 70 instead of 80.
I'm the FF.
It just says anti-heal now.
Yeah,
It used to be at 80 damage. He is a yapping.
6 more deaths.
Talking about some micro buff and being broken. Micro buff and being a Cyclops. Like what?
I don't even know.
Well, these guys are yapping in my ear. You're still not gonna get touched in pro play.
You might want to stay down.
More deaths.
Yeah, let me say, unlike the rest of his team, he is trying.
I don't know why he won't surrender. Trying to go into the next match already.
Help him, he's
Alright, one more death. One more death. Surely right.
Snack time on.
Gotta get your res to the count. Better on it.
Nah, I gotta report that guy after this. That guy's actually trolling.
No heals. You know heals. Now give me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we're down like 3 now.
Okay.
We lost the fight to these guys.
Oh, what is this?
Angel in the back. Angel in the back, Max. He's coming for you.
Yeah. Move away so she wouldn't do that.
Poor
No,
Max.
he fell off.
Poor Max.
Oh my god, he fell off.
I really don't care.
I don't know what's happening, but whatever.
Yes, you do.
What does that team do?
You should do it again.
I cannot tell you, bro.
I don't even hear it.
Can we kill BT 3 more times?
Where is he? Where is he?
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
He's time chapter sometimes.
CBB.
Oh my god, Angela hates my ass. Oh.
Well, you just stole my kill, bro. I hate you. And Mag.
Playing Cyclops, what the hell you need kills for?
No, let him stop. We need BP back.
Wait, let him. I don't know why you're actually get made at that point.
No, I don't want these.
My god.
I don't want all this glory. I always get.
1,000 gods!
Bro, I don't want to stay in that match, bro. Get me out of here.
Final score: 3, 2, 0.
Just not
Good
gold.
work, guys.
523 is a crazy ass stat line.
Another epic
I don't know,
victory.
bro.
Big win.
Like, I don't even know, bro. It's demonic. Dude's trying to rival nightmares. He's trying to rival his nightmares or something. I don't know. Like, he has 23 deaths. Like, I don't know. Like, do not put that guy on my damn team, ever. Like, actually, ever do not put that guy on my team. Steal 3. Why is Diamond 1? Why is a lot of Diamond 1? I'm supposed to remove friend. Substitute. What the fuck has she been doing? What the hell? She's been going through it. Yo, she's been going through it. Is she okay? Yo, what has she been doing? Sheesh.
Can't turn off my power.
I can't even do a rover on this guy. You know what? Nah, it should be fine. I think. If she wants to do it, she'll ask me. Oh, that's bad. What the hell? What the?
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Oops. Fuck.
Somebody's
By the way, what?
skate uphill.
Who's the tankiest character in the game? Groot, right?
I'm cutting in.
Fuck. What was she before? Last time we played, she was GM1 or 2. I don't know what she's been doing,
Next
but
time, put up a fight.
Fuck.
And dice.
Did it. That shit is hard, bro.
Taste cold steel. Slice and dice. Slice and dice. Taste cold steel. Is that it? Really?
It's the this guy on Blade. I like that guy. Blade's pretty cool. Am I not cute? Oh, I am cute. It's so hot in here. Hold on.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Spin tech?
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
It's like Spider-Man's red stack.
My mind is sharper.
Spider-Man, Spooderman. Is that an Aki cosplay? That's a pretty good Aki cosplay. Blood one?
My odachi is
I haven't used this in a long time.
My mind is sharper.
Again, no opties right now. It's all good. Oh, the super block baited.
Damn. That shit got baited. He said buff Magneto. Well, let me see this. Oh, wait. No, I already saw this. Oh, I didn't listen to Danger's theme.
Could make all the difference.
This is Danger's theme? What song is this? It's M-Flow, you got this. This is Danger's theme from Tokon. I'm about to Listen to this. We already heard Iron Man's theme.
Round one.
I will not rest
I'm not soul tanking.
till I return to my world once more.
Bro, we already have tank food.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
They don't sound bad. It's menacing.
Where I
I'm not playing Spider-Man's theme again.
you are known as Orochi.
You're not making my ears bleed for free.
That would make you the only one.
I'm gone.
They don't sound bad.
Battle starts in 5.
Oh, let me hear Wolverine's theme.
3, 2, 1.
This is Wolverine's theme. Whoa.
Go slam on over. Gonna go on Luna in 3, 2, 1. I'm leaving. Wait up. Give me like 5 seconds.
5 subs? Okay, sure.
Going again. 3, 2, 1. Come on, Luna. Luna's 1. I'm leaving.
I gotta lower this. It's loud as shit.
Strange can die. I'm going again in 3, 2, 1.
Nah, Wolverine's theme sounds tough.
Get out this next land. Going in 3, 2, 1.
You push out this hello?
Fuck this shit go.
All first. Me.
It's fine, you're literally in this one. You can go again in 3, 2, 1.
Wait, Death Bull's about to go in.
Alright.
Up your back on. This guy doesn't know what he's doing, bro.
Here they come now.
Fred Bears? What's that guy again? Why is...
Ready to put on a show.
Match.
Yo, get ready to keep copy.
Oh my god. Luna's 1.
I said they're free copy.
What that? No support. Go down like 5 people. Don't peek.
Back up.
It's kind of bad. It sent me so high that I was able to shift out. It's quite hilarious.
Again!
Why are we still holding Loki on? Whatever.
Magic's theme is fire. I'll play Magic's theme.
Wait, he's back here. Oh, no, Luna. Help. Help Luna. Alright, walk.
Almost let that guy die.
Can we ult up?
Ult in.
This is Iron Man's theme. Theme for Tokon.
Portaling, by the way.
It's the fighting game.
They should go on side. Another side.
Show whoever watching him.
Build me up, I can help them.
Oh my god, why did I not get healed? What?
Going to overtime.
What is that?
Nice.
You know what,
They hit Checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
This literally sounds like an Iron Man theme. It's the most Iron Man theme ever. But you wouldn't have had to even tell me whose theme this was. I would have instantly guessed it.
Oh, no.
No, like, bro.
I know. But that was so loud somehow.
Kill this guy.
Okay. Why did I do so much damage? What? Did he headshot me? Okay, bro.
Yeah, but it feels like I'm only healing you and you're not healing me, bro. I'm
Get down to support.
Like,
Okay.
you see what I'm saying, bro? You see what I'm saying? Like, it feels like I'm not getting any heals back.
Yo, Loki, can
Like,
we heal
I
our...
like- What do you say? What are you gonna say, bro?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, you guys told me to see what I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, I think you guys are expecting a little too much. You know, I'm not the real Loki.
Get down. Nice. Yeah, my bad, guys. I was looking on.
Yo, Z, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. This is an Iron Man ass theme. Okay, I'm switching it. This is Magic's theme. Magic theme is fire. Yo, Emmy, thanks for the follow.
Please send their supports. Going now.
I can't see
This shit is loud.
Thing on me.
Thing is still half HP. Like, thing is still killable.
Magic
There you go.
I was wanting the more at this
Like, you want me to ulti? I can ulti right now. Let me ulti.
No, because I can't. Yo, I think it's a point, by the way.
Let me ult.
Oh my god, there's a thing right there. I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot.
Look at that behind. It's just him. It's just him behind. You shoot at him. You shoot at him.
Daniel, listen, follow
Look
us.
at that.
I forgot that's right there.
Oh, Luna, dude.
Yo,
Alright, nice.
yo, pull the Luna, bro.
You got her out. First. Look at that.
It's the grand finale. The current score is 0.
She looks really good in this game.
1.
Oops.
Time to switch things up, including which side.
Queen of Limbo.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My Odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
That intro or windscreen? That's one of her moves. That's her super, I think. We barely got to see. I've been looking up Magic gameplay. I've been trying, but no one's posting any. She can do way cooler shit. I played as her when I was at EVO Japan. She can do a lot of shit. I just can't find any because no one's playing her.
Round 2, go!
And that's why I want a beta, so I can just play her. Because no one's posting any Magic footage. Everyone's just looking at Magneto. I can find a million Magneto footage, but like I've seen a lot of Magneto already.
30 seconds before you
I want to see some Magic.
get ready.
We haven't really seen a lot of Magic. We haven't seen a lot of Wolverine. So it's on PC. It's on all platforms. SAO game has a demo, yeah.
On the street is that you never get nerfed. So this should be easy.
Look at this guy.
I don't know what that means, but everything should be chill.
Dang, you look old.
The battle starts in
That's
5,
Unk right there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Play Storm's team. I like Storm's team.
Oh wow.
Farewell.
Did Drew never meet your heroes, bro?
Oh, that Diddy left side.
My hero's not captain, bro.
Finger on my back.
Look at Emma. She's overextended. She's up.
DD, really?
We're on both scores.
I can't off angle that much if they have a DD.
Diddy on back line.
On back line.
I can stand again in 3, 2, 1. Pop my E too if I get a wish.
Wait, she wasn't even trying to grab me. She was trying to grab me.
Maybe slam or go in 1 second after that slam. I can go. You ready?
DD that. First get down. I got you. Yeah, they're down.
Oh my god, this fucker can see me.
Watching.
I think he throws when he squats after reloading.
Yeah, we can walk. Run on them, please. I'm earthbound.
Bro, Storm theme has like 9 parts to it.
They're all one in here, bro.
Push up.
Nice. Don't get greedy, yeah. Come back.
Nah, I wasn't getting greedy. I had to get rid of this.
Wow, she ulted.
Nah, that's true.
Trust you for 6 first time to look here. Or it's fuck. Get used to it.
Wait, what? Yo, guys, you got me in roboxes for the white box? Guys.
Kill no more. No bubble.
Cover. Did he help me? Did he help? What did he? Did he like Did he?
That shit just one shots me.
Did his one. I'm on strain if he's on point.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I've never heard of this part of the song. What the fuck? I don't think the game around has went on for that long for me to ever hear this part.
Luna, we could combo.
They actually went crazy with Storm's theme.
Oh, yeah. That's support, by the way.
Oh, what the fuck?
What? I just got deleted.
I guess maybe not. Yeah, they did lose support. Oh, no heals. Just took my out.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yo.
It's okay.
I didn't get you.
Oh, their team is crazy.
Alright, yeah, we lose. Let's come back.
Out of sight.
I think my favorite theme is Star Loader Magics.
Loki, I full healed you and then I looked around and you
Which is lucky for me because those are the 2 I'm gonna play.
I got caught by Midnight, bro. Else I was not full healed.
You're Venom in your combo. Walk
Push it right there.
Holy shit, my team is yappy.
Okay, I'm ulting. Let's go. Nice. No, fuck.
She escaped my tentacle.
I gotta say his buddy on me. Midnight one. But nice. MO1.
What's top right? I'll win that.
A nice deep freeze.
God, bro, I keep having to shoot fucking squids.
Oh, can we shred this thing?
Oh yeah. Like I need some help there, bro. Maybe you just give me flake or something.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm like the only one shooting squids. Yeah, we gotta shoot these squids, by the way. I'm like the only one ever shooting these. I have ult if you guys want to go on with it.
Hop on tower.
They're down 2. I just died in the more. Like, this guy's been on the more the entire game. Like, he's not playing anything else.
Right here.
Yo, Invis behind, Invis behind.
That's just so long.
Can we kill Namor? Look at Namor. Look at
Namor just camping behind, man. Hop around him, hop around him, hop around him. Look, thing is out of two. Thing is out of two.
Never seen D now.
Thing is still hot. We get still home, we get still home.
He's fucking
Nice, jeez, bro.
Final score 2-1.
Okay, Magic, Star-Lord, Ghost Rider. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like Magic, Star-Lord, Ghost Rider. I don't know who left. I want to get someone from Ghost Rider's team, but we haven't fucking seen the team. $19. Wow. Okay. Whoa, I've never heard this part. They got that electric guitar on this shit? The mixtape Messiah. I'm at 97 out of 100. That's crazy. They did me dirty. Hey, cook with this theme. Two players are around. Yeah. Yeah, this is probably the final round one. The final round one. What's this theme? Penny's is okay, but it's literally just anime girl. Like, bro, hearing this while fighting is gonna be crazy. It's just gonna drive me insane. Hearing her theme is gonna drive me fucking insane. Spider Girl. What, you when I was younger and just found out you play Rivals? What's up, dude? Appreciate that, man. And Miss Marvel's theme, yeah, we've heard that. We've heard that. That's a really good theme again. I forgot who else. Fucking Spider-Man, bro. Oh, hell no. This shit is... Bro, nah, I'm not for free. You gonna have to gift for that. You gonna have to gift for that. Ain't no way. Magneto. I like Magneto's theme. Big Mag. It's bad. I'm not playing that shit for free, bro. So this shit is ass. That shit is horrendous, yo. Who's not? Hulk? We don't have Hulk's theme. We haven't heard it.
Once an event,
Who's ready to go?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now,
Are we still banning Invis?
Banning Invis?
Yeah,
whoa, whoa. Wait, why are we banning Invis?
Yeah, why are we banning Invis?
It's like the hardest counter for Wolverine.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, like, wait, we don't just randomly ban Invis.
I can solo tank. We just need a second support.
Like, no. We're not doing that.
As long as you ban this, we're good.
No,
Wait, is the DD player on enemy team?
You said what?
The DD player from last game? It's an enemy team?
Was it the Deadpool map?
Their theme so far, Star-Lord's probably. Magic or Star-Lord?
We got DC in?
Yeah, I ban DD. That guy's annoying. I'd rather ban DD.
No. We need to get Gambit out of here.
Title of his theme is All for My Brethren.
Not double ban, man.
My mutant.
I'm gonna gamble.
Mutant brethren.
Okay, bro. I'd rather risk it, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Same.
Nah, they cooked. They actually cooked with the themes on Tokon. Like, actually, though. I gotta do a tier list before the game drop. The themes. Let me write that down to remember they do that. Once we see every character's out, once every character's out, I gotta do a theme tier list. Oh Lord, embrace the flame.
I bet it's like a nice like front line.
Let me listen to Magneto's again. I mean, not Magneto, Dr. Doom's.
Venom or you thought you were gone after the vampires caught us by the
Yeah, we've heard this.
That almost Spider-Man would be tough, actually.
You'll never guess he showed up. That is true, but I don't think anyone knows how to play it.
Cloaked in chaos.
From there. I'll tell you about it sometime. I could lie, bro. I should probably play Rocket.
I'm pretty sure she's
Yeah, his
just
theme
dead
sounds good.
if I go Rocket or Cloak.
2,
Or I'm dead.
No, you get the beacon. Surely.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
I
it?
might be able to get someone early. I'll call it out.
So there are 2 duels.
If Spider-Man dies, he gets Rose.
Sounds like overpopulation.
Got a blade. Okay, let's go.
Groot, Jeff, fantastic blade. Oh, Rocket. Somebody's on the left. Doors on the left. Yep, look at Thor right now.
Backline.
The hunt is on.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
Alright, 2 seconds on my jack. Look at Thor.
You get Rose.
Door's half. Door's 1.
You get him all.
I got procs up.
Work it out.
Nice. Oh, that's straight up. Look.
Yep,
Nice.
that's
We win this.
We're gonna go.
Look it up. He's trying to go up there.
Walls. I'm popping.
Pop the
I got Jeffy. 1 HP Rocket.
Oh my god, dead.
Did they pop a ult or?
Yeah, he popped it too late. My man popped too late.
I mean, there's only tanks on point. I don't know if you guys can walk up.
Alright, I'm gonna come up. I'm coming.
I'm here.
I was born ready.
God, this fucking character is insufferable.
Can we go down to mid? Wall lost, I think. Door's bomb, brother.
Found trouble.
There's walls on the left side. Nice. I'm pushing harder too.
Go back and forth.
Yeah. I was trying to grab it.
Okay, well, I'm dead. Oh, my comp is ass in comparison. I'm not used to these fucking group walls.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
So sick of fucking group, bro. Just forcing me to get off whatever character I want to play just to fucking counterpick this asshole. I fucking hate it. It's so annoying, man. Like, can they nerf Groot already, bro?
Just Rocket.
I'm forced to get off whatever character I want to play just because this guy goes Groot.
All the way by himself.
The god of thunder.
Oh man, how annoying, bro.
All the way.
He's 8-0. We gotta kill this group.
Deep touch.
I ziplined wrong, incorrectly. Like, easy bad, yeah.
No winner yet.
What was it?
I'm gonna be able to ult their back line. One deep. Dead.
Behind on your Rocket.
No way. He was 1 HP, but he got rocket amped.
I can't lie.
I miss the days when Rocket Amp didn't give you blue life.
Free kills. Whip, can you please just grab him one time and then just, I promise you.
I'll start focusing him. I'll just focus him.
I'm focusing the hell out of the group. He's 1 HP every time. And
No,
then,
okay, that's the issue though. We're all just.
I mean, it's my job to literally shoot the walls and focus the group.
I'll focus the Thor and grab him.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Turn on Thor and get
him.
Miniatures.
I'm not a hero.
That hasn't changed. In fact, we're closer than
You
ever.
get that boost rocket.
Whether we like it or
Hey,
not.
drop the beacon, yeah.
Are you guys sharing a studio in Hell's Kitchen now? I get it. Rent's been skyrocketing.
Sheesh,
The
bro.
good thing is they don't have ults. They most likely their closest ult is Jeff.
4, 3,
They use rocket. Probably have
They use
Root 2.
all you need to do is capture
Yeah,
the
they
missionary
probably have
ducks.
Groot
Got
Gem.
it?
That's their closest ults.
They're probably gonna do that combo again.
What's up, hamster?
Yeah, pretty much.
Breaking his wall. I'm breaking his wall.
Left side, Thor left side, Thor left side,
I'm
Thor
coming,
left side.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
On your foot.
He's right here.
I'll take good
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Look at Thor right now. All the way, Thor by himself.
Okay. Nope. We have we need 2 tanks. Like, we 100% need 2 tanks.
They ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, we're alone in the back one just dying.
Hands up, hostile judge, jury, executioner.
Thor in second. I got Thor.
Group one. They're both right here.
Double KO.
Don't see Wolverine go down.
Kill us. No, you're not putting me in. You can help him trade.
Thor going behind.
Getting weapons.
Look at Thor. I'm looking at Thor right now.
He's 1. How is that guy not dead? Like, how is that guy not dead? Like, actually.
Always knew you turned bad. Fucking nasty.
What did you say to Blade? Always knew you turned bad?
They went low on. The rocket's strong. The rocket's strong. Just one.
Lock in. All the way, man.
Mission area. Keep going.
Come on, Thor.
Behold the god of thunder!
I need a combo.
The Bluebird team that you were sold next week? Yes. Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna be the first day of June. I mean, not June, July, but it'll be like one of the first days of the week.
Left us better.
Yeah, I see Thor too.
Battlefield ready.
Hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier!
Blade's 1 HP.
Your team's capture
He's
progress
right here, Thor.
past the
I'm looking at him.
halfway point.
By himself there,
Bro, Thor players are so annoying, bro. They just literally swing their hammer doing whatever they want.
All the way back.
Looks like they have no fucking cooldowns. That shit is crazy.
I'll deploy another beacon.
Next Melody Summer comes out July 1st. That's cool. I gotta binge that shit.
Don't go,
Don't mind me.
Yeah, they literally just swing their hammer doing whatever the fuck they want the entire
like,
match.
Wolverine. Can you go second tank, please?
I don't play tank.
Fantastic!
I don't even see what's
Judge, jury, executioner.
No winner yet. Going to
There's one shots, man.
Yo, like the Ultron's looking at.
I'm not
done yet.
Wish you can B-hop with that.
Berserker! 1,000 gods!
Oh my lordy, bro.
We got Thor now.
You got an edge.
Thor's on our back on, make a Thor.
I'm looking at Thor. Thor's one. Thor's literally one.
Does the beacon reach you guys? Does the beacon reach you guys?
Oh my god, he was 1 HP, bro. So annoying.
We already killed this.
I'm dead.
All the way.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Come on, Thor player? Hell no, I don't like this game's Thor. I like Smite's Thor, I don't like this game's Thor.
GG team. GG's. It's just bad matchmaking. We had like 5 DPS on the team. It's all good.
Nah, that was a promo game. He's unlucky. Okay, I'll do 1 or 2 more. You guys a 10-hour. You guys can thank Mark Deasy. You guys can thank Mark. Because I definitely was going to end at 8. Well, after that one match. Definitely was going to end. Two matches max. That's all you're getting out of me now.
Time to see if your boy Gambit can steal us a win.
Your boy Gambit can steal us a win.
Unlucky. Gambit never falls.
Awesome tomorrow? I don't know. Depends how tired I am after the long stream that is tomorrow. I don't know. I don't want to promise anything.
No, master degree.
What the?
What about master degree?
Oh no, sorry, wrong chat,
What
guys.
hero do you think you want to be
Wow.
today?
What else is this one?
Yo, ban DPS Deadpool.
Yeah,
Not doing that shit, bro.
Yeah, he's really good on it.
You kidding me, bro? We're about to waste a ban on DPS Deadpool, bro. Are we dead ass? Oh, fucking hell, bro. Whatever. I'm not gonna argue with it. I'm not gonna argue with it. Ninja Killer. Wait, Ninja Killer's in top 8? He made top 8? I mean, he was going crazy. He was cooking. I can't lie. He was cooking. Oh my god, he is. What the fuck? He is. I don't think he's gonna win though. If he wins, that'd be hype. Because we have like nobody good in Tekken. And he has like no good Tekken players. Yeah, he beat CBM. Oh, he got sent to losers from here. Who did he lose to? He lost to low high. Oh god, 2-0 down. But NA has like no good Tekken players. Like it's like Korea and fucking Pakistan dominate Tekken. It's crazy. Korea and Pakistan dominate Tekken. Like hella hard. I'll see. I mean, we're gonna watch it tomorrow. We'll see if he sweeps. We're gonna watch the whole thing tomorrow, which is why I need to end stream. If I want to wake up to watch this, I have to get out of here. Like I shouldn't be streaming still. Like max, you guys are getting 2 more matches out of me. Well, 1 more after this.
Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Solo? Oh, like my faction mate? Solo?
Tokyo. I feel like I played with this girl before. Does the blue movies peak?
Yeah. I'm not
I need to go watch that shit.
What about Soul Leveling? You seen Soul Leveling before?
Yo, no. Okay. Like, good comms, bro. Good comms. Good comms. Are you watching? Is Solo?
Oh, shit.
Is Solo watching your game? So, no, Fido is not on our team. I don't think he is.
You have
No,
to
he's on
stop
the
them
other
from
team.
securing the
Really?
mission area.
You know that?
Yeah.
Did I?
I do know that.
Wait, why did you say you were gonna ban me from the game? Wait, did I? It's alright.
Let's get it.
We win this. We win this.
We better win, dude.
All the way.
Yo! Grab!
Oh yeah, we lose it. We got to go back to that. No, we win this. We do win this. We gotta, you know?
Yeah, we have a solo tank. We have a solo tank core. So, did we win this? Yeah, we win. What you mean?
We win this.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Pushing up. I'm trying to touch.
All right, you want me to be a good man? I could be a good man.
I'm touching. No.
It didn't work.
Alright, by the way, he's throwing.
You need to stop that vehicle.
Alright, fine. I'll be a good man.
You're filling on your main? No way.
This is where I know.
Wait, I
Yo,
see
that's
straight.
crazy. Here comes the horn. Wait, can Solo, if you're watching, Spot, is Solo watching your game right now?
Oh, well.
I have no clue what team's talking about. K1, thanks for the follow. What's up, man? See a lot of your stuff on Insta and YouTube. Oh, I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. The algorithm's actually helping me out. I'm very tired though, which is why I'm not talking a lot. Because I've been live for 9 hours. I was supposed to have ended stream, but since I got rated, I said I would do 1 or 2 more.
Nah, bro, I can't. I'm switching. I have to switch. Much better.
I appreciate the
Wins, I cannot beat the only flip, bro. If
I appreciate the
like, that guy's actually some butt, dude.
support, dude. Appreciate you stopping by. You know I'm about to end soon.
He's the only win fighters on his team, bro. Like, yeah. Yeah. You just see the combo that guy put on me.
Give you work.
There's still a chance.
Yes, bro, he's getting belt.
Oh, wait.
Like, yeah.
Get up, boy.
Oh, he's triple.
I can't even get in position to ult them. Yeah, we need a shield tank.
Oh my god.
Oh, we do have one.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I think about how back. The shield tank still not can't do it.
Just play whatever you're comfortable with. You can't play it, don't force it.
Okay, can I get a Namor right now? Like, can I get a name? Ding. Actually, no, do not give me a thing. No, do not give me a thing.
Nah, I can go no more.
Oh yeah, because of Punisher, yeah.
Let me ult first and I got you.
Just give me a Namor, dude. I'm gonna bubble us and then we'll get to it.
I like the cold. Cheers, mate.
This guy's putting in work on us, bro. Crazy.
We should probably kill that Adam.
That's why you don't get on Luna here. Okay, he can hit that. Yeah. I thought my mag would ult. But my mag didn't ult. That's why he played.
This team is yikes.
You ulted.
No.
Team is yikes.
You're an idiot. Get back on Spidey.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
That's all you know, bro. Get back on Spidey, bro.
Fuck off, bro.
You're on
What?
Luna, bro.
You are so shit, bro. You are so dick.
Crazy, bro.
You are a straight fucking dyke. You sound like a straight dyke.
Bro, what is wrong with you?
Oh shit. Wait.
What is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, like, why are you saying that? What's up with you?
Time to switch.
You
What's your
guys talk.
problem?
Yo.
What is your problem?
Oh, look at you saying it. Look at that. Even they're saying it. Tokyo, I avoided you.
Oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
Why'd you call her that? What's wrong with that?
Where'd this come
we
from?
can win this, bro.
What's wrong with it? Nothing wrong with it. I'm just pointing it out.
What's wrong with being gay in Pride Month? What the hell?
Jesus, bro.
Hey, celebrate your month, famo. You got.
Wait, I'm confused.
What did bringing that up have to do with any of the gameplay? Like, I don't.
That's what I'm confused about.
It has nothing to do with it. I just wanted to mention that not only are you shit,
You're weird, bro.
No, what you mean?
You're weird.
He says it again. He says it again.
You are weird, bro.
Yeah.
You're reported.
Like, Luna, like
do you hear how awkward this
what do you gain
sounds?
for saying
Like,
that?
I don't know.
How awkward that sounds? What's awkward about that?
Like, you're just weird, bro.
Am I confused?
This guy is just weird, bro.
Is it not crazy that like
what? That has nothing to do with the gameplay. Like, I don't.
You're still chatting, dude. Like,
Yo, this game is
there's nothing
doomed, bro.
compute here. You're like, oh, why is that awkward? Why is this that? Why is this?
What's up, how you doing?
All four of us stopped in our tracks because of the shit you said, dude. And you find no issue with that. No issue? Nothing?
You sound like you talk with your teeth clenched.
You have no decorum, dude. This is crazy. And then you get slimed out instantly. Why would you do that with this fighting?
I named 7, by the way.
Because I was on the too.
That guy doesn't die?
Going through the same shit I'm going.
The Jeff was one.
Yes, you bet. Alright, this is winnable, Jack. This is winnable.
You saw how low the Jeff was? Other games? I was on promo game last match, and now I am not. I'm gonna do one more match after this, and then I'm gonna end. Because these matches are I don't know.
Look at Strange right now. Actually, no, I'm looking at Invis. Can you look? Can you look? All the way by herself, she's one. Look at Jeff right now. Jeff half. He's running. Jeff, don't run.
Where are my healers at?
He's one. I'm not gonna lie.
No, get the Jack, bro. Get the damn.
I'm not gonna lie. You got a 1v1 hit.
I'm gonna get him. It's not no damn 1v1, bro.
Why are we leaving our supports to 1v1 in a team game, yo?
Yo.
Hey, yo.
1v1. We have that. Like,
Wi-Fi versus Jeff, you got that?
My man is trolling, bro.
Hey, what do you mean?
I'm dying. Oh my god.
He said 1v1.
How refreshing.
What? Like, yo.
This team is on serious. I'm not gonna surrender, but this team is on serious. Yeah, it's a GG's.
No, that's a cherry. You know what's a cherry on top? You didn't even cap point, bro. Like, you left me to 1v1 and they see the whole team there, and then you.
No. I tried.
You gotta go. You're not.
Trust, my game was lagging.
No.
My game was lagging.
No, that's actually crazy.
My game was lagging.
Oh my god,
No. I
11.
saw you walk away from me. What do you mean my game was no? You're not funny. You're not funny, bro. Like, what's that?
Did she just all in the
No,
spawner?
we win this.
No, don't even say that shit, dude. Don't even say that shit, dude.
Judge.
I'm pushing up.
We have a shot.
Yeah, don't even say that shit.
Execution.
No. Trust.
The bullet.
You actually could win. You can actually win.
No.
Look. I'm touching point.
Yeah.
No, let me argue with my faction mate real quick, dude, because look, you gotta get on that. But
They're down 3. Touch the point.
Nice. We win this. I'm looking at image.
You dead. We win.
Oh,
Simple.
she got slime. Yo, slime.
Spider-Man, you're not him.
Amazing Spider-Man.
What is he feeling like? What is he feeling like?
Look at Jeff.
This guy just ulted just to not let him out.
My fault.
Yo, where's my team at, bro? Why are we not on point?
My fault.
Everyone positive?
Can I get help?
They just slimed out for
30
fun.
seconds.
Oh, shit.
That's a waste of time, yeah.
Come back, dude.
It's one of those games. My team is already like, my team's on joke
I came back,
time.
my whole team's dead. Okay. I still can't believe you left me right there, though. Like really? I came to help you with the Jeff and then you leave? Like, that's crazy.
The final 10 seconds.
What? Yo.
Double kill.
And he gets away with it too.
Top 10 game. Top 10 game.
Yeah, it's top 10 game, bro. This guy just like.
3.
Yo, GG's guys, that was good. That was fun.
GG's team. GG.
We tried our best.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Uh-huh. No, I'll do one more. 3K damage? 5K damage? I gotta avoid the whole team, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta avoid the entire team. All right, last match.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Okay.
They call me Deets.
Who's ready to
That
go
was
hunting?
one of the weirdest matches I've ever played through.
My mind, my order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind.
Imagine that's your rank up game and you get a team like that. Like, imagine that's like your rank up to like one above all or something, and that's the team you get.
Wow.
My mind is sharper.
Like a bunch of jokesters. Like, what do you even do? You just like I don't know. What do you do? Just accept it, I guess. I don't know. Bucky was healer last match. Jeez. Oh, was previously healer. Oh, okay. Banning Gambit.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Okay. Unfortunately, Dino is open, and who else is open?
Oh, pick me, please.
I guess that's about it. It's not that bad, but the Z tier cap is open. Z tier America is open. Okay, surely I just get a win here and I get off. I'm not asking for much. Am I? Am I asking for much? I don't know.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Why do you insist on staying with your fool of a husband when you could
Fart Queen 6'7". Oh wow. What a name. It's hard to believe that this is Celestial with a match like that.
Not yet, but keep talking. And that
What Adam is that? Rose of DPS. It's hard to believe this is Celestial with a team like that. Fucking dude's open. That's who was open. That was fucking annoying. Oh my goodness, bro. Do I have to play Punisher again because of this fucking character, bro? Oh, that's so annoying, man.
Out of sight.
I don't want to fucking play Punisher, bro. Can they just nerf Root already? It's so frustrating. I had to keep playing this fucking character just because there's a Groot every match.
A little help, please. Out of sight.
The fuck? It all broke my thing.
I hope this little robot has what it takes.
Step aside. Shine with me.
Again!
You're halfway there. Keep going. Force burst.
You know, Deadpool's dumbass almost some pick me. The pick me kid. You ain't never had seen a pick me kid before?
This will do nicely.
Star-Lord's fucking peeling.
I will guide you safely, little friend.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's better.
The moon haunts you.
You're willing to help?
Man, that's so annoying, bro. Why do we not use support ults? Bro, please. Like, I don't know, we're not using support ults.
Farewell.
So annoying, bro. Like, just use the shit, bro. We're about to secure the points. Why are we not using these? It's like they're trying to not use it to secure point. Like, I don't get that shit. My god, this team is so bad. That's actually so frustrating because I'm playing so well, but like
Time to switch things up.
I'm getting teammates that are just not taking the game serious tonight. It's so dumb. Like, I'm not even playing badly. Like, I'm playing well. It's that I keep getting teammates that aren't taking the game seriously, or they're just joking around or just trolling. It's just so dumb. We lost the point because we didn't use support ults on time. I don't know. We kept trying to hold support arts without taking the point. Like, we were trying to take the point without using a support ult, and then it led to 2 people dying.
I used it.
No, I'm not. I was dead already. That's my point. But it's fine. It's all good. That's my point. Like, I know you used it. You used it after I died. Like, what? It happens. It's fine. It's not okay, but whatever, bro.
Assassins like us belong to a pretty
They just held it for too long.
What monsters have you slain?
They were trying to secure the point without using the support ult. Just let it go. Like, just use the
Stop
shit.
acting like you're carrying though.
Hydra.
You're like dragging
The
it.
battle starts in 5,
You're not the
4, 3.
He says, okay, it happens. Support you will get a carry. That guy's an asshole. Okay, I ain't saying that.
Right. Whatever you want to say.
Ass game. That's so sad, bro. Yeah. Like I'm actually playing so well tonight, even though I've been live for 10 hours and just get a match like this. Well, not a match like this. I just keep getting like the wrong team.
What's this? Some sort of log?
Like matches like this, like even if you know you lost, you just gotta play to improve. You don't even bother playing to win anymore. Just play for individual improvement. Yeah, we can't win anymore. Just gotta play for individual improvement, stuff like that. It's probably because Dallas servers. That sucks, bro. It's so frustrating, bro. That was such a slow match. I think not a slow match, such a short match. That's so sad, bro. I was 15 for that. Like, I don't know. Like, I was on promo game and I'm down like halfway. Like, what? I'm getting the most unserious teammates, bro. Bro, like, holy, I don't know. We just didn't use the support ult. Where is it? Killed this guy. Was it before this or after this part?
Anyone willing to help?
Oh no, I think it was this part. We just didn't use the ults.
30 seconds.
Yeah, we used it after I died. Like I don't know why we're. I got a whole pick and all. That's just so laggy. Also part 2? I don't know. Yeah, we're red team. We're red team. They're blue. Like, look how much of us is right here. We killed this guy. Moon at ult, so we have to get off point. Our what's his name died? Our Bucky died. Okay, that's fine. I'm right here. I'm behind Moon Knight. I killed Moon Knight. We should be using a support ult here. This is getting way too close. We should be using a support ult here. Oh, they don't have it yet. Okay, Cloak Hazards. She should be using it. Oh, I died too fast. Oh, that's unfortunate. They didn't have it yet. I just built my ult so fast that I had it before them. Well, I had it at like the damn near same time as them. Oh, I see. Look how fast I died. Holy shit. The moment I died, she got it. Yeah, it's too late for us to win. We're down 2 people. Yeah, they should just run away. Oh, damn. Groot ults are invis and she dies. So then this ult is pretty much useless because there's only 2 people taking advantage of it. Now our Thor is dead. Now she's about to die. And that's just unfortunate. They didn't have her ult yet. What's the tech with Cyclops? Or what's the tech? That's unfortunate. Okay, fuck. I'll do one last one. Like, one actual last one. Because that match was stupid. That match was way too short, too. Actual last one. Actual last one. Win or lose, actual last one. I mean, what's the tech with Cyclops? There is no tech. What do you mean?
Got my eye on someone.
Oh, it's this. You just click E, click. That's it. That's the combo. You can't. With the binds that they put. That's it. Like you just. That's it. You can attack cancel your left click into your E. Look how long it takes to kill if you don't do it. But if you do it,
Plans needed.
hold on.
Maximum impact.
That's way faster. But they binded it to R. This was binded to R1, and your left click is bounded to your trigger, which is R2 or L2, whatever you want to call it. I don't know why they did that like that. So instead, I put the beam on L1. I mean, on R1.
They needed to. Maximum impact.
So you can do the attack cancel.
Right on target.
That's it.
Knew I saw trouble.
I put the E, this move, I put this on L2.
Now that's good optics.
So you basically just do right trigger, left trigger, right trigger.
Eat optic blast. Maximum impact.
I think I'm even now. Wasn't I positive until that match? Not that match, but I don't know what I am. I think I'm even now, or negative by 1. It definitely was positive because I was lit on promo game. I had to have been positive.
Mission accomplished.
Okay, last match. I don't think Cyclops needs any nerf. He's pretty balanced. Especially his ult. I don't know about that. His base kit is too strong. His damage is way too high. He's the highest damage character in the game. But the only thing that's balanced about him is his ult. His ult is very hit or miss. If you hit it, you get shitloads of damage, but the ult is very easy to dodge. The ult can stay like this, sure. But like, his base kit still needs nerfs. His base kit is way too strong. It's way too overtuned. But his damage is way too high. It's literally just Moon Knight on crack, like just hit scan Moon Knight. Like this character needs to get nerfed. Like he's gonna get nerfed. Like I don't know. I don't know how anyone can think this character is fine right now. This character is getting nerfed. Who do you think is the top 3 bans right now? Gambit. I'm banning Groot, by the way. I'm not losing to Groot no more. I'm Gambit, Cyclops. Like what?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Phoenix or some shit?
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me. I fight
Sleepy
to
Blade.
end the
Whatever
darkness that
sleep.
spawned me.
Now.
Yeah, and his E. His E does like half your health sometimes for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's a bug, but like sometimes his E will do like 140 damage for some reason. Like for some odd reason, sometimes it just does half your health. I don't know what's triggering it, but like sometimes I'm around a corner, he'll E a wall, and it will just take half my health. And I don't know. I think it's like DD's Devil's Toss bug. I think sometimes it just does more damage than it's supposed to. Like sometimes I think it just hits twice.
Ooh, pick me, pick me.
Yeah, I think it's just bugged. I'm pretty sure it is because sometimes it's doing way more damage than it's supposed to be doing. And I can't for the life of me figure out why. But every time it has happened, it has bounced off of a wall, even when I'm alone. Okay, ban Cyclops, or I'm not playing this guy. Oops, my bad. Oh, we had a Punisher. I didn't need a ban group. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I didn't realize we had a Punisher.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
His Punisher got banned. No. Either a stream snipe or the guy's not on stream mode. Well, he's definitely not because I can see his name. They got a tracker. The tracker ban. I'm running hell no more. Oh, we don't have a second support. Nice.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love our job. I fight to end
What's
the
Cyclops is
darkness
open?
that's
Holy fuck.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Uh,
Fears you.
I am
imagine
This
it's
game
equally
is a
difficult
joke
fighting for a world that hangs on
today,
your every move.
How so?
They want us to make mistakes, and when we do, everyone is watching, and they're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I'm getting off. I'm getting off of this match no matter what. I don't care. I'm getting off after this. I don't care who rates me. I'm getting off after this.
Got it?
You think this is a challenge?
No, I'm not doing one more. Fuck that.
Anyone willing to help?
Fucking G2 spotted.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area!
Maximum impact!
Oh, I got walled off.
You want to protect your... Still got some fight left in me. Maximum impact!
This guy's literally in our spawn room, like, and he doesn't die.
That should make a difference. Got my eye on some unwelcome guests. Right on target.
Like, look, he's literally in our back line doing whatever he wants, and he has snowflakes, so this guy's just never gonna die. Like, holy fuck, bro. He's literally just doing whatever he wants. Oh, you actually died to that?
I am ready to put on a show!
Holy shit, he just spun on his ass.
Knew I saw trouble. Maximum impact!
Control seized!
Maximum impact! You could have been my queen.
Okay. I mean, I guess.
Thanks for the boost.
How did I not get healed? I mean, I was gonna ult, but like, I wanted to get into a better position first, but I didn't get healed.
Protect this spot with everything you have.
Nice.
Luna, press your Q button, you fucking idiot.
Force boost.
Oh, well, neither of us saw that coming.
I just died to Cyclops' E, and he didn't even look at me. Yikes. Why do my King Cyclops with his skin designs? What's wrong with the skins? What's wrong with the skins?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Is building.
Namor, someday I'd like to see Talokan.
I have brought part of it to the surface.
You did?
You might be surprised where.
It's time to hop off 100%. 100%. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Like, if I MVP another game and lose, I'm like, I don't know.
3, 2.
I just keep hitting the wrong team today.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I think we won too many matches yesterday.
So this is the future. Or one future, anyway.
Got my eye on some unwelcome guests.
I just wanted to finish watching EVO, play some matches. Fuck no. God, bro. This guy just doesn't die. He's taking no damage.
Capture the mission area. Secure this zone. I am ready to put on a show. That one hurts. It's the grand finale.
Oh my god, this guy chased me. Oh, you're so weird, bro. He chased me.
Still got some fight left in
Okay.
Propulsion beam.
I can't believe he chased me though. That's crazy. Nah, chasing me is sick work. I had a feeling it was one shot.
We got it. Damage sustained. Need assistance.
That should make a difference.
I don't want to be that guy spamming heals, but I think I might have to do that. Yo, we have one tank. You guys gotta play safer. We can't push up that far if we're on one tank.
X-Men beat death a long time ago. Propulsion beam.
There's gonna be a fight.
Right on target.
Your team's capture progress is past the
Hey, did Mark have good games today? I'm happy at least someone ate. I'm happy at least somebody ate today. Is there anyone still here from Mark's stream? Did he have good games?
The professor didn't train quitters.
At least somebody got to eat today. I mean, my games aren't even that bad. It's just like the matches are just like unserious.
Right on target.
This one is just a match where we have no tank, no second tank, sadly. Oh shit, he didn't. I feel like every time I press his stream, he's never having good games. Actually, there was one time when he was, the other day when he was playing with who was he playing with? Snow, I think. Snow, they were running a good match.
I don't give up quite that easy. Right on target. Assemble!
The fuck am I actually watching, bro? This guy's just immortal. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, that's enough. This match, like these teams are just like, bro, what? This guy waits till the last half to.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I don't get it. He waits until the last like 5 minutes, or no, not even 5 minutes. Last minute or two to switch to second tank. And I have a Luna with 8k healing somehow. What was she doing? How do you have 8k healing? Everybody in the match has double her healing. Son, where is her healing at? Wait, what? Luna, where was your healing? What did she do? Was she DPSing? I mean, her damage isn't high either, so there's no way she was. Why does this guy have 5k damage, bro? Yo, what? Yo, okay. I had agents. No, these are agents. These are agents. And why does our fucking tank have 5k damage? Our healers almost have more. What the fuck? No wonder we weren't winning. Oh, hell no. To be fair, he was solo tanking. But still. What What the fuck, bro? Actual agents. What? These are agents, bro. I'm tempted to queue another, but like, no, I can't do that. That would not be smart. Those are agents of Atlas, bro. No, I'm not doing another one. Those are agents. I'm out of here, bro. Those are fucking agents, bro. One more? You can't end on a loss? Oh, yes, I can. You must be new here. Because yes, the fuck I can. Dude, do you see that? Like, what is that? Like, how am I? You can't fix that. That's not fixable, bro. Donate more? Nah, bro. You want me to donate more? You had to give 5 or something. Anyways, chat. I appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you guys for all the follows and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what that session was, Rivals. I mean, like, I don't know. How was I promo game? I was on promo game. And then I'm down 50 all of a sudden. Like, what? I'll see y'all tomorrow for EVO, though. EVO's gonna be fun tomorrow. Make sure you guys stop by. I'll be live at like 2 p.m. EST or 3 or something like that. We'll try again tomorrow. That was unserious, bro. And it's not even like I was playing bad. I was actually playing really good, and I was feeling it with Psylocke too. I was playing really well. It just... What? I feel like I just kept getting the opposite team that was good. Like, I just kept getting on the wrong team every match. It was so annoying. The wrong team every time. I felt like I don't know. Anyways, I'm yapping. Let me get out of here. I gotta go edit, and then I'm gonna go sleep. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you guys for stopping by. See ya.